Chapter 458. Not knowing how long had passed, Ye Feng saw that the time was almost up, so he removed his hand from Bai Nan's jade leg. Senior Hua, this treatment will stop here for now. Ye Feng took a deep breath, suppressing the restlessness in his heart, and spoke calmly. If this woman continued to shout, he would have to directly execute her on the spot. Is that all right? Hua Qingxia's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she slowly opened her crystal-like eyes. But the moment her gaze met Ye Feng's, she hurriedly turned her eyes away, not daring to look him in the face. It's fine for now. I still need a few more treatments like this, Ye Feng said lightly. Hearing this, Hua Qingxia realized that the fire poison in her body seemed to have disappeared by half. She had been immersed in that comfortable feeling and unable to extricate herself. Thank you. Then I will trouble you again, Ye Feng. A look of surprise flashed in Hua Qingxia's beautiful eyes as she expressed her gratitude. It's a small matter. I came to treat Senior Hua, but I also have something I need your help with, Ye Feng said very frankly. It's about the Heavenly Blade, Sacred Land. Don't worry. I'll help you solve this matter. With me protecting you, no one will dare to touch you. Hua Qingxia lightly tapped her jade foot on the ground, slowly getting up from the big bed and walking towards the door. Chapter 459. Dao Mo Bai looked at the flower petal that had appeared on his throat an unknown time, and cold sweat dripped down his back. He had thought that Hua Qingxia was poisoned by fire, and that he could barely contend with her due to his semi-emperor realm cultivation. Now he realized how wrong he was. But this also fueled his desire for the Overlord Blade technique, and his wish to break through to the Emperor Martial Realm. Dao Mo Bai, take your people and roll back to the Heavenly Blade Sacred Land. If the Heavenly Blade ancestor is not convinced, you can let him come to me for advice personally. Hua Qingxia's jade finger swirled with a colorful petal, and a strong voice came from her lips. Senior Hua, I will take my leave. Dao Mo Bai lowered his head and left with the members of the Heavenly Blade Sacred Land in a dejected manner. Yao Yin watched the departure of the people from the Heavenly Blade Sacred Land, and his expression slightly darkened. He had just taken Hua Qingxia's pulse, and her physical condition seemed to be not this good. Could it be that the fire poison in Hua Qingxia's body was really cured by that kid Ye Feng? How could he believe that? Ancestor, your fire poison has been cured? Zhu Xian's eyes flashed with excitement, clearly noticing Hua Qingxia's anomaly. Ye Feng has temporarily cured me. Hua Qingxia chuckled lightly, looking at Ye Feng with a hint of appreciation in her eyes. Chapter 460. You want the Bodhi fruit to break through to the Emperor Martial Realm? Hua Qingxia approached Ye Feng, her beautiful eyes carefully scrutinizing him as if trying to see through his disguise. Senior Hua, I have other uses for the Bodhi fruit. Ye Feng did not elaborate much. Unfortunately, you came too late. The Bodhi fruit in my possession has already been used by Zhu Xian, and he also didn't manage to break through to the Emperor Martial Realm. A hint of regret flashed in Hua Qingxia's beautiful eyes. This Bodhi fruit was given to her by a good sister she knew back in the day, intended to help her break through to the Emperor Martial Realm. However, before she got the Bodhi fruit, she had already relied on her own foundation to achieve a breakthrough. Senior Hua, then please let me know where I can obtain the Bodhi fruit. Ye Feng frowned and asked, if you want to know where there are Bodhi fruits, I can tell you, but you have to show me your true face first. Hua Qingxia's lips curled up slightly as she laughed lightly. For this man who had skin-to-skin contact with her for the first time, she still felt a bit complex and curious inside. I didn't disguise myself. This is my real appearance. Ye Feng couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. When he was disguised, no one doubted him. Now that he was showing his true face, they still didn't believe him. Chapter 461. Not long after, Ye Feng directly absorbed all the fire poison from Hua Qingxia's body. This was not a reward for him, but a torment. Hastily finishing the task was the best strategy. Senior Hua, it's done. The fire poison has been completely removed, Ye Feng said with a calm expression. Done? So fast. Hua Qingxia's cherry lips parted slightly, her face full of a lingering sense of wanting more. She sensed that she really could no longer feel any erosion from the fire poison in her body. This should have been a matter of joy for her, but now it instead brought a hint of disappointment. The fire poison in your body originally had very little left, so it was relatively quick. Ye Feng casually replied. Ye Feng, you circulate your spiritual power. I will give you something. Hua Qingxia blinked, a sly glimmer flashing in her eyes. Ye Feng was a bit puzzled but still complied. Just as he was circulating his spiritual power, he saw Hua Qingxia take out a stone tablet from her storage ring and place it in his hand. Buzz! as the stone tablet emitted light. Hua Qingxia's pupils suddenly constricted, and her cherry lips involuntarily opened wide. What she had shoved into Ye Feng's hand was a stone tablet used to test bone age. And the tablet displayed that Ye Feng's age was actually less than half a century. Chapter 462. The many elders of the Qingxia Sacred Land were shocked to see Ye Feng easily block Dao Mo Bai's attack, their eyes bulging. This was an attack from a half-step Emperor Realm expert, and it was just blocked like that. The leader of the Qingxia Sacred Land, Zhu Xian, felt a storm of emotions rising in his heart. He thought that even he would not be able to block this strike so easily. Could it be that this Ye Feng, whom he had always looked down upon, was stronger than him? Ye Feng's body surged with a strange power as he raised his hand to grab in the direction of Dao Mo Bai. A bizarre claw, exuding a chilling and eerie aura, rushed toward Dao Mo Bai to kill him. Facing this strange claw, Dao Mo Bai's pupils shrank, and cold sweat instantly dripped down his forehead. At this moment, he felt as if he were facing an Emperor Martial Realm expert, creating a tremendous sense of oppression in his heart. Break for me. Dao Mo Bai, unwilling to give up resistance, wildly swung the pitch-black ink blade in his hand, unleashing a blade light filled with murderous intent. The blade light was as dark as ink, transforming into a black dragon to counter the strange claw. However, this seemingly powerful blade light was directly crushed upon contact with the strange claw, then descended toward Dao Mo Bai. Chapter 463. No matter how Yao Yin attacked, his strikes against Ye Feng were like a mud cow entering the sea, posing no threat to Ye Feng at all. How could this be? How could this be? Yao Yin was finally flustered at this moment. This imperial fire was his hidden trump card, and he had used it for the first time today, which should have been a grand display of power. But reality dealt him a painful blow. His attacks were merely like tickling Ye Feng. Old man, have you had your fun? It's my turn now. Ye Feng sneered, stepping through the air as he charged toward Yao Yin. If it weren't for the fact that Yao Yin specialized in fire-based techniques, Ye Feng would still need to expend some effort to kill him. Now, the opponent had repeatedly activated the Emperor Fire and unleashed martial skills, exhausting more than half of his spiritual power while he was still in his peak state. The great sun burning heaven fist. Ye Feng struck out with a powerful punch, fiery light erupting from his fist, resembling a flaming meteor, capable of unleashing earth-shattering might. Facing Ye Feng's attack, Yao Yan's long hair was disheveled, his face twisted in a grimace as he desperately urged the remaining spiritual power in his body for defense. However, all of this was merely a dying struggle. Boom! The fiery punch shattered the void, breaking through Yao Yan's defenses and delivering a heavy blow. Chapter 464. Forced to act out of desperation, the ancestor of the Heavenly Blade had no choice but to use a secret technique he had once obtained. Once this secret technique was unleashed, its power was enough to rival Emperor-level martial skills. The shocking blade slash. The ancestor of the Heavenly Blade swung down the golden Heavenly Blade in his hand, a brilliant golden blade light radiating overwhelming might, spanning the heavens and the earth. Faced with this overwhelmingly powerful slash, Ye Feng activated the Heavenly Desolate Shield, condensing an indestructible flame barrier to block it. The shocking 9 slashes. The ancestor of the Heavenly Blade's gaze darkened slightly at this scene, and he consecutively slashed out 9 times. 9 golden blade lights were unleashed in succession, ultimately merging into one, transforming into a phantom of a golden blade, as if it were going to pierce through the sky. The great sun burning heaven palm. Ye Feng's eyes shone with fiery red light as he raised his right palm, endless flames erupting from his palm, transforming into a giant flaming palm. With the enhancement of the flame divine seed, the power of the giant flaming palm was enough to break the heavens. At the moment the giant flaming palm was unleashed, the surrounding space shattered completely. The next moment, the golden blade phantom collided with the giant flaming palm, and the collision generated boundless energy, shattering the surrounding mountains for 100 miles. Even the protective formation of the Qingxia Sacred Land was not spared, as the protective array was instantly shattered, turning into a sea of energy light. Chapter 465. While performing acupuncture, Ye Feng was momentarily stunned by such provocative words. Why was this woman suddenly seducing him? Just as he was bewildered, Hua Qingxia had already leaned in with her luscious red lips, whispering emotionally, "Ye Feng, kiss me." The enchanting light in Hua Qingxia's charming eyes was soul-stirring. Unable to resist this provocation, Ye Feng directly took the initiative and kissed Hua Qingxia's beautiful lips domineeringly. Hua Qingxia's beautiful eyes widened, and soft moans occasionally escaped her lips. This sensation made her a bit infatuated, wanting to sink into it. Her spiritual power surged within, directly shaking off the silver needles on her jade body. Then, she pounced on Ye Feng, pinning him down. Seeing this, Ye Feng also took the opportunity to invade without reservation, since it was this woman who had actively seduced him, so he couldn't be blamed for it. Moreover, he had coveted this woman's proud figure for a long time. After an unknown amount of time, Ye Feng and Hua Qingxia finally parted their lips, but their postures remained extremely intimate. Ye Feng, was it fun? Hua Qingxia squinted and smiled, a pitiful expression appearing on her slightly flushed face. Chapter 466. Xiaoder. Are you looking at me so intently because you want to kneel down again? Ye Feng opened his eyes, stood up, looked at the entranced Hua Qingxia, and a mischievous smile appeared on his lips. You scoundrel, have you used this method to force other women before? A hint of blush appeared on Hua Qingxia's face, clearly recalling some shameful things. Hee, they were all willing. Ye Feng chuckled, then pounced on her. No, Hua Qingxia let out a delicate cry, looking up at the man in front of her with a mix of shame and anger. After Ye Feng's lesson, the two finally began to discuss serious matters. Scoundrel, there's only a month left until the Starfall secret realm opens. We should set off. Hua Qingxia pouted her red lips, shot him a glare, and slowly stood up. All right, we can indeed set off. Ye Feng nodded in agreement. Over the past few days, he had learned from Hua Qingxia that the Bodhi fruit had been gifted to her by a close sister. That woman was from the imperial Ji family, Ji Ruyan. Although they had no blood relation, they had experienced life and death together. Chapter 467. Let's go. Ye Feng held Hua Qingxia's jade hand and walked toward a nearby stall. My friend, everything in my stall is a good treasure. If you fancy something, I'll give you a discount. The stubbled man greeted them enthusiastically upon seeing the two approach. Xiao'er, since you become my woman, I naturally want to buy you a gift. Is there anything here that you like? Ye Feng said calmly, not specifically focusing on the black gold primordial divine stone. The stubbled man looked at the woman beside Ye Feng and secretly thought how fortunate Ye Feng was. Although he couldn't see her face clearly, just by her aura and figure, he knew she was likely an extraordinary beauty. How much for this sword? Hua Qingxia pointed to a deep blue long sword on the stall. This fairy has great taste. This sword is called the Sacred Sword of Azure Water. A top-grade sacred sword, extremely powerful. Moreover, it is the treasure of my stall, and I think it suits the fairy's aura very well. The stubble man explained with a smile. Not bad, I quite like it. Hua Qingxia bit her jade lips, pretending to look pleased. Chapter 468. As Zhao Hao's voice came out, Ye Feng's expression turned cold, and a glimmer of killing intent surfaced in his eyes. What if they were from the imperial Zhao family? Anyone who dared to touch his woman was seeking death. You too, come at me, and take off this woman's veil. Zhao Hao licked his lips, his eyes filled with fiery desire. Yes, young master. At his command, two guards behind him immediately erupted with the cultivation of the first level of the Emperor Martial Realm, charging toward Ye Feng and Hua Qingxia. A cold light flashed in Hua Qingxia's beautiful eyes as she unleashed the aura of the first level of the Emperor Martial Realm, clashing with the Zhao family guard who was attacking her with a palm. Boom! The clash of first-level Emperor Martial Realm experts stirred up a terrifying wave of energy nearby. Hua Qingxia and the Zhao family guard were evenly matched in their palm clash. However, Hua Qingxia's veil was blown away by the powerful energy wave, revealing a stunning beauty like a flower. So beautiful, Zhao Hao's pupils dilated, and he uncontrollably swallowed. Compared to this woman before him, the women he had been with before were nothing but common beauties. Only Jiru Yan from the Ji family can match her in appearance and figure. This makes him even more eager to possess this woman, especially since she is also at the Emperor Martial Realm. Having her as his personal maid would be perfect. Chapter 469. The Ji family of the Imperial clan in a fragrant boudoir. A stunning beauty with long black hair, cascading like a waterfall, and an ethereal aura sits quietly in front of a bronze mirror, grooming herself. Her features are breathtakingly beautiful, resembling a celestial being from a painting, making it impossible to look away at just one glance. This woman is Jiru Yan, whose name is well known among countless men even in the vast Starfall domain. Many sons of sacred places and even princes of imperial clans desire to catch a glimpse of her stunning beauty. Miss, news has arrived from the Heavenly Emperor Inn. At this moment, a pleasant young girl's voice comes from outside the room, reaching Jiru Yan's ears. Hearing this, Jiru Yan pauses slightly, and a smile that could captivate millions blooms on her enchanting face. She hasn't seen her dear sister for over a year and intended to groom herself before heading to the Qingxia sacred land to meet her and reminisce. Unexpectedly, her dear sister seems to have a telepathic connection with her. Got it, you can go now. Jiru Yan lightly purses her red lips, stands gracefully, and her elegant blue gown sways gently. Yes, miss. The maid outside the door, hearing the command, is about to leave when she suddenly remembers something. Chapter 470. Jiru Yan's soft blue hair drapes over her fragrant shoulders, and her face, which could bring nations to ruin, carries a hint of laziness and a smile, making her seem even more noble and alluring. The blue gown wraps around her curvy figure, unable to hide her proud silhouette, especially those peaks that seem ready to burst forth, too eye-catching. Beneath the blue gown are her hidden, creamy jade legs, with only her crystal-clear, delicate feet visible. Perfect enough to tempt anyone. Sister Qingxia, I've missed you so much. Jiru Yan looks at the enchanting Hua Qingxia, and a bright smile appears on her stunning face. She opens her jade arms and gives Hua Qingxia a big hug. However, she suddenly notices the man in the room, and her smile freezes, a hint of confusion appearing in her beautiful eyes. Yan, I missed you too, so I came to see you. Hua Qingxia greets her while embracing her enviable figure. Sister Qingxia, who is the man in this room? Jiru Yan slightly parts her red lips, her autumn-like eyes gazing at Ye Feng, who meets her gaze. Guess? Hua Qingxia releases her embrace, looking at Jiru Yan with a playful smile. Chapter 471. What good is it to be moved? My father has arranged a family marriage for me, and I'm quite troubled about it. Jiru Yan sighs lightly, a hint of helplessness appearing between her brows. Oh, who is your father arranging for you to marry? Hua Qingxia's beautiful eyes flash with curiosity. Anyone who can marry into the Ji family of the imperial clan must at least be from another imperial clan. Who else could it be? It's the Duanmu family. Jiru Yan sighs helplessly. Just the thought of marrying someone she doesn't like gives her a headache. Hua Qingxia shows a look of realization upon hearing this. Near the Heavenly Emperor city, besides the Ji family and the Zhao family, the only other imperial family is the Duanmu family. Unlike the Zhao family, the Duanmu family is a family of alchemists, with many imperial-grade alchemists in their clan, making them quite influential. Moreover, the ancestor of the Duanmu family obtained the formula for the Breaking Emperor pill a few years ago and successfully refined it, causing a huge sensation. It is known that a Breaking Emperor pill has a 70% chance of helping a peak Saint Martial Realm level 10 expert, that is, a half-step Emperor Realm expert, break through to the Emperor Martial Realm. Countless leaders and elders from ancient sacred places have gone to great lengths to curry favor with the Duanmu family in hopes of obtaining a Breaking Emperor pill. Chapter 472. Miss Yan, can I have a 9 Desolation bow back now? Ye Feng reminds her, observing how much she cherishes the bow. If it were any other imperial weapon, he might have given it away. But the 9 Desolation bow is not only a top-tier imperial weapon, but also holds special significance to him, so he cannot give it to anyone else. All right, I'll return it now. Jiru Yan smiles sweetly and hands the 9 Desolation bow over. Just as Ye Feng reaches for it, Jiru Yan suddenly pulls her hand back, and the 9 Desolation bow disappears from her hand, clearly entering her storage ring. Miss Yan, what does this mean? Ye Feng furrows his brows, unsure of what trick this woman is playing. Does she want to snatch the 9 Desolation bow right in front of him? Ye Feng, I heard you killed an expert at the Emperor Martial Realm. Jiru Yan's lips curl slightly upward, not responding, but instead asking back. Yes, since Miss Yan knows my strength. You should actively return the 9 Desolation bow to me. Ye Feng takes the initiative to remind her. If it weren't for the fact that Jiru Yan is a good friend of Hua Qingxia, he would have acted long ago. He is well aware of Jiru Yan's strength, which is at the peak of the Saint Martial Realm level 10. Chapter 473. Faced with Ye Feng's threat, Jiru Yan's eyelashes flutter slightly, and a hint of panic flashes in her shimmering eyes. Being so domineeringly pressed by a man, she cannot remain calm, but for some reason, she feels her heart racing and a fluttering sensation. Perhaps it is Ye Feng's shocking deeds that have filled her mind. The thought of marrying someone from the Duanmu family is even less appealing than giving in to this man, whom she doesn't mind and even feels a slight attraction towards. Once this thought arises in her mind, the panic in her eyes disappears, replaced by a focused gaze. Ye Feng, if you have the guts, take off my clothes today, and from now on, I'll cling to you. Yin exhales a breath of fragrance, playfully teasing Ye Feng. Woman, do you think I wouldn't dare? Ye Feng is angered. Her indifference to his threat makes him feel somewhat stuck. He can't really strip this woman, as Yin might cling to him afterward, which would be a headache. However, having issued such a harsh threat, he cannot back down now. Chapter 474. Brother Duanmu, please come in. I've been waiting for you. Ji Haoling greets warmly. He then turns his gaze to Duanmu Lin and praises him. No wonder you are Brother Duanmu's son. You are indeed a handsome talent, very well matched with Yu Yin. Uncle Ji, you flatter me. To marry Yu Yin is my honor. Duanmu Lin speaks humbly. Good. Ji Haoling nods in satisfaction and leads a group into the Ji family's territory. Yu Yin, were you waiting for me at the door? Duanmu Lin approached Ji Ruyin and couldn't help but ask. Back then, he was deeply captivated by Ji Ruyin's beauty at first sight and secretly vowed to marry her. As his Duanmu family's ancestors became more impressive, he felt he was about to win the beauty. No, Ji Ruyin replied coldly. She realized that facing Duanmu Lin was less preferable than lowering herself once more to actively seduce Ye Feng. Duanmu Lin smiled awkwardly, but didn't mind. In his view, Ruyin was just being coy. Oh, Ruyin, this beauty is... At this moment, Duanmu Lin carefully examined Hua Qingxia and was immediately attracted by her stunning beauty. Chapter 475. Of course it's real. Ye Feng, am Ji Ruyin's man. A smile that dimmed the heavens suddenly blossomed on Ji Ruyin's enchanting face. Duanmu Lin, seeing such a charming smile, couldn't help but be entranced. But he suddenly realized that this smile was not directed at him, but at Ye Feng. The woman he fancied had developed feelings for another man. Ruyin, isn't this imperial fire very tempting? Ye Feng directly sat down in Ji Ruyin's seat. Although sitting two people in one seat seemed a bit cramped, it made their postures more intimate. Ye Feng unceremoniously wrapped his arm around Ji Ruyin's slender waist, greedily inhaling the alluring fragrance on her. Previously, he had some reservations, but now they had all disappeared. He would never let the Duanmu family take her away. The imperial fire is indeed tempting, but my man. Ji Ruyin's delicate red lips leaned close to Ye Feng's ear and whispered, You are the one who makes Ruyin the most excited. Although being held like this by Ye Feng made her a bit uncomfortable, it was not unacceptable. After all, Ye Feng had taken advantage of her plenty before. Chapter 476. If there was anything of the most value in the Duanmu family, it was undoubtedly the break imperial pill formula. After all, the imperial fire could only benefit one person, while the break imperial pill formula could benefit the entire Duanmu family. Such a precious thing was actually in Ye Feng's hands. Father, I don't believe it. Is this fake? Duanmu Lin snatched the break imperial pill formula from his father's hands and looked over. Upon careful comparison, his body trembled. This formula was exactly the same as the one from his Duanmu family. Fake, this is fake. Duanmu Lin roared and then forcefully tore the formula in his hands to shreds. Young Master Duanmu, I have another formula here. Do you want to take a look and see if it's real? Ye Feng took out another formula from his storage ring, looking at Duanmu Lin as if he were a clown. This guy couldn't possibly think that tearing up a backup formula meant that the one in the Duanmu family's hands was the only one left. It's also fake. Everything in your hands is fake. Without even looking, Duanmu Lin snatched the formula from Ye Feng's hands again and tore it to pieces. Sigh, Uncle Ji, I originally wanted to use this break imperial pill formula as a betrothal gift to marry Ruyin, but unfortunately, it's been torn apart. Chapter 477. Ye Feng, can you get up? Ji Ruyin, seeing that only Ye Feng and Hua Qingxia were left in the great hall, gently opened her lips to remind him. She felt a strange emotion that made her a bit afraid. Get up? You're my woman. Why should I get up? Ye Feng openly held Ji Ruyin in his arms. Pulling her onto his lap, he gently played with her silky hair, inhaling the enchanting fragrance that wafted from her hair. This woman dared to say he was a man without guts. He had to teach her a lesson. Ye Feng, we're just acting. Ji Ruyin's eyelashes fluttered, her heart in turmoil, with a mix of anticipation, fear, and other emotions intertwined. She didn't dislike Ye Feng. In fact, she even admired and had feelings for him. However, they had only known each other for a short day, and they had already developed quite an intimate relationship. She felt she was being a bit frivolous. and if their relationship continued to deepen, she was afraid Ye Feng would look down on her. After easily obtaining her, he might not cherish her properly. Who said we were just acting? I never said that. Besides, I brought out the formula for the break imperial pill. Don't you know what I want? Chapter 478. Inside the Ye family's alchemy room, an old man dressed in an alchemist's robe was focused on refining pills. He was the only imperial-grade alchemist in the Ye family, Ye Chen. Ye Chen was not only a direct descendant of the Ye family, but also held a high position within the family. Suddenly, the sound of an exploding furnace echoed in the alchemy room, leaving Ye Chen covered in soot and looking frustrated. Just as he was about to clean up the alchemy room, Ji Haoling knocked on the door and walked in. Patriarch, did you call me for something? Ye Chen noticed someone entering, turned around, and asked. The marriage between Rian and the Duanmu family has been cancelled. Ji Haoling said with a stern face. Pretending to be serious. What? Does the Duanmu family lack sincerity? Ji Chun was taken aback. Nearly 90% of the Ji family's higher-ups had agreed to this matter. He had originally thought that after the marriage, he would consult a few highly skilled alchemists from the Duanmu family. Now, he wondered how he could still show his face. No, it was my own decision to cancel. Ji Haoling spoke truthfully. He was under great pressure for directly refusing the marriage with the Duanmu family. After all, the Ji family was not solely his domain, and there were people coveting his position as patriarch. Chapter 479. With Ye Feng's loud shout, the alchemy furnace shook violently, and colorful light enveloped the entire room, followed by a wave of fragrant pill aroma. As the colorful light dissipated, Ji Ruyin raised her gaze, and her eyes widened in shock, her delicate body trembling, as she let out an incredulous murmur. Break imperial pill. Ji Ruyin's cherry lips parted slightly as she stared blankly at the more than 10 break imperial pills floating out of the alchemy furnace, her eyes revealing a rich array of colors as she looked at Ye Feng. This man had actually managed to refine the break imperial pill, and he had produced more than 10 in one furnace. It was known that even the ancestors of the Duanmu family could not achieve such a quantity in one batch. Ye Feng collected the floating break imperial pills one by one into a jade bottle, leaving the last one in his hand, then turned his gaze toward Ji Ruyin. When he saw Ji Ruyin's delicate body drenched in fragrant sweat, his gaze paused slightly. He could even see the fair skin faintly visible beneath her green dress. Especially those two towering white peaks, which were particularly eye-catching, possessed a hazy and alluring beauty. Ye Feng walked forward, standing before Ji Ruyin, and locked eyes with her bright, autumn-like gaze. Chapter 480. Ye Feng's expression revealed a hint of realization upon hearing this. It turned out that Ji Haoling was worried that he would encounter trouble in the Starfall secret realm, being besieged by the Zhao family and the Duanmu family. Therefore, today he wanted to intimidate and win over this group. However, Ji Haoling's concerns were clearly unnecessary. Even if all the people from the Zhao and Duanmu families were at the Empyrean martial realm, he would not be afraid. But since this was Ji Haoling's good intention, he could not refuse. Silence. Ji Haoling looked at the noisy crowd and reminded them. He originally wanted to announce to everyone that Ye Feng was the son of the Divine Hall in Zhongzhou, but since Ye Feng had never claimed this himself, he was afraid of causing a blunder or even inciting Ye Feng's displeasure, so he had to resort to this alternative. As Ji Haoling's voice echoed, the leaders and ancestors of the major sacred places all quieted down. Among you 50, one of you will give up your spot to Ye Feng. Who among you is willing to voluntarily give it up? Ji Haoling asked the leaders and ancestors of the major sacred places. The Ji family had a total of 200 spots for the Starfall secret realm, and they were distributing 50 spots to the major sacred places. However, none of the leaders and ancestors were willing to give up their spots voluntarily. Ji Haoling was not surprised by this, and continued, in that case, you 50 will compete one by one to determine the weakest among you, who will then give up their spot. Chapter 481. Boom. Just as everyone was shocked, a surge of imperial might spread across the square. Everyone turned to look, and it turned out that the leader of the Quangsha sacred place had successfully broken through to the first level of the Empyrean martial realm. Ha, I've broken through. I've succeeded. The leader of the Quangsha sacred place laughed heartily, proudly like a rooster, looking at the several leaders of sacred places who had previously defeated him. He was not their match before, but now, relying on the breaking emperor pill bestowed by Ye Feng, he had successfully broken through and regained his face. The leaders and ancestors of the major sacred places looked at the Quangsha sacred places leader, who was so full of himself, with feelings of intense envy and jealousy. Their gazes turned to Ye Feng, their eyes flashing. "Young Master Yi, I'm not too convinced of you and would like to seek your guidance." At this moment, an ancestor of a sacred place who was half a step into the Emperor realm stood up. "Young Master Yi, although you are as graceful as a jade tree, perfectly matched with Miss Ji Ruyan, I still wish to ask for your advice." The leaders and ancestors of the major sacred places all vied to challenge Ye Feng. "Ha! You shameless old folks, if you have the ability, come challenge me." The leader of the Guangsha sacred place looked disdainfully at this group. Chapter 482. Both of their gazes fell on Ye Feng among the Ji family team, especially Zhao Tianhe. His gaze towards Ye Feng was filled with intense killing intent. After nearly a month of investigation, he had basically confirmed that Ye Feng did not have any significant background or power and was likely a loose cultivator from Zhongzhou. Such a person dared to kill his son Zhao Hao, which was tantamount to seeking death. However, Ye Feng seemed to have fooled the Ji family members completely, and if you want to deal with Ye Feng, it was better to unite with the Duanmu family. With this thought, his gaze shifted and landed on Duanmu Lei. "Brother Duanmu, I've heard that your son Duanmu Lin is supposed to marry Ji Ruyan. What's the matter? Has this fallen through, or is it still on?" Zhao Tianhe chuckled lightly, with a smile that clearly contained mockery. He was deliberately using provocation, fearing that the old man Duanmu Lei would be deceived by Ye Feng's false identity. "Brother Tianhe, why don't I see your son Zhao Hao? Has he perhaps died?" Duanmu Lei snorted coldly, unfazed in his sarcasm. Ever since the last time Ye Feng had ruined his good fortune, he had been gathering information about Ye Feng. Naturally, he was aware of the incident in Tiandi City where Zhao Hao was killed by Ye Feng. Chapter 483. Inside the Secret Realm. Accompanied by a surge of light, Ye Feng was transported to a vast forest. The ancient trees in this forest were thick and stood over 10 zhang tall, with dense branches and numerous forks, resembling a sea of green flowers, beautiful and spectacular. Ye Feng looked around the environment, searching for a direction to proceed. It should be known that one could only stay in the Starfall Secret Realm for 10 days. Once this time was exceeded, they would be teleported out. Therefore, he must find a Bodhi fruit within 10 days. "Miss Xianyuan, where do you think we should go?" Ye Feng asked. Regardless of spiritual power or experience in the secret realm, Xianyuan Nishang was definitely stronger than him. Therefore, asking her at this moment was undoubtedly the best choice. "Let's head east. It would be best to catch a demon beast to lead the way," Xianyuan Nishang replied. Both Shi and Ye Feng were visiting the Starfall secret realm for the first time and were unfamiliar with the area. The demon beasts living here for many years in the secret realm would likely have a thorough understanding of the situation. Hearing this, Ye Feng's eyes lit up slightly. This was indeed a good idea. He then flew eastward, hoping to encounter a powerful demon beast. Half an hour later, Ye Feng heard Xianyuan Nishang's voice again. Chapter 484. At the edge of the twisted forest. This seems to be the place. A man dressed in thunder-patterned robes looked at the mixed marshy forest ahead with some uncertainty. "It should be here. It matches the description given by the clan leader." Beside the thunder-patterned robed man stood another man dressed the same. Both were members of the Sikong family, and after spending 3 days in the secret realm, they had finally found the place referred to by the clan leader. "Be careful. It said that there are flower demons and tree spirits in this forest, which are extremely difficult to deal with." Sikong Chi reminded his companions Sikong and Humph, "If those flower demons and tree spirits dare to attack us, let them taste the power of thunder." Sikong and opened his palm, and a flash of thunder power shone forth. The 50 members of the Sikong family who entered the secret realm were all half-step Empyrean realm powerhouses who had suppressed their cultivation to the extreme. Upon entering the secret realm, their first task was to break through to the Empyrean martial realm. "Let's go in. We must complete the task assigned by the clan leader." Sikong Chi took a step forward, just as he was about to enter the twisted forest with Sikong, and his gaze suddenly turned back. Chapter 485. Damn. The Silver Moon Wolf looked at the suddenly surging human aura and couldn't help but curse. Its originally rushing figure came to an abrupt stop. Facing a second-level Empyrean martial realm human, it was definitely not a match. Ye Feng shot an unhappy glare at the Silver Moon Wolf beneath him, but at this moment, he had no mind to care about this coward. He stepped onto the back of the Silver Moon Wolf, and the firepower around him erupted like a volcanic explosion. "Great sun-burning heaven palm," Ye Feng shouted, and the domineering palm print pierced through the endless air currents, heading towards Sikong, and on the palm of Sikong, and Countless thunderbolts swirled, condensing into a giant thunder seal, clashing with Ye Feng in a fierce confrontation. Boom! As the thunder seal collided with the great sun-burning heaven palm, violent lightning and scorching flames intertwined wildly, producing terrifying energy fluctuations. The trees outside the twisted jungle were affected by the aftermath of their battle, with giant trees snapping and leaves flying, affecting an area of dozens of miles. At the moment of the clash with Ye Feng, Sikong An's expression changed slightly. He forcibly broke through the power erupted from the second level of the imperial martial realm. Yet he was still suppressed by his opponent. Following this, a terrifying force swept through his entire body, causing him to be knocked back by a single palm strike. Chapter 486. Inside the twisted jungle, ancient trees were abundant, and flowers and grass bloomed. A man and a wolf walked leisurely through the woods. The silver moon sky wolf carried Ye Feng on its back, its gaze vigilantly observing the surroundings. This twisted jungle was located in the central area of their world, with the greatest danger lying in the flowers, grass, and trees around them. These flowers, grass, and trees could very well be transformed by flower spirits or tree spirits, making them unpredictable. Back when he had just broken through to the imperial martial realm, he ventured into this twisted jungle and nearly got devoured by a tree spirit as nourishment. Ye Feng, on the wolf's back, scanned the surrounding environment and noticed that the life aura here was even more intense. However, apart from the rich life aura, some areas were also filled with marsh gas. Even a powerful being in the imperial martial realm would feel some discomfort inhaling this marsh gas. Walk faster. There's no need to be so cautious, Ye Feng urged, seeing the overly cautious silver moon sky wolf. He understood the wolf's concerns, but in the face of Xianyuan Nishang's powerful spiritual force, any flower spirits or tree spirits nearby would have nowhere to hide. The silver moon sky wolf responded verbally, but inwardly grumbled. After they delved 50 miles in, the silver moon sky wolf suddenly stopped, evidently sensing something ahead. Chapter 487. In a clearing within the twisted jungle, there was a team of 10 people. The leader was the stunning Ji Ruyan, exuding the aura of the first level of the imperial martial realm, with the top-grade breaking emperor pill given by Ye Feng. Her breakthrough was naturally smooth. As soon as she entered the Starfall secret realm, she found a safe place to break through and later encountered some members of the Ji family to travel together. Miss, this is the situation. A member of the Ji family, whom Ji Ruyan had just saved, recounted their escape experience. Upon hearing this, Ji Ruyan's face revealed a trace of seriousness. The Zhao family and Duamu family had actually joined forces, and there were over 20 of them, clearly stronger than they were. It wouldn't be wise to rescue the Ji family members at this time, as it might cost them their lives. Let's go. We should first unite with other members of the Ji family, and hopefully find Ye Feng, Ji Ruyan decided, biting her red lips. She now had an inexplicable confidence and admiration for this man. The members of the Ji family nodded in agreement, having witnessed Ye Feng's strength. Only by finding him could they hope to rescue the other Ji family members. Chapter 488. Duamu Lin took out a blood-burning pill and swallowed it without hesitation. Besides Duamu Lin, 3 others from the Duamu family also took out blood-burning pills and consumed them directly. Boom! The auras of 4 beings at the second level of the imperial martial realm erupted in the dense forest, their terrifying pressure causing the members of the Ji family present to change color. The Duamu family was acting recklessly. Ye Feng, you dog dare to steal my woman? Go die. Duamu Lin sneered, his eyes filled with vengeful killing intent. He had to personally cripple this guy. Surrounding Duamu Lin, the 4 of them unleashed their spiritual power, transforming it into green spear phantoms. The spears were sharp and emitted a rich life aura, as if they could pierce the heavens. Buzz. The spear phantoms suddenly radiated light, transforming into substantial, sky-piercing spears that surged towards Ye Feng. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes, raised his right palm, and slashed through the air, unleashing a blaze of power that formed a massive fire net, engulfing all the incoming spears. The fire net and spears intertwined, the 2 forces colliding violently, flames raging and spears endlessly materializing. Yet, Ye Feng's power was still superior. Under the enhancement of his strength, the enormous fire net resembled a raging beast, opening its abyssal mouth to devour all attacks. Chapter 489. Are you in a hurry? It'll be too late to be anxious when I send you on your way. Ye Feng sneered, effortlessly maneuvering around the five. Duan Lin was so furious he nearly lost control. However, as time passed, the auras of the four led by Duan Lin grew weaker. Even the residual waves of battle between Ye Feng and Zhao Jun were making them extremely uncomfortable. Zhao Jun realized the situation was unfavorable, gritted his teeth, and directly fled the battlefield. If he continued to stalemate, he wouldn't be able to escape later. Zhao Jun, you dog, come back here. Duan Lin roared in frustration. Seeing Zhao Jun abandon them and run away only made him more anxious. You took my Qian Kuan mirror and still want to escape? Ye Feng unleashed a domineering palm strike, heavily injuring the four of Duan Lin before chasing after Zhao Jun. What he had set his sights on, he wouldn't allow to slip from his grasp. Zhao Jun, seeing Ye Feng pursuing him, wore a gloomy expression. But with the Qian Kuan mirror in hand, he was confident he could fight while escaping without being killed by Ye Feng. You can rebound my attacks. But let's see how you can rebound this one. Ye Feng activated his soul power, directly using his own soul force to impact Zhao Jun's mind. Chapter 490. Ye Feng. Why did you bring me here? Ji Ruyan's eyes flickered as she was led by Ye Feng into an undisturbed part of the dense forest. She had just heard Ye Feng say he wanted her to bear several children, which made her heart race and create a sense of anticipation within her. What do you think, Ruyan? Ye Feng stopped, turned around, and embraced her slender waist. I don't know what you want to do. A faint blush appeared on Ji Ruyan's perfect face, her autumn-like beautiful eyes gazing intently at Ye Feng. Ruyan, like Xiao'er, you've learned to actively seduce me. Ye Feng smiled wickedly, appearing somewhat surprised, then extended his large hand, his smile growing even more intense. Ji Ruyan let out a soft hum, her body neither dodging nor retreating, allowing Ye Feng to invade. Instead, she leaned closer to Ye Feng's ear and compared, whose figure do you like more? Mine or Sister Qingxia's? Of course it's you. Ye Feng inhaled the faint fragrance from her hair, feeling a surge of infatuation. Ji Ruyan's eyes flashed with a hint of pain, but her heart was filled with joy. Even though she and Hua Qingxia were good sisters, she still hoped that Ye Feng would like her a little more. Chapter 491. Under Ye Feng's leadership, the group quietly followed the tree spirit and flower demon into the twisted jungle. After he joined up with Ji Hong and Inu Tianlang, they rescued a few members of the Ji family who had been captured by the Zhao and Duanmu families. Now their group had grown to 18 people. Along the way, Ye Feng, relying on Xian Yuan Ni Chang's perception, discovered some other flower demons and tree spirits. They transformed into an ancient tree and a vibrant flower, lurking on both sides of the jungle, waiting for Ye Feng and his companions to let their guard down. However, Ye Feng had already detected their presence and took the initiative, exterminating these flower demons and tree spirits. These flower demons and tree spirits never expected that a human could see through their disguise. Thus, Ye Feng and his companions followed for a day and a night, until noon the next day, when they discovered that the group of flower demons and tree spirits had stopped in their tracks. Let's go. We should be approaching the lair of the flower demons and tree spirits. Ye Feng's heart surged with excitement as he led Ji Ruyan and the others forward. However, when they were halfway there, a sudden sound of fighting came from ahead. When Ye Feng and his team arrived at the battlefield, they found that the flower demons and tree spirits they had been tracking were fighting with a group from the Sikong family. Chapter 492. Amidst the playful banter, Ye Feng led the Ji family team to keep up with the Sikong family team. The two groups delved deeper into the twisted jungle one after the other. As they got closer to the tree spirit's lair, they encountered some attacks and obstacles from tree spirits and flower demons along the way. However, the Ji family led by Ye Feng was formidable, and the overall strength of the Sikong family was even more powerful, specializing in thunder power, which somewhat restrained the tree spirits. The two teams coordinated quite well, and the journey was relatively smooth. After half a day's journey, they finally arrived at the outskirts of the tree spirit's lair. In front of them stood an immensely giant ancient tree, its roots intertwined, branches lush, exuding a strong life force. Surrounding the ancient tree were countless green nests woven from branches, resembling a magnificent palace. We're here. Sikong Jing stopped and turned to Ye Feng. Speaking lightly, her gaze towards Ye Feng was filled with astonishment. On the way here, she had witnessed Ye Feng's strength. Despite being at the 7th level of the Junwu realm, he was able to slay a tree spirit at the 1st level of the Diwu realm leaving her shocked. Chapter 493. Let's deal with him together. Sikong Jing's expression became slightly serious as she took out a pearl shining with thunder power from her storage ring. This was the Thunder Pearl, one of only 2 mid-grade imperial weapons of the Sikong family, possessing immense power capable of shattering all darkness. The moment the Thunder Pearl appeared, even Ye Feng couldn't help but glance over. He learned from the memories of the Sikong family members just how terrifying this Thunder Pearl was. It seemed that the Sikong family had truly invested heavily to obtain the Bodhi tree. Violent thunder power descended from the sky, as if drawn by the Thunder Pearl, transforming into clawing thunder dragons that tore through the void and struck directly at the tree spirit king. Seeing this, Ye Feng was also unwilling to show weakness. Flames flickered in his eyes as a silent fire lotus condensed in his palm, pushing towards the tree spirit king. Roar! The tree spirit king let out a deafening roar, its thick willow branches mercilessly whipping through the air like a divine dragon's tail, shaking the heavens and the earth. Boom! The willow branches clashed violently with the thunder, sending sparks flying. Despite Sikong Jing possessing the powerful Thunder Pearl, her cultivation was ultimately a bit lacking, and she struggled to inflict substantial damage on the peak level 2 Tree Spirit King. Chapter 494. Ye Feng, hand over that Bodhi tree. Sikong Jing did not pursue the Flower Demon King, her eyes fixed intently on Ye Feng. The members of the Sikong family stepped forward, surrounding Ye Feng and the Ji family. They knew Ye Feng was strong, but they also had their trump cards, so they weren't overly afraid of him. Moreover, the Bodhi tree was right in front of them, and they had to obtain it. Jiru, Yin, led the Ji family members to be on guard, warily watching the Sikong family. The atmosphere in the area suddenly became tense. Oh, what face do you have to ask me for the Bodhi tree? How much effort did you put into killing this tree spirit king? Ye Feng sneered and continued, if you just want some Bodhi fruits, I can give you some. He did not want to completely tear his face with the Sikong family. After all, pushing these people to the brink was indeed troublesome. However, asking him to hand over the Bodhi tree was absolutely impossible, as he was the one who killed the tree spirit king. The Sikong family wanted to pick up the bargain for free. It was not that easy. Ye Feng, I'll tell you the truth now. The reason my Sikong family entered this Starfall secret realm is for this Bodhi tree. Chapter 495. Boom. A sound of thunder echoed in the sky, its rumbling penetrating the thick clouds, as if the thunder god was roaring in anger. Sikong Jing held the Thunder Pearl, guiding the mysterious thunder from the heavens to fall, infusing this terrifying thunder power into the thunder battle array. Following this, a phantom figure filled with thunder power appeared above the heads of the Sikong family members. This figure was tall and mighty, looking down with disdain, holding the Thunder God hammer, contemptuously facing Ye Feng. Thunder God, roar. Under Sikong Jing's control, the phantom figure holding the Thunder God hammer smashed down towards Ye Feng, and wherever the thunder power passed, the space shattered, producing crackling explosion sounds. Ye Feng's gaze darkened as the Chinquan mirror in his hand shone brightly, absorbing all the violent thunder power. The thunder battle array formed by the 15 members of the Sikong family, combined with the mid-grade Imperial weapon Thunder Pearl, unleashed a power that even a third-level Diwu realm expert would have to avoid. Although he was strong, it would be difficult to block this attack without the Chinquan mirror. What? Sikong Jing was astonished to see Ye Feng actually block this strike, her beautiful eyes widening, a voice filled with disbelief escaping her lips. Chapter 496. In a dense forest, Ye Feng sat cross-legged, having consumed a Bodhi fruit and was undergoing a cycle of enlightenment. It should be noted that consuming a Bodhi fruit is generally done by peak experts at the 10th level of the Shengwu realm when they are about to break into the Diwu realm. Very few people, like Ye Feng, would consume it at the Junwu realm. This was simply a waste. Jiru Yin sat beside Ye Feng with the Chinquan mirror, protecting him from any disturbances by other beings. Her crystal-clear eyes gazed at his resolute face, filled with deep affection and endless longing. Uncertain how much time had passed, Ye Feng opened his sharp eyes, and a surge of energy from the 10th level of the Junwu realm erupted within him. Leaning against the Bodhi fruit, he broke through 2 small realms in succession, significantly increasing his strength. Another breakthrough? Jiru Yan's cherry-like lips parted in an O shape. When Ye Feng was at the 8th level of the Junwu realm, he could already contend with a 3rd-level Emperor Martial Realm expert. Now that he had reached the 10th level of the Junwu realm, his strength might even rival her father's. It's important to note that her father had cultivated for many years to reach the peak of the 4th level of the Emperor Martial Realm. And the man she admired was not yet 30 years old. It was simply terrifying. Chapter 497. 10th level of the Junmu Realm. Duanmu Lei's eyes widened, and upon sensing the aura from Ye Feng, he was shocked. It seemed that Ye Feng had gained some opportunities in the secret realm, but he was still a bit too young to challenge him. He gathered a raging flame in his palm and clashed against Ye Feng's palm. Boom! The two domineering palm strikes collided in the sky, stirring up an endless storm of flames. In the center of the flame storm, Duanmu Lei's expression suddenly changed drastically as he looked at Ye Feng in horror. How could this guy's power be so astonishing? In his shock, he was directly knocked back by a palm strike, his figure retreating several miles. What's going on? The people present were dumbfounded, frozen in place. The patriarch of the Duanmu family, personally teaching Ye Feng a lesson, actually suffered a loss. This was simply unbelievable, especially for the members of the Duanmu family. They looked as if they had seen a ghost. Their patriarch was a peak expert at the 4th level of the Emperor Martial Realm, renowned in this vast starfall domain. How could he not be Ye Feng's opponent? He must have just underestimated him. Ye Feng, Duanmu Lei, coughed up blood, looking at his slightly trembling right hand, no longer exuding the past dominance and power, only an incomprehensible shock. Chapter 498. Eat my 9 tribulation, thunder finger. Ye Feng's fingertips sparkled with lightning as the thunderous finger light pierced through the void, reaching Duanmu Lei's chest. Duanmu Lei let out a howl, urging the flame gourd to condense a flame barrier in front of him. But this 9 tribulation thunder finger, empowered by the thunder pearl, was astonishingly powerful, directly penetrating Duanmu Lei's defenses and leaving a bloody hole in his chest. Duanmu Lei's face turned pale as he groaned in pain. This finger almost pierced his heart. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would have already become a corpse. This waste. Sikong cursed under his breath, his expression becoming serious. Ye Feng's strength was even stronger than he had anticipated, making him feel somewhat tricky. Thunderblade technique. Sikong can let out a strange cry, swinging the Thunder War Blade to unleash more than 10 streaks of lightning. Each streak of lightning was enough to severely injure a 4th level Emperor Martial Realm expert. Ye Feng activated the Thunder Pearl, blocking all of Sikong Kan's attacks. Then he ignored Sikong Kan and continued to charge at Duanmu Lei. Today he would make this old dog perish here. Die for me, Ye Feng shouted, his voice like thunder, shaking the surroundings. Chapter 499. Ye Feng. The foundation of my Sikong family is not something you can shake. Sikong Kan sneered. Even if he were to perish here today, many from the Sikong family who had come with him had already fled. This news would definitely reach his Sikong family's ancestor, who would surely avenge him. Ye Feng, uninterested in wasting words with him, directly pointed out, and the terrifying finger light pierced through Sikong Kan's body. Boom! Under this powerful finger, Sikong Kan's body exploded, turning into a cloud of blood mist. The onlookers were all shocked to see Sikong Kan fall. He was a 5th level Emperor Martial Realm expert. Especially for those from the Zhao family, who were entangled by the Ji family and unable to escape, they were utterly terrified. Now that Duanmu Lei and Sikong Kan could no longer stop Ye Feng, to them, Ye Feng was like a reaper. Hua Qingxia and Jiru Yin looked at Ye Feng's tall figure, their hearts trembling. Especially Hua Qingxia. Her man had only entered the Starfall secret realm for 10 days, and after coming out, he had become so terrifying. He could even kill a 5th level Emperor Martial Realm expert, which left her utterly shocked. Ji Haoling, let me go. If I die, there will definitely be an unending war between my Zhao family and your Ji family. Chapter 500. Nephew, isn't this too risky? Although Duanmu Lei is dead, the foundation of the Duanmu family is still strong. Especially the ancestor of the Duanmu family, Duanmu Xiong. That old man's strength is at the peak of the 5th level of the Emperor Martial Realm, even stronger than Sikong Kan. Ji Haoling earnestly advised. He didn't want to see Ye Feng take risks. It's important to know that if Duanmu Xiong merges with the Emperor Fire, he might break through to the 6th level of the Emperor Martial Realm. Uncle Ji, it's fine. I have my own means. You just need to take Ru Yin and Qingxia back to the Ji family. Ye Feng smiled slightly, his tone resolute. The people of the Duanmu family were mostly fire element cultivators, and he was least afraid of them. Even though the other side had the advantage in numbers, he still had the supreme Emperor weapon, the 9 Desolation Bow, which he had yet to use. Moreover, he was also thinking about reclaiming the Emperor Fire to further enhance his cultivation. All right then, just be careful. Ji Haoling saw that his persuasion was ineffective and could only agree to Ye Feng's plan, taking Ji Ruyin and Hua Qingxiao back to the Ji family. However, he planned to return to the Ji family and summon the ancestor to support Ye Feng. Since they had already offended the Duanmu family, they might as well go all out and aim to eliminate the Duanmu family. Chapter 501. Wow. Such arrogant words reached the ears of the Duanmu family, causing the entire Duanmu family to boil over. The Duanmu family was an imperial clan. How many experts feared them, even seeking to curry favor with them? But now Ye Feng not only killed their patriarch and young patriarch, but also came to their door, demanding their ancestor to bring the Emperor Fire out. This was simply the height of arrogance. They were completely riding on the neck of the Duanmu family. This is too much. Call for the ancestor to take action and kill this thief Ye Feng. A member of the Duanmu family turned red with anger, unable to contain himself. Call for the ancestor to take action and kill this thief Ye Feng. Call for the ancestor to take action and kill this thief Ye Feng. The members of the Duanmu family knelt down one by one, pleading, as only the ancestor had the strength to kill Ye Feng. This Ye Feng had already paved his path to death. Duanmu Xiong's face was terrifyingly dark. A terrifying pressure from the 6th level of the Emperor Martial Realm enveloping the entire Duanmu family. Sensing this horrifying aura, the Duanmu family members revered him like a deity. Their ancestor had broken through, and Ye Feng was doomed. Boom! Accompanied by the rising aura of the 6th level of the Emperor Martial Realm, Duanmu Xiong flew out of the conference hall, heading to capture Ye Feng. Chapter 502. Duanmu Xiong retracted all his fiery aura, and instead, green light spread around him. As an alchemist, he primarily practiced fire techniques, but also cultivated wood attribute techniques. Although their power was slightly inferior to fire attribute techniques, they should be sufficient to deal with Ye Feng. Ye Feng, you will die. Duanmu Xiong shouted coldly, stepping into the void, where green poisonous snakes materialized around him. These green snakes flicked their tongues, their eyes shining with a cold light, rushing towards Ye Feng like a swarm of locusts. This old man has actually sensed something. Ye Feng's expression became slightly serious, but he showed no fear and took out the Thunder Pearl to activate it. Boom! Terrifying lightning struck around Ye Feng, and under the guidance of the Thunder Pearl, purple lightning transformed into giant thunder nets, enveloping the green poisonous snakes like a swarm of locusts. Boom! With the collision of the two forces, a massive sound erupted in the void, and the surrounding space shattered like a spider web under the impact of this terrifying power. This is a mid-grade Emperor weapon. Duanmu Xiong's gaze sharpened, shocked that Ye Feng possessed such a treasure. However, the previous attack also confirmed his suspicion. As long as he did not use fire attribute power to attack Ye Feng, he had a chance to kill him. Chapter 503. Duanmu Xiong's pupils contracted violently, and even his body trembled slightly, clearly feeling the power of the 9 Desolation Bow in Ye Feng's hands. Ji Haoling and the Ji family ancestor both showed incredulous expressions. The power of this Emperor weapon was definitely far superior to the mid-grade Emperor weapon in the hands of the Zhao family ancestor. It was very likely a supreme Emperor weapon, which made them feel increasingly terrified about Ye Feng's true identity. It should be noted that even among the experts of the immortal martial realm, most of them could not possess a supreme Emperor weapon. Ye Feng's background was even more frightening than they had imagined. Ye Feng drew the bowstring and shot an arrow capable of tearing through the void. Buzz! As this arrow, imbued with a strong intent to kill, pierced through the void, the surrounding space twisted completely. Duanmu Xiong looked at the incoming arrow, his scalp instantly numbing, and his pupils shrinking. However, at this critical moment, his reaction was also extremely swift. Block it for me. Duanmu Xiong gritted his teeth, channeling all his spiritual power, and placed the Shinnong Ding horizontally in front of him. The next moment, a thunderous explosion erupted in the void, and the terrifying shockwave nearly knocked everyone nearby off their feet. Chapter 504. Ji family. Inside a room, Ye Feng sat cross-legged on the bed, bathed in flames, as he was currently merging with the Emperor Fire. Yesterday, when he led the Ji family members to the Zhao family, he found that there was not a single person left in the Zhao family's territory. They had all fled in fear of his reputation. This left him somewhat helpless and worried, but there was nothing he could do, so he led everyone back to the Ji family. The first thing he did upon returning to the Ji family was to merge with the Emperor Fire to enhance his strength. Suddenly, an aura of the holy martial realm burst forth in the room. Huh. Ye Feng opened his eyes and exhaled lightly. After merging with the Emperor Fire, his strength had once again increased, reaching the first level of the holy martial realm. Now, even when facing the ancestor of the Sekong family, he showed no signs of fear. It should be noted that he was able to fight with Duanmu Xiong previously because he possessed the Fire Divine Seed, which prevented Duanmu Xiong from unleashing his true power. Otherwise, dealing with a 6th-level Emperor Martial Realm expert relying solely on his own strength would not be so easy. The Zhao family must be eradicated, and the Sekong family would probably not let this go easily. Ye Feng got up from the bed, murmuring to himself. However, with the Zhao family gone and the Sekong family being relatively far from the Ji family, this matter could only be temporarily set aside. Chapter 505. Faced with such a passionate request, how could Ye Feng refuse? He directly embraced the alluring figure. Ji Ruyan's eyelashes fluttered gently, and soft murmurs escaped her lips as her beautiful eyes gazed dreamily at the man before her. Ruyan, since you want to have my children, then I will let you have several. Looking at Ji Ruyan's stunning appearance, Ye Feng's heart raced, and he tore off her obstructive dress. 3 hours later, the Ji family's conference hall had turned into a scene of chaos. The members of the Ji family were aware of what was happening inside and were considerate enough not to disturb them, even setting up a simple soundproof formation to ensure they could be unrestrained. Before long, Ye Feng, holding Ji Ruyan and Hua Qingxia's delicate hands, walked out of the conference hall, just in time to encounter Ji Haoling and others who were wandering outside. Ji Ruyan and Hua Qingxia exchanged glances upon seeing so many members of the Ji family waiting outside, their faces slightly flushed. However, this experience had deepened their relationship, as they had seen each other at their most vulnerable moments. Ye Feng greeted them as if nothing had happened. Uncle Ji, has the Bodhi tree been planted? Chapter 506, Ji Family. Here, this is the medicinal material for the Emperor Extreme Pill, Ji Ruyan said, extending her delicate hand to hand over the materials her father had given her to Ye Feng. Ye Feng took it, and his expression became serious. He had been indulging in tenderness for days, and it was time to get back to business. He then took out the alchemy furnace and placed the materials on the messy floor, preparing to refine the Emperor Extreme Pill. In the room, Hua Qingxia and Ji Ruyan sat on either side of Ye Feng, quietly watching him refine the pills. Rise! Ye Feng clapped his hands, and flames ignited in the alchemy furnace, with various medicinal materials flying into the furnace. Then, under his control, waves of heat began to rise from the furnace. As time passed, the heat gradually transformed into the fragrance of pills, indicating that the pills were about to take shape. Open! Seeing the timing was right, Ye Feng shouted, and the alchemy furnace emitted brilliant light. Under the watchful eyes of Ji Ruyan and Hua Qingxia, 10 Emperor Extreme pills appeared before them, leaving the 2 women slightly stunned. The difficulty of refining the Emperor Extreme Pill was evidently greater than that of the Breaking Emperor Pill, yet it seemed effortless for Ye Feng. Ruyan, Qingxia, here are the Emperor Extreme Pills, 1 for each of you. Chapter 507. Arrogant. Let's take him down together. Tuoba Yun shouted coldly, stepping over the clouds beneath him and charging at Ye Feng. Such a powerful emperor weapon must belong to him. Sekong Zhen and Zhao Tianqi also rushed out, heading straight for Ye Feng, with terrifying emperor martial power radiating through the void. Facing the 3 powerful figures attacking from different directions, Ye Feng's expression remained calm as water. He drew back his bowstring, conjuring 3 powerful arrows. The arrows were interwoven with thunder and flames, containing shocking energy. Buzz! As the bowstring trembled, arrows interwoven with thunder and flames shot out like meteors, piercing through the clouds and twisting the void, aimed at Zhao Tianqi, Sekong Zhen, and Tuoba Yun. Especially the arrow aimed at Zhao Tianqi was the most powerful. Break it! Sekong Zhen and Tuoba Yun shouted in unison, revealing their peak 6th-level strength in the Emperor Martial Realm. One summoned the power of thunder, while the other gathered thick clouds, clashing with the incoming arrow. Boom! A huge roar echoed across the sky, and under the shocked gazes of the crowd, the 2 were directly knocked back. Sekong Zhen and Tuoba Yun's expressions suddenly darkened. The power of this arrow clearly exceeded their expectations. Chapter 508. A full 100 Emperor Martial Realm powerhouses launched a fierce attack, but within less than half an hour, They were all slain by Ye Feng alone. Such terrifying strength was enough to instill fear in everyone in the Starfall domain. Ji Haoling and the ancestral elders of the Ji family had just broken through after consuming the Emperor Extreme pill given by Ye Feng. Just as they were about to help Ye Feng, they saw only one figure standing in the void. After inquiring, they learned that the 3 great imperial clans attacking the Ji family had all perished at the hands of Ye Feng. Ji Haoling and the ancestral elder of the Ji family exchanged glances, left speechless in shock. They had undergone immense pressure to break through to their realms, only to find out upon exiting that their help wasn't needed at all, leaving them stunned for quite a while. Uncle Ji, although the Zhao family, Sikong family, and Tuoba family have all been destroyed, it's best to completely eradicate them. I'll leave this matter to you. At this moment, Ye Feng landed on the ground, showing no mercy towards the 3 great imperial clans. If it weren't for his overwhelming strength, the Ji family would have surely been bathed in blood today. All right, I just broke through to the 5th level of the Emperor Martial Realm and was looking for someone to teach a lesson. Ji Haoling clenched his fists, a sharp glint in his eyes. Chapter 509. In the Demon God Domain, Tianyao City. One day, a black-haired young man arrived outside Tianyao City. It was Ye Feng. After teaching Ji Rian a lesson that day, he bid farewell to the Ji family. Ji Rian and Hua Qingxiao were reluctant to part with Ye Feng and wanted to accompany him to the Demon God Domain, but he refused them. It is known that among the 10 domains on the outskirts of Zhongzhou, the overall strength of the Starfall domain is the weakest, while the overall strength of the Demon God domain ranks among the top 3. Ji Rian and Hua Qingxiao were both stunning beauties. Taking them along would definitely cause some trouble. Moreover, this time he was heading into the Beast Mountain Range, which was filled with powerful Emperor Martial Realm beasts. Even he could run into trouble there. Let us enter the city first. Ye Feng looked up at the towering walls of Tianyao City and walked in. He needed to rest for a while in Tianyao City and find a map of the Beast Mountain Range, which would make it easier for him to locate the Ice Phoenix with the Divine Phoenix bloodline within. Hey, stop. As soon as Ye Feng walked through the city gate, he was stopped by 2 guards at the entrance. Is there something wrong? Ye Feng paused and looked towards the source of the voice, seeing 2 silver-armored guards. Chapter 510. Hearing Ye Feng's words, Nan Gongying was slightly taken aback, her eyes flashing with a hint of shock and disappointment. Among their group, she was the only one at the Saint Martial Realm, while the rest were all at the Emperor Martial Realm. Nan Gongyin had reached the peak of the 4th level of the Emperor Martial Realm, making him the strongest in their group. Even Guqi had a cultivation level of the 2nd level of the Emperor Martial Realm. With your cultivation level, entering the Beast Mountain Range might mean you won't come back. Nan Gongyin kindly warned. Thank you for the reminder, miss, but I have my own measures. Ye Feng smiled, clearly not taking her words to heart. Uncle Yun, give him a map, and as for the spirit crystals, there's no need. Seeing that he was determined to go, Nan Gongying stopped trying to persuade him. However, she muttered somewhat angrily, this lady does not accept money from dead people. In her view, if Ye Feng entered the Beast Mountain Range, he would definitely die. Though her voice was soft, Ye Feng still heard it, leaving him with a dark expression. He realized the girl was only trying to be kind, and he didn't bother to argue or explain. Ye Feng, here's the map of the Beast Mountain Range. Take care of yourself. Nan Gongyin took out a map and handed it to Ye Feng. Clearly, he thought Ye Feng's actions were somewhat foolish. Chapter 511. Guqi's gaze shook. The young man on the back of the 9 nether white tiger was actually the Ye Feng he had looked down upon before. Now, the other was sitting on the back of the 9 nether white tiger, exuding an imposing aura that made others envious, filling him with a strong sense of jealousy and admiration. Nan Gongyin also spotted Ye Feng's figure, his eyes flashing with surprise and realization. No wonder this person had ignored their advice before. It turned out he had a 9 nether white tiger as a mount. Moreover, this 9 nether white tiger could kill a 4th level dark magic dragon, showcasing its terrifying strength. Oh, it's you guys. What a coincidence. Ye Feng greeted the people from the Nangong family beside the corpse of the dark magic dragon. He had a good impression of this group, except for a few individuals. Brother Ye Feng, can I ride on a 9 nether white tiger? Nan Gongying twirled her twin ponytails and approached the 9 nether white tiger, staring at Ye Feng with longing in her eyes. Roar! The 9 nether white tiger let out a roar at Nan Gongying, and a powerful sound wave directly knocked her back. As a dignified Emperor Martial Realm beast, it was not something just anyone could ride. Little White, I see you're itching for a fight. Huh? Ye Feng narrowed his eyes and warned the 9 nether white tiger beneath him. Chapter 512. Ye Feng saw that the others were unaware and didn't ask further. With so many Emperor Martial Realm beasts in the Beast Mountain range, he believed that he could catch one, and that eventually, one would know the whereabouts of the Ice Phoenix. Just as Ye Feng was eating meat heartily, he suddenly frowned and looked towards the east. He saw more than a dozen figures rapidly approaching them. This group was wearing matching deep blue uniforms, with a snowflake emblem printed on them, symbolizing their identity. Mercenaries. Ye Feng observed the fierce aura of this team and vaguely guessed their identity. In the Beast Mountain range, mercenaries were abundant. They made a living by hunting beasts and even plundering the wealth of others. Nangong Yun's expression changed slightly upon seeing the attire of this group, clearly recognizing their identity. Blizzard Mercenary Corps. There were some powerful Imperial-level mercenary groups in Tianyao City, and the Blizzard Mercenary Corps was one of them, especially the leader of the Blizzard Mercenary Corps, who possessed peak 8th-level strength in the Emperor Martial Realm, instilled fear in countless people. Young Captain, we've encountered a team. Shui Junyan reminded the elegantly dressed man beside him. He was the captain of the Blizzard Mercenary Corps, possessing a cultivation level of the 6th tier of the Emperor Martial Realm. Chapter 513. Nangong Yun, Nangong Ying, Gucci. And others looked at Ye Feng's figure in shock. To crush a 4th-tier Emperor Martial Realm individual with a single punch was undeniably terrifying. However, this also gave them a glimmer of hope for survival. Shui Qingchun and Shui Junyan exchanged glances, their eyes showing a hint of caution. The two who had just died were quite formidable even among the 4th-tier Emperor Martial Realm, having shed the blood of many in the same realm. Yet, in the hands of this young man, who only exuded the aura of the 3rd tier of the Sacred Martial Realm, they were merely killed with a punch. This scene greatly impacted their hearts. Friend, this is a misunderstanding. Let's end this matter here and leave now, Shui Junyan said, shaking his head at Shui Qingchun, clearly lacking full confidence in subduing Ye Feng. Shui Qingchun's expression darkened, and he said nothing more. The Blizzard Mercenary Corps had always bullied the weak. When encountering an enemy of unknown strength, they were always cautious. There was no need to take such risks for some resources and women. Upon hearing this, Nangong Yin was greatly surprised. Ye Feng had only made a slight move, yet he had frightened the Blizzard Mercenary Corps team, which was even more effective than his own Nangong family status. Chapter 514. After Ye Feng left the area where the Nangong family team was located, he rode the 9 nether white tiger deeper into the monster Beast Mountain range. Along the way, he would inquire about every Emperor Martial Realm monster he encountered. These Emperor Martial Realm beasts were proud and hostile towards humans, naturally unwilling to cooperate with Ye Feng. However, after being beaten by Ye Feng, these Emperor Martial Realm monsters became obedient, telling him everything they knew. Thus, after several days of investigation, Ye Feng finally learned the location of the Ice Phoenix's territory, the Divine Phoenix Mountain. Ye Feng arrived at the outskirts of the Divine Phoenix Mountain, which was the nesting place of the Ice Phoenix. Young master, I brought you here. Can I leave now? The 9 nether white tiger asked cautiously, when Ye Feng took him as a mount. He promised that he would let him go once he found the Ice Phoenix's territory. All right, you can go, Ye Feng said as he dismounted from the 9 nether white tiger's back. Since he had promised, he would naturally fulfill his commitment. The 9 nether white tiger felt relieved and bid farewell to Ye Feng before leaving. He knew Ye Feng was strong, but the Ice Phoenix's strength was also formidable. Ye Feng wanting to obtain the Ice Phoenix's blood would surely provoke her. Chapter 515. Think about how noble the bloodline of Feng Qinxue is. Her ancestor was an ancient divine phoenix, one of the rulers of this world in ancient times. Although she did not completely inherit her ancestor's bloodline, possessing only a quarter of it, this bloodline power made her stand out among many powerful monster bloodlines. Only a few extremely rare, powerful monster clans could boast a bloodline power more noble than hers. Today, however, a human wanted her blood, which was undoubtedly a provocation. Bai Xian'er blinked her beautiful eyes, staring at Ye Feng in disbelief. This human was quite capable, but his tone was even greater. Blood is extremely important to them. The monster beasts, if they lose too much blood, their future achievements will be diminished unless they have rare heavenly treasures to make up for the loss. However, such rare treasures are extremely hard to find, even for those in the immortal martial realm or even the divine martial realm. Feng Qinxue, your blood is indeed precious, but I have something that can make your bloodline even purer. After the exchange, You will have gained a great advantage, Ye Feng said, his brow furrowing as he patiently explained. His actions were indeed somewhat offensive, and it was understandable for the woman to react this way. Chapter 516. Upon hearing those suggestive words, Ye Feng's gaze once again assessed by Xian'er from top to bottom. This woman's alluring figure could indeed stir the most primal desires in a man's heart. Moreover, by Xian'er and the proud Feng Qinshue likely had some grievances. Otherwise, they wouldn't have fought previously, and he might be able to take advantage of that. I need a mount. How about it? If you perform well enough, I can make your bloodline power even purer, definitely surpassing that woman Feng Qinshue, Ye Feng said, a slight smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Since this woman wanted something from him, she naturally had to pay a price. A mount? Bai Xian'er's enchanting face slightly stiffened, and then a hint of anger appeared on her stunning face. Her true form was the colorful heavenly Yin Python. Although it was somewhat inferior to the ice crystal divine phoenix bloodline, it was still one of the renowned bloodlines among the vast monster beast bloodlines. Yet this human in front of her actually wanted to ride her as a mount. If you don't want to, then just pretend I didn't say anything, Ye Feng frowned, sensing the temperature around him drop. It seemed this woman was getting angry. Chapter 517, bang. Bai Xian'er's body smashed through the ancient tree and fell to the ground. She looked up at Ye Feng, her eyes filled with shame and anger. This human's strength had once again exceeded her expectations. But the price of losing would be to become this human's mount, to be ridden for an entire year. How could she accept that? Colorful scales, Bai Xian'er exclaimed, activating her bloodline divine ability as a monster beast. This divine ability was an innate power of monster beasts and one of the strongest attack moves for most of them. Surrounding Bai Xian'er were flashes of blue, yellow, red, black, and white, 5 colors intertwined and eventually condensed into a patch of colorful snake scales. The scales shone brightly, containing a heart-stirring power. Whoosh! The snake scales shot through the air, approaching Ye Feng at lightning speed. Ye Feng's expression grew serious. The power of this attack was definitely not to be underestimated. Lightning and flames surged from his hands, and then he clasped them together, forming a 2-colored lotus flower. Break for me, Ye Feng shouted, pushing the 2-colored lotus flower towards the colorful snake scales. Boom! When the two forces collided, a tremendous roar echoed through the sky, shaking the eardrums painfully. Chapter 518. The word master seemed to carry a magical power, causing Ye Feng's heart to skip a beat. This woman was trying to please him, but he still preferred the rebellious demeanor Bai Xian'er had shown earlier. Do you know what it means to be my mount? Ye Feng asked, looking down at Bai Xian'er with meaningful eyes. Xian'er doesn't know. Bai Xian'er's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of panic as she sensed the fiery gaze of Ye Feng, as if he wanted to devour her. She had just been intoxicated by the joy brought by the enhancement of her bloodline power, and only now realized that her actions to please this human were somewhat excessive. Don't you know that your appearance and figure are hard to resist? Ye Feng leaned closer to Bai Xian'er's luscious lips, smiling slightly. Their lips were merely half a foot apart. With a slight lean, Ye Feng could kiss those tender lips. I only agreed to be your mount, but I did not consent to you touching my body. Bai Xian'er's body leaned back slightly, and the serpent tail, wrapped around Ye Feng's waist, loosened. She really wanted that mysterious blood, but that did not mean she would sell her body. Chapter 519. Since you want to fight, I will fulfill your wish. Feng Qinshue's icy voice rang out. Since Bai Xian'er and Ye Feng had teamed up to confront her, they must be plotting to obtain her blood essence. But she was not someone to be bullied. As Feng Qinshue's voice fell, her crystal-like jade feet lightly tapped the void. Soaring into the air, a pair of ice-blue phoenix wings flapped, creating a terrifying ice and snowstorm. The storm swept in, snowflakes fluttering, and the temperature in the air plummeted, as if falling into an ice cave, bone-chillingly cold. Bai Xian'er, with her serpent tail shaking, flew into the air, radiating colorful light, confronting the incoming ice storm. In the midst of the storm, Bai Xian'er's giant snake swung its tail, shattering the void and stirring endless winds and clouds. This woman's strength seemed to be a bit stronger. Feng Qinshue narrowed her icy eyes, observing the colorful glow surrounding Bai Xian'er, a hint of suspicion flashing in her gaze. She faintly sensed a trace of bloodline suppression from the other party, though not strong. It was something she had never encountered before. Boom! Feng Qinshue and Bai Xian'er erupted into an earth-shattering battle on Shenfeng Mountain, exchanging dozens of blows, both seemingly fighting with genuine intensity. The surrounding mountains were affected by the battle of the two women, flattened to the ground. Chapter 520. Didn't the master just ride over on me? If you want to change your riding method, Xian'er has no room to resist. Bai Xian'er blinked, saying something quite ambiguous. The reason she was so bold was that she sensed signs of a breakthrough. She had been at the peak of the 8th level of the Imperial Martial Realm for many years. Now, having obtained mysterious blood, enhancing her bloodline power, and having fought and won against Feng Qianxue, her state of mind had elevated and everything was falling into place. Within 3 days, she would surely break into the 9th level of the Imperial Martial Realm. By then, if Ye Feng wanted to force her into unwanted actions, she could completely resist with her own strength. Ye Feng shot a warning glare at Bai Xian'er, signaling her to be quiet, then turned his gaze to Feng Qianxue, calmly saying, "Feng Qianxue, I hope you can consider this carefully. Such an opportunity may only come once. You would want to be constantly overshadowed by Bai Xian'er, would you?" Upon hearing this, Feng Qianxue's eyes flickered, her heart stirred, but she found it hard to swallow her pride. Just as she hesitated on how to respond, a mocking voice came from behind the three. "Oh, there are actually 2 8th-level Imperial Martial Realm Great Demons here, and they are so stunning. I'm sure the young master will be very pleased." Chapter 521. The strong ones from the Dongwang family never expected that this young man they looked down upon not only possessed strength that made them treat him with extreme caution, but also revealed a top-grade Imperial weapon, the power of which nearly scared him into submission. Ye Feng pulled the bowstring into a full moon. An arrow formed from the vast power of the wilderness already on the string. Whoosh! The arrow of wild power shot through the air, like an ancient giant beast trampling through the void. No! The Dongwang family's strong man turned pale, devoid of any color, clearly sensing the immense power contained in that arrow. He could not block this arrow. He was going to die. The next moment, a loud boom echoed through the void, and the 8th-level Imperial Martial Realm strongman from the Dongwang family was shot dead by an arrow, falling on the spot. The power of the top-grade Imperial weapon displayed terrifying might at that moment. Bai Xian'er and Feng Qianxue were inexplicably shaken. They had no idea Ye Feng possessed such a terrifying Imperial weapon. If he had used it against them earlier, they would have had no chance of winning. This damn guy. Bai Xian'er gritted her teeth in anger, realizing that she had no chance of winning in the previous bet. Ye Feng simply wanted to use her as a mount. Chapter 522. Get away from me. The Dongwang staff swung through the air. Thousands of staff shadows sweeping in all directions, yet still unable to break through the encirclement of the three. This made his heart sink to the bottom. The next moment, the expression of Dongwang Ji suddenly changed as he saw Bai Xian'er's colorful serpent tail swing toward him, entangling the golden staff in his hand, rendering him unable to break free. Good opportunity. Ye Feng's eyes flickered, thinking to himself. Following that, the 9 wilderness bow in his hand shone brightly. An arrow condensed with all his strength, piercing through the void, heading straight for Dongwang Ji. Dongwang Ji revealed a ferocious and unwilling expression, having to abandon the golden staff. He brought his palms together, forming a golden ancient bell to block in front of him. Bang! The terrifying arrow, carrying immense power, struck the golden ancient bell. The golden ancient bell shook violently, emitting a loud sound that echoed throughout Shinfeng Mountain. However, after a series of battles, the spiritual power within Dongwang Ji had already diminished from its previous strength. After a brief standoff, the golden ancient bell shattered, and the ancient arrow continued to shoot toward Dongwang Ji, clipping a few strands of his hair. Close call. Dongwang Ji's heart raced. That arrow had nearly passed through his scalp. Had he not reacted quickly and dodged slightly, he would have been severely injured by that arrow. Chapter 523. Oh? It seems you really wish for Feng Qianxue to meet the same fate as you. Ye Feng pinched Bai Xian'er's alluring face, smiling slightly. He seemed to understand the woman's thoughts. Bai Xian'er felt somewhat displeased by Ye Feng's teasing. No one had ever pinched her face like that before. Just as she was about to struggle, she suddenly caught a familiar scent at the tip of her nose. One that was very similar to the 3 drops of blood she had previously fused with, and it seemed to be emanating from Ye Feng. Blood! Bai Xian'er whispered to herself in her heart, and then her delicate body shook violently as a bold thought emerged in her mind. She had always been extremely sensitive to the scent of blood, And today she had to suspect that the 3 drops of blood she had fused with earlier were very likely Ye Feng's essence blood. Upon realizing this, her beautiful eyes sparkled with light as she looked at Ye Feng, filled with shock and a different kind of emotion. If you can make Feng Qianxue willingly become my mount, I will reward you with the thing you desire most. Ye Feng's lips curled slightly, exuding temptation, clearly unaware of Bai Xian'er's changes. All right, master. Bai Xian'er smiled charmingly, leaning closer to Ye Feng's face, gently blowing out a breath of warm air as if to seduce him. Chapter 524. What? The demon beasts of the imperial martial realm present were all shocked. The triangular golden bull was actually at a disadvantage against this human. They could clearly sense that this human was only at the 3rd level of the sacred martial realm. After Ye Feng repelled the triangular golden bull with a punch, he continued to pursue it. The group of demon beasts felt angry towards him, perhaps also thinking he was easy to bully. So he decided to teach this group of powerful demons a lesson. Bang! 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 A torrential downpour of punches struck the body of the triangular golden bull, leaving it feeling extremely frustrated. Under Ye Feng's series of attacks, the triangular golden bull's defenses gradually crumbled, showing signs of defeat. At that moment, Ye Feng seized an opportunity, gripping the bull's horns with both hands, spinning its massive body in midair for over 10 circles, then suddenly smashing it down onto the ground nearby. Bang! The triangular golden bull was left dizzy from the impact, its 3 horns stuck in the ground, presenting a comical upside-down stance. At this moment, silence fell around, as all the powerful demons present were stunned by Ye Feng's strength. The triangular golden bull, at the 8th level of the imperial martial realm, was crushed and defeated by a human in less than 10 exchanges. Is there anyone else who refuses to accept this? You can all come at me together. Chapter 525. Thank you, Ye Feng. This is the glazed immortal herb, which I have nurtured for 1,000 years, originally meant for my unborn child. Now I give it to you. It can help you increase your strength. I hope you remain cautious. Gu Bairong took out a herb surrounded by immortal energy and handed it to Ye Feng. She had fought against that group of mysterious human powerhouses and knew their strength well. This glazed immortal herb was her reward to Ye Feng, also to ensure that he could have some self-protection. Seeing this, Ye Feng did not refuse. If this item could truly enhance his strength, it was exactly what he needed at the moment. How is your husband? After accepting the glazed immortal herb, Ye Feng inquired. He hadn't seen the space tortoise for years and didn't know how it was doing. He's doing well. His strength is almost back to its peak. Now, I also plan to find him and inform him of this matter. Gu Bairong's voice turned slightly cold. I'll make this group of humans pay a heavy price. As she finished speaking, she signaled for the surrounding demon beasts to disperse and then left the turtle immortal cave, clearly going to find the space tortoise. Ye Feng watched Gu Bairong's departing figure and understood her intentions. Chapter 526. Tianyao City. A man and 2 women stood outside Tianyao City. They were Ye Feng and his companions who had hurried from the Demon Beast mountain range. They spent several days traveling from the core area of the mountain range to get here. During the journey, Feng Qianxue also broke through to the 9th level of the imperial martial realm. At this moment, a long queue formed outside Tianyao City, filled with people returning from the Demon Beast mountain range. After all, many noticed the recent turmoil caused by the demon emperors in the core area of the mountain range. Such a grand spectacle was something many had never seen before, fearing a beast tide would erupt and affect them. So many chose to return to Tianyao City to avoid trouble. Soon, it was Ye Feng and the others' turn to be checked by the demon mirror, and the 3 successfully entered the city. Bai Xian'er and Feng Qianxue exchanged glances, marveling at the secret technique Ye Feng had taught them. Master, where are we going now? Bai Xian'er actively linked her arm with Ye Feng's, speaking in a soft and sweet manner. It was her first time in Tianyao City, and she felt a bit curious. Ye Feng remained silent, feeling a bit of a headache. This was only his 2nd time in Tianyao City, and he wasn't very familiar with it. Chapter 527. Move aside. Hurry up and move aside. Do you want to die by blocking the path of our Blizzard Mercenary Corps? At this moment, a domineering voice came from the Beast Master Square. Upon hearing the name of the Blizzard Mercenary Corps, many people instinctively made way. A tall, imposing man, surrounded by a group of mercenaries, walked into the Beast Master Square. This was the leader of the Blizzard Mercenary Corps, Xue Chuxiang, who actually came in person. Hiss! What a terrifying feeling. Just a glance sent shivers down one's spine. I heard that Xue Chuxiang broke through 2 days ago and has now reached the 9th level of the Imperial Martial Realm. The crowd in the Beastmaster Square murmured among themselves. Especially when news of Xue Chuxiang's breakthrough spread, everyone collectively gasped. An Imperial Martial Realm 9th level powerhouse is considered a strong figure even within the Demon God domain, and they hold significant power in Tianyao City. Upon hearing the name of the Blizzard Mercenary Corps, Ye Feng also turned his gaze, initially thinking they were here to cause trouble for him, but suddenly realized he was overthinking it. The incident of him killing members of the Blizzard Mercenary Corps in the Demon Beast Mountain Range was known only to him and a team from the Nangong family. It was suspicious that Xue Chuxiang would know about it. Chapter 528. Ye Feng then controlled the Beast Master Ring, taking it off from Feng Qianque's snowy neck, and a powerful aura surged within her. Under the suppression of the Imperial-level Beast Master Ring, Feng Qianque's cultivation was suppressed to the 9th level of the Sacred Martial Realm, now exuding a terrifying aura of the Imperial Martial Realm. Meanwhile, a pair of noble ice phoenix wings manifested from her back. Indeed, she was a powerful demon at the 9th level of the Imperial Martial Realm. The beautiful woman's eyes radiated light, looking at Feng Qianque with a gaze full of fervor. At the same time, her eyes toward Ye Feng carried a hint of awe. Such a noble-blooded, powerful demon did not dare to act recklessly in front of Ye Feng, which proved the terror of this young man. As for how this powerful demon entered the city, she was not surprised. Tianyao City only prohibited demons above the Imperial Martial Realm from entering. Those with Imperial-level Beast Master Rings had their strength suppressed to the Sacred Martial Realm, clearly serving as mounts for humans, thus could naturally enter the city. Is that enough? Ye Feng asked, turning his gaze aside, and after the beautiful woman nodded, he placed the Imperial-level Beast Master Ring back on Feng Qianque. This process seemed like he was operating it, but in reality, the Imperial-level Beast Master Ring was controlled by Feng Qianque. Chapter 529. Outside the Shanghai Inn, figures gathered, and many eyes turned this way. Why was the Blizzard Mercenary Corps making such a big fuss surrounding the Shanghai Inn? It seems someone inside had offended the Blizzard Mercenary Corps, and even Xue Chuxiang came personally. Those people must have some nerve, offending the Blizzard Mercenary Corps and still staying here. A cacophony of discussions erupted on the street outside the Shanghai Inn, under the curious gazes of the crowd. Xue Chuxiang rushed into the inn, searching with a portrait in hand. The people in the inn were dissatisfied, but due to the terrifying power of Xue Chuxiang, they dare not act out. Before long, Nangong Ying and Nangong Yun were all captured. Take them back and torture them well, Xue Chuxiang said, his eyes emanating a cold, killing intent. This group was somehow related to his son's death, and he was determined to make them wish for death, but be unable to attain it. Just as the members of the Blizzard Mercenary Group were dragging Nangong Ying and Nangong Yun out of the Shanghai Inn, Ye Feng happened to arrive. Through the bustling crowd, he caught sight of this scene, his eyes narrowing slightly. How could the Nangong family be captured by the Blizzard Mercenary Group? The only thought in his mind was that the incident in the Monster Beast Mountain Range had been exposed. Chapter 530. If Xue Chuxiang had heard such words before, he might have even laughed. In the city of heavenly demons, the number of people who could kill him could be counted on 2 hands. But now, he couldn't laugh at all. All he felt was deep helplessness and despair. At that moment, Bai Xin'er also charged towards the other members of the Blizzard Mercenary Group. Although the Blizzard Mercenary Group was numerous, they had already been terrified by Ye Feng, and their once mighty leader now lay on the ground like a useless dog, waiting for death to come. Many mercenaries began to scatter in panic, but Bai Xin'er had no intention of letting this group of humans go. Her enchanting figure danced like a flexible giant python, exuding a wild aura as she killed the fleeing mercenaries. Under Bai Xin'er's absolute strength, the members of the Blizzard Mercenary Group fell one after another, dying in the streets, creating a scene that was terrifying. At this moment, Ye Feng struck out with his palm, directly killing Xue Chuxiang with a single blow. Nangong Ying and Nangong Yun watched Xue Chuxiang's fall, feeling as if they were in a dream. Just a moment ago, their lives and deaths were still in the hands of the powerful Xue Chuxiang. But now he'd been killed by Ye Feng. Among the crowd, Guqi's face turned pale, and his body began to tremble. Chapter 531. That night, in a courtyard within the city of heavenly demons, several men with strong auras were speaking in low voices. If Gui Burong were present, she would surely recognize these individuals as members of the Eastern royal family who had stolen the divine turtle egg. Suddenly, the courtyard door creaked open, and a blond man walked in, drawing the attention of the others. What has you so happy? Dong Huangzi asked the blond man. He was the leader of this mission to capture mounts for the Eastern royal family, and also an elder with peak-level strength at the 10th level of the imperial martial realm. It was he who, along with several other powerful members of the Eastern royal family, had detained Gui Burong, allowing the rest of the Eastern royal family to seize the divine turtle egg. Elder, news has come from the heavenly demon auction house that a great demon with the bloodline of the ice crystal phoenix at the 9th level of the imperial martial realm will be auctioned in 3 days. Moreover, this ice phoenix is extremely beautiful and has a cold temperament. It is a rare treasure. The young master will surely be enamored with such a mount. The blond man smiled as he entered the courtyard, sharing the news he had heard in the city of heavenly demons. Dong Huangzi and the other powerful members of the Eastern royal family exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with interest. Chapter 532. Amidst the anticipation of the crowd, a beautiful female auctioneer from the heavenly demon auction house led Feng Qianxue onto the auction stage. The moment Feng Qianxue appeared in her snowy attire, with her jade-like feet and beast-controlling ring, the crowd in the auction house widened their eyes in astonishment, as if petrified. After a long pause, a wave of exclamations filled the auction house. Wow, this woman is simply exquisite. Her beauty, her figure, her cold temperament. Who wouldn't want to ride her? The beautiful auctioneer of the heavenly demon auction house was also a rare beauty, but before the ice crystal phoenix, she could only serve as an accompaniment. No one better compete with me for this mount today. I'm determined to win it. Voices rose and fell in the auction house, with countless people gazing at Feng Qianxue with fiery eyes, their intense desire for possession evident. The beautiful auctioneer on the stage observed the crowd's reaction, a helpless smile appearing on her lips. She had been in the auction house for many years, but it was the first time she had been overshadowed in beauty and figure. However, she had to admit, who wouldn't be moved by such a cold beauty? Hey, isn't this the beautiful sister who was beside Ye Feng before? Nan Gongying said, her lips slightly parted in shock. Chapter 533. This arrogant remark left everyone stunned. This young man was too arrogant. Did he not understand the identity of his opponents? They were members of the Eastern royal family, pinnacle experts at the 10th level of the imperial martial realm, nearly invincible beings outside of the celestial martial realm. Although some people knew that Ye Feng had killed the leader of the Blizzard mercenary group, the person before them was clearly much stronger than Xue Chushan. Among those present, only Nan Gongying looked at Ye Feng standing proudly in the air, her eyes flashing with inexplicable admiration. Dying here? What a bold statement. Dong Huangzi scoffed, a dangerous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It had been many years since anyone had spoken to him like that. Moreover, this person seemed to have ulterior motives, specifically seeking them out, considering that the only thing they had been stealing recently was the divine turtle egg. The 4 imperial martial realm experts behind Dong Huangzi also showed disdain. Did this person think that they wouldn't dare to act in the heavenly demon auction house? Even if they did act, the heavenly demon auction house wouldn't dare to do anything to them, simply because they were backed by the Eastern royal family, a top force in the vast monster god realm that no one dared to overlook. Chapter 534. A rolling sound wave filled the sky, crashing toward the strange black hole like a giant wave. However, as the sound waves approached the bizarre black hole, they dissipated without a trace, being directly swallowed. Even the golden ancient bell was drawn into the strange black hole, vanishing without a trace. What? Dong Huangzi's pupils widened, his previously arrogant and calm expression replaced by shock. What he had just unleashed was the clan's divine ability, which had suppressed countless opponents of the same realm. Today, to deal with the Saint Martial Realm individual, it was unexpectedly blocked. The crowd below gasped as they witnessed this scene, realizing that the pinnacle expert of the Eastern royal family at the 10th level of the imperial martial realm seemed unable to handle Ye Feng. Nan Gongying's small face trembled with excitement. As she had expected, Ye Feng was incredible. Old fool, where's the stuff you stole? Speak up, and I'll give you a quick death, Ye Feng said, a strange light flickering in his eyes, his indifferent gaze causing Dong Huangzi's expression to darken slightly. You do have some ability, but what can you do to me? Dong Huangzi's expression grew serious. This person's strength was indeed formidable, almost on par with his own. However, for this person to want to kill him was merely a fantasy. At their level, it was not so easy to distinguish life and death. Chapter 535. Ye Feng descended from a void, standing at the entrance of the Tianyao auction house, with Bai Xian'er and Feng Qinxue quietly following him on either side. Young Master Yi, do you have any business here? The elderly manager of the Tianyao auction house weakly inquired upon seeing Ye Feng's arrival. Although their Tianyao auction house had an extraordinary background, the person before them was a ruthless individual who had slain a peak-level Empire martial realm warrior. Moreover, he dared to offend the Eastern royal family. Such a person was not someone they could provoke. This time, I brought trouble to your Tianyao auction house. These few storage rings are compensation for you. As Ye Feng spoke, he handed over the storage rings belonging to Dong Huangzi and his companions. He had looked through the rings and found nothing particularly appealing, so he decided to give them to the Tianyao auction house. It's no trouble at all. It's our honor to assist young Master Yi. Although the elderly man from the Tianyao auction house said this, he still accepted the storage rings. These belonged to peak-level Empire martial realm warriors and were quite valuable. Additionally, many buildings in their Tianyao auction house have been affected and needed repairs. By the way, if someone from the Eastern royal family comes looking for me, please convey a message. They took something they shouldn't have, so they should prepare for a clean death. Chapter 536. Sister Burong, I want to go to the Eastern royal family when the time comes. After transforming into human form, Feng Qinxue looked at the turtle Burong before her beautiful eyes containing a hint of determination. She only knew that the Eastern royal family was one of the top forces in the demon god domain, and it wouldn't be easy to rescue the divine turtle egg. All right. After hesitating for a moment, Turtle Burong agreed. With her husband's strength, the Eastern royal family could be easily dealt with. Since Feng Qinxue wanted to go, she couldn't bear to refuse such goodwill. By the way, Sister Burong, I have 3 drops of blood that should be useful to you. Ye Feng took out a jade bottle containing 3 drops of his own essence blood and handed it to Turtle Burong. Previously, he had obtained the Liuli immortal grass, which had allowed him to break through, so now it was time to give back. Then thank you, Ye Feng. Turtle Burong had heard from her husband about the terrifying power of Ye Feng's essence blood. Although her injuries from years ago had healed, her bloodline origin had been damaged. Now this essence blood was exactly what she needed. She took the essence blood and consumed it on the spot. With the help of this essence blood, her damaged bloodline origin began to gradually recover. After an unknown amount of time, a breath of the immortal martial realm suddenly erupted from Turtle Burong. Chapter 537. In a forest several dozen miles away from the Turtle Immortal Cave, the originally orderly flowers and grasses had become extremely chaotic. This was the aftermath of Bai Xian'er and Ye Feng's wild antics. Ye Feng looked down at the enchanting Bai Xian'er and couldn't help but marvel at how wild this demoness was. Master, you're really bad. Bai Xian'er pouted her alluring red lips, hinting meaningfully. Oh, then wouldn't it be worse if you were to seduce me? Ye Feng chuckled lightly, casually glancing toward a certain direction in the forest before retracting his gaze. There he sensed a familiar aura. Indeed, it was Feng Qinxue. Just as he and Bai Xian'er were still in their playful banter, this woman had already found their location. Master, then let me make you act bad once more. Bai Xian'er gently bit her fragrant tongue, twisting her agile waist like a water snake, trying her best to seduce the man beneath her. Ye Feng's domineering nature made her reluctant to part with him. Demoness, let us save it for next time. There are people watching us now. Ye Feng lightly tapped her alluring red lips, reminding her. Feng Qinxue had been hiding in the grass for nearly half an hour, observing them, and it seemed she had come to find him for something important. Hearing this, Bai Xian'er was startled, quickly taking out a piece of clothing to cover herself, preventing any exposure. Chapter 538. Ye Feng, you're living quite carefree here, aren't you? The space turtle looked at the two in front of him with a hint of envy in his eyes. He already knew of Ye Feng's existence from the message Turtle Burong had sent him, so he was not surprised. It was just that this kid was accompanied by beautiful women and was enjoying himself. In contrast, he had only recently escaped from being pursued by the people of the Sun God Palace and had barely managed to get here. Old turtle, looking at you. You wouldn't have just escaped from pursuit, would you? Ye Feng observed the space turtle's somewhat disheveled appearance. You're full of nonsense. I was just walking my dog. Those bastards from the Sun God Palace could never kill me. The space turtle was somewhat annoyed. This kid didn't leave him any face. Sun God Palace? Upon hearing this force, Ye Feng's expression slightly changed. The Sun God Palace was a powerful force in the central state with a long-standing divine legacy, having stood for countless years. It was one of the strongest and most untouchable forces in the Central State. He hadn't expected that the Sun God Palace had a life-and-death feud with the space turtle. Just as Ye Feng wanted to remind him that an important figure from the Eastern royal family had entered the Sun God Palace for cultivation. Turtle Burong also sensed the spatial fluctuations and rushed over. Chapter 539. At the entrance of the Eastern royal family's territory stood two remarkably handsome men, both dressed in crimson attire, with a sun pattern on their chests, representing their identity as members of the Sun God Palace. The leading man among them was named Yang Outyen. He had his hands clasped behind his back, with a faint hint of arrogance on his face. "Senior brother Outyen, you actually came?" Dong Huanghao walked out of the gate, a hint of joy flashing across his face upon seeing the visitor. Yang Outyen was the most beloved son of his master and possessed peak-level empire martial realm cultivation. Moreover, Yang Outyen held a significant status in the Sun God Palace, qualifying to compete for the title of Divine Son of the Palace. He didn't expect that he would come to attend his banquet. Two geniuses from the Sun God Palace coming to my Eastern royal family for a banquet truly brings glory to our humble abode. Dong Huangsheng greeted warmly, realizing from his son's words that the leading man was extraordinary and he had to treat him well. "I heard from my father that your Eastern royal family has a divine turtle egg that I really like, so he asked me to come and take a look first." Yang Outyen spoke indifferently. He had originally been uninterested in coming, but the divine turtle egg had a significant attraction for him. He happened to need a prestigious mount, and although the divine turtle egg had yet to hatch, he could wait. Only a mount with such a strong bloodline would be worthy of his status. Chapter 540. Father, what are you looking for? Yang Outyen's gaze followed suit, revealing a hint of confusion. "Nothing." Yang Dingtian shook his head and retracted his gaze. "Master, please come in. We have already prepared the banquet, just waiting for you to start." Dong Huanghao sensed the respectful gazes of those around him and felt prideful, his face glowing with satisfaction. "Haha, then I want tea stand on ceremony." Yang Dingtian laughed heartily, entering the Eastern royal family under Dong Huanghao's lead. Outside the Eastern royal family, the major powers that had been invited were shocked to see such a prominent figure from the Sun God Palace personally arrive. It seems that the Eastern royal family might become the #1 force within the demon god domain in just a few years. Yang Dingtian, Gue Burong looked at the disappearing figure, a fleeting killing intent flashing in her eyes. It was this old dog who had caused her and her husband to be separated for so many years. Outside the ancestral land of the Eastern royal family, with a flash of light, the space turtle and Ye Feng appeared here. "Old turtle, let's set up a barrier formation together and take down that old thing inside." Chapter 541. Ye Feng's appearance instantly attracted the attention of many people, their eyes flickering as he seemed to be the ancestor of the Eastern royal family. "Ancestor? Is there something you need?" Eastern royal saint asked with confusion. Their ancestor rarely left the ancestral land and almost never attended the lively banquets of the Eastern royal family. With the talents of the Sun God Palace arriving, I naturally had to come out to host. Ye Feng's tone was feigned to be gentle, not revealing any clues. Yang Outyen chuckled upon hearing this, clearly pleased. Both Eastern Royal Saint and Eastern Royal Hao felt that their ancestors seemed a bit strange today, but they didn't think much of it. Outyen, Hao will be entering the Sun God Palace for cultivation in the future, so I hope you'll take care of him. I have a treasure to gift you. Would you mind coming over? Ye Feng's tone was filled with flattery, even tempting him with a mysterious treasure. The title of Son of God made Yang Outyen feel quite pleasant. This ancestor of the Eastern Royal family certainly knew how to compliment people. "Elder Eastern Royal, since you have a treasure to gift me, I will come and take a look." Yang Outyen also flattered back, though he was a bit curious. He had already obtained the divine turtle egg last night. What other hidden treasures could this ancestor of the Eastern Royal family possibly want to show him privately? Chapter 542. The cold voice of the space turtle echoed in the Eastern Royal family as its figure suddenly appeared, standing not far opposite Yang Outyen. "Come over here." The space turtle reached out its hand and suddenly inhaled, a powerful suction making Yang Outyen's face turn pale, his legs unsteady. "Gue Tianran, do not harm my son." Yang Dingtian glared at the suddenly appeared figure, his pupils radiating a cold light. The newcomer was Gue Tianran, whom they had been pursuing relentlessly in the Sun God Palace. He threw a punch, infused with solar power, blocking all suction. "Old rat, today we shall settle our life and death." Seeing that his first attack had failed, The space turtle unleashed strong Xuanwu power. He had no real confidence in killing Yang Dingtian, but with the 9 desolations Bao lent to him by Ye Feng, he felt a bit more assured. As his voice filled with killing intent spread, light erupted from his feet, and with a flicker in space, the overwhelming divine turtle fist crushed the void, instantly arriving before Yang Dingtian. You stole from my sun god palace back then. Today, I will kill you. A sun pattern rose behind Yang Dingtian, hanging high in the air. The sun pattern shone brilliantly, radiating endless divine light, blocking all the powerful divine turtle fists. Chapter 543. Even if you were a god today, you must kneel before me. A strange light flickered in Ye Feng's eyes as he took 6 steps forward. With each step, a strange door stood upright in the void. 6 eerie doors hovered above the Eastern royal family, seemingly isolating the outside world, emitting a terrifying and bizarre aura. What kind of power is this? What a terrifying feeling. The powerful figures of various forces outside the Eastern royal family looked at the 6 strange doors, their hearts racing. Fortunately, they had already evacuated from the Eastern royal family when the battle broke out. Otherwise, they would have definitely been affected. This freaky kid has actually comprehended such terrifying power. The space turtle, while fighting with Yang Dingtian, occasionally glanced at the situation within the Eastern royal family. He cursed Ye Feng for being a freak. Having once been a 9th-level strongman in the immortal martial realm, close to the divine martial realm, he naturally knew that what Ye Feng was displaying was the embryonic form of rule power, something he had never comprehended himself. In contrast, Yang Dingtian's expression turned ugly as he noticed the situation in the battlefield where his son was located seemed quite dire. Inside the Eastern royal family, Ye Feng stood in midair, looking down at Yang Outyin, extending his right hand and squeezing it empty-handed. Chapter 544. As the threatening words were spoken, Ye Feng ruthlessly severed Yang Outyin's right arm. He did not believe that this old thing, Yang Dingtian, could remain rational upon seeing his son being so brutally tortured. Yang Outyin let out a heart-wrenching scream, the immense pain twisting his facial features. Ye Feng, I will kill you. Yang Dingtian's eyes turned bloodshot, his body trembling. The rage inside him surging like a volcano ready to explode in his mind. The space turtle sneered, the domineering fist shadows spreading in the air, continuing to attack. At the same time, Ye Feng tormented Yang Outyin bit by bit, shattering Yang Dingtian's rationality. Puffed. Yang Dingtian suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. This was not for being struck by the space turtle, but due to the anger overwhelming him. The heart-wrenching screams of his son echoed in his ears, making it impossible for him to remain indifferent. Good opportunity. A strange light flashed in the space turtle's eyes as the 9 desolations bow suddenly appeared in his hand. Buzz. An arrow with a piercing whistle cut through the air, containing overwhelming power, flying towards Yang Dingtian like a dragon. Yang Dingtian's expression suddenly changed as he sensed the extraordinary nature of this imperial weapon. This was undoubtedly a top-tier imperial weapon. Chapter 545. In the Demon Beast Mountain Range. Turtle Immortal Cave. After Ye Feng and Gue Tianran's group left the Eastern royal family, they returned here. They were still unaware of the huge uproar that had erupted within the demon god domain and the furious pursuit order issued by the Sun God Palace. However, even if they knew, they wouldn't care. Since they dared to kill people from the Sun God Palace, they were prepared to be hunted. Cough, cough, Ye Feng. You can go back if you're fine. I have things to attend to with Burong. Gue Tianran coughed, hinting. After rescuing his child, his mood had noticeably improved, and naturally, other thoughts began to arise. Ye Feng glanced and understood, immediately laughing, then I won't disturb you too. Just don't make too much noise. Get lost, get lost. Gue Tianran scolded without courtesy. This kid was even teasing him. Qianxue, you must work hard. Gue Burong smiled slightly before being picked up by Gue Tianran and rushing into the cave. Upon hearing this meaningful remark, Feng Qianxue's face flashed with a hint of shyness as she secretly glanced at Ye Feng, only to accidentally meet his gaze. She instinctively lowered her head, a trace of panic flashing in her beautiful eyes. Chapter 546. 1 year later, a breath of a 7th-level Saint Martial realm enveloped the entire Shunfeng Mountain. After this period of cultivation, Ye Feng had broken through 2 small realms in succession. Master, congratulations on your breakthrough. Bai Xian'er smiled as she looked at the handsome man in front of her. To be able to break through 2 small realms within a year in the St. Martial realm was indeed fast. Just flattering the master. Feng Qinshue glanced at Bai Xian'er and said coldly, "Some people can't even flatter properly, but I can't compare to her shamelessness." Bai Xian'er smiled lightly. Recalling the day, she stumbled upon the unsightly scene of Ye Feng and Feng Qinshue together. Especially Feng Qinshue's one posture made her feel inferior. "You." Feng Qinshue coldly stared at Bai Xian'er. If she hadn't been too engrossed, she wouldn't have been caught by this shameless woman. "All right, how is your cultivation progress?" Ye Feng interrupted the 2 women's argument and inquired. "Master, we're not like you. Our breakthrough speed isn't that fast." Bai Xian'er put on a pitiful look. Feng Qinshue remained silent, but also tacitly agreed. Chapter 547. Upon hearing the voice, Gui Tianran, Gui Biong, and the others looked over to see 2 men appearing in front of them. The leading man wore a golden coat, with a golden rock embroidered on his chest. Vividly lifelike, his eagle-like eyes sparkled with sharp light, and a cold smile played on his lips as he looked at Gui Tianran and his group. Behind this man was another man in black, who, while not as imposing as the man in gold, also exuded an extraordinary demeanor. Jin Pengfei. Back then, the Hall Master didn't expel me from the Demon God Temple. What qualifications do you have to act so arrogantly here? Gui Tianran narrowed his eyes, showing no courtesy to the aggressive Jin Pengfei. Jin Pengfei was once a successor of the Hall Master of the Demon God Temple, just like him, and he had once been suppressed by Gui Tianran. However, after he stole from the Yang God Temple's treasury and was pursued by its many powerful figures, he disappeared for 1,000 years, losing his qualification as a successor. Many people with grievances in the Demon God Temple were watching him as a joke. He didn't allow Gui Biong to return to the Demon God Temple for this reason. Those people would definitely not let his woman have it easy. Ye Feng looked at the 2 from the Demon God Temple and sensed the conflict between them and Gui Tianran. "What qualifications do I have?" "Just based on the fact that I am still a successor of the Hall Master, and my strength is greater than yours." Chapter 548. The harsh voice made Jin Pengfei's face slightly darken, but he knew he couldn't blame Yakuan. It was this woman who overshadowed his subordinates in bloodline. The thought that this woman might have the bloodline of the Divine Phoenix made him look at Feng Qinshue with a glimmer of light in his eyes. Only a woman with such a high bloodline and unparalleled cold beauty would qualify to become his most capable subordinate or even his woman. "What is your name?" Jin Pengfei smiled slightly, his tone gentle. Gui Tianran saw Jin Pengfei's demeanor, and a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Is this guy thinking of taking Feng Qinshue as a subordinate? How ridiculous! Feng Qinshue did not respond. She coldly glanced at the defeated Yakuan and returned to Ye Feng's side. Seeing his words ignored, Jin Pengfei's brow furrowed. Then he realized that this woman had just arrived at the Demon God Temple and probably didn't understand his identity and status there. "I am Jin Pengfei. My status in the Demon God Temple could be said to be second only to the Hall Master. I have high hopes for your talent. If you are willing to join me, I will cultivate you well, and your future will surely be limitless." Jin Pengfei slightly boasted about his identity and hinted at recruitment. Chapter 549. The Demon God Palace. This is the residence of the current Hall Master of the Demon God Temple, filled with a majestic aura. At this moment, a man exuding an overwhelming presence sat in a dragon chair, carved with dragon patterns. He wore a purple gold dragon robe. His dragon-like eyes looked down, radiating an aura of a sovereign. He was the current Hall Master of the Demon God Temple, a powerful being with the purple gold divine dragon bloodline and strength in the St. Martial realm, Long Qi Ming. As a burst of light appeared, Gui Tianran brought his child into the Demon God Palace. "Hall Master." Gui Tianran looked at the mighty man on the dragon chair and said respectfully, "You are here." Long Qi Ming lowered his dragon-like eyes, and a calm voice came out. His gaze suddenly fell on the child in Gui Tianran's arms, and he was slightly taken aback. "Is this your child?" Facing Long Qi Ming's question, Gui Tianran nodded and responded, "Yes, the child was just born and hasn't been tested for bloodline yet." Long Qi Ming looked at the child in Gui Tianran's arms, and a rare fondness appeared in his eyes. It is known that the stronger the bloodline of their demon beasts, the more difficult it is to give birth to offspring. He knew that both Gui Tianran and Gui Biong had extremely powerful bloodlines. Once they had offspring, there was a great possibility that the child would inherit their powerful bloodline, and it might even be stronger than their parents' bloodline. Chapter 550. The Yang God Temple Treasury? Upon hearing this, Ye Feng's expression slightly stiffened, and he cursed the old turtle for having bad intentions. Back then, the space turtle stole from the Yang God Temple Treasury and was pursued by many powerful figures from the Yang God Temple, ultimately being suppressed by the pure Yang Lock for 1,000 years. If it weren't for the luck of encountering him, who knows how helpless he would be now. This cautionary tale was right in front of him. If he were to steal from the Yang God Temple Treasury, the Yang God Temple would surely go crazy. Didn't you say you would dare to venture into the dragon's den and tiger's lair? Why do you look so timid now? Gui Tianron's round eyes rolled, jokingly said, "It's just the Yang God Temple Treasury. Old turtle will set off in a few days." Ye Feng cursed inwardly, wanting to drag the old turtle down with him. "Get lost. Do you think I'm stupid? My wife and child are doing fine now. Who would play such life-threatening games with you?" Gui Tianron jumped up and continued, "Besides, I broke into the Yang God Temple Treasury once back then. Now, they're even more vigilant about guarding the treasury. Do you think it's that simple to teleport in, grab something, and teleport out? You should know that the formations in the Yang God Temple have the effect of imprisoning certain spatial powers." Chapter 551. Ye Feng's appearance also attracted the attention of many great demons. The reason their attention was drawn was naturally because by Xian'er and Feng Qinxue beside, Ye Feng were too outstanding. Bai Xian'er was charming and alluring, every move captivating souls, igniting possessiveness in many great demons. Feng Qinxue, with her flawless snow-white skin and noble demeanor, akin to an ice goddess, stirred the conquest desires of many great demons. And Ye Feng, walking in front of the two women, naturally drew the hostility of many great demons as they realized he was human. These two women are simply exquisite, one like a seductress and the other with a cold temperament, making one want to defile her. Indeed, possessing either one would likely lead to a short life. If both are together, the experience would be unimaginable. Many great demons were discussing without reservation, and some even wanted to show off in front of the two women. However, whether it was Feng Qinxue or Bai Xianyuan, their gazes were fixed on Ye Feng, which made some great demons realize something. The two women seemed to have a close relationship with this human, which made many great demons look at Ye Feng with even more hostility. Chapter 552. Bang! Ye Feng directly punched Yakuin in the forehead, and the powerful impact made Yakuin dizzy, sending his body flying out and crashing to the ground. At this moment, the bloodline square was silent, and many great demons had shocked expressions. This Yakuin, at the 9th level of the Emperor Martial Realm, was knocked out by a single punch. Moreover, the person who struck was a human at the 7th level of the Sacred Martial Realm, who would still dare to defy him. Ye Feng scanned the many great demons with a voice full of arrogance. "I don't accept this." Among the crowd, a giant crocodile radiating overwhelming murderous aura stepped forward. Yakuin had been defeated by a human at the 7th level of the Sacred Martial Realm, which was a disgrace to their demon beasts. And he couldn't stand the arrogance of this human. Ye Feng looked over and saw that it was a blood-fiend giant crocodile at the 1st level of the Immortal Martial Realm. He didn't waste any words and directly unleashed the great sun-burning heaven palm to strike at the opponent. The enormous palm print contained terrifying power capable of burning the heavens, as if it were going to shatter the void. "Human, you are too arrogant." The blood-fiend giant crocodile was surrounded by blood-fiend aura, and its thick tail lashed out violently, resembling a divine dragon sweeping its tail, exuding a terrifying momentum. Boom! The two forces collided, and the blood-fiend giant crocodile's expression changed drastically as its body was directly crushed by the great sun-burning heaven palm, flying dozens of miles away and crashing into a stone pillar at the edge of the square. Chapter 553. A noble divine phoenix soared in the sky, overlooking the many beings below, as if it were the only ruler of this world. When this substantial projection of the divine phoenix dissipated, the many great demons finally regained their senses, and the square erupted into a frenzy. My heavens, this is the pure blood divine phoenix bloodline, comparable to the first generation of demon gods. Many great demons were shocked and speechless, their gazes toward Feng Qinxue filled with incredulity. It was known that a pure blood divine phoenix bloodline would definitely reach the sacred martial realm in the future, and this was just the starting point. It would surely go further. Such a noble bloodline, even in their demon god palace's long history, had only been possessed by a few individuals. Apart from the first generation of demon god ancestors, it was no exaggeration to say that this was a 1 in a billion existence, and today they had actually witnessed it. Jean Pingtian's eyes darkened, and he helplessly loosened his clenched fists. He knew that the next Hall Master had already been decided. Even though this cold-tempered woman was only at the 9th level of the Emperor Martial Realm, no one could compete with her for the position of Hall Master. He couldn't, and neither could Gue Tiantian. What is your name? At that moment, a voice with authority, yet a hint of gentleness echoed in the square. Chapter 554. Ye Feng? Many great demons heard this name, their eyes flickering as they secretly memorized it. So you're Ye Feng. A glimmer of light flashed in long, chiming sighs. He had indeed heard this name before, as it was on the bounty order from the Yang God Palace along with Gue Tiantian, but he hadn't paid much attention to it before. Ye Feng was not surprised that the other party recognized him. He was curious about what choice the Demon God Palace Master would make. The many great demons present also focused their attention on Long Chiming, wondering whether their Hall Master would refuse or compromise. Long Chiming was currently staring at Ye Feng and the two women beside him, feeling quite troubled. Although the previous Hall Masters had tacitly accepted this, they hadn't told him how to decide. It was inevitable to keep Feng, Qianxue, and by Xianyuan in the Demon God Palace, but agreeing to the conditions of the two women was difficult for him to articulate. After a long silence, Long Chiming took a deep breath and said, 3 days later, if you two can gain the recognition of the ancestor's statue, then I will not interfere. His words were clear. As long as the ancestor recognized them, he would have no reason to oppose. Upon hearing this, the many great demons understood that the Hall Master had compromised. In their Demon God Palace's long history, gaining the recognition of the ancestor's statue required at least a 10th level bloodline. Chapter 555. Jean Pingtian, aren't you leaving? Gue Tiantian looked at the two in front of him, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. What was this old guy doing here after previously mocking and belittling Ye Feng? Gue Tiantian, I want to see Ye Feng. Jean Pingtian's voice was no longer as assertive as before. Now that he couldn't become the next Hall Master, he no longer felt such intense hostility toward Gue Tiantian. Ye Feng is busy right now. Just wait. Gue Tiantian left a sentence before turning back to the Ice Phoenix Palace. He vaguely understood Jean Pingtian's intentions. It seemed he was here to apologize. However, this guy had been very arrogant before, and he wanted to deflate Jean Pingtian's pride and see if he was truly sincere in his apology. You. Jean Pingtian looked at Gue Tiantian's back as he walked away, feeling a mix of frustration and helplessness swell within his proud heart. Lord Jean, what should we do? Yakuin stepped forward to ask for advice. Wait. Jean Pingtian glanced at Yakuin and uttered a single word. Since he had chosen to come to apologize and resolve the previous conflict, he needed to be prepared. Seeing this, Yakuin stopped speaking and began waiting with Jean Pingtian outside the Ice Phoenix Palace. At this moment, Ye Feng inside the Ice Phoenix Palace had also learned that Jean Pingtian wanted to see him outside, which surprised him a bit. Chapter 556. On this day, in the Demon God Square, myriad demons came to pay respects. Countless great demons looked at the ancient and majestic ancestor statue in the center of the square, their faces filled with admiration and respect. They all wanted to witness the true appearance of Feng Qianxue and by Xianyuan today, as many great demons had not gone to the Bloodline Square that day and missed seeing the two women's unparalleled grace. Under the expectant gazes of many great demons, Long Chiming, dressed in a purple gold dragon robe and tall and imposing, appeared before them. Behind him followed several Hall Master heirs, including Gue Tiantian and Jean Pingtian. Long Chiming scanned the surroundings and did not find the figures of Feng Qianxue and the others. He stood in front of the great demons, quietly waiting. Seeing this, the many great demons also dared not speak and waited with their Hall Master. At this moment, the Demon God Square was extremely quiet, as if in a pilgrimage, solemn and dignified. Ku! At this time, a phoenix cry broke the peaceful atmosphere. The great demons looked up at the sky and saw a divine phoenix radiating a noble and sacred aura circling in the sky, then slowly descending to the center of the square under the watchful eyes of many great demons. Standing on the back of this inviolable divine phoenix were a man and a woman. Chapter 557. Sacred Martial Realm. Jean Pingtian looked at Gue Tiantian, who had broken through in cultivation, with eyes filled with intense envy. This is the realm he has longed for immensely, but now it has been surpassed by Gue Tianran, who broke through first. It is important to know that in any temple, those in the divine martial realm are powerful figures, towering over all living beings. Gue Burong has also broken through to the 4th level of the immortal martial realm under the power of the inheritance. Clearly, the inheritance powers received by the 4 of them are not the same. Not long after, Feng Qinxue, Gue Tianran, and others opened their eyes. They had completely mastered the power of this inheritance. Gue Tianran cast a faint glance at Jean Pengtian beside him. If it weren't for this guy's apology a few days ago, he would have definitely punched him now. Jean Pengtian shrank his neck, feeling an immense pressure, both helpless and bitter, and even more grateful for his previous actions. Master, now I'm stronger than you and can protect you. Feng Qinxue returned to Ye Feng's side, blinking her eyes, seemingly a bit proud. Ye Feng smiled and didn't mind. He really couldn't defeat an opponent in the 6th level of the immortal martial realm. However, he suddenly frowned, feeling as if he was being watched by a deity. It was actually the ancestor of the monster god who had noticed him. Chapter 558. Ye Feng. Did the ancestor say anything to you? Long Qi Ming hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help but ask. In the history of the monster god temple, there has never been a precedent for a human becoming the master of the monster god temple. However, the ancestor's actions made him think more. The monster god senior only granted me some inheritance and didn't mention anything else, Ye Feng said truthfully. He had no interest in the position of the master of the monster god temple. Anyway, after this matter, the position of the master would either go to Gue Tianran or one of his 2 women. That's good. Long Qi Ming breathed a slight sigh of relief. If Ye Feng really had the idea of becoming the master of the monster god temple, it would be difficult for him to handle. Then he rose into the air, his authoritative gaze sweeping over all the monsters, announcing, "From now on, Feng Qinxue and Bai Xianyuan are members of my monster god temple. Both are successors to the master." He paused for a moment, glanced at Ye Feng, and continued, "Ye Feng can also freely enter and exit my monster god temple from now on, as he is considered part of my monster god temple. Do you have any objections?" Long Qi Ming's voice was powerful and resonant, echoing throughout the monster god temple. And all the great demons heard it clearly. As for objections, the master acknowledged it, and the ancestor had already bestowed the inheritance. Who would dare to object? Chapter 559. During the days when Ye Feng was teaching the 2 women the transformation of the monster god, the monster god temple was not peaceful. Even the calm central continent was stirred by it. The reason was simple. The news that 2 pure-blood, divine-level bloodline monster beasts had appeared in the monster god temple spread out. Although Long Qi Ming had already ordered that the news should be kept under wraps, there are always eyes from the other 6 great temples within any temple. And this was unavoidable. This matter caused quite a stir in the other 6 great temples. One should know that the most important thing to the temples is inheritance. A powerful inheritor can even make a temple stand out, overpowering the other 6 temples and leading a new era. However, such a person is extremely rare in any temple. Now, the monster god temple had suddenly produced 2 such figures, which made the other 6 temples uneasy. In addition, Ye Feng's name also became known to the high-ranking figures of the 6 great temples. With a human body, he received the inheritance from the ancestor of a monster god, creating a historical precedent for the monster god temple. At the same time, Ye Feng was also the master of 2 pure-blood, divine-level bloodline monster beasts, which completely shocked the 6 great temples and intensified their curiosity about Ye Feng. Chapter 560. Time passed quickly, and the various great temples were extremely concerned about the monster god temple's plan to establish a new monster god, even secretly probing for information, but to no avail. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. On this day, the monster god temple was filled with powerful figures and heavily guarded. Today was the day their new master would ascend to the throne, and no one was allowed to cause trouble. Within the monster god palace, where the succession ceremony was being held, even immortal martial realm powerhouses were personally guarding it. However, they were also very curious about who the new master was, as even they did not yet know. Long Qi Ming sat in the position of the monster god, his majestic dragon eyes surveying the crowd of monsters below. The one who would inherit his position today was naturally Gue Tianran. Ever since he heard that Ye Feng had tricked Gue Tianran into attempting to steal from the Yang God Temple's treasury, he had developed a sense of crisis. So after careful consideration, he decided to pass the position of master to Gue Tianran. As the master of the monster god temple, Gui Tianran would have to consider every word and action for the monster god temple and could no longer engage in petty theft. Moreover, he had summoned Gui Tianran that day, and the two of them went to the bloodline square to test Gui Tianran's bloodline, which turned out to be that of a pure-blood spatial divine turtle, shocking him immensely. Chapter 561, Ye Feng. The powerful figures of the various great temples gazed at the figure that appeared, the name flashing through their minds. They had seen Ye Feng's portrait and naturally recognized the identity of the newcomer. However, in the brief moment of their first encounter, they were deeply impressed by Ye Feng. In this land of powerful figures, very few dared to openly insult Yang Fuxing as an old bald donkey. Yang Fuxing narrowed his eyes, remaining silent. But anyone could sense that the master of the Yang God Temple was furious. The anger of a divine martial realm powerhouse is enough to shake the heavens. Xing Huaqian and Yu Wuji exchanged glances, pondering something, while the masters of the Demon God Temple and Witch God Temple were sizing up Ye Feng with great interest. How bold! You dare to insult the master of my Yang God Temple. Are you seeking death? At this moment, Yang Haobin stood up in anger, his voice containing immense fury. As the son of the Yang God Temple, how could he not be enraged when someone insulted his master? I'm standing right here. Come forward if you dare. Ye Feng walked into the monster god palace, merely glancing at Yang Haobin before retracting his gaze. Haha, Ye Feng, next time you speak, be a bit more subtle. After all, he is the master of the Yang God Temple and deserves some face. If he has already lost his hair and face, then how will he face others? Chapter 562. Ye Feng, you must not act impulsively. Long Qiming stood up to dissuade him. He knew Ye Feng was quite strong, but Yang Haobin was not an ordinary person. He possessed a powerful, pure Yang body, and the inheritance of the Yang God Temple was almost fully inherited, making him nearly invincible at the same level. Long Qiming, this guy agreed to it himself. What are you meddling for? Yang Fuxing shot a cold glance, his eyes towards Ye Feng filled with undisguised killing intent. If it weren't for the fact that they were in the Monster God Palace, he would have already exploded with rage and killed Ye Feng. Brother Ye Feng, let me go fight him. Su Changxi looked at Ye Feng with worry in her beautiful eyes. Sire, let me personally deal with this kind of waste. I don't want to dirty your hands. Ye Feng's voice was calm, radiating strong confidence. He noticed that Yang Haobin had an extraordinary status in the Sun God Temple, seemingly even a divine son. A character like this would cause pain even to the Sun God Temple if he died. Su Changxi looked at the undeniable gaze and could only agree. Waste. Hearing this title, Yang Haobin's handsome face twitched a few times. Among his contemporaries, how many could even contend with him? Today, someone called him a waste, almost making him laugh out of anger. Chapter 563. Yang Haobin was actually pushed back, which was simply unbelievable. Ye Feng was surprisingly strong enough to overpower Yang Haobin. Some powerful figures from the temple in the crowd showed clear signs of astonishment. Many of them had fought against Yang Haobin before, but all had been defeated by him. Now, such a terrifying character was suffering losses at Ye Feng's hands. The divine son of the Sun God Temple was indeed formidable. A hint of sarcasm appeared at the corner of Ye Feng's mouth. This piercing voice darkened Yang Haobin's expression. He had indeed underestimated Ye Feng's strength. However, how could he, the strongest divine son of the Sun God Temple, have only this level of power? You're qualified to be my opponent, but that's all. As Yang Haobin spoke, a divine weapon, the Sun God Spear, suddenly appeared in his hand. He brandished the spear, and a terrifying solar power surged from the tip, stabbing towards Ye Feng, instantly enveloping the surrounding space with violent force. Ye Feng's palms surged with a strange power. As he clasped his hands together, an illusory figure of a divine ape, condensed from demon power, materialized before him. The divine ape was tall and mighty, resembling a king of the heavens and earth. Its enormous palm print came crashing down, aiming to suppress Yang Haobin. Chapter 564. Turtle Tian. Back then you stole from the treasure house of the Sun God Temple, and we didn't go too far with the matter. Today, do you really want to kill him? Yang Fuxing looked at Turtle Tian in front and Long Qiming behind, his expression dark as water. Ha, didn't go too far? Back then, you old bald donkey attacked me. If it weren't for my great fortune, would I be here today? Turtle Tian seemed to find it a hilarious joke. Ye Feng, I'll hold him back. Whether Yang Haobin lives or dies is up to you to decide. Long Qiming released his aura of the divine martial realm, his gaze firmly locked on Yang Fuxing. After seeing Ye Feng use the demon god transformation, he decided to protect Ye Feng at all costs. His demon god ancestor hadn't said anything, but Ye Feng's display of the demon god transformation spoke volumes. Ye Feng, do you dare? If you kill him, everyone in the Sun God Temple will not spare you. Yang Fuxing shouted, his voice laced with threat. Old bald donkey, don't you dare threaten me. I'll kill him right now. A cold light surged in Ye Feng's eyes as he shot out. A massive palm formed from thousands of demon powers once again descending from the sky, aiming to strike Yang Haobin in the deep pit. Chapter 565. Inside the Demon God Palace. Ye Feng, the transformation you used when fighting Yang Haobin was the inheritance given to you by my demon god ancestor. Long Qimeng inquired, but his tone was filled with certainty. Turtle Tian, sitting in the main seat of the demon god temple, was also eagerly watching Ye Feng, still shocked by the divine ability he demonstrated. Ye Feng held Su Changshi in his arms, taking in their reactions. Clearly, both Turtle Tian and Long Qimeng were eager to learn the demon god transformation. That's right, that's the divine ability passed down to me by the demon god senior. The demon god transformation. Ye Feng smiled slightly, openly admitting it, and continued, moreover, the demon god senior also allowed me to teach the demon god transformation to you. However, Ye Feng paused deliberately, creating suspense, but Turtle Tian and Long Qimeng understood that Ye Feng wanted to propose conditions. Ye Feng, you can state any request. Long Qimeng's eyes brightened. As long as he could learn the demon god transformation, it would be worth paying a price. After all, he had witnessed the formidable nature of the demon god transformation firsthand during Ye Feng's duel with Yang Haobin, which could be seen as a clash between the legacies of the Sun God Temple and the Demon God Temple. Chapter 566. It was unknown how long had passed, but the Ice Phoenix Palace returned to calm. Qinxue, Xianyuan, how is your practice of the demon god transformation going? Ye Feng asked the two women while holding Su Changshi. Master, this demon god transformation is really hard to practice. We are not as perverse as you. Bai Xianyuan chuckled, implying something. However, her gaze towards Su Changshi was no longer filled with hostility. They had learned from their previous communication that Su Changshi was actually a goddess of the Moon God Temple and also Ye Feng's first woman. This woman undoubtedly held a significant position in Ye Feng's heart. Master, it's Qinshue's fault. The demon god transformation is too difficult to cultivate. Why don't you punish me? Feng Qinshue's icy eyes sparkled as she actively sought punishment. This cold yet flirtatious woman seemed to want to gain her master's favor. Bai Xianyuan couldn't help but secretly scold her inwardly for this behavior. Ahem, let's save it for next time. The demon god transformation is inherently difficult to cultivate. You don't need to rush. Ye Feng directly refused, feeling that these three women were looking at him as if he were easy to bully. His demeanor made Su Changshi, who was in his arms, unable to help but chuckle. Xianyuan, what are you laughing at? Chapter 567. Ye Feng was unaware of the endless waves caused by events in the Central State. He had been hastening his cultivation within the Ice Phoenix Palace. It wasn't until a month later, when Turtle Tian returned from the Holy Martial Nation and the Eight Wastelands, that he learned of the lively discussions about him in the outside world. Ye Feng, I've taken care of everything you asked me to. Your family in the Holy Martial Nation and the Eight Wastelands has been properly arranged. Turtle Tian came to the Ice Phoenix Palace and informed Ye Feng. Turtle Elder, you've worked hard. Ye Feng felt a weight lift off his heart. He was quite reassured with Turtle Tian handling things. If it weren't for your face, how could I? The dignified master of the Demon God Temple personally intervene? Turtle Tian's somewhat arrogant words earned him an eye roll from Ye Feng. What kind of look is that? You brat? Turtle Tian's face darkened. Then he became serious and asked, what are you planning to infiltrate the Sun God Temple? After some time. Right now, I'm too much in the spotlight. I'll take the opportunity to cultivate more in the Demon God Temple. Ye Feng shared his thoughts, stating that with his current strength at the 10th level of the Holy Martial Realm, facing a behemoth like the Sun God Temple was still inadequate. He needed to at least elevate his cultivation to the Imperial Martial Realm. Chapter 568. That night, Ye Feng went to the Demon God Palace, where he met Long Qimeng and Turtle Tian, who had just returned from the Moon God Temple. Turtle Elder, you're injured? Ye Feng looked at Turtle Tian on the throne, his gaze slightly narrowing. It's nothing. That bunch from the Witch God Temple can't hurt me. Turtle Tian sounded tough, but his tone clearly showed some weakness. Ye Feng, The ultimate goal of this action by the Witch Temple should be to target you. Long Qiming's calm voice expressed his opinion. The Witch Temple sent a powerful being from the divine martial realm, not hesitating to offend the Moon Temple to capture Su Changshi, and the greatest possibility is that they want to deal with Ye Feng. Elder Long, I have a plan in mind. The Witch Temple will soon regret its actions. Ye Feng's eyes glinted coldly. He initially wanted to wait until his strength was stronger before infiltrating the Sun Temple, but now he couldn't hold back any longer. He intended to use the power of the Sun Temple to provoke a conflict with the Witch Temple. Ye Feng, you must not be impulsive. Long Qiming tried to dissuade him, noting that they had already had significant conflicts with the Sun Temple, and provoking the Witch Temple would be unwise. Elder Long, you can rest assured. Ye Feng is currently in closed-door meditation in the Demon Temple, and from this moment on, I will be called Yang Yi and will enter the Sun Temple to cultivate. Chapter 569. Ye Feng listened to the conversation of the few people, his eyes flickering for a moment, and suddenly walked towards the team. Several friends, is there any assessment in the Sun Temple today? Ye Feng politely asked as he approached. He had been in closed-door meditation in the Demon Temple recently and was unaware of anything aside from the major events that shook the central continent. Yin Hong glanced at him indifferently, noticing the 8th-level aura of the Emperor Martial Realm emanating from Ye Feng, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes before he looked away. Clearly, he chose to ignore Ye Feng directly. After all, he had the chance to become the son of the Sun Temple, and not everyone was qualified to be his friend. Seeing this, Ye Feng shook his head helplessly, not caring much, thinking that this person was quite arrogant. The people behind Yin Hong also chose to ignore Ye Feng when they saw that he did not respond. Instead, it was Luo Shi who broke the dull atmosphere and explained, "You must not be from the central continent. Otherwise you would know that today is the 3-year assessment day of the Sun Temple. Each temple recruits fresh blood on schedule every year. Of course, if you have someone from the human temple to recommend you, or if you're talented enough, you can join the temple at any time." Chapter 570. Just as the two sides were debating, a group of powerful beings from the Sun Temple appeared in the sky above the Sun Temple Square. When the crowd below saw the leading figure, their pupils shrank slightly, for the leader was none other than the master of the Sun Temple, Yang Fuxing. On either side of Yang Fuxing stood 7 or 8 powerful elders from the Sun Temple, all of whom were peak experts at the 9th and 10th levels of the immortal martial realm. This grand lineup made the people coming for the assessment feel a surge of excitement. The master of the Sun Temple, a powerful being at the pinnacle of the divine martial realm, was personally coming to observe their assessment. For many present, this was undoubtedly something to boast about. Yin Hong was also somewhat excited at this moment. He must make a name for himself in the Sun Temple and gain the favor of the master of the Sun Temple. This old bald donkey actually came in person. Ye Feng looked at the familiar figure above, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. But that is fine. Let this old bald donkey see how he stirs up a sensation in the Sun Temple. Today's assessment will be presided over by me personally. Yang Fuxing's authoritative voice fell from the sky, and then this group landed on a high platform in the square. Chapter 571. In the Sun Temple Square, countless people gazed at the 9 illuminated sun god pillars, their hearts shaken. The Sun Temple's assessment is held once every 3 years, and it is rare to see all 9 sun god pillars light up, even once in hundreds of years. And now, this person named Yin Hong has achieved it. Good. Finally, a decent talent has emerged. One elder from the Sun Temple smiled, and even Yang Fuxing had a faint smile on his face. Their eyes were fixated on the 10th sun god pillar, hoping that Yin Hong could light it up. However, the 10th sun god pillar only flickered slightly before completely dimming. This scene made Yang Fuxing and the powerful beings of the Sun Temple feel a bit disappointed. The 10th sun god pillar was indeed not so easy to light up. In the last 10,000 years of the Sun Temple's history, only Yang Haobin had lit up all 10 sun god pillars and received the inheritance from the ancestors. Yin Hong looked at the unlit sun god pillar, slightly furrowing his brow, but at this moment, he was already shining brightly enough. Just as he was about to leave, the statue of the ancestor of the Sun Temple suddenly lit up, leaving countless people's gazes completely stunned. Yin Hong was recognized by the ancestor of the Sun Temple. "Junior, are you willing to accept my inheritance?" Chapter 572. At this moment, everyone in the square was still immersed in the shock of Ye Feng lighting up all 10 sun god pillars and awakening the ancestors. They were even enveloped by the blinding light, making it impossible to open their eyes. But Ye Feng's refusal of the 3 words left everyone momentarily dazed. And then they suddenly reacted. What did Ye Feng refuse? This was the inheritance of the ancestor of the Sun Temple, an enormous opportunity that fell into his hands. And he rejected it? Was he crazy? Even the spirit of the ancestor of the Sun Temple fell silent at this moment. Since he founded the Sun Temple, he has been regarded as a deity by later generations, and being recognized by him is an unparalleled glory. But today, for the first time, someone rejected his inheritance, and he couldn't understand it. When the dazzling light dissipated, everyone hurriedly looked at the young man named Yang Yi beneath the ancestor statue. Yang Yi was over 8 feet tall, and facing the towering statue, it gave everyone a feeling of being on par with the heavens. He rejected it? Luo, she murmured. Her beautiful eyes filled with extreme shock. The man she unexpectedly encountered could cause such a sensation in the Sun Temple and even rejected the inheritance of the ancestor of the Sun Temple. This action, while not unprecedented, was certainly unprecedented. Yen Hong's mood also fell from heaven to hell and then rose again. Chapter 573, The Strongest Sun. Stripping away the position of the sun and wasting your cultivation. Such words came from Ye Feng's mouth, making everyone present feel his arrogance and dominance. The other sons of the Sun Temple narrowed their eyes. They were also talented individuals. Otherwise, how could they qualify to become sons of the Sun Temple? If they gave Yang Yi 100 years, they believed they would not be his match. But now, as an 8th-level Emperor Martial Realm, how could Yang Yi speak such arrogant words in front of them? It should be known that to be called the strongest sun, one must possess the strongest talent and strength. Yang Haobin was such a figure. Yang Fuxing showed a hint of interest at these words. He also wanted to see how strong Yang Yi truly was and whether he could bring him a surprise. Yang Yi, you cannot even defeat me. So you're not the strongest sun. As for stripping away my position as the sun and wasting my cultivation, that is even more ridiculous. Yen Hong's eyes revealed madness as he shouted, Today, my senior sister must become my woman. You cannot stop it. You think too highly of yourself, in my eyes. Yang Haobin and Ye Feng are nothing, let alone you. Chapter 574, Boom! Another roar echoed in the square, and under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The solar sphere unleashed by Yen Hong exploded once more. His body was struck hard by a fiery palm imprint, sending him flying several miles. And he collapsed on the ground, limp. At this moment, countless people in the square fell into an eerie silence, staring in disbelief at the scene before them. Yen Hong, a 2nd-level cultivator of the immortal martial realm, who had received the inheritance from the Sun God Temple, was utterly helpless against Yang Yi, unable to withstand even a single move. Luo Shi's beautiful eyes trembled violently. Such strong power. It turned out that Yang Yi had not been boasting before. How ridiculous they were, those frogs at the bottom of the well. Ha ha, wonderful, wonderful. Yang Fuxing laughed heartily, his laughter filled with intense excitement. With his cultivation at the divine martial realm, how could he not see that Yen Hong had shown no mercy at the last moment? Yang Yi defeated Yen Hong with sheer strength in a single move, truly deserving of his previous arrogance. The Sun God Temple had indeed struck gold. At this moment, Yen Hong lay on the ground, hearing Yang Fuxing's laughter, only feeling an unbearable sting in his ears. He had lost, and so miserably, unable to withstand even one move from Yang Yi. He didn't even have the strength to stand up now, only able to lie on the ground, humiliated like a dog. Chapter 575. The rolling sound waves penetrated the air currents, carrying the sacred brilliance of the sun, as if it were the roar of a deity, its power extremely terrifying. This was one of the ultimate skills of the Sun God Temple, the wrath of the Sun God. However, at this moment, it was being unleashed by Huoxian Yao, a 5th-level divine son of the Sun God Temple, who had practiced the wrath of the Sun God for many years, making its power far stronger than Yen Hong's previous display. At the same time, 9 swords of the sun, condensed from solar power and radiating intense sunlight, illuminated the sky. The 9 solar swords spun rapidly, stirring up the void, containing endless killing intent, and together with the overwhelming solar fist light, enveloped Ye Feng. My heavens! Can Yang Yi withstand such a terrifying attack? This is 3 ultimate skills combined. Someone in the crowd couldn't help but voice their doubts, but they soon saw the answer. Break for me! Ye Feng shouted confidently, his voice piercing through the clouds and rising to the heavens. He unleashed the great sun-burning heaven palm. a massive palm that obscured the sky, its might horrifying, suppressing everything. A loud bang echoed as the ultimate skills unleashed by Hua Xianyao and the other two divine sons were shattered and suppressed by the burning heaven palm. The three of them crashed to the ground like kites with severed strings. Chapter 576. On the day of the Sun God Temple's assessment, a man named Yang Yi lit up 10 Sun God pillars and gained the recognition of the ancestors of the Sun God Temple. The powerful figures from various forces in Zhongzhou knew what this meant. The Sun God Temple would produce a monstrous talent that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the deceased Yang Haobin. However, even more shocking news followed. Yang Yi actually rejected the inheritance from the ancestors of the Sun God Temple, declaring that he did not need ancient inheritance to suppress an era. When this news spread, countless talents in Zhongzhou were stirred. What a confident and arrogant demeanor. For countless talents in Zhongzhou, obtaining the temple's inheritance was the ultimate glory, representing strength and status. And for other monstrous talents, without the temple's inheritance, whether in strength or martial skills, they would be inferior. However, many talents in Zhongzhou, especially those from the temple, looked down upon Yang Yi, believing he was too arrogant and dismissive. Even the strongest divine son of the Sun God Temple, the now-deceased Yang Haobin, had not dared to be so arrogant. Yet another piece of news silenced the talented individuals of Zhongzhou, including many divine sons and daughters of the temple. Yang Yi swept through the 5 divine sons and daughters of the Sun God Temple with his cultivation at the 8th level of the Emperor Martial Realm, showcasing an invincible demeanor. Chapter 577. That's right, I want everyone in Zhongzhou to know that I, Yang Yi, am the strongest divine son in Zhongzhou, and I will personally defeat that Ye Feng. Ye Feng spoke arrogantly, seemingly disregarding anyone. Yang Yi, I believe you have such strength, but being too sharp and exposed is not good, Yang Fuxing said, somewhat troubled. He didn't know the limits of Yang Yi's strength. Perhaps he really could sweep through the 6 divine sons and daughters of the temples. However, challenging all 6 divine temples one after another was just too arrogant. This not only slapped the faces of the 6 divine temples, but could also incite them to view the Sun God Temple as an enemy, even seeking ways to secretly eliminate Yang Yi. But seeing Yang Yi's unwavering determination, he could only advise gently. Temple Master, I have made up my mind. 3 days later, I will challenge the Star God Temple, Demon God Temple, Moon God Temple, Devil God Temple, Life God Temple, and Witch God Temple in succession. If I cannot defeat these mediocre opponents, how can I suppress an era? Ye Feng sneered coldly, leaving behind a remark before turning to leave. If he did not provoke the 6 divine temples, how would the Sun God Temple be viewed with hostility by the other temples? Yang Fuxing watched Ye Feng's departing figure, a look of helplessness on his face. Yang Yi was too arrogant and could easily get into trouble. Chapter 578. 3 days later, outside the Star God Temple, the crowd surged, with countless powerful figures from Zhongzhou gathering here. The vast crowd resembled a dark cloud, blocking the clear sky. Clearly, they had gathered here today to witness Yang Yi's grandeur. Look, there are the Witch God Temple's Master Wu Yunming and the Demon God Temple's Master Mo Wuyan. Behind these 2 masters were the divine sons and daughters of the Demon God Temple and Witch God Temple. It seemed that today was another day of gathering strong figures. As the discussion spread, Wu Yunming and Mo Wuyan led the powerful figures of their respective temples to appear outside the Star God Temple. They looked proud, standing in the void and gazing down at the crowd. Wu Yunming, do you still dare to bring your divine sons and daughters of the Witch God Temple out? At this moment, a voice filled with divine might came from afar. The crowd turned to look and found that the speaker was none other than the master of the Moon God Temple, Yu Wujia. Accompanying Yu Wujia was the master of the Life God Temple. The crowd was somewhat surprised to see that only the masters of the Moon God Temple and Life God Temple had come. The people of my Witch God Temple act with integrity and sit upright. Why wouldn't they dare to come out? Wu Yunming snorted coldly, somewhat displeased about the incident when Yu Wujia had angrily killed an elder of his Witch God Temple outside their temple. Chapter 579. As the arrogant words fell, Ye Feng stepped forward, slowly walking through the ranks of the Witch God Temple. Yang Fuxing walked alongside Ye Feng, his gaze towards the people of the Witch God Temple, containing a warning. They had come today to protect Yang Yi's path and must not allow him to weaken in momentum. Boom! The many powerful figures of the Sun God Temple erupted with overwhelming momentum, following behind Ye Feng as they passed through the ranks of the witch god temple. They did not speak, but their attitude was clear. Dare to touch Ye Feng and see what happens. Wu Yunming's face turned ashen at this sight. Yang Yi was too arrogant, utterly lawless. At this moment, he could only suppress his anger deep inside. Although the strong ones he brought from the witch temple were not weak, they were clearly far inferior compared to the lineup sent by the Sun Temple. If he forcefully intervened, it would only add to his humiliation. How domineering! Everyone looked at the arrogant figure of Yang Yi, and this thought flashed through their minds. Yu Wujia laughed out loud, completely ignoring the murderous gaze of Wu Yunming. Yang Yi, do you really think my witch temple is easy to bully? Wu Yunming roared, this resentment almost causing him internal injuries. The others from the witch temple also revealed murderous looks, wanting to tear Ye Feng into pieces. Chapter 580 Yang Yi. Let me show you the legacy of my star temple. Xinglun shouted loudly, and golden starlight shone from his body, shooting straight into the sky, as if communicating with the stars high above. Xingquan was also enveloped in golden starlight, sacred and vast, resonating with countless stars. At the same time, terrifying stellar power emanated from the two, forming a star chain that fused their powers together. This was one of the strongest legacies of the Star Temple. The Star Combined Attack. A gasp arose from the crowd. The Star Combined Attack of the Star Temple was not unfamiliar to the powerful forces of Central State. It could even be said to instill fear in them. It was said that during the most glorious period of the Star Temple, 7 star goddesses were born, all recognized by the ancestors of the Star Temple, shaking an era. Under the combined efforts of the 7 women using the Star Combined Attack, they suppressed countless strong ones from the 6 great temples, unmatched by anyone. Ye Feng slightly raised his eyebrows, feeling the rising aura of Xing Luan and Xing Quan. This was a combined divine power, and certainly not an ordinary one. He brandished the Sword of the Sun and stepped out to launch an attack. Chapter 581. As Yang Yi and the strong ones from the Sun Temple departed, countless powerful figures in front of the Star Temple erupted in excitement. The news of the Star Twins' defeat and Yang Yi's victory spread like wildfire throughout Central State. Some observant individuals noticed that the high-ranking officials of the Demon Temple had actually not paid attention to this highly anticipated showdown between the Sun Temple and the Star Temple. This led many to speculate. Could it be that Ye Feng did not regard Yang Yi highly, or perhaps due to the matters with the Witch Temple? He was hiding in the Demon Temple and dare not show up? However, they would likely find out the answer soon, as Yang Yi's next challenge was the Demon Temple. Many powerful figures of Central State followed closely as soon as the members of the Sun Temple left, wanting to witness whether Yang Yi and Ye Feng would erupt into battle. Wu Yunming, Mo Wuyin, Yu Wujia, and others also flickered away, heading towards the location of the Demon Temple. The battle between Yang Yi and Ye Feng could not be missed. Both were rising prodigious figures in Central State. Yang Yi. This battle was splendid. Yang Fuxing praised Ye Feng openly among the Sun Temple's ranks. Chapter 582. It's quite a coincidence to be in seclusion at this time. I see that Ye Feng is afraid and does not dare to come out and fight, Yang Fuxing sneered. Unless it was at a critical moment of breaking through a realm, there was no need for someone at Ye Feng's level to go into seclusion. He had initially been quite wary of Ye Feng's future, even feeling that Ye Feng's talent was stronger than Yang Yi's. However, now that Ye Feng actually did not dare to show himself, it truly disappointed him. It seemed that Yang Yi possessed the momentum and qualifications to dominate an era. Old bald donkey, you're talking nonsense. Gue Tianran suddenly exploded with anger, seemingly very upset. Seeing Gue Tianran so furious, Yang Fuxing's conviction in his thoughts deepened. Wu Yunming, Mo Wuyin, Yu Wujia, and others were also quite surprised by this scene. Ye Feng had dared to kill Yang Haobin right in front of Yang Fuxing before, which proved he had considerable courage. But now he did not dare to fight, which was indeed unexpected. Perhaps Ye Feng had heard about Yang Yi defeating the Star Twins. Believing he was not currently Yang Yi's opponent, and thus avoiding his sharpness, which to them seemed like a wise decision. Ye Feng, you little rat, come out and fight. Chapter 583. Outside the Witch Temple, a gathering of heroes looked toward the young man at the entrance of the Witch Temple. The man, dressed in black with black hair, was swaying in a breeze, exuding an unbeatable aura of wildness and heroism. Yang Yi, the most famous figure in Central State today, overshadowing Ye Feng and dominating the 5 great temples. If he swept through the Witch Temple's godsons and goddaughters today, he would embark on an invincible path, soon suppressing an era. Yang Yi, I said that if you come to challenge my witch temple, I will make you pay the price. As a cold voice laced with killing intent echoed, Wu Yunming appeared before everyone, accompanied by many strong figures from the witch temple. Behind him, the three witch gods, Wu Qing, Wu Yuan, and Wu Yin, gazed at Ye Feng, their pupils flashing with icy coldness. Since you say so, I will not hold back in this battle. The life and death of your witch temple are up to you. Ye Feng stood with his hands behind his back, his arrogant voice resonating in everyone's ears, causing countless hearts to tremble. Although Yang Yi had won against 3 7th-level masters of the immortal martial realm during the battle at the Life Temple, he did not display an overwhelming superiority, letting many know where his limits lay. Chapter 584. Wu Qing and Wu Yuan were just about to concede, but 2 beams of solar sword light suddenly arrived, slicing their throats and ending their lives, leaving them unable to speak. Bang! The 2 corpses fell from the void, crashing at the entrance of the witch temple, making the already blood-stained ground even redder. The powerful figures from the various forces in Central State looked at the corpses of the 3 witch gods, realizing the seriousness of the situation. Yang Yi had killed the 3 witch gods. Today's events would likely be difficult to resolve. Yang Yi, they have already conceded. Why do you still want to kill them? Wu Yunming's features twisted in anger as he questioned. These 3 witch gods had the potential to break through to the divine martial realm in the future, and now they had all died at Yang Ye's hands, making even him feel immense pain. Concede? I did not hear that. Besides, what use is it to keep such waste? Ye Feng stood in the void, his gaze looking down as if a deity was watching. All right, fine. Wu Teng, I'll leave him to you. Wu Yunming's voice was filled with chilling coldness. As his words fell, Wu Teng, who had been observing the battle, stepped out from the ranks of the witch temple. He understood the implication of Wu Yunming's words, that he must kill Yang Yi. Chapter 585. Terrifying flames burned through the void, distorting the surrounding space. Yet the dark tentacles condensed from the power of the witch gods were incredibly strange, showing no fear of the power of divine fire. The fiery river surged and roared, while the dark tentacles danced wildly. The 2 forces clashed in the void. Yang Yi was formidable, able to engage in battle with Wu Teng, who was at the 8th level of the immortal martial realm. It was merely a struggle, and Yang Yi had already fallen into a disadvantage. In the face of Wu Teng's absolute power, he could only resist stubbornly. Strong individuals among the crowd continuously voiced their opinions, all with extraordinary insight, recognizing the shift in the situation. Yang Yi, stop resisting stubbornly. You can't defeat me. Wu Teng manipulated countless dark tendrils to launch a domineering assault, gradually extinguishing the river of flames. Ye Feng's eyes darkened slightly. Indeed, an 8th-level immortal martial realm expert was not easy to deal with. Even with all the power of the flame divine seed, he could not defeat the opponent. As the river of flames was gradually extinguished, countless dark tendrils surged toward Ye Feng, akin to thousands of vengeful spirits, chilling and piercing. I said with your blood, witness my era. A strange aura suddenly surged from within Ye Feng, and an eerie light enveloped his body, making anyone who caught a glimpse feel a chill run down their spine. Chapter 586. Outside the Hall of the Witch God, countless strong individuals focused their gaze on Ye Feng. Was such a monstrous figure really going to meet such a tragic end? Ha ha ha. Yang Yi, you and I are both going to die. Wu Teng laughed wantonly. As he laughed, his black hair turned white, his skin began to crack, and his face aged significantly. His whole body entwined with deathly energy. If nothing unexpected happened, the day Ye Feng died would also be the day he fell. However, to fall alongside such a monstrous figure, he did not consider it a loss. Not necessarily. Ye Feng's expression remained calm, without a trace of panic. The cursed power that had entered his brow was isolated by a strange force and then floated away. The swirling black mist containing the cursed power returned from whence it came, rushing toward Wu Teng under the incredulous gazes of the crowd. However, he was not calm inside. If it weren't for Xian Yuan and I Chang's help, this death curse would indeed have been extremely troublesome for him. Wu Teng's smile abruptly stopped, replaced by a ghostly expression. The death curse he had activated at the cost of his life was actually ineffective against Ye Feng and rebounded back. But his life could never return. Chapter 587. Luo Shi, do you still think Ye Feng is stronger than me? Ye Feng closed his eyes and enjoyed the massage. This woman's technique had improved significantly. Luo, she remained silent. She felt a hint of disappointment regarding Ye Feng's avoidance of battle that day, but she still firmly believed that Ye Feng was stronger than Yang Yi. Seeing this, Ye Feng smiled, somewhat guessing Luo Shi's inner thoughts. This woman was quite stubborn. Just as he was about to tease Luo Shi, a voice came from outside the palace. Yang Yi, is her body all right? As the voice came in, Yang Fusheng stepped inside. Palace Master, I'm fine. The death curse is ineffective against me. Ye Feng replied lightly, feigning concern as he looked at Yang Fusheng's injured appearance. Palace Master, are you hurt? He said this, but inside he felt a bit regretful. How did that useless Wu Yunming not kill this old bald donkey? Just a minor injury. Wu Yunming is worse off than I am. Yang Fusheng replied stubbornly, noting that his strength was comparable to Wu Yunming's, and that day could be said to have been a true fight. Seeing Yang Ye's normal complexion and leisurely enjoying the massage, he couldn't help but feel relieved. Now, Yang Ye's importance to the Yang God Palace was self-evident, and there could be no mistakes. Chapter 588. The Forbidden Zone of the Gods. Ye Feng's gaze slightly tightened upon hearing this name. To be called a Forbidden Zone seemed to indicate it was a terrifying place. Seeing Ye Feng's puzzled expression, Yang Fusheng continued, the Forbidden Zone of the Gods, as the name suggests, is a place that we, the immortal martial realm experts, consider a forbidden area. The Forbidden Zone of the Gods can only be entered, not exited. I've never heard of anyone coming out of the Forbidden Zone of the Gods, even those who can suppress an era. No one knows what exactly exists inside the Forbidden Zone of the Gods, but despite this, every year there are some fearless individuals who enter. They might be pushed into a corner by some strong experts, or perhaps old monsters from our 7 divine palaces who have been in seclusion for many years, seeking a glimmer of hope and opportunity. After listening, Ye Feng fell silent. No wonder there were no particularly powerful immortal martial realm experts seen in Zhongzhou. It seemed that these individuals had almost all gone to the Forbidden Zone of the Gods. After all, once one reached this level of cultivation, who wouldn't want to break through the shackles of the immortal martial realm and become a true deity? Yang Yi, I believe that one day you will also enter the Forbidden Zone of the Gods, but until then, focus on your cultivation. Chapter 589. While Ye Feng was in closed-door cultivation in the Yang God Palace, the situation in Zhongzhou was turbulent. Due to Ye Feng, the previous battle between the Yang God Palace and the Witch God Palace caused casualties among both immortal martial realm and celestial martial realm experts. Such conflicts were not easily quelled. The Witch God Palace had already sent Emperor martial realm experts to target the people of the Yang God Palace. After receiving the news, the Yang God Palace also dispatched Emperor martial realm experts to deal with the Witch God Palace. But both sides were relatively restrained and did not send out immortal martial realm and celestial martial realm individuals. After all, immortal martial realm experts were relatively scarce for every palace, and although there were many celestial martial realm experts, they could not withstand the consumption of both sides continuing to fight. Just then, the Demon God Palace also intervened, deploying numerous Emperor martial realm experts against the Yang God Palace, even sending out celestial martial realm great demons, leading to significant losses for the Emperor martial realm experts of the Yang God Palace. The various forces in Zhongzhou were not surprised by this. The Demon God Palace and the Yang God Palace originally had conflicts, and now that they found an opportunity to intervene, it was only reasonable. Upon hearing this news, Yang Fusheng was enraged. These bastards from the Demon God Palace and the Witch God Palace had teamed up against him. He immediately dispatched celestial martial realm experts from the Yang God Palace to counterattack, but was met with a combined assault from both the Demon God Palace and the Witch God Palace. Chapter 590. Xiao Qingming saw Ye Feng's overwhelming strength and instantly lost her momentum, only able to feign calmness as she pointed at Luo Shi and said, Yang Yi, she stole my things. Ha, Luo Shi stole your things? Ye Feng's lips curled into a mocking arc upon hearing this. What? Is your stuff more precious than the treasures in the Yang God Palace's treasury? I tell you, Luo Shi has been in the Yang God Palace's treasury multiple times. If she wants to, after telling me, she can take anything from the treasury. Would she even look at the broken copper and iron in your hands? Upon hearing this, the people of the Yang God Palace looked at Luo Shi with envy. Ye Feng's words undoubtedly told everyone that as long as Luo Shi wanted, she could choose any treasure from the treasury, and Ye Feng would help her obtain it. This also made everyone realize that Luo Shi's status in Ye Feng's eyes far exceeded what they had anticipated. Xiao Qingning seemed to have kicked a hard rock this time. Xiao Qingning's body trembled, her face turning pale. Why would a mere servant girl like Luo Shi receive such importance from Ye Feng? Answer me. Ye Feng shouted angrily, a terrifying aura erupting from him. In an instant, two terrifying axe lights flashed through the void. Chapter 591. Your Highness the Son of God, I trouble you to come out today and make a decision for me. Inside the Jiang Palace, Luo Shi looked at the man in front of her, her heart filled with gratitude. Ye Feng had fiercely struck down the goddess of the Sun God Temple today and challenged the elder of the Sun God Temple, which deeply moved her. As my maid, you represent my face. To touch you is to slap my face. You need not care, and besides, today's matter can be considered a help to me. Ye Feng smiled mysteriously. He had long wanted to stir things up in the Sun God Temple, but no one dared to offend him. Xiao Qingning had practically walked into his line of fire. Even if Yang Fuxing appeared today, he would still have to deal with Xiao Qingning. Luo Shi was quite puzzled. It seemed she had only added a bit of trouble for Ye Feng. You may go now. I want to begin my cultivation. Ye Feng waved his hand, signaling Luo Shi to leave. Yes, Your Highness the Son of God. Luo Shi did not dare to disobey and could only leave the palace. Just as she walked out of the palace gate, she happened to see Yang Qinghong arriving at the palace entrance. Miss Luo Shi, I would like to meet Yang Yi. Please inform him inside. Yang Qinghong spoke gently, not regarding Luo Shi as a servant at all. Chapter 592. Wow, we're going to get rich. In the treasury, Gue Tiantian looked at the dazzling array of treasures before him, his heart screaming with excitement. Even though this was not his first time entering the Sun God Temple's treasury, seeing so many treasures still made his eyes shine with excitement. Hurry up and get to it. While speaking, Ye Feng directly stored various precious items beside him into his storage ring. Gue Tiantian moved skillfully. He imagined the expression of Yang Fuxing, that old bald donkey, when he saw the Sun God Temple's treasury completely looted, and that thought excited him greatly. The two of them swept through the treasury, leaving no trace behind. Just as Ye Feng and Gue Tiantian were pillaging the Sun God Temple's treasury, Yang Fuxing in the Sun God Palace felt a slight twitch in his eyelids, sensing that something significant was about to happen. Someone. Yang Fuxing's authoritative voice echoed. Moments later, Yang Qinghong was summoned and appeared in the Sun God Palace. Master of the temple, what do you need from me? Yang Qinghong asked respectfully. Is there any major movement from the Demon God Temple and the Witch God Temple? Yang Fuxing frowned and inquired. From the current information, it seems that the Demon God Temple and the Witch God Temple do not have any major movements. Chapter 593. On the day Yang Qinghong fell, a shocking message spread across various regions of the central continent. Have you heard? Yang Yi and Yang Qinghong from the Sun God Temple were ambushed by people from the Witch God Temple. I saw with my own eyes as Yang Qinghong was killed by a strong man from the Witch God Temple, while Yang Yi seemed to have been captured by them. What? Are you serious? Yang Qinghong is dead, and Yang Yi has been captured by the Witch God Temple? I saw it with my own eyes. It cannot be false. Hiss. The Witch God Temple has gone mad. Once the Sun God Temple finds out, they will definitely go completely berserk. Such news spread across the central continent, growing wider with each retelling, sparking countless discussions. Who in the central continent does not know Yang Ye's name? He is destined to be a powerful figure that will dominate an era, regarded as a treasure by the Sun God Temple. At that time, the Sun God Temple had warned the Witch God Temple to protect Yang Ye's safety, even going so far as to wage a divine war. Now that Yang Yi has been captured by the Witch God Temple, the Sun God Temple will surely go mad upon learning this. And as many powerful figures in the central continent had predicted, Yang Fuxing was furious when he learned of Yang Ye's capture and Yang Qinghong's fall. He personally went to the place where the past masters of the Sun God Temple had secluded themselves to inform them. Upon hearing this, the past masters of the Sun God Temple and several powerful figures in the divine martial realm went into a rage, and a terrifying divine might spread throughout every corner of the Sun God Temple. Chapter 594. On this day, the battlefield outside the Witch God Temple was engulfed in flames, turning into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, with countless powerful figures falling outside the Witch God Temple, staining the earth red. In the end, the Sun God Temple retreated after suffering the loss of nearly 10 divine martial realm and 100 immortal martial realm experts. This was ultimately the territory of the Witch God Temple, and the people of the Sun God Temple could not all leave their lair. However, the powerful figures of various factions in the central continent witnessed the extent to which the people of the Sun God Temple valued Yang Yi, going so far as to wage a divine war against the Witch God Temple. Soon after, Yang Fuxing led the people of the Sun God Temple back. Their clothes stained with blood, all of them injured, some even missing arms or legs, showing serious wounds. "Let us go to the treasury and get some pills for healing." Yang Fuxing suppressed his inner anger. They wanted to rescue Yang Yi, but the Witch God Temple was too resolute and refused to release him. They were nearly blinded by rage. However, the casualties among the Sun God Temple's people were too severe. If they did not leave now, both divine temples would be completely ruined. Led by Yang Fuxing, the people of the Sun God Temple arrived at the entrance of the Sun God Temple's treasury. Yang Fuxing took a deep breath, took out a spare Sun God key, and inserted it into the groove of the door. Chapter 595. After Ye Feng had some fun with Bai Xianyuan and Feng Qianxue for a few days, he was called to the Demon God Palace by Gui Tiantian. "Master Gui, what do you need me for?" Ye Feng sat down in a spot within the Demon God Palace. He noticed that besides himself and Gui Tiantian, Jin Pengtian and Long Qimeng were also present, so he greeted them. Long Qimeng nodded calmly, while Jin Pengtian looked somewhat astonished. When Ye Feng was avoiding battle and did not show up, he had felt some disdain towards Ye Feng, but he never imagined that Yang Yi was actually Ye Feng, who had done something astonishing that shocked countless powerful figures in the central continent. According to the information from the Demon God Palace, the Sun God Temple and the Witch God Temple seem to have been interacting closely these days. Yang Fuxing even personally visited the Witch God Temple yesterday. Gui Tiantian's expression grew serious, now that Ye Feng's identity was exposed. The Sun God Temple and the Witch God Temple might resolve their grudges to deal with their Demon God Palace. "Master Gui, don't worry. If the two divine temples really come to attack, I won't involve the Demon God Palace." Ye Feng chuckled lightly. The targets of the Sun God Temple and the Witch God Temple were him. If they really came to kill him, he could just hide for a while, cultivate for a few more years, and then come back to deal with them. Chapter 596. Long Qingla, it's you old fellow. You haven't gone to the forbidden area of the gods yet. Upon seeing the newcomer, Wu Mohan narrowed his eyes. This Long Qingla was from the same era as him, and now had a cultivation level of the 5th stage of the divine martial realm. You haven't gone either. Are you afraid of death and dare not enter? Are you here to bully a junior now? Long Qingla sneered, standing proudly in the void. Behind him were nearly all the past masters of the Demon God Temple and powerful figures in the divine martial realm, numbering in the dozens. This Ye Feng killed 3 witches and elders from my Witch God Temple and caused a war to break out between the Witch God Temple and the Sun God Temple. I gotta let him go. Long Qingla, I advise your Demon God Temple not to meddle in our affairs. Otherwise, today we will annihilate your Demon God Temple along with you. Wu Mohan's voice contained a strong threat. What a big talk to destroy my Demon God Temple. Do you think just having a mouth is enough? Long Qingye sneered. Today, although there are many strong figures from the Witch Temple and the Sun Temple, to destroy his Demon God Temple is still a delusion. It should be known that the greatest foundation of the temple is not the hidden cultivators of past generations who pursue higher realms, but the ancestral statues standing in the square, overlooking all beings. Chapter 597. Ye Feng, go kill him. Yang Fuxing commanded the elder behind him, who was at the peak of the 10th level of the immortal martial realm. Ye Feng is currently the strongest person in the Sun Temple's immortal martial realm. Ye Feng nodded and stood in the void, looking across at Ye Feng. Ye Feng's axe had just killed Wu Dong from the Witch Temple, a display of strength that shocked him. The fire dragon roared. Ye Feng shouted in anger, unleashing all his power without holding back. A terrifying solar power spread from his body, transforming into 9 giant fire dragons that clawed their way toward Ye Feng. Ye Feng's eyes surged with murderous intent, and a demonic power emanated from him. Suddenly, his figure disappeared from the original spot and reappeared in front of the 9 fire dragons. He wielded the Sun God's splitting axe, and the terrifying axe light contained immense killing power. With a swing of the giant axe, one of the fire dragons was directly torn apart. Roar! The remaining 8 fire dragons howled in fury, their massive mouths spewing scorching flames, instantly engulfing Ye Feng and placing him in a sea of fire at an extremely high temperature. Ye Feng was delighted to see this. Ye Feng had underestimated him too much by directly appearing in his attack. Chapter 598, Boom. A deafening sound echoed through the void as two terrifying forces collided, turning into void light, causing both Ye Feng and Wu Ting to stagger backward. This clash clearly ended in tie. Mysterious door appear. After stabilizing himself, Ye Feng shouted violently, and the power of the embryonic form of the mysterious laws erupted within him, followed by the appearance of 6 mysterious doors in succession. The 6 mysterious doors stood in the void, trapping Wu Ting in a separate world. Break for me. Wu Ting looked around, his expression serious, as the power of thunder and the power of the witch god erupted together, transforming into a purple-black witch demon giant beast. The witch demon giant beast swung its massive palms, violently striking at the mysterious doors. Each attack contained immense, destructive energy. However, thick mysterious energy surged from within the mysterious doors, transforming into strange tentacles that sought to tightly bind the limbs of the witch demon giant beast. The witch demon giant beast howled and struggled, constantly swinging its limbs to strike at the mysterious tentacles in a relentless resistance. But the mysterious tentacles seemed endless, madly pouncing on the witch demon giant beast. Ultimately, the witch demon giant beast could no longer withstand the attacks and was pierced through by the mysterious tentacles, leading to its death. Chapter 599. Just as Ye Feng was enjoying a moment with the holy light butterfly, the events occurring outside the demon god temple spread throughout Zhongzhou without surprise. The Sun Temple and the Witch Temple sent dozens of divine martial realm experts and thousands of immortal martial realm strongmen to demand Ye Feng from the demon god temple, ultimately returning empty-handed. Ye Feng had fought 3 battles in a row, killing a 9th-level immortal martial realm expert, a 10th-level immortal martial realm expert, and a 1st-level divine martial realm expert, shocking countless strong figures in Zhongzhou. Ye Feng's strength had increased too rapidly, almost rivaling that of the masters of the 7 great temples. Even more astonishing was that the Life Temple and the Moon Temple simultaneously expressed their stance to protect Ye Feng, opposing the Sun Temple and the Witch Temple, causing a huge stir. After enjoying his time with the holy light butterfly, Ye Feng inquired about the divine forbidden zone from Xinyuan Nishang, believing she should have some understanding of the situation inside. Xinyuan girl, what exactly is in the divine forbidden zone? Ye Feng asked. The Divine Forbidden Zone is a restricted area created by some forces within the Divine Court to select talented, strong figures from your small worlds. The so-called Divine Court is the residence of various powerful deities, and beneath the Divine Court lies countless small worlds, where over the years, some exceptionally talented individuals have emerged. Chapter 600. Ye Feng smiled coldly, ignoring the murderous glares from the strong figures of the Witch Temple. A vast power erupted from his body, and a terrifying palm force was directed at the statue of the Witch Temple's ancestor. Ye Feng stopped. Seeing this scene, the divine martial realm expert from the Witch Temple changed color. Ye Feng was actually aiming for their ancestor's statue. However, they had no time to stop him and could only watch helplessly as Ye Feng struck the ancestor's statue with the palm. At that moment, the statue of the Witch Temple's ancestor seemed to sense the crisis. An array of light emitted from the statue, blocking Ye Feng's attack. Human, you are presumptuous. At the same time, a deep and ancient voice emanated from the statue, signaling the awakening of the ancestor's divine consciousness. A terrifying power then spread from within the statue, causing the expression of the turtle natural to change drastically. Ye Feng might be in serious trouble. At that moment, he might even be doomed. The divine martial realm experts from the Witch Temple sneered. Ye Feng dared to disrespect their ancestor, and now that the ancestor's divine consciousness had awakened, he was clearly enraged. Ye Feng was doomed. I'll show you presumptuousness. Chapter 601. Wu Yunming's furious roar echoed through the void as he raced with the strong figures of the Witch Temple toward Ye Feng with the fastest speed of his life. Ye Feng glanced back and saw the pursuing strong figures of the Witch Temple. He coldly said, "If you have the guts, come chase me into the divine forbidden zone." His arrogant words made Wu Yunming and the others' expressions darken. Was Ye Feng planning to flee to the divine forbidden zone to escape their pursuit? That place was a forbidden area for divine martial realm experts, and no one had ever entered and returned afterward. However, this did not change Wu Yunming's determination to kill Ye Feng. As the Witch Temple's people pursued Ye Feng, the events occurring within the Witch Temple spread rapidly, causing a huge uproar in Zhongzhou. While Ye Feng was surrounded by the strong figures of the Witch Temple at the Demon God Temple, He actually broke into the witch temple, rampaged, and destroyed the ancestral statue of the witch temple, shocking countless strong figures. It should be noted that the ancestral statue of the witch temple was the most terrifying foundation of the witch temple, feared by all strong figures from the 6 great temples. Yet today, it was destroyed by Ye Feng. There were even rumors that the people from the Sun Temple who were originally chasing Ye Feng were so frightened by this news that they returned to the Sun Temple. Chapter 602. The people from the Witch Temple were simply insulting his intelligence, trying to treat him like a fool. Thinking of this, Chun Hao's pupils erupted with flames of anger as he shouted, "Let's all go together and kill these 4 from the Witch Temple." As his words fell, Chun Hao took the lead, dashing past Ye Feng, leading his subordinates toward Wu Yunming. Wu Yunming's brows furrowed at this sight. His ancestral statue had been destroyed. His treasury had been robbed, and he was being forced into the divine forbidden zone. The pent-up rage within him erupted at this moment. Boom! As the two sides collided, a fierce battle broke out, shaking the heavens and the earth. However, Ye Feng was not without someone to take care of him. Chun Hao deliberately sent a person named Su Ju, a first-level god martial realm expert, to capture Ye Feng. "Kid, surrender." Su Ju, a tall and robust man, rushed over, exuding a violent power that caused the surrounding space to tremble slightly. He transformed his hand into a claw and reached for Ye Feng's collar, intending to capture him. Ye Feng remained calm, his feet shifted slightly, and he transformed into a gust of wind, disappearing from his original spot. Su Ju frowned. His attack had been dodged. He turned around to see Ye Feng watching him from a distance. Chapter 603. "Kid, you're seeking death." The two god martial realm experts glared at each other, unleashing their immense god martial power, pressing down towards Ye Feng. A strange light radiated from Ye Feng's eyes, and the sun god's splitting heaven axe contained terrifying power, instantly cleaving through their attacks. The two exchanged glances, unable to hide their shock. This guy had terrifying strength. Just as they were astonished, Ye Feng charged again, surrounded by phantoms of monsters. The terrifying monster power filled the space, and powerful monster divine abilities enveloped them. Get away from me. The two second-level god martial realm experts fought desperately, but suddenly felt somewhat powerless. The attacks were too domineering and overwhelming. Each hit required them to exert all their strength to resist. "Fools, why aren't you helping? Otherwise, your people will be killed." At this moment, Wu Yunming, who was battling with Chun Hao, reminded them. In response, he received a domineering punch that struck his abdomen. Boom! Wu Yunming was hit and slammed against the barrier of the forbidden zone before falling to the ground. Surrounded by 3 people, he could no longer hold on. "You two go help. I'll take care of him first." Chapter 604. In addition, Ye Feng learned that on the outskirts of this god forbidden zone, there are also some divine relics. These divine relics contained many inheritances, but after years of exploration, most of these inheritances had been excavated. Within this god forbidden zone, there was also something very important, the Law Divine Stone. The Law Divine Stone allows god martial realm experts to deepen their understanding of the law's power, making it an extremely precious resource within this god forbidden zone. "Let's go to the place of law comprehension first," Ye Feng murmured, then headed towards the direction of the law comprehension site based on Chun Hao's memories. This place of law comprehension was a divine relic on the outskirts of the god forbidden zone, containing 3,000 law divine tablets. It was also the only place where one could comprehend the power of laws without needing a law divine stone. Half a day later, a man in black appeared at the place of law comprehension. He was Ye Feng, who had hurried from the entrance of the god forbidden zone. "So this is the place of law comprehension." Ye Feng raised his eyes to see stone tablets standing on the ground ahead, inscribed with obscure and difficult-to-understand inscriptions, each radiating the charm of divine principles. Chapter 605. Time slowly passed, and a month later, Ye Feng looked at the strange divine tablet in front of him, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. He had thought that this strange divine tablet could deepen his understanding of the strange laws. However, after a month of comprehension, he realized he had overestimated it. The strange laws on the divine tablet seemed less helpful than the strange scriptures he had obtained in the strange world before. "Miss Xianyuan, this strange divine tablet doesn't seem to help my understanding of the strange laws much." Ye Feng communicated with Xianyuan Nishang using his spiritual power. "That's right. This strange divine tablet can be somewhat helpful for those who have not yet become true gods. But for the high-ranking experts of the divine court, such tablets are everywhere, And since you possess strange scriptures left by God, their effect on you becomes negligible. Xinyuan Nishang's explanation made Ye Feng nod. It was similar to what he had thought. If the Law Divine tablets were incredibly precious for the divine court experts, how could they be placed here? Ye Feng, this strange divine tablet may not be very useful to you, but you can go to the Fire Divine tablet to comprehend the fire laws. Chapter 606. The people at the place of law comprehension watched as Ye Feng and Ye Bing engaged in a challenge, and they couldn't help but become interested. Ye Feng's ability to comprehend the embryonic form of the fire laws in such a short time surely marked him as a prodigious figure. However, Ye Bing was not considered strong among them, but not too weak either. It was unknown where Ye Feng got his confidence. Interesting. Among the crowd, a blond man murmured before heading towards the outside of the law comprehension site. Besides the blond man, a black-clad man surrounded by witch power showed an interested expression. Soon, a crowd gathered outside the law comprehension site, their eyes focused on Ye Feng and Ye Bing. Kid, since you're seeking death, I'll send you on your way. Ye Bing smirked coldly, unleashing the peak power of second-level god, martial realm expert from within. In an instant, a terrifying chill enveloped the surrounding space, and countless snowflakes fell from the void, creating a bone-chilling cold. Ye Feng remained unfazed, opening his palm as a flicker of flame rose from it. Though small, the flame attracted everyone's attention, and they could clearly feel the temperature around them rising rapidly. Chapter 607. The crowd watched as the people from Witch Mountain and Star Mountain vied for Ye Feng, their eyes filled with envy. The Divine Mountain was a place they longed for, but lacked the strength to enter. After a slight hesitation, Ye Feng looked at Xing Heng and said, "Senior, I choose to join Star Mountain." He had a deep enmity with the Witch Temple, so joining Witch Mountain was not a wise choice. Something might happen someday. Star Mountain, on the other hand, was relatively safer, and he didn't care much about the 5 Law Divine Stones. Good, this will definitely be your wisest choice. Xing Heng smiled joyfully. Oomph. Wu Qing snorted coldly, casting an unhappy glance at Xing Heng and Ye Feng before leaving. Kit, what's your name? I see you just arrived at the God-forbidden zone not long ago. At this moment, Xing Heng approached to learn some details about Ye Feng. Ye Feng truthfully shared some basic information, but he did not mention what had happened in the Central Continent. After all, he was not very familiar with Xing Heng, and one must always be cautious. Very well, Ye Feng, right? Then I'll take you to Star Mountain. As for whether you can gain the favor of the Master of the Divine Mountain, that will depend on your own abilities. Chapter 608. 7th level Emperor Martial Realm. Ye Feng cleared his throat and replied honestly. Puffed. Hearing such a weak cultivation level, the newcomer Kong chonked on behind Xing, so couldn't help but laugh out loud. But he quickly realized that Xing Huanling was present and immediately suppressed his smile. Even Xing covered his mouth, trying to stifle his laughter. Wasn't Xing Heng out of his mind for bringing someone at the Emperor Martial Realm to join their Star God Mountain? Upon hearing this, Xing Huanling looked at Ye Feng with great surprise, then turned her gaze to Xing Heng, seemingly questioning what extraordinary qualities Ye Feng possessed. Xing Heng could only lower his head and pretend not to see. He still wanted to rely on Ye Feng to give Xing Su a good trick, which should secure his position as a battle general of Star God Mountain. Xing Heng, what do you think Star God Mountain is? You even accepted someone at the Emperor Martial Realm. What is he? A genius that hasn't appeared for millions of years? Or can he comprehend the embryonic form of the law's power at the Emperor Martial Realm? Xing Su took the opportunity to kick Xing Heng while he was down, making him look foolish in front of Xing Huanling. As soon as these words were spoken, both Ye Feng and Xing Heng turned their gazes towards Xing Su. Why are you two looking at me? A suspicious look flashed in Xing Su's eyes. Could it be that he hit the nail on the head? Chapter 609. Space Strangulation. Kong Qingtian spun his palm, and the surrounding spatial power was mobilized, transforming into spiraling spatial blades that shattered the surrounding space and brought with them a terrifying space storm, rushing towards Ye Feng to strangle him. Ye Feng's eyes remained calm as a surge of demonic power erupted, with 6 demonic phantoms swirling around him. Boom! The 6 demonic phantoms unleashed domineering punches, shattering the spiraling blades coming from all directions with overwhelming demonic power. However, the power of the spiraling blades was also quite terrifying. The sharp blades sliced through the bodies of the demonic phantoms, producing piercing friction sounds and making the phantoms' forms even more illusory. Kill! The 6 demonic phantoms roared in anger. and terrifying fist lights slammed towards Kong Chengtian. Kong Chengtian's figure flickered in space, dodging the attacks of the 6 demonic phantoms while the sharp spatial blades appeared, constantly slicing through the bodies of the 6 phantoms. As time passed, the bodies of the 6 phantoms became more and more illusory, ultimately being completely strangled by the spatial blades. Kong Chengtian stared at Ye Feng, unable to believe that this guy was somewhat difficult to deal with. Chapter 610, Lord Mountain Master, do you have something to discuss with me? Ye Feng looked at the stunning woman and asked, Ye Feng, how could someone with your cultivation enter the forbidden zone of the gods? Xing Huanling blinked her star-like brilliant eyes, curiously examining Ye Feng. With Ye Feng's strength and talent, you shouldn't be unable to survive in Zhongzhou, right? Cough, I did some things that angered the heavens and people and was chased in here. Ye Feng awkwardly explained. Oh, what kind of things angered the heavens and people? Upon hearing this, Xing Huanling became even more curious. Even if Ye Feng had killed a few powerful figures from the divine temple, it shouldn't lead him to this predicament. Lord Mountain Master, it's inconvenient for me to say more about this. If you can return to Zhongzhou in the future, you might find out. Ye Feng didn't want to explain too much. If the people from the Witch God Mountain found out that he had destroyed the ancestral statue of the Witch God Temple, he probably wouldn't have a good life in this forbidden zone. Seeing this, Xing Huanling stopped asking further, but she still reminded him, it's easy to enter the forbidden zone, but leaving is quite difficult. As far as she knew, there was only one possibility to leave the forbidden zone, which was to obtain the consent of the master of the forbidden zone. Chapter 611, 60 lost stones, how about it? After pondering for a moment, Shang Pei quoted a price. 80 lost stones. Ye Feng glanced at Shang Pei and said dun-dun-da. Although it was his first time exchanging a divine weapon for lost stones, he still had a general understanding of the prices from Chun Hao's memories. Moreover, the 7-colored treasure tower in his hands was not an ordinary divine weapon. My friend, I only have 68 lost stones on hand, of which 8 are the strange lost stones you need. How about that? Shang Pei gritted his teeth and took out all his savings. He truly liked this 7-colored treasure tower. 8 strange lost stones? Ye Feng's heart moved upon hearing this. After thinking for a moment, he agreed. The value of these 8 strange lost stones was not low, and they were exactly what he needed at the moment. My friend, thank you very much. May I ask your name? While Shang Pei spoke, he took out the lost stones to exchange with Ye Feng and inquired about Ye Feng's name. Ye Feng received the lost stones, then handed the 7-colored treasure tower to the other party and stated his name. So it's Brother Ye Feng. However, I see that Brother Ye Feng seems a bit unfamiliar. Did you just join Star God Mountain not long ago? Chapter 612, that's right. I found out that Ye Feng just joined Star God Mountain, is a newcomer, and he has quite a few lost stones and some treasures on him. Shang Pei's words contained a hint of intriguing depth. Lin Bin understood immediately. Shang Pei wanted to use his hand to extort Ye Feng and then share in some benefits. Do you know what strength Ye Feng has? Lin Bin asked with a slight smirk. Although Ye Feng was a newcomer, it wasn't too late to investigate the situation before taking action. After all, at their level, cultivating for at least a few months or even years was possible. I'm not quite sure about that. Shang Pei answered honestly. All right, you can leave for now. When Ye Feng comes out, let me know, don't worry. You won't miss out on your benefits. Lin Bin waved his hand, indicating that Shang Pei could go. No matter how strong Ye Feng was, he couldn't be stronger than his brother, the battle general of Star God Mountain. All right, Lord Lin Bin, I will notify you immediately if there is any news. Shang Pei respectfully withdrew. His goal had been achieved. With the identity of Lin Yin, battle general of Star God Mountain, Ye Feng should willingly hand over some resources, and he could also benefit from it. Chapter 613. As the word roll fell, a powerful aura pressed towards Lin Bin. Lin Bin's expression changed slightly, and he staggered back a dozen steps before barely stabilizing himself. Lin Bin was scared back. Among the crowd, someone couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The aura that Ye Feng erupted with was clearly only at the Emperor Martial Realm, yet had frightened Lin Bin, who was at the Divine Martial Realm. To them, it was simply unbelievable. Listening to the discussions around him, Lin Bin's face darkened. He hadn't expected Ye Feng's aura to be so astonishing, catching him off guard and making him look foolish. If you only have this level of strength, you are not qualified to face me. Ye Feng stepped forward, passing by Lin Bin, glancing at him indifferently, and left a remark in his ear. The harsh voice made Lin Bin's forehead vein bulge. He was looked down upon by someone who had just entered the imperial martial realm of the Star God Mountain. An unnamed anger surged in his heart as he turned around, looking at Ye Feng's gradually departing figure, and shouted angrily, "Stop! What? Do you want to make a move against me? If you have the guts, then try it." Ye Feng glanced back, his eyes filled with mockery. Chapter 614. In the face of these people's doubts, Ye Feng could understand. He turned his gaze to Gong Sun Chung and said lightly, "Since you are a 4th-tier divine-level array master, then go ahead and set up the array. The formation you set up, I can easily break." Since this group did not believe in his array-breaking abilities, he could only prove himself. "You want me to set up an array? You really have a big mouth. But seeing how arrogant you are, I will fulfill your request." Gong Sun Chung smirked, intending to use his array skills to make Ye Feng look foolish. He stepped out of the group, moved to a relatively open area, and began to inscribe array patterns to set up the formation. Gong Sun Cheng's actions also attracted the attention of many around. "Isn't that Gong Sun Cheng? Is he going to set up a formation to test others? It must be. I just heard some news that the one called Ye Feng wants to join Guomin's team, and even boasted that he could break a 5th-tier divine-level array. Hiss, that really is quite a big boast." The crowd turned their eyes toward Gong Sun Cheng and Ye Feng. Chapter 615. In the illusion array. A thick mist of illusion power filled the formation, wrapping around Ye Feng, blocking his view and obscuring the road ahead. However, Ye Feng calmly surveyed his surroundings, his pitch-black eyes emitting a deep light. To break the array, there are only 2 methods. One is to use absolute brute force to shatter all the array patterns within the formation. The other is to find the array eye, the only path to escape the formation. Ye Feng was confident he could accomplish the first method, but would take too much time and did not suit his low-profile character. The array eye? Ye Feng released a powerful mental force to sense the mysteries of this formation. After a moment, a slight arc appeared at the corner of Ye Feng's mouth. He had already found the array eye. He then stepped out, passing through layers of illusory scenes, and arrived at the exit of the illusion array. However, he did not exit immediately. It hadn't even been a quarter of an hour yet, and exiting now would be too conspicuous. So he decided to rest at the exit for a while. Outside the illusion array, Shang Pei, Gong Sun Chung, Guomin, and others all focused their gaze on the exit, each harboring their own thoughts as they waited. Chapter 616. The God Mountain Mine is located in the central region of the God Forbidden Zone, not far from the Divine Palace where the master of the Forbidden Zone resides. One day, a team of 9 arrived outside the God Mountain Mine, which was none other than Ye Feng and Guomin's group. Along the way, Ye Feng listened to Guomin explain that they were going to explore an underground mine. They also discussed how to distribute the law stones after obtaining them. Before long, Ye Feng's group appeared at the teleportation entrance outside the God Mountain Mine. Around them and ahead, there were other teams from various God Mountains queuing at the teleportation entrance. People from the Star God Mountain. What a coincidence. At this moment, a mocking voice came, making Ye Feng and Guomin turn to look. A team of 10 was slowly walking towards them, led by a red-haired man, muscular and with a domineering gaze. "Dongfang Yao, it's you." Guomin's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Dongfang Yao was from the Sun God Mountain and at the same cultivation level as her, at the peak of the 5th level of the Divine Martial Realm. "Hee. Guomin, you better hope not to run into us in the God Mountain Mine, or I will first take them out and then play with you slowly." Chapter 617. Who is it? Hiding and peeking come out. Just as Gong Sun Chung was about to quietly lay down the formation, a loud shout from ahead alerted Ye Feng and the others that they had been discovered. The next moment, a man in blue, accompanied by 9 others, rushed towards Ye Feng's group. When the blue-clad man saw that Ye Feng's team had 9 members, a wary expression appeared on his face. He quickly assessed that this team was not weak. "I am Lan Yu, from the returning God Mountain. May I ask which God Mountain you all belong to?" Lan Yu clasped his hands in greeting and asked Ye Feng's group, "Oh, you are from the returning God Mountain? We are from the Star God Mountain, and I am the captain of this team." Guomin greeted them warmly while her gaze kept drifting towards the mine ahead, wanting to see the situation inside. Lan Yu noticed this small action of Guomin's and furrowed his brows slightly. They had discovered an underground mine here. The array master in their team was currently breaking the formation ahead and seemed to be making some progress, but they had now run into this team. Chapter 618. As Ye Feng's fierce attack fell, the entire slaughtering array trembled violently, as if it had been struck hard. Outside the formation, Lan Yu, Mao Guomin, and others looked at this scene with astonishment in their eyes. This was a sign that the formation was about to be broken. How long had Ye Feng been inside to break this large array? Gong Sun Chung remained silent for a long time. When Ye Feng broke the illusion array he set up before, it seemed he had been holding back. Boom! As the huge noise subsided, the protective formation of the underground mine was completely broken, and Ye Feng's figure stood at the entrance of the underground mine, impossible to ignore. Let us go in and mine the lost stones. Guomin and Lan Yu simultaneously ordered the members of their teams. Now that the formation was broken, how could they miss the lost stones right before them? However, the two teams from the Star God Mountain and the returning God Mountain still maintained a certain distance from each other. After all, before the protective formation was broken, the interests of both sides had not been affected, and now with so many lost stones, no one dared to guarantee that the other party had no ulterior motives. Ye Feng said nothing and immediately went to mine the lost stones embedded in the rock walls. Chapter 6:19. The rest of the team from the returning God Mountain was also left dumbfounded. Witnessing someone from the Imperial Martial Realm instantly kill someone from the Divine Martial Realm was truly shocking. Go kill him. The other experts from the Sun God Mountain reacted and reminded those beside them. Their team had more members than the Star God Mountains. And even if one person died now, it wouldn't matter. However, the second level and third level Divine Martial Realm members from the Sun God Mountain did not dare to face Ye Feng at all. Only a person at the fourth level of the Divine Martial Realm looked at Ye Feng with a gaze filled with cold, killing intent and approached him. You will die. The powerful warrior of the Sun God Mountain, Yuanling, took out the divine weapon, the sun-shooting bow, and the burning solar power flowed over the crimson bowstring. Buzz! As the bowstring trembled, a terrifying force shot out from the sun-shooting bow. This was a remarkably powerful solar arrow, dazzling and formidable. Appearing before Ye Feng in the blink of an eye, Ye Feng swung the Sun God cracking sky axe in his hand, the domineering power shattering the surrounding space and completely splitting the solar arrow in two. Kill! Ye Feng roared, unleashing the power of the flame, law's embryonic form. He raised the Sun God cracking sky axe and launched a fierce assault on Yuanling. Chapter 6:20. However, Dongfang Yao completely ignored this and only wanted to shake off Guomin's entanglement and leave the battlefield, which plunged the second strongest of the Sun God Mountain into despair. Boom! Ye Feng and Gong Sun Chung exchanged glances, joining forces to attack the second strongest of the Sun God Mountain, determined to kill this person from the Sun God Mountain here. Meanwhile, Dongfang Yao seized an opportunity, forcefully repelling Guomin, and then turned to escape. He initially thought he could resolve the situation with the advantage of numbers and strength against the people of Star God Mountain, but Guomin's stubbornness exceeded his expectations. Ye Feng had slain Yuanling, reversing the stalemate and placing his team in a difficult position. Before leaving, Dongfang Yao cast a cold glance at Ye Feng and vanished from the area. Guomin did not pursue, as she had no way to deal with Dongfang Yao. He could leave, and she could not stop him. Meanwhile, the people of the Return God Mountain watched the scene without any intention of pursuing. She then focused her gaze on the remaining few from the Sun God Mountain, who were held back by the people of Star God Mountain and could not extricate themselves, now facing Guomin's powerful attack. Boom! The terrifying divine martial power surged towards the remaining members of the Sun God Mountain, and under Guomin's immense strength, they fell one after another. Chapter 6:21. Haha, Lan Yu, if you can withstand this humiliation, why not take your people from a Return God Mountain and have a showdown with Mo Ko? At this moment, a laugh came from afar, and everyone turned to see a man radiating shamanic light, his aura extremely terrifying, at the peak of the fifth level of the Divine Martial Realm, like Mo Ko. Behind this man were 10 others, also exuding shamanic energy. People from the Shaman God Mountain. Ye Feng's gaze sharpened, and his expression grew serious. The people from the Demon God Mountain had already caused them some headaches, and now the people from the Shaman God Mountain had arrived, equally fearsome, no less than those from the Demon God Mountain. Wu Hao, what are you doing here? Mo Ku's expression darkened as he stared at the Shaman God Mountain's team, his eyes flickering with demonic light. What am I doing? Of course, I'm here for the same reason as you. Wu Hao's gaze turned towards the underground mine ahead, a hint of greed flashing in his eyes. The news from Dongfang Yao turned out to be true, and I arrived just in time. You want a piece of the pie too? If that's the case, the lost stones in this mine might not be enough to go around. Mo Ku glanced at the teams from Star God Mountain and Return God Mountain, his words implying something. Chapter 6:22. Roar, humans, daring to trespass in my territory. You seek death. At that moment, a loud voice like that of a giant elephant echoed from within the divine elephant mountain, like a bell ringing violently, deafening all present. Following this, a tall and powerful figure emerged in front of Ye Feng and Dongfang Yao, bringing with it overwhelming pressure. Dongfang Yao's expression changed, and he turned to flee without hesitation. This golden horn mammoth was already at the 6th level of the divine martial realm, and with a divine beast bloodline. He was absolutely no match. If he delayed, he might not escape today, and Ye Feng would also be doomed. Ye Feng's expression suddenly grew serious. He had not expected to enter the territory of a 6th-level divine beast. Moreover, the golden horn mammoth's attack was already coming at him. The golden horn mammoth stomped through the void. 2 golden shockwaves containing divine elephant power surged toward him, imbued with supreme divine might. Ye Feng did not dare to be careless or hold back. The powers of the embryonic forms of the flame law and the strange law erupted simultaneously around him. 2 forces, one black and one red, intertwined and merged in his hands, transforming into a bizarre fiery red door. Boom! Chapter 6:23. In the following days, Ye Feng entered a frenzied state of cultivation. He knew that the underground mine would eventually be exhausted by the people of the several divine mountains. He had to break through his realm before they left and reclaim the lost stones that belonged to him. One day, sensing the opportunity for a breakthrough, Ye Feng frantically absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, countless streams of energy flowing into his body, assisting him in breaking through his realm. After an unknown period, a power at the 9th level of the Emperor martial realm erupted within him. Finally, he had broken through. He did not know how long it had been. Ye Feng opened his dark eyes, a flash of sharpness passing through them. At that moment, the golden horn mammoth sensed someone breaking through in the divine elephant mountain, and after flickering repeatedly, appeared before Ye Feng. Looking at Ye Feng's newly achieved realm, it couldn't help but be curious about how strong this guy had become. "How long have I been in the divine elephant mountain?" Ye Feng asked when he saw the golden horn mammoth arrive. "Altogether, about 9 months," the golden horn mammoth replied casually. Ye Feng's eyes brightened slightly at this. 9 months should still be enough time. He then focused his gaze on the golden horn mammoth, realizing that after this period of cultivation, his understanding of the flame law and strange law seemed to have reached a critical point. Chapter 6:24. Just as Dongfang Yao was still in a standoff with Mo Ku, a voice from outside the underground mine left the people from the several divine mountains completely stunned. "Everyone inside, get out." This arrogant voice darkened the expressions of Dongfang Yao, Mo Ku, Shangpei, Wu Hao, and other powerful beings. They had gathered the strong from the 5 divine mountains here. With more than 10 at the 5th level of the divine martial realm, absolutely no one dared to provoke them in the divine mountain mine area. Now someone was audacious enough to tell them to get out. They were simply unaware of the heights of heaven and depths of the earth. This voice sounds a bit familiar. Lin Bin frowned slightly, feeling that the voice resembled Ye Feng. However, didn't Dongfang Yao say that Ye Feng was dead? Dongfang Yao also showed a hint of doubt. This voice did indeed sound like Ye Feng's. But wasn't he supposed to have been killed by the golden horn mammoth of the divine elephant mountain? He had initially said Ye Feng was dead to save face. "Let us go. I want to see who is so arrogant." Dongfang Yao took a deep breath and led the people from the Sun God Mountain out of the underground mine. At the same time, the people from the other 4 great mountains also stepped out of the mining area, eager to see who dared to be so reckless. Chapter 6:25. Under Lin Bin's command, the 2-peak 5th-level divine martial realm experts from Star God Mountain, along with Shangpei, charged towards Ye Feng. The dazzling power of the stars erupted from the 3 of them, transforming into star chains infused with sealing power, wrapping around Ye Feng from all directions, attempting to imprison him. In the face of the powerful attack from the 3-peak 5th-level divine martial realm beings, Ye Feng remained calm, and the sun god's splitting heaven axe appeared in his hand. He swung the axe, cleaving through the air with fierce axe light, imbued with overwhelming power, colliding with the star chains that came from the void, producing a thunderous sound. Hiss! The fierce axe light rampaged through the void, unleashing unparalleled killing power, causing the incoming star chains to show signs of shattering. The 3 of them, upon witnessing this, had their pupils shrink and displayed obvious shock. The combined attack of the 3-peak 5th-level divine martial realm experts was actually neutralized by Ye Feng under their astonished gazes. The star chains were completely shattered by the fierce axe light, transforming into specks of starlight that reflected in the eyes of Shang Pei and the others. Kill. Chapter 626. Quick, cover me. Lin Bin commanded the people beside him from Star God Mountain. Taking advantage of the fierce battle between Ye Feng and Shang Pei, he wanted to escape. As long as he could leave the Divine Mountain mining area and return to Star God Mountain, Ye Feng would not dare to touch him. Want to run? After Ye Feng killed a 5th-level Divine Martial Realm expert from Star God Mountain, he noticed Lin Bin's intentions. After repelling Shang Pei with a single axe, he swung towards Lin Bin's direction. Help me! Lin Bin cried for help, his body trembling uncontrollably. However, the remaining people from Star God Mountain dared not step forward. They were already shaken by Ye Feng's strength. They could not withstand this axe, and could only scatter in chaos to save themselves. No, Lin Bin, seeing the people from Star God Mountain fleeing, let out a voice filled with despair. The domineering axe light flashed through the void, and Lin Bin's body was torn into 2 pieces, falling in the Divine Mountain mining area. Ye Feng, we are all from Star God Mountain. Why must you be so ruthless? We were forced here by Lin Yin. Shang Pei, seeing that Ye Feng still refused to let him go, could only utter some words of pleading. You were just shouting to kill me before, and now that you are outmatched, you want to beg for mercy? Chapter 627. As Ye Feng's domineering words echoed, Ke felt what it meant to be aggrieved. He used to treat others this way, but now he was being treated like this. However, as Ye Feng drew closer, Ke felt increasingly anxious and could only suppress his inner fear to fend off Ye Feng's attack. Rumble. Billowing demonic energy surged around Ke. In the dark demonic palm print radiated an overwhelming power as it slammed towards Ye Feng. But the 2 types of law powers emanating from Ye Feng grew even stronger, easily neutralizing Ke's attack and severely injuring him with a single palm strike. Wow, Ke's body felt as if struck by lightning. He had already been injured by the golden-horned mammoth's attack. Now, facing Ye Feng's assault, it was like adding fuel to the fire. Ye Feng descended before Ke, wielding the sun god's splitting heaven axe, the sharp axe blade slicing through Ke's body, staining it with bright red blood. Ke's body trembled as he looked at his split chest, unwillingly collapsing. Ye Feng snatched Ke's storage ring and continued to pursue the other powerful beings from the Demon God Mountain. Meanwhile, the experts from Witch God Mountain all perished at the hands of the Golden Horn Mammoth, and Wu Hao was smashed into a pulp by a single punch from it. Chapter 628. Ye Feng's shout also attracted a lot of attention, with some people even recognizing his identity. Previously, when Ye Feng was shouting at Lin Bin outside the training cave and disregarding the status of Lin Yan, some people had remembered it. It was unexpected that after some time, Ye Feng was still doing quite well, even exchanging for a large number of lost stones, which surprised many. However, they did not care too much about Ye Feng's situation. They were more focused on what types of lost stones could be exchanged. Soon, a crowd gathered in front of Ye Feng's stall, all there to exchange various types of lost stones, and Ye Feng conducted equivalent exchanges with them one by one. Ye Feng. At this moment, a woman in the crowd looked at Ye Feng's figure, her beautiful eyes flashing with shock. This woman was Guomin, who had teamed up with Ye Feng to go to the Divine Mountain mining area. Beside Guomin was Gong Sun Cheng, a 4th-level Divine Array Master. The 2 of them had escaped back to Star God Mountain after being chased by the people of Sun God Mountain. It's you 2, what a coincidence. Hearing someone call his name, Ye Feng turned to see 2 familiar faces. Chapter 629. Inside Star God Palace. Ye Feng stepped inside and looked up to see an extraordinarily beautiful woman, Xing Huanling, before him. Xing Huanling had her jade-white legs slightly apart, her curvy figure elegantly seated in the position of the master of the Divine Mountain, with the towering peaks making her figure impossible to ignore. Just sitting there, she displayed her enchanting figure to perfection. This woman is truly a stunning beauty. Ye Feng couldn't help but marvel inwardly, even having seen many stunning women. He had to admit this one was breathtakingly beautiful. If it weren't for Xing Huanling's formidable strength, she might have been occupied by countless men long ago. Master of the mountain, what do you need from me? Ye Feng reined in his inappropriate thoughts and looked directly into the shining golden starry eyes of Xing Huanling, asking, I heard you kill Shang Pei? Xing Huanling's voice was devoid of emotion, and she had some understanding of the events that transpired on Star God Mountain. Yes, I previously occupied the cave that Lin Bin had not cultivated in, which led to a feud with him. Shangpei also coveted some resources and treasures in my possession, and they conspired to chase me to the divine mountain mining area. Chapter 630. After leaving Star God Palace, Ye Feng found a training cave and began to cultivate. Now, he lacked neither training resources nor law stones, and without any concerns, he entered a frenzied cultivation mode. He needed to fully comprehend the bizarre law and flame law before the grand competition of the 8 great divine mountains. At that time, after the grand competition, he could find an opportunity to leave the divine forbidden zone and return to Central Continent to resolve his grievances with the Sun God Temple and Witch God Temple. Just as Ye Feng began to cultivate, Xing Huanling also announced that the grand competition of the Divine Mountain would be held in a year, and news spread that the Master of the Forbidden Zone would personally appear, shocking countless people from Star God Mountain. The Master of the Forbidden Zone was the sole ruler of the Divine Forbidden Zone, and many wished to see him, but could not realize that desire. Nowadays, as long as one participates in the Divine Mountain Grand Competition, there's a chance to meet the Lord of the Forbidden Zone, which undoubtedly inspires many people to work harder in their cultivation, especially for those who have been stuck at the peak of the 5th level of the Divine Martial Realm for many years. Many of them have secretly resolved to break through the shackles of their realm within a year, advancing to the 6th level of the Divine Martial Realm and qualifying for the Divine Mountain Grand Competition. Aside from the Star Divine Mountain, the other 7 great divine mountains are also experiencing similar situations. Chapter 631. Ye Feng's words caused Lin Yan to pause in breath, momentarily speechless. This guy was becoming increasingly arrogant. However, just as he thought of a rebuttal, he noticed Xing Huanling's gaze on him, which made him swallow back what he wanted to say. Have you broken through? Xing Huanling's starry eyes fixed on Ye Feng, inquiring lightly. Ye Feng nodded, giving Xing Huanling an apologetic look, acknowledging that it was indeed his fault for making the people of Star Divine Mountain wait for a while. Very good. Then let's set off. Xing Huanling smiled slightly, not minding that Ye Feng had delayed his exit a bit. Although it would make them arrive at the Divine Palace a little late, there was still time. As Xing Huanling's voice fell, her figure flickered and transformed into a streak of flowing light, heading towards the Divine Palace. Lin Yan shot a dark glance at Ye Feng and followed in the direction Xing Huanling had disappeared. Ye Feng and the other strong individuals from Star Divine Mountain also followed suit, vanishing from the Star Divine Mountain. In the central area of the Forbidden Zone, a magnificent and imposing palace stood tall, the Divine Palace. This is the residence of the Lord of the Forbidden Zone, usually filled with an aura of solemnity and majesty. Chapter 632. Ye Feng's gaze did not linger on Wu Qing for long. After scanning the crowd from Wu Divine Mountain, he turned his attention to the forces of Demon Divine Mountain, Moon Divine Mountain, and Monster Divine Mountain, among others. Once he had a certain understanding of the strong individuals from the other 7 divine mountains, he suddenly sensed 4 auras that were even more terrifying than Xing Huanling's approaching. Xing Huanling, Yang Yinming, Mo Songming, and the other 8 masters of the divine mountains simultaneously looked towards the entrance of the Divine Palace Square. They were all too familiar with these 4 auras. The arrivals were actually the 4 great guardians of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning within the Forbidden Zone. These 4 held immense power within the Forbidden Zone, and their strength was incredibly terrifying, able to easily overpower any master of the Divine Mountains. Half-step Xian God, huh? Ye Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. Through the revelation from Xian Yao, he learned about the realm of these 4 guardians of the Forbidden Zone. Above the Divine Martial Realm is the Xian God Realm. However, advancing from the Divine Martial Realm to the Xian God Realm is not that easy. One must first comprehend at least one law power and use this law power to construct a small world within their body, which is an extremely lengthy process. Only when the small world within the body is fully formed can one reach the true Xian God Realm. Chapter 633. All the 6th level individuals from the 8 great divine mountains went up. Guardian Feng looked at the rising battle platform, his gaze sweeping across the competition area of the 8 divine mountains. Upon hearing this voice, Ye Feng from Star Divine Mountain stood up and slowly walked towards the battle platform. Beside him were Xing Heng, who brought him into Star Divine Mountain, and Guomin, who had teamed up with him previously in the Divine Mountain Mine area. However, Guomin had just broken through to the 6th level of the Divine Martial Realm not long ago, facing so many strong opponents at the same level. He felt immense pressure. The 6th-level individuals from the other 7 divine mountains also orderly stepped out from their seats. Once the people of Star Divine Mountain reached the battle platform, they obediently cleaned their necks, waiting for them to come and kill. At this moment, Xiao Rui from Yang Divine Mountain shot a provocative glance at the people of Star Divine Mountain. Although their master, Yang Yinming, had not explicitly instructed them on what to do, they all understood that eliminating the individuals from Star Divine Mountain was their primary goal. Xiao Rui's words also drew glares of anger from many strong individuals of Star Divine Mountain. The people from Yang Divine Mountain were too arrogant, provoking them even before stepping onto the battle platform. You're not wrong. Dealing with your Yang Divine Mountain people is like killing a chicken. Chapter 634. Leave this guy to me. Ye Feng reached out to stop Xing Heng, who was about to take action. Since the people from Yang Divine Mountain looked down on him so much, he would take this person as a target. Then you be careful. After a deep glance at Ye Feng, Xing Heng went to find other individuals from Yang Divine Mountain to fight against. I'll chop you up first today. Ye Feng's eyes sparkled like a demon, his black hair flying in the wind as the Yang God cleaving axe appeared in his hand. A dominating axe light burst forth in the void, tearing apart the surrounding space and appearing before Xiao Rui at a terrifying speed. Xiao Rui's eyelids twitched slightly. From this attack, he sensed a hint of threat. He stepped into the air, flames swirling around him, and endless fire surged from his body, transforming into an indestructible fire giant net that rushed towards the oncoming axe light. Sizzle. The axe light contained sharp killing intent, violently colliding with the fire giant net, causing flames to scatter everywhere and making the surrounding atmosphere heavy. As the two forces collided fiercely, the fire giant net was torn apart by the sharp axe light, and the power of the axe light also dwindled, being blocked by Xiao Rui's raised hand. However, the aftermath of the collision made Xiao Rui take a few steps back, and a hint of seriousness appeared on his face. Chapter 635. Ye Feng's momentum was significantly stronger than before. Just as Xiao Rui and the other 4 were shocked, Ye Feng rushed in like a descending tiger, the terrifying demon power completely enveloping the 5. Boom! A 10-zhang-tall demon god phantom first descended onto the battlefield, appearing before Xiao Rui and his group, its enormous palm suddenly smashing down. The 5 of them simultaneously exhibited their strength, unleashing powerful forces to counter the majestic demon god phantom. Boom! The combined power of Xiao Rui and his group violently collided with the terrifying demon god phantom. However, the demon god phantom radiated an eerie light, and rolling demon energy surged forth, overwhelming the combined attack of Xiao Rui and his group and forcefully pushing them back. At the same time, Ye Feng, wielding the Yang God cleaving axe, charged towards the nearest individual from Yang Divine Mountain. This 6th-level strong individual from Yang Divine Mountain's expression changed drastically. Only after engaging in battle did he understand just how powerful Ye Feng's strength was. No wonder someone as strong as Xiao Rui could not hold out for long against Ye Feng and ended up in such a predicament. Tell me quickly. The 6th-level strong individual from Yang Divine Mountain cried out for help upon seeing the cleaving axe coming down. Chapter 636. With Ye Feng and Xing Heng reaching a consensus, the 3 of them, along with Guomin, charged towards the remaining team from Yang Divine Mountain. Under Ye Feng's powerful strength, combined with Xing Heng's decent abilities and Guomin's support, the 3 of them quickly eliminated more than 20 individuals from Yang Divine Mountain in less than half an hour. As Ye Feng led the way, more and more individuals from Star Divine Mountain coordinated to specifically besiege the team from Yang Divine Mountain. The other 6 Divine Mountain strong individuals saw this and tacitly withdrew, allowing Star Divine Mountain and Yang Divine Mountain to continue their fierce battle. Damn it! Yang Yinming noticed Ye Feng's intentions, and his nostrils flared with smoke, furious. Ye Feng wanted to exterminate all the people from Yangsha Mountain. In the first round of the grand competition on the Divine Mountain, he kicked out all the 6th-level warriors from Yangsha Mountain, which meant that Yangsha Mountain could only secure the last place in this realm. Yang Yinming, aren't you pleasantly surprised? Ye Feng didn't disappoint you, did he? Xing Huanling's lips curled into a charming arc. This guy Ye Feng really wasn't afraid of completely provoking Yang Yinming. It should be noted that once one obtains the last place in the 6th-level battlefield, it basically means they have no chance of winning first place in the grand competition. No wonder Yang Yinming was so enraged. Chapter 637. Reward? Ye Feng's expression turned strange upon hearing this. His gaze involuntarily swept over Xing Huanling's alluring figure again. Currently, he wasn't lacking in resources, nor was his demand for the lost stones particularly strong. The only thing that seemed to stir his interest was the person in front of him. Cough, Sister Ling, to be honest. I actually have a grudge against the Yangshan Temple since I was in Zhongzhou, and I even stole their treasury, so I originally had a conflict with Yangshan Mountain. Ye Feng coughed, suppressing his inner thoughts, and said seriously, "As for the reward, how about you owe me first, and I'll come to find you when I decide." Xing Huanling noticed Ye Feng's gaze, her eyes flickering slightly. This little guy couldn't possibly be interested in her, could he? She knew very well how attractive her looks and figure were to a man, but she didn't feel any aversion toward Ye Feng. Instead, she had a bit of admiration. After all, a prodigy like Ye Feng was something one might not encounter for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. All right, since you say so, I'll owe you a reward for now. Xing Huanling played with her golden hair, saying meaningfully, "But your guts are really quite big." Chapter 638. Zhao Tsong heard Ye Feng's domineering voice, his smile still intact, but a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Seeing that Ye Feng wasn't moving quickly on the divine ladder of laws, he wanted to test Ye Feng's understanding of the laws to prepare for the upcoming finals. However, Ye Feng was completely unreserved and seemed to disregard him entirely. "Ye Feng, your combat power is strong, but your understanding of the laws is still too weak. In front of me, you have no capital to shout." Zhao Tsong sneered, and a force resembling the embryonic form of the earth law emanated from him, pressing toward Ye Feng. In an instant, a heavy aura spread down from the divine ladder of laws. The people near Ye Feng felt a terrifying aura, as if a great mountain was pressing down on them, making it impossible for them to move forward. Only Ye Feng, who was at the center, was unaffected, his dark eyes fixed on the smug Zhao Tsong, his pupils growing colder. How was Ye Feng unaffected? Zhao Tsong looked at Ye Feng, who seemed unbothered, a hint of confusion flashing between his brows. One should know that the lower one's cultivation, the more challenging it is to comprehend the laws. Ye Feng's understanding of the laws should be weak, yet under the pressure of his embryonic earth law, Ye Feng's performance was somewhat different from what he had expected. Chapter 639. On the 500th step of the divine ladder of laws. Sima Zhang and Sima Qing were oppressing the people from Star God Mountain from a high position, even with over 10 strong warriors from Star God Mountain joining forces. They couldn't break through the obstruction of Sima Zhang and Sima Qing, and were even forced back under the pressure of the two's powerful law forces. Ha ha, you bunch of waste, it's better not to waste your efforts. The more you struggle, the more despair you'll feel. Sima Zhang and Sima Qing laughed triumphantly, their eyes revealing unabashed mockery toward the people of Star God Mountain. What should we do? A peak 6-level warrior from Star God Mountain showed a hint of helplessness and unwillingness on his face. Competing with 7th-level warriors in terms of law power was simply impossible. Let's wait for Ye Feng to come up. Xing Heng took a deep breath and looked back at Ye Feng, who was still comprehending on the 300th step of the divine ladder of laws. They had previously witnessed Ye Feng's powerful law force, which could easily crush Zhao Tsong from the returning God Mountain. If they teamed up with Ye Feng, they should have a chance to break through the obstruction of Sima Zhang and Sima Qing. Just as the people from Star God Mountain focused on Ye Feng, he suddenly opened his eyes, an eerie aura erupting from him, drawing the attention and astonishment of countless people. Chapter 640. As Ye Feng's words fell, he took another step forward, and, at the same time, a flame spread from under his feet, climbing the stairs in front of him. And it was this step that caused the expressions of Sima Zhang, Sima Qing, and Zhao Tsong to change drastically. The advantage they originally held was instantly reversed at this moment. The three of them felt a vast force of law surging toward them, shattering their combined strength and severely impacting their mental state. Seeing this, Ye Feng took 7 steps and stood on the 501st step of the divine ladder of laws, looking down at Sima Zhang, Sima Qing, and Zhao Kong. "Get lost," Ye Feng shouted, his voice resonating like a morning bell, shocking their minds. At the same time, a powerful pressure erupted from Ye Feng, enveloping Sima Zhang, Sima Qing, and Zhao Kong. Facing this immense pressure, Sima Zhang, Sima Qing, and Zhao Tsong felt a suffocating sensation, their figures involuntarily pushed back by Ye Feng's momentum, ultimately falling to the 491st step of the divine ladder of laws. If this weren't the divine ladder of laws, I would definitely kill you. Ye Feng's cold gaze fixed on Zhao Tsong, This was the grudge between their star god mountain and Yangshan mountain, and the people from the returning god mountain had to meddle. Chapter 641. With the fall of this domineering voice, the power of the Sun Law erupted from within Ye Feng, drawing everyone's attention. The 8 masters of the divine mountains and the 4 guardians of the forbidden area all glanced at Ye Feng. It should be noted that this was not the embryonic form of the Sun Law, but the complete Sun Law. Ye Feng's ability to comprehend the Sun Law at the peak of the 8th level of the divine martial realm was something to be proud of. Boom! The powerful law force spread down the stairs, enveloping Ye Feng, causing many from Star God Mountain below to feel something was amiss. When they saw the Sun Law on Ye Feng, they knew Ye Feng would definitely be unable to surpass this mountain. Facing the overwhelming law pressure, Ye Feng's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. No wonder Ye Feng could reach the first position. It turned out he had also comprehended the complete law power like him. In an instant, the embryonic form of the law of the demon erupted from within Ye Feng, countering the powerful law pressure that was rushing toward him. Did you see that? This is the gap between you and me. Ye Feng looked at Ye Feng, who was still struggling, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. He merely used a trace of the power of the laws and had already forced Ye Feng to this extent. Chapter 642. You also get the hell down. While Ye Feng was forcing back Ye Feng and the others, he caught a glimpse of someone from Witch God Mountain. This person had obstructed him during his ascent of the Law God ladder, and he still had an impression of him. At that time, he had no intention of paying attention, but now that he had run into him, he could just send him down along with the people from Ye God Mountain. The peak-level 8th tier powerhouse from Witch God Mountain felt the overwhelming pressure of the laws, and his expression changed drastically, retreating 3 steps in quick succession. At this moment, he finally understood how powerful Ye Feng's comprehension of the laws was. No wonder the people from Ye God Mountain were so helpless. Ye Feng, don't go too far. Do you want to provoke Witch God Mountain? The peak-level 8th tier powerhouse from Witch God Mountain glared at Ye Feng, his expression extremely ugly. He had only tried to obstruct Ye Feng a little, not expecting him to remember so clearly. You don't represent Witch God Mountain, and even if you could, you have no right to shout in front of me right now. Ye Feng's words were filled with a strong and domineering attitude. He originally had no good impression of the people from Witch God Mountain, and moreover, he had a deadly feud with the Witch Temple. So offending them was just offending them. At worst, he could temporarily leave the divine forbidden zone. Chapter 643. On the Law God Ladder. More than 20 days had passed in the blink of an eye. During these days, aside from Ye God Mountain, some strong individuals from the other 7 great mountains had gradually climbed the corresponding ladders and entered the finals of the Divine Mountain competition. However, many strong individuals from the 7 great mountains lacked sufficient comprehension of the laws and were unable to ascend the corresponding ladders. Today was also the last day before the finals of the Divine Mountain competition, and the strong individuals from the 7 great mountains were all paying attention to the situation between Ye God Mountain and Ye Feng. If Ye God Mountain could not break through Ye Feng's obstruction today, they would truly be unable to participate in the finals of the Divine Mountain competition and would become a laughingstock. Everyone, we have waited so many days. Today is our last chance. Ye Feng stood up, his gaze fixed on Ye Feng, who was seated on the 400 step of the Law God ladder. With a serious expression, in the past few days, I have gained some new insights into the laws. We will definitely break through Ye Feng's obstruction. That's right. Ye Feng is too arrogant. We must teach him a lesson. The people from Ye God Mountain encouraged each other, looking at Ye Feng, who was still resting with his eyes closed, their eyes filled with hatred. This was the most humiliating time for them since entering Ye God Mountain and becoming renowned warriors. Chapter 644. Zhao Tsong. It seems you really want to be the first to die. Ye Feng's pupils shot out a cold light. This guy had already made him feel murderous intent when they were on the Law God ladder. Now that he had encountered him in the finals of the Divine Mountain competition, he decided to take Zhao Tsong as the first target. Zhao Tsong felt a slight tremor in his heart upon hearing Ye Feng's threat, but he quickly reacted. With so many strong individuals from the 6 great mountains willing to deal with Ye Feng, what was there to be afraid of? Ye Feng, don't be too arrogant. Let's work together to deal with Ye Feng. Zhao Tsong raised his arm and was about to rally the strong individuals from the 6 great mountains to act together when he saw Ye Feng charging at him first. Ye Feng stepped out, moving as fast as lightning, appearing right in front of Zhao Tsong in an instant. The power of the demon law and the embryonic form of the sun law surged from Ye Feng's fists, crashing towards Zhao Kong. Zhao Song's expression changed slightly, and the power of the embryonic form of the earth law erupted from him. He summoned all his strength to construct a layer of solid yellow barrier in front of him. At the same time, the other 3 6-tier strong individuals from the returning God Mountain also acted, joining forces with Zhao Tsong to resist Ye Feng's fierce attack. Chapter 645. Looking at the strange fire lotus flying towards them, the strong individuals from the 6 great mountains, including Mo Tong, Wu Qing, and Zhao Tsong, felt a chill run through their bodies as they sensed an incomparably dangerous aura. However, they reacted quickly, mobilizing all their strength to counterattack, determined to block Ye Feng's attack. Yet, they still underestimated the power of the strange fire lotus. The fire lotus contained the power of 3 laws and was not so easily blocked. Boom! The strange fire lotus erupted in brilliant light on the battle stage, and the terrifying flames engulfed the entire battle stage, transforming it into a vast ocean of fire. Within the ocean of fire, dark flames mixed with deep red flames roared and surged, producing crackling sounds that drowned out the roars of many strong individuals from the 6 great mountains. The only one unaffected was Ye Feng, who stood calmly in one corner of the battle stage, hands behind his back, his gaze calmly fixed ahead, with deep red light flickering in his pitch-black pupils. As time passed, the flames on the battle stage gradually dissipated, revealing 23 disheveled figures, all of whom lay on the ground, their breaths weak, clearly suffering severe injuries. Hiss! What a terrifying move. One strike severely injured 23 peak-level 6-tier strong individuals. Chapter 646. Cough, Sister Ling, you misunderstood. I didn't mean it that way. Ye Feng noticed Xing Huanling's actions, and his expression became strange. He simply wanted to find a backing and had no improper thoughts. How could he be misunderstood like this? Oh, what did I misunderstand? Xing Huanling's soft voice floated from her lips as her jade hand gently caressed her long, snow-white thigh, staring at Ye Feng with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. This incredibly tempting action made Ye Feng instinctively swallow, his eyes firmly drawn to her jade legs. However, he quickly realized his own loss of composure, awkwardly shifting his gaze back to the battle stage. This woman wouldn't be trying to seduce him, would she? Ye Feng straightened up and inwardly muttered. Xing Huanling's earlier actions had led him to have some wild thoughts. Xing Huanling looked at Ye Feng's pretense of seriousness and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. She had noticed that Ye Feng's gaze on her jade legs had nearly turned dumbfounded, making her realize that she still had charm in Ye Feng's eyes. Just as the two were caught in a moment of silence, the final results of the competition on the battle stage were also determined. Chapter 647. This fool Ye Feng missed such a good opportunity. Yang Yinming looked at the disappearing Bai Li Xin, and a cold smile crept onto his face. He had previously worried that Ye Feng would be valued by Bai Li Xin, preventing him from dealing with Ye Feng, and even risking being implicated because of it. Now it seemed he didn't need to have such concerns at all. Mo Songming, Wu Tianjing, and Gue Shuyin, the 3 mountain masters, had flickering eyes. Because of Ye Feng, the rankings of the Divine Mountain competition were very low. So how could they not have thoughts about Ye Feng? However, this was the Divine Palace, and they didn't dare to act rashly. After all, they had already established a feud with Ye Feng. Ye Feng, are the matters and people here really that important to you, making you willing to give up the opportunity to go to the Divine Court? At this moment, Xing Huanling stepped forward, looking at Ye Feng with a complex expression in her beautiful eyes. She was very moved by Ye Feng's action, but she didn't want him to give up his future because of it. Sister Ling, some things cannot be measured by value, and in the future, I will still have the opportunity to go to the Divine Court. Ye Feng shrugged and smiled carefreely, but he always felt that Xing Huanling's gaze towards him had changed, becoming somewhat strange. Chapter 648. Ye Feng sat in the position of the Lord of the Divine Mountain, while Xing Huanling sat beside him. After breaking their previous relationship, they became closer. Ye Feng, I know you want to take revenge for me, but Yang Yinming probably hates you to the bone now, so you must be careful. It's best not to leave the Star God Mountain. Xing Huanling was held from behind by Ye Feng, feeling a pair of claws roaming over her body. And while she was annoyed, she patiently advised him. She had already lost 6 sisters and didn't want to lose Ye Feng, the man she had feelings for. Sister Ling, I still want to explain to you that my rejection of the Lord of the Forbidden Zone is not entirely for you. After hesitating for a moment, Ye Feng decided to inform her, but he spoke more gently. Did I misunderstand? Xing Huanling's delicate body trembled slightly. It turned out she had thought too much. The memory of her earlier initiative brought a layer of shy blush to her beautiful face. Then you bastard are still taking advantage of me. Xing Huanling lowered her beautiful eyes, looking at the claw that was wreaking havoc on her body, feeling somewhat angry. Ahem, Sister Ling, but I do like you, and I want you to be my woman. Chapter 649. As Xian Yuan and I Chang's words fell, a tall figure appeared in Ye Feng's eyes, causing an unprecedented seriousness to appear on his face. The arrival of Baili Xin seemed to be not too good for him, and the aura emanating from Baili Xin had already transcended the realm of the Xian god, stronger than Xian Yuan and I Chang had estimated. Lord Baili, what brings you here? Ye Feng looked at Baili Xin, who appeared before him, and casually asked. He couldn't determine whether Baili Xin was here to win him over or to kill him. The entire Forbidden Zone is under my control, yet you, Ye Feng, appear at the entrance of the Forbidden Zone. What do you want? Baili Xin stood in the void, his expression neither sad nor happy, questioning lightly. Lord Baili, I just came out to take a stroll. Ye Feng smiled and casually found a reason to explain. Is that so? I think you want to leave the divine Forbidden Zone. Baili Xin stared at the entrance of the Forbidden Zone, pondering. The barrier of the divine Forbidden Zone was set up by him personally, and he was confident that no one could leave. However, Ye Feng's appearance here defied logic, making him speculate this way. Ye Feng, hearing this, maintained his expression but felt a surge of alarm in his heart. Chapter 650. At this moment, a man in a mask was recklessly moving within the Demon God Palace, while several elders of the Demon God Palace in the immortal martial realm were desperately chasing after him. However, to their shock, they found that they could not catch up to the masked man, whose cultivation was clearly only at the 10th level of the Emperor Martial Realm. Just when they were at a loss, they suddenly saw Long Qi Ming and Gue Tian ran flying out of the Demon God Palace, which instantly relieved them. With their palace master and former palace master present, they could definitely subdue this person. Who are you to dare trespass into my Demon God Palace? Long Qi Ming flashed and blocked the masked man's path, his dragon eyes fixed on the unfamiliar man before him, as he sensed a dangerous aura from him. Long Senior, it's been a long time. The masked man stood in the void and greeted Long Qi Ming, and this masked man was, of course, Ye Feng. After leaving the divine Forbidden Zone, he rushed back to the Demon God Palace to inquire about the current situation of the several great palaces. You are? Long Qi Ming, hearing this familiar voice, his gaze trembled, and a wild name floated in his mind. Ye Feng. But wasn't he this guy supposed to have entered the divine Forbidden Zone? How could he come out in just a few years? It was hard for him to believe. Chapter 651. Ye Feng's name was well known throughout the Central State, having stolen from the Yang God Palace treasury and destroyed the ancestral statue of the Witch God Palace, accomplishing many things that shook the Central State. However, a few years ago, there were rumors that Ye Feng was chased by a powerful figure from the Witch God Palace into the divine Forbidden Zone, which caused countless people to lament. Yet now, as the news of Ye Feng's return spread, it completely ignited the previously calm Central State. Countless powerful figures in Central State were curious if Ye Feng really took just a few years to escape from the divine Forbidden Zone, which even many monstrous powerhouses could not leave. Many were also curious about what exactly was in the divine Forbidden Zone. As one of the strongest forces in Central State, the Witch God Palace naturally received this news immediately. Since the day Wu Yunming chased Ye Feng into the divine Forbidden Zone, the palace master of the Witch God Palace had been Wu Mohan. Wu Mohan, as a peak powerhouse at the 5th level of the divine martial realm, was one of the past palace masters of the Witch God Palace and the strongest figure in the Witch God Palace today, fully qualified to hold this position. Palace master, Ye Feng has returned. What should we do now? A 3rd-level strongman in the divine martial realm of the Witch God Palace looked at Wu Mohan, who was seated in the position of the palace master, inquiring about his opinion. Chapter 652. Outside the Demon God Palace. The strong figures from the Witch God Palace, Yang God Palace, and Demon God Palace arrived as expected, their terrifying divine might enveloping the entire sky. Although the strong figures of the Demon God Palace had long been prepared, facing the sea of people at this moment, they still felt a bit shocked and solemn. Ye Feng, you destroyed the ancestral statue of my Witch God Palace. Today, I, Wu Mohan, will definitely kill you. Otherwise, I will have no face to meet the ancestors of my Witch God Palace. A cold, piercing killing intent emanated from Wu Mohan, and the terrifying pressure he emitted made many great demons in the demon god palace feel a chill. Ye Feng, come out. The grievances between you and my Yang God Palace should be settled today. Yang Fuxing's voice erupted like the sun, shaking the eardrums of countless strong figures. As the voices of the two roared out, 3 more forces appeared in the sky, causing Wu Mohan, Yang Fuxing, and others to narrow their eyes. These 3 forces were led by Yu Wujin from the Moon God Palace, Xinguang Dai from the Life God Palace, and Xing Huaqin from the Star God Palace. What? Do all 3 of your great palaces want to help Ye Feng? A cold smile appeared on Wu Mohan's lips, not taking the strong figures of the Star God Palace, Moon God Palace, and Life God Palace seriously. Chapter 653. Terrifying. This was the only thought in the hearts of everyone present, especially the many strong figures of the Yang God Palace, who could deeply feel Ye Feng's terror at this moment. He easily killed their palace master, Yang Fuxing, while slaughtering indiscriminately among their ranks. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The aura of slaughter ravaged the void as Ye Feng, wielding a single axe, attacked indiscriminately among the crowd. As long as the sun god's splitting heaven axe in his hand fell, a strong figure of the Yang God Palace would surely fall. He charged into the flock like a giant tiger, delivering devastating blows, with piercing cries echoing out, spreading into the hearts of the powerful in the Demon God Temple and the Witch God Temple. In less than 10 breaths, over 10 powerful beings in the divine martial realm of the Sun God Temple fell, including a level 4 divine martial realm expert. Ye Feng, you dare to toy with me, Dai? At this moment, Wu Mohan roared, transforming into a streak of black light, rushing towards Ye Feng. As he closed the distance, the black palm power he gathered in his palm became increasingly terrifying. When he was close to Ye Feng, his palm trembled, and the palm power, shining with dark witch light, seemed to be a black cloud blocking the sky, ready to engulf Ye Feng. Ye Feng glanced sideways, his gaze indifferent like that of an ant. 2 flames of divine light, like suns, shot out from his eyes, containing terrifying power of the flame law. Chapter 654. An overwhelmingly domineering fist light erupted from Ye Feng's fist, causing Mo Wuyan's heart to tremble, regret flashing in his eyes. If he had known, he wouldn't have listened to the temptations of the Witch God Temple and the Sun God Temple. Now, it was too late for regrets. Boom! As the fist light exploded in the void, Mo Wuyan was struck down by Ye Feng's punch, and the once great master of the Demon God Temple fell. Old Turtle, I'll help you kill him, then let's deal with the others. After leaving a word, Ye Feng went to kill other powerful beings from the Demon God Temple. Sigh. Old Turtle sighed slightly. This guy's strength had truly reached a level he could only look up to. However, he didn't become too disheartened and joined other battlefields. Boom! As time passed, under the joint slaughter of the 4 great temple experts, the powerful beings of the Sun God Temple, Demon God Temple, and Witch God Temple continued to fall. Among these 3 great temples, the worst off were the members of the Sun God Temple. Since all their divine martial realm experts had died at Ye Feng's hands, they had no chance of resistance against the powerful demon experts from the Demon God Temple, only to be slaughtered mercilessly. Of course, the Witch God Temple and Demon God Temple weren't doing much better either. After losing their backbone, Wu Mohan, the Witch God Temple was besieged by the 4 great temple divine martial realm experts, while the Demon God Temple was being slaughtered madly by Ye Feng alone. Chapter 655. The vast demonic sound of the ancestor of the Demon God Temple spread out, shaking the hearts and souls of everyone. It was unexpected that after so many years, he couldn't intimidate a junior. Facing the wrath of the ancestor of the Demon God Temple, Ye Feng remained silent, only merging the flame law with the bizarre law. In an instant, a strange black-red fire lotus condensed in Ye Feng's palm, and he pushed it towards the position of the ancestor of the Demon God Temple statue. Bold! The statue of the ancestor of the Demon God Temple erupted with overwhelming demonic light, billowing demonic energy soaring into the sky, causing expressions of pride to appear on the faces of Mo, Peng, and others. Their ancestor of the Demon God Temple was angry under such supreme power. Ye Feng was doomed. However, a vast mental force surged into the statue of the ancestor of the Demon God Temple, causing the previously furious ancestor's expression to change suddenly. Following that, the light on the statue of the ancestor of the Demon God Temple began to flicker, making the previously proud Mo, Peng, and others' faces shift between joy and worry. under the gaze of countless powerful beings from the central region. The strange fire lotus landed at the statue of the ancestor of the demon god temple and ultimately exploded. Boom! Countless black-red flames spread out, emitting a light that seemed capable of devouring everything, completely enveloping the statue of the ancestor of the demon god temple. Chapter 656. Who are you? Uncle Zhong looked at the two figures that suddenly appeared before him, a clear look of fear flashing in his eyes. Ye Feng said nothing, only casting a faint glance at the other, as if looking at an ant. This indifferent gaze made Uncle Zhong's heart tremble slightly. Suddenly, a painful scream escaped Uncle Zhong's mouth as a strand of deep red flame ignited at Ye Feng's fingertip, then spread across Uncle Zhong's entire body. Under Tian Rui's terrified gaze, he watched helplessly as Uncle Zhong was burned to ashes by the flames. Don't kill me. My father is the master of the Five Elements sect, a famous emperor martial realm expert in the Five Elements world. Tian Rui looked at Ye Feng's gaze, trying to introduce himself to make Ye Feng wary and spare his life. Five Elements sect? Never heard of it. Emperor martial realm? Is that impressive? Ye Feng curled his lips into a mocking smile, then took a step forward, directly enveloping Tian Rui in the overwhelming pressure of a level 10 emperor martial realm expert. Why you? Tian Rui felt the pressure coming at him, and he lost control of his bladder in fear. This person was a level 10 emperor martial realm expert. Even if his father came, it would be seeking death. As Ye Feng's pressure grew stronger, Tian Rui was crushed into a pile of meat paste, dead beyond recovery. Chapter 657. Lord Dantai, there are countless women in this world better than me. Xing Huanling bit her red lips, a hint of stubbornness in her beautiful eyes. Facing the master of the Forbidden Zone, Dantai Quan, she was certainly not his match, but she could not go to the Divine Palace to serve as a concubine. That was her bottom line, even if it would provoke Dantai Quan. Very well, you have character. However, I like you just like this. You cannot escape my grasp. Dantai Quan chuckled lightly. Such a woman was interesting to toy with under him. Xing Huanling did not respond, falling silent, her golden starry eyes flashing with determination. Do you really think I have no temper? Capture her. Dantai Quan suddenly became angry, a breath of profound divine realm instantly bursting forth, enveloping Xing Huanling. As Dantai Quan's voice rang out, Yang Yinming was the first to leap out, attacking Xing Huanling. When Xing Huanling refused for the first time, Yang Yinming sensed that his opportunity had come. Facing the terrifying suppression of this profound divine realm, Xing Huanling's beautiful face suddenly changed. She could feel that Dantai Quan's strength was not as strong as the last master of the Forbidden Zone, Bailey Xin. Only when she faced him did she realize that she found it difficult to resist, and Yang Yiming's attack was also arriving as expected. Chapter 658. In the Blood Color Dynasty, the chaotic ancient mountain range. On this day, three figures stood in the void above the chaotic ancient mountain range. These three were Ye Feng, Xue Qingqiu, and Xuanmu Wan, who had just left the Blood Color Palace. Back here again. Ye Feng looked at the land below, both strange and somewhat familiar, feeling a bit sentimental. Young master, if it weren't for this place back then, Wanner might not have become your woman. Xuanmu Wan, dressed in a blood-red short skirt, stood on Ye Feng's right side, recalling the time when she and Ye Feng were drawn into a strange world and subsequently forced to become his maid. What's wrong? Regret it. You were quite proactive back in the palace. Ye Feng turned back to glance, domineeringly pulling Xuanmu Wan into his embrace. Wanner is to serve the young master for a lifetime. Xuanmu Wan smiled sweetly, leaning in Ye Feng's arms, infatuated with the man who brought her endless joy. The young master doesn't need you to serve him for a lifetime. Xue Qingqiu looked at Xuanmu Wan with a hint of hostility. If it weren't for Ye Feng's request, she wouldn't let her sister compete with her for affection. My dear sister is jealous. Xuanmu Wan's lips curled into a charming arc, knowing that only together with her sister could they make Ye Feng love them more. Chapter 659. What did you say? The Sun God Temple was destroyed? Yang Huafeng's face was filled with disbelief upon hearing this news. The ancestral statue of the Sun God Temple was destroyed by Ye Feng, which sounded utterly absurd to him. It's absolutely true. The whole of Zhongzhou knows about it. How could I dare to lie to you? The person felt the rising anger from Yang Huafeng and was terrified to the core. Where's Ye Feng? Yang Huafeng tightly grabbed that person's collar and roared fiercely. Before entering the Forbidden Zone, he was a person from the Sun God Temple, and now hearing this news, his inner anger was unimaginable. Even Lin Yan's eyes were filled with suspicion. If there was anything worth fearing in Zhongzhou, it was only the ancestral statue of the 7 great temples. But according to Ye Feng's strength, he shouldn't have such capability. Otherwise, in the Forbidden Zone, it wouldn't be difficult for Ye Feng to kill him in Yanghua Feng. Ye Feng is probably in the Demon God Temple. Just as the person answered, he was instantly killed by Yang Huafeng with a slap. Ye Feng, I will definitely kill you. Yang Huafeng's eyes burned with fury. Then his figure flickered as he led his subordinates, Sima Zhang and Sima Qing, towards the Demon God Temple. Chapter 660. In the void above the chaos ancient mountains, Ye Feng's tall figure stood against the sky. He gently waved his right hand, and a strange door quietly appeared. 2 women in red skirts walked out from the strange door. They were Xueqing Xiu and Xuemu Wan. Young master, you are so amazing. As soon as Xuemu Wan came out, she leaped into Ye Feng's arms. The methods Ye Feng had displayed earlier exceeded her understanding, leading her into blind admiration. Though Xueqing Xiu did not speak, she was also shocked by Ye Feng's abilities. This man who made her submit probably possessed strength far beyond her imagination. I have even more powerful methods. Didn't you personally experience them? Ye Feng teased while pinching Xuemu Wan's smooth chin. Hee, young master. It's just that I haven't seen them for a year. Xuemu Wan's blood-colored eyes sparkled with alluring charm, and her beautiful red lips actively offered a kiss to Ye Feng. Ye Feng shamelessly enjoyed the affection from Xuemu Wan, causing her to breathe lightly. Her beautiful eyes filled with spring. Just when Ye Feng was about to find a secluded place to take advantage of this woman, his brows suddenly furrowed. Young master, what's wrong? You're making Wanner uncomfortable. Chapter 661. Lin Yan's wild laughter made Gue Tiangan's face turn ugly. Now, it seemed he would have to pay for it today. Facing this pinnacle powerhouse at the 7th level of the divine martial realm, he had no chance of resistance. Just as Gue Tiangan fell into despair, he suddenly sensed the contract resonance within him getting closer. This guy, he's finally here. Gue Tiangan looked up, and a tall figure was walking through the air. Huh. Lin Yan also sensed an incoming aura, turned around, and when he discovered that the newcomer was Ye Feng, a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He had left the Forbidden Zone, came to Zhongzhou, and spent an entire year looking for Ye Feng, and he finally found him. Ye Feng, you finally showed up. Today, I will personally slay you to avenge my brother. Lin Yan's voice was filled with cold, killing intent. The battle general who came out of the Forbidden Zone is actually you, Lin Yan. Ye Feng looked at his family and friends safe and sound and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he wasn't too late. Ha, didn't expect this. Ye Feng, you were able to leave the Forbidden Zone. We can also leave the Forbidden Zone. As Lin Yan laughed, the aura of the pinnacle of the 7th level of the divine martial realm spread out, filling the entire 9 Nether Palace with a terrifying presence. Chapter 662. Boom. The violent force poured onto Sima Zhang and Sima Qing, their pupils flashing with obvious shock, and then, under their helpless gaze, Ye Feng grabbed their throats. Ugh! Sima Zhang and Sima Qing let out terrified sound from their throats. They had never thought they would feel so insignificant in front of Ye Feng. Crack! With the sound of bones shattering, Sima Zhang and Sima Qing were directly killed by Ye Feng. 3rd level of the immortal martial realm. At this moment, Yang Huafeng finally sensed Ye Feng's complete aura fluctuations, and the shock in his eyes lingered for a long time. How could Ye Feng's breakthrough speed be so fast in just a year? It's your turn now, Yang Huafeng. Ye Feng's voice was like a whisper of death, carrying a chilling power. Ye Feng, I am now at the 9th level of the divine martial realm. How could I fear you? Yang Huafeng's red hair fluttered, and a loud voice came out of his mouth to bolster his courage. Immediately, a power of the sun's law erupted within him, and a deep red law blade, formed from the power of the sun, slowly took shape in his hand. The law blade tore through the void, leaving a brilliant trajectory in space as it aimed directly at Ye Feng. Chapter 663. Facing the enthusiasm of Xing Huanling, Ye Feng instinctively responded. He could feel this woman's longing for him, as if she wanted to merge with his body at this moment, igniting the flames in his heart. Perhaps because Ye Feng was too forceful, a soft moan escaped Xing Huanling's lips, and she shot Ye Feng a slightly resentful glare, indicating he should treat her more gently. Hee, Ling Jia, who made you actively seduce me? I couldn't help it either. Ye Feng chuckled. wrapping his arms around Xing Huanling's delicate waist, savoring the refreshing fragrance of a maiden emanating from her. Who seduced you? Xing Huanling's beautiful eyes dodged, and her stunning face flushed with a layer of shyness. Who'd have said they would give themselves to me? I heard it all. Ye Feng gently brushed aside Xing Huanling's messy golden hair. Each strand shone like stars, and he smoothed them out one by one. Ye Feng's gentle actions made Xing Huanling's heart tremble. She felt particularly safe in Ye Feng's embrace at this moment. She then raised her golden eyes, gazing into Ye Feng's gentle gaze, her lips softly speaking the enchanting words. I currently have no room for resistance. Won't you seize the opportunity? Chapter 664. A loud and authoritative voice surged from the foot of the Sun God Mountain, echoing through the void and reaching the summit of the Sun God Mountain. At this moment, countless powerful beings within the Sun God Mountain were stirred. Xing Huanling, the master of the Star God Mountain. How could they not be familiar with this name? But Xing Huanling shouldn't be imprisoned in the divine prison. How could she appear at the foot of their Sun God Mountain? At this moment, at the foot of the Sun God Mountain, a man and a woman gazed up at the summit. They were Ye Feng and Xing Huanling, who had just come out of the divine prison. Ye Feng, Xing Huanling, you. The guards at the foot of the Sun God Mountain looked at the two figures, their pupils constantly shrinking. As he was about to turn and flee, he was pulled back by a powerful suction. What? Are we that terrifying? Ye Feng held the young God Mountain guard by one hand, revealing a devilish smile. Before the other party could respond, Ye Feng broke their neck and casually tossed their corpse onto the ascending steps of the divine mountain, splattering blood everywhere. Run quickly. The remaining guards of the divine mountain, sensing great danger, began to scatter in all directions. Just considering Ye Feng alone, his achievements in the divine mountain competition had shocked countless powerful figures. Only those at the battle general level could possibly capture Ye Feng. Chapter 665. Quick, stop it. At the peak of the Yang God Mountain, the many battle generals suddenly changed color, especially the 5 peak-level, 9th stage figures of the divine martial realm. Faced with this overwhelmingly powerful strike, they had no way to retreat and could only unite to resist. However, the might of Ye Feng's strike was such that even an ordinary 10th stage divine martial realm expert would avoid its edge, let alone these battle generals trying to resist together. Boom! A massive roar echoed in the void, drowning out the screams of the crowd. And the peak of the Yang God Mountain was split in two by Ye Feng's axe, turning into an unfathomable chasm. Countless powerful figures of the Yang God Mountain perished under the might of this axe, and even the 5 peak-level 9th stage experts were no exception. The once palace-filled peak was now completely flattened, leaving only a wasteland of devastation. The surviving members of the Yang God Mountain looked at Ye Feng, who stood in the void with terror in their eyes, one person with one axe like a celestial being. Even Yang Yinming couldn't help but be captivated by the power Ye Feng unleashed, falling into a brief shock. That strike from Ye Feng could undoubtedly pose a threat to him. Yang Yinming, can you withstand this axe? Chapter 666. Ye Feng. Xing Huaning watched as Ye Feng was engulfed by lightning, her heart trembling violently, and her speed towards Yang Yinming slightly slowed. Ha, die well. Seeing this, Yang Yinming laughed wildly. He had fallen to this point all thanks to Ye Feng, and among Xing Huaning and Ye Feng, the one he most wanted to kill was undoubtedly Ye Feng. However, as the lightning dissipated, Yang Yinming's smile abruptly stopped. Ye Feng stood in the void, his expression unchanged. Only a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, and before him was a Xianyuan ding radiating endless divine light. Blocked it? The two guardians, Lei Hufa and Dian Hufa, exchanged astonished glances. They were half-step Xian God realm experts, and even combined, they hadn't managed to heavily injure Ye Feng. They had only caused him a minor wound. However, they quickly realized that it was definitely due to the ding in Ye Feng's hand, which seemed to be a true divine weapon. Old man, you are too proud too early. Ye Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and, taking advantage of the guardian's moment of distraction, flew towards Yang Yinming. With his current strength, using the Xianyuan ding to block the combined attack of the two guardians was already his limit. Chapter 667. Ye Feng. Under Ye Feng's teasing, Xing Huaning's eyes became dreamy, and a melodious whisper escaped her lips. She tightly wrapped her arms around Ye Feng's neck, her captivating face filled with charm. This remark instantly ignited Ye Feng's already wild heart. He ruthlessly tore apart the luxurious golden dress, revealing a full and voluptuous body. The skin on this body shimmered with a moonlit radiance, particularly striking in the dim cave. Ye Feng was mesmerized upon seeing Xing Huanying in such a state for the first time, momentarily lost in her beauty. Xing Huanying noticed Ye Feng's dazed gaze and shot him a sultry look. One delicate hand caressed Ye Feng's chest, while her beautiful lips leaned in close to his ear, teasingly saying, "Silly boy, what are you looking at? Don't you want to have some fun?" Her slightly seductive voice brought Ye Feng back to his senses. And then he swiftly pressed Xing Huanying down to the ground. At this moment, he aimed to conquer this woman right there. After an unknown amount of time, the dim cave finally returned to its usual calm. Chapter 668. Linger. Let's also start focusing on our cultivation. Ye Feng's expression became slightly serious as he saw the golden horned mammoth leave. He did not like being hunted like this. All right, this is Yang Yiming's storage ring. It contains quite a few law stones, enough for you to cultivate for a while. Xing Huanying handed the looted storage ring to Ye Feng. The law stones didn't hold much significance for her, and it was better to give them to the man who had captured her heart and soul. Moreover, she noticed that ever since she and Ye Feng had become involved, her inner small world seemed to be expanding, which delighted her greatly. Ye Feng accepted it without hesitation and then took the opportunity to enjoy Xing Huanying a bit more before entering a state of cultivation. Xing Huanying tidied her disheveled hair and also entered a state of cultivation, aiming to break through to the half-step Xian God realm. While they were both cultivating, the golden horned mammoth wandered around the divine mountains mine area. Whenever he encountered someone from the 7 divine mountains, he would use forceful means to subdue them, capturing them to serve as free labor for Ye Feng to mine lost stones. These people, upon seeing Ye Feng here, were terrified, their faces drained of color. They all knew of Ye Feng's achievements, and that he had the qualifications to challenge the Lord of the Divine Mountain and had escaped from the guardians of the Forbidden Area. Chapter 669. When the divine-like decree echoed throughout the entire divine mountain mine area, all the powerful figures and beasts within were alarmed. Ye Feng? This is the Ye Feng being hunted by the 4 guardians of the Forbidden Area in their divine mountain mine area? Oh, has he been found? In the divine Elephant Mountain, Ye Feng remained calm, with not a hint of fluctuation on his face upon hearing that the guardians of the Forbidden Area were searching the divine mountain mine. It was quite unexpected that he could hide in the divine mountain mine for 2 years in such a small space as the divine Forbidden Area. Linger. Let us just wait here and see what kind of strength this Forbidden Area guardian has. Ye Feng chuckled lightly, looking carefree. Good. Xing Huanying's eyes sparkled. She was now also a half-step Xian God realm expert, confident that she could fight one of the 4 guardians of the Forbidden Area without defeat. And her man, Ye Feng, was definitely even more terrifying in strength. What a bunch of nonsense guardians from the Forbidden Area. I, Ye Feng, will be waiting for you here in the divine Elephant Mountain. Ye Feng suddenly roared towards the sky, the rolling sound waves penetrating the clouds like invisible ripples, spreading to every corner of the divine mountain mine area. At this moment, the divine mountain mine was thrown into chaos. Ye Feng was actually in the mine area, and in the face of the guardians of the Forbidden Area's pursuit, he openly shouted, was he trying to challenge the authority of the guardians? Chapter 670. Let us all deal with him together. The 3 guardians, upon seeing Ye Feng approaching, felt as if they were facing a great enemy. A vast river reappeared behind the rain protector, and the power of this strike was evidently stronger than before. The thunder protector and the electric protector also spared no effort, unleashing the laws of thunder and electricity, enveloping the surrounding space. A raging thunder dragon and a purple electric bird roared in the void, soaring high. As Ye Feng approached, he slashed down with the sun sword in his hand, and the dazzling sword light shot out, radiating a brilliance that was hard to look at. Sizzle. The terrifying sword light tore through the surrounding space, colliding with the vast river, and the river was split in 2 by the intensely heated sword light. Following this, the thunder dragon and electric bird behind the river emerged, the thunder dragon tearing through the air with its ferocious claws, while the electric bird spat out beams of electricity, once again colliding with the sword light. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed through the void, and under the overwhelming power of the sword light, the thunder dragon and electric bird cried out in despair, directly annihilated by the sword light. Not good. The faces of the Thunder Protector and Electra Protector suddenly changed as they saw the terrifying sword light, after breaking through their attacks, split in two and charged toward them. Chapter 671. Lord Dantai. The many powerful beings in the Divine Palace, upon seeing Dantai Quan appear, knelt on one knee, showing expressions of reverence. And even the Wind Protector was no exception. The master of the Forbidden Zone, the absolute ruler within the Forbidden Zone, under his immense power. No one dared to defy him. The Wind Protector approached Dantai Quan and recounted the events that had occurred in the Forbidden Zone during his 3-year absence. Useless. Dantai Quan cursed angrily after hearing this. He had only been away for 3 years. And so much had happened. Xing Huanling had been rescued by Ye Feng from the Divine Prison, and the 3 guardians of the Forbidden Zone had died at Ye Feng's hands. If he had not returned in time today, the position of the Master of the Forbidden Zone would have gone to Ye Feng. You are the Master of the Forbidden Zone, old dog Dantai. Ye Feng looked at the man before him, his expression becoming slightly serious. This person's strength was indeed worthy of his attention. Arrogant junior. Truly unaware of the vastness of the sky. Don't think that just because you killed 3 guardians of the Forbidden Zone, you can challenge me. Dantai Quan's expression darkened. In the Divine Court, his status was lowly, and yet there were people in this lower realm who dared to insult him. His gaze then turned to the woman beside Ye Feng. Xing Huanling, Chapter 672. What? 6 powers of laws. Dantai Quan looked at the 6 powers of laws swirling around Ye Feng, completely astonished. Even in the Dantai family within the Divine Court, such a monstrous figure had never emerged. The Wind Protector's expression was as if he had seen a ghost. When he first saw Ye Feng at the Divine Mountain competition, he had only comprehended 2 powers of laws, and in just a few short years, he had reached this astonishing level. Kill. 6 swords of law manifested around Ye Feng, each exuding a powerful aura of laws that was shocking. As the 6 swords of law spun violently, terrifying power rampaged through the void, causing the surrounding space to continuously crack apart. Crack. Under the immense power of the 6 laws, the sea god's trident was forcibly broken, turning into nothingness. The 6 swords of law, undiminished in power, spiraled toward the statue of the sea god. The statue of the sea god roared in anger, stirring up massive waves, wanting to drown the 6 swords of law. But the power of the 6 swords was astonishing, piercing through layers of gigantic waves, penetrating into the body of the sea god statue. Bang! As the statue of the sea god shattered, a brilliant blue light enveloped the heavens, and Dantai Quan spat out a mouthful of blood, staggering back a few steps. His eyes filled with shock. Chapter 673. In the days that followed, Ye Feng often accompanied the women while continuing to comprehend the powers of law. Now, there were only 2 years left until the time agreed upon with by Li Xian, and within those 2 years, he still needed to comprehend 4 powers of law, which was no small task. Fortunately, there were numerous law stones in the Divine Palace, and Ye Feng also discovered law stones and some world stones in Dantai Quan's storage ring. He didn't need to worry about resources at all. He just needed to calm down and comprehend them carefully. One day, a power of the laws of magic erupted from within Ye Feng, filling the entire palace. The 10th power of law has finally been comprehended. Ye Feng let out a breath, feeling a sense of relief. During these days, he had gone to great lengths to comprehend the powers of law. He had even made several trips to the places of comprehension, and in less than 2 years, managed to comprehend the laws of magic, wind, ice, and light. Now, there was only 1 month left until his agreement with Li Xian. A month was enough for me to completely merge with the small world within me. Ye Feng's eyes sparkled with sharpness, and then he sat cross-legged on the spot, taking a moment to rest and restore his body to its best condition. Chapter 674. The guards of the Dantai family were somewhat displeased to see Ye Feng so calm. But when they thought that Ye Feng had just come from the lower realm, perhaps he hadn't yet realized the reality, they felt relieved. When he first arrived at the Divine Court, he had been like Ye Feng, believing that he had boundless potential and could achieve great success in the Divine Court. But the reality was that there were countless heroes in the world, and those more monstrous than him were as numerous as the stars. He could only barely manage to be a guard overseeing the space passage in the Dantai family. Let us go. Since you've come up through the space passage controlled by the Dantai family, according to the rules of the Divine Court, you're now a member of the Dantai family. But whether you can stay in the Dantai family will depend on your strength and luck. After explaining, The guard led Ye Feng towards the direction of the Dantai family. Ye Feng furrowed his brow slightly, but chose to follow. Although he didn't take the guard of the Dantai family seriously, as a newcomer, it was better not to act rashly without understanding the powers in the city. After all, the Dantai family probably still didn't know that Dantai Quan had died in the lower realm. Otherwise, they would have sent someone down to check on the situation long ago during the years he spent down there. Chapter 675. I have gathered you all here today to select a few outstanding individuals from among you to become my personal guards or attendants. Dantai Ru waved his fan, displaying an elegant and approachable demeanor, complemented by a faint smile that instantly made everyone feel a sense of affinity. Dantai Ru's words made those present from the lower realms' eyes shine brightly, their breathing quickening. Unlike the newly arrived Ye Feng, they had been in the divine court and joined the Dantai family for quite some time, and had a good understanding of the internal situation of the Dantai family. It was known that Dantai Ru possessed outstanding strength and remarkable talent, and was one of the most likely candidates to become the head of the Dantai family in the future. If they had the opportunity to become Dantai Ru's trusted aides, their status within the Dantai family would rise significantly once Dantai Ru ascended to the position of head. There is even a chance to marry a girl from the Dantai family. After all, such situations have occurred in the Dantai family before. Ye Feng quietly listened to Dantai Ru's words, with no fluctuations on his face. He had no interest in being Dantai Ru's personal bodyguard, and just wanted to find an opportunity to leave as soon as possible. After all, if the Dantai family learned about the incident where he killed Dantai Quan, it would be troublesome, so he wouldn't stay there for long. Chapter 676. Just as Ye Feng was about to take action, he heard Dantai Ru's order to dismiss him and immediately retracted his movements. He didn't explain anything further and turned to leave. Dantai Ru's words were exactly in line with his intentions. As for the opinions of these people, he didn't care. One day, his name would be known to Dantai Ru and everyone present. It really made me laugh. A warrior of the divine martial realm who doesn't even know how he got here. Ye Feng was directly driven out of the Dantai family, making him the first person to do so. Under the mocking gaze of Tai Nyo and the laughter of the crowd, Ye Feng's figure faded from their sight, disappearing into the Dantai family. What a stroke of bad luck, Tai Nyo, let's go. Dantai Ru put away his folding fan, planning to find an opportunity to teach Dantai Quan a good lesson. After leaving the Dantai family, Ye Feng wandered aimlessly on the street. After some thought, he decided to go to the Bailey family to see if he could meet Bailey Xin. After all, there are many powerful people in Baiyan City. It's not uncommon to encounter those at the Earth God realm, and even those at the Heaven God realm can be seen occasionally. Just bumping into someone and causing a conflict could be troublesome. Chapter 677. The two guards at the entrance of the Bailey family were speechless when they heard Ye Feng still daring to make requests. It was already an honor for them to allow a level 1 divine martial realm, Ye Feng, to join the Bailey family. Yet he was still trying to take advantage. Fine, then we'll treat you with resources as if you were a level 5 Xian God realm person. Bailey Qing smiled, not minding. She always gave some extra privileges to prodigies. Moreover, she appreciated Ye Feng's actions, as resources must be earned through one's own efforts. Thank you, Miss Qing. Ye Feng cupped his hands in gratitude and had a good impression of the talented woman from the Bailey family. Then, under the surprised gazes of the two guards at the entrance of the Bailey family, Bailey Qing led Ye Feng into the Bailey family. Bailey Qing first took Ye Feng to the registration office of the Bailey family, where he received the Bailey family's identity token, clothing, and 50 pieces of world divine stones. After that, Ye Feng was arranged to stay in a large courtyard called the Lower Realm Training Institute in the Bailey family. This Lower Realm Training Institute housed strong individuals who had ascended from various lower realms to the divine court, making a mixed bag. This person looks unfamiliar. Could he be a newcomer? It seems so, but I wonder what his strength is like. Chapter 678. Bang. The body of a level 4 Xian God realm person slammed against the wall of the room, creating a deep dent before collapsing to the ground. Wu Tao and another person watched this scene, their pupils dilating in shock, and then they saw Ye Feng's body shoot towards them like a cannonball. Even though the two reacted quickly and fought back with all their might, they were still no match for Ye Feng's palm strike. Boom! The palm print containing immense divine power slammed into Wu Tao and the other person's abdomen, causing their bodies to instantly curl up like shrimp. And after crashing into the wall of the room, they fell to the ground. Ugh, ugh, ugh. The three of them let out powerless groans, their expressions showing extreme pain. They never imagined that this newcomer, Ye Feng was so powerful. Beside them, Bai Zihua was in a state of great shock and confusion. Ye Feng had not been boasting. He had easily taken down Wu Tao and the other two in no time without breaking a sweat. Now, do you still want to collect protection fees from me? Ye Feng clapped his hands, looking down at the three lying on the ground. And no, we don't dare anymore. Wu Tao shook his head in response, clearly frightened by Ye Feng's palm strike. Chapter 679. Su Tianyu's face darkened slightly when he heard someone daring to call his name directly, and he coldly asked, "Who are you?" "Hee, I am Ye Feng." After Ye Feng introduced himself, Wu Tao and the others walked into the room, shocked by Ye Feng's outrageous behavior of directly kicking down Su Ye's door. "Ye Feng? I've never heard of him." Su Tianyu sneered. Initially, he was indeed intimidated by the aura Ye Feng displayed, but since this person had the surname Yi, he definitely wasn't from the Bailey family, so he had nothing to worry about. "Su Yi, this Ye Feng just ascended to the divine court from the lower realm. We three went to collect protection fees and ended up being extorted by Ye Feng. He even said that in front of him. Even you would have to call him grandson." Wu Tao mustered his courage to explain the general situation. "Trash. You can't even defeat someone from the lower realm who just ascended to the divine court." Su Tianyu scolded angrily after hearing this. He had a reputation in the lower realm training institute, and few dared to provoke him. Yet today, he was confronted by a newcomer who had just ascended to the divine court. You don't need to be in a hurry to scold them, in my eyes. You are the same as them. If you know what's good for you, hand over half of the world divine stones in your storage ring to avoid suffering physical pain. Chapter 680. What did they see? Usually high and mighty, looking down on others, Su Tianyu was now being treated like a chick and held up by someone, leaving everyone present in shock. Is this for real? This newcomer is so strong. He could beat Su Tianyu? You're not blind. I've never seen Su Tianyu so embarrassed, so powerless and desperate. My goodness, who exactly is this person? The noisy voices reached Su Tianyu's ears, making him lose face. Yet, surprisingly, he felt no resentment within, only fear of facing Ye Feng. Only after clashing could one understand Ye Feng's terror. He was truly treated like a grandson. Hand over half of the world divine stones in your storage ring. This is my protection fee for you. Ye Feng threw Su Tianyu down to the ground. His voice calm. Here you go. Su Tianyu gritted his teeth and took out half of the world divine stones from his storage ring. Today, the news of Ye Feng defeating him would definitely cause a stir in the lower realm training institute and even attract the attention of key figures in the Bailey family. He could clearly sense that Ye Feng's realm was only level 1 of the divine martial realm. Such a freak would undoubtedly achieve far greater accomplishments in the future than he ever could. Chapter 681. Hiss. Miss Bailey Ching is here too. She has her eyes on Ye Feng. Ye Feng is truly fortunate, with such a beautiful Miss Bailey Ching by his side. He might even win her heart in the future. The crowd looked at Bailey Ching's bright and charming appearance, her graceful figure, and began to whisper among themselves. Many among them harbored admiration for Bailey Ching, but they knew their status was too different and didn't dare to express it. Bailey Ching, are you trying to rob me of my person and take Ye Feng as your personal bodyguard? Bailey Mu's face became slightly unpleasant upon seeing Bailey Ching, as he had absolute confidence in competing with others for Ye Feng. However, facing Bailey Ching, who was known as the most beautiful woman in Baiyun City, his disadvantages immediately became apparent. After all, he had to admit that it was difficult for any man to resist Bailey Ching's allure. I'm not competing with you for him. Ye Feng was brought into the Bailey family by me. He is originally mine. Bailey Ching smiled at Ye Feng, her smile mixed with a hint of shock at his strength. As a core member of the Bailey family, she often kept an eye on the happenings in the lower realms Cultivation Academy. When she heard the news that Ye Feng, with his divine martial realm cultivation, had defeated Su Tianyu, a peak 8th level Xian God realm cultivator, it left her stunned for a long time. Chapter 682. Another competition. Want to target my Bailey family small world? Bailey Ben raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixed intensely on Dantai Kuei. Although the Bailey family only lost one talent to the most withered small world last time, it left him very displeased. This time, Dantai Kuei came to provoke them again. And if he didn't fight back, wouldn't they be losing face for the Bailey family? Bailey brother, don't take it too seriously. It's just a spar. With a bit of a wager on the side. Dantai Kuei smiled faintly, exuding confidence. So how do you want to compete this time? Or is it the same as last time? After pondering for a moment, Bailey Ben decided to clarify. Last time, The competition was between the core members of the Bailey and Dantai families, and they lost. If it's the same this time, he would need to think it over carefully. Of course not. This time, the participants can only be those who have ascended from the lower realm, and their cultivation must not exceed the Earth God realm. What do you think? Dantai Kuei's eyes sparkled. He had brought 3 formidable peak 10th level Xian God realm experts with him and was very confident about winning against the Bailey family again. All right, we in the Bailey family accept this competition. You wait outside. I'll go select the participants. Chapter 683. Ignorant Juniors, my Danai family is not declining. Who are you to decide? Seeing Ye Feng speak, Dantai Kuei's eyes were filled with mockery and disdain. Ye Feng smiled faintly and said nothing more. He would use actions to prove whether the Dantai family would decline because of him. Bailey Bin, have you selected your participants? Dantai Kuei shifted his gaze to Bailey Bin as he saw Ye Feng remain silent. Just as Bailey Bin was about to respond, a laugh from not far away interrupted his thoughts. Haha, it's really lively here today. Bailey brother, long time no see. As the laughter approached, everyone turned to look, and the newcomer was a distinguished middle-aged man. Almost everyone present recognized this man as Ouyang Ming, the head of the Ouyang family in Baiyun City. The Ouyang family's influence was comparable to that of the Bailey and Dantai families, and a relationship between the Ouyang and Bailey families could be considered quite friendly. Dantai Kuei's eyes flickered slightly upon seeing the newcomer. It seemed that this old fellow had come to watch the fun after hearing the news. Ouyang brother. Bailey Bin greeted him with a smile, then turned his gaze back to Dantai Kuei and said, Dantai Kuei, my Bailey family is ready. If you want to fight, then let us do it. Chapter 684. Bailey Bin. Who will be the last participant from your Bailey family? Dantai Kuei stood with his hands behind his back, exuding an air of confidence. Bailey Bin's expression grew serious as he fixed his gaze on Bailey Mu. The last battle was to be fought by someone under Bailey Mu. However, he suddenly heard Bailey Qing's voice in his ear. Father, let Ye Feng fight in the last round. Bailey Qing's voice was soft, but her gaze was exceptionally firm. Qinger, have you thought this through? Bailey Bin furrowed his brows upon hearing this. He knew his daughter had ambitions for the position of head of the Bailey family. But the next head was not something he could decide alone. Therefore, if Ye Feng lost, it would greatly impact Bailey Qing. Father, I want to believe in him once. After Bailey Qing nodded gently, Bailey Bin let out a slight sigh. Bailey Mu, the last participant will be Ye Feng under Bailey Qing. Do you have any objections? Although Bailey Bin's tone was questioning, it was more of an announcement, causing the members of the Bailey family to fall into an uproar. How could Ye Feng, at the first level of the divine martial realm, compete against a peak 10th level Xian God realm expert from the Dantai family? Head, I have no objections. Chapter 685. At this moment, the streets outside the Bailey family were silent. Everyone fell into deep shock. The battle between Ye Feng and Tainyo seemed to them to be a fight without suspense. Yet the result was the exact opposite. Tainyo was utterly dominated by Ye Feng without any chance to fight back. Bailey Qing's beautiful eyes were filled with brilliant colors. She had bet right. Ye Feng won, and his brilliance dazzled everyone. Haha, Dantai Kuei, your judgment is really lacking. The Ye Feng you chased away from the Dantai family is 1,000 times better than the useless bull lying on the ground. Bailey Bin raised his eyebrows. His voice filled with immense pride. His daughter's judgment was even better than his as a father. Dantai Kuei remained silent upon hearing that boastful voice, the veins on his forehead bulging, indicating his inner anger. The level of talent Ye Feng displayed was beyond anything he had ever heard of. Such a prodigy was actually driven out by his Dantai family, and he was publicly ridiculed. He could clearly sense the mocking gazes from the nearby crowd, as if they were telling him of his ignorance. All of this was due to the useless Dantai Ru. He truly wanted to strangle this bastard. At this moment, Dantai Ru kept his head down, not daring to meet Dantai Kuei's eyes. Ye Feng had completely ruined him, and from now on, his impression in Dantai Kuei's mind would plummet, possibly affecting his future bid for the position of head of the Dantai family. Chapter 686. Dantai Kuei listened to Ye Feng demanding the ownership of the small world, his expression extremely ugly. Zhou Qian had broken through to the Earth God realm. Yet he was still no match for Ye Feng, which made him somewhat uneasy. However, he didn't place much importance on the small world Ye Feng came from. It might have exhausted its luck in producing Ye Feng alone. Yet today, the Dantai family had lost face. Bailey Bin, you can send someone to take over that small world yourself. We're leaving. Dantai Kuei snorted in displeasure. giving a dissatisfied glare at Dantai Ru before leading the Dantai family members away. Dantai Kue, if your Dantai family has any talented prodigies you don't want, you can send them to my Bailey family. Bailey Bin watched the Dantai family leave, not forgetting to rub salt in their wounds, which caused the already furious Dantai Kue to slap Dantai Ru hard. If it weren't for this fool Dantai Ru, how would the Dantai family have lost so much face today? Bailey brother, congratulations. Your Bailey family has produced a prodigy. At this moment, Ouyang Ming from the Ouyang family stepped forward to congratulate. Ouyang brother, you flatter me. This Ye Feng is nothing compared to the prodigies of your Ouyang family. Chapter 687. Ye Feng had just finished his training when he heard Bai Li Qing's voice visiting him, so he invited her in. Outside, Bai Li Qing, hearing this, had some thoughts. Ye Feng had rejected all the women from the Bai Li family, but allowed her to enter. Did that mean he was interested in her? With this feeling, Bai Li Qing stepped in gracefully. Ye Feng, you've broken through? Bai Li Qing's cherry lips parted slightly as she entered and saw the unrestrained aura of the third level of the divine, martial realm emanating from Ye Feng, causing a storm of emotions within her. It had only been 5 months since the challenge from the Dantai family, and Ye Feng had suddenly broken through 2 minor realms. His speed was astonishingly fast. Well, I've received quite a bit of resources recently, so my progress has been relatively quick, Ye Feng explained honestly, noting that his cultivation speed in the divine court was more than 10 times faster than in the lower realm, combined with sufficient cultivation resources, allowing him to break through 2 minor realms at once. By the way, Miss Qing, is there something you need from me? Seeing Bai Li Qing a bit distracted, Ye Feng waved his hand in front of her. I'm just visiting you out of boredom. Nothing major. After all, you're mine. Chapter 688. Ah, Ye Feng. Let go of me. Bai Li Qing's delicate body stiffened, fully awakened by Ye Feng's reckless behavior, and then she pushed him away with force. Ye Feng stumbled back a few steps to stabilize himself, looking at the blushing and charming Bai Li Qing, feeling slightly embarrassed. He had acted a bit rashly, otherwise. The now docile Bai Li Qing wouldn't have pushed him away. For a moment, as their eyes met, a hint of awkwardness spread through the room. What should I do? Ye Feng kissed me, and I actually went along with it. This is so embarrassing. Bai Li Qing's cheeks were hot, and she thought to herself, especially since she was under Ye Feng's gaze, making her feel like a frightened little rabbit. Just as Ye Feng wanted to explain, he saw Bai Li Qing. Her face flushed, fleeing in panic, leaving only a refreshing fragrance in the room. TSK, TSK, TSK. That feeling just now was really nice. Too bad I couldn't get any closer. Ye Feng murmured to himself, feeling an impulse to claim Bai Li Qing as his own after his earlier actions. Brother Feng, what has happened? Why did Miss Bai Li run out with a red face? I saw her dress was a bit disheveled. Chapter 689. Under Luo Zhonglin seduction. Ye Feng stepped forward and finally stopped by the big bed, lowering his gaze to overlook her. Little brother Ye Feng, a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. Luo Zhonglin exhaled a breath of hot air, raising her hand to undress Ye Feng. But he grabbed her wrist with a firm grip. Oh dear, little brother Ye Feng, you're hurting your sister. Luo Zhonglin pretended to be pitiful, posing in front of Ye Feng. Did the Dantai family send you to kill me? Ye Feng, too lazy to beat around the bush, directly questioned her. Little brother Ye Feng, you really know how to joke. Luo Zhonglin's pupils slightly contracted, shocked that Ye Feng saw through her purpose. However, she didn't panic. She had peak first-level Earth God cultivation, and the fragrance from the divine sleep perfume on her body was enough to reduce Ye Feng's combat effectiveness. Just to be safe, she wanted to delay for a bit longer. I don't have time for jokes with you. Since you want to speak, I'll search myself. Ye Feng's expression turned cold as he suddenly unleashed his power. At the moment Ye Feng's power erupted, Luo Zhonglin was already prepared and countered with her own strength. Chapter 690. Upon hearing this, Bai Li Qing instantly recalled the moment Ye Feng had taken advantage of her, and she feigned calmness, saying, So, what? What does that have to do with me? Hee, nothing much. Ye Feng played it off and continued, I came to find Miss Qing tonight, mainly to understand a question. Otherwise, I want to be able to sleep well tonight. Go ahead, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll chat with you. Bai Li Qing placed her hands on her hips, her voice revealing a hint of barely concealed delight. Ye Feng wouldn't be confessing to her, would he? It was hard not to think inappropriately when it was just a man and a woman alone at night. Would she pretend to be reserved or reluctantly accept it? Seeing this, Ye Feng's eyes moved slightly, It seemed Bai Li Qing wasn't angry about his earlier advances and might even feel a bit delighted. This gave him a little more courage. Maybe tonight he could get closer. Miss Qing, I want to understand the matter of Bai Li Xine. I heard he made a big mistake in the Bai Li family back in the day. Ye Feng's words made Bai Li Qing slightly disappointed. This guy came to find her in the middle of the night just to talk about Bai Li Xine. Nevertheless, she patiently began to recount the story to Ye Feng. Chapter 691. Ye Feng reached out his hand, suddenly pulling off the outer garment draped over Bai Li Qing's body, revealing her moon-like fragrant shoulders, which was quite bold. As the outer garment fell, the thin as a cicada's wing white veil and the enchanting scenery beneath it entered Ye Feng's eyes, instantly putting him into a daze. The delicate skin beneath the veil and the proud peaks created a hazy beauty, making one want to completely take control and act recklessly. Bai Li Qing was stunned for a long time at Ye Feng's boldness. This rascal was actually starting to undress her. Ye Feng, you better get out of here. Bai Li Qing's face turned as red as a peach, so much so that one could almost squeeze water from it. She extended her jade hand, trying to push Ye Feng out of the room. But how could Ye Feng give up so easily? He sidestepped slightly and grabbed Bai Li Qing's fair wrist with one hand while wrapping his other arm around her soft waist, pulling the stunning beauty into his embrace. The next moment, the two locked eyes, their noses almost touching, their cheeks pressed closely together, feeling each other's strong breaths, creating an extremely intimate atmosphere. Miss Qing, didn't you say I was smooth-talking before? Now, let you experience it. Chapter 692. The black stockings adorned Bai Li Qing's long, straight jade legs, creating an incredibly tempting scene that made Ye Feng burn with desire. This woman was truly driving him crazy. With no choice, he turned his back, closed his eyes, and tried to eliminate all distracting thoughts. Humph! Seeing this, Bai Li Qing let out a soft snort and stopped teasing Ye Feng, lying quietly on the bed, enjoying the rare lazy moment. For a time, the room, originally filled with ambiguity, fell into silence until a voice in the morning broke the tranquility. Qinger, your father needs to talk to you about something. Bai Li Bin's calm voice entered, sounding like a thunderclap in Ye Feng and Bai Li Qing's ears. Oh no, this is bad. Ye Feng instinctively stood up, looking for a place to hide in the room, but he found there was nowhere to hide. If Bai Li Bin saw him appearing in Bai Li Qing's room early in the morning, wouldn't that be the end of him? Why is father here? Bai Li Qing raised her delicate eyebrows slightly. Although nothing substantial had happened between her and Ye Feng last night, it would still be awkward if her father saw them together. It could easily be misunderstood. However, to scare Ye Feng, she walked towards the main door with her graceful steps, and as she passed by Ye Feng, she didn't forget to intimidate him, saying, "If my father sees you in my room last night, you're dead." Chapter 693. Inside Baiyun City, there is a luxurious and vast loft known as the Ice Fire Pavilion. This Ice Fire Pavilion is the largest trading pavilion in Baiyun City, housing all kinds of treasures and even powerful beings in the divine realm occasionally visit. With the birthday of the city lord approaching, the Ice Fire Pavilion has become even more lively in recent days. On this day, a man and a woman appeared outside the Ice Fire Pavilion. It was Bai Li Qing and Ye Feng, who had just come out of the Bai Li family. Since they clarified their relationship in the morning, they had become much closer, even holding hands as they appeared outside the Ice Fire Pavilion. Isn't that Bai Li Qing, the #1 beauty of Baiyun City? She is actually holding hands with a man. What the hell? Who is this man? I want to kill him. Amidst the crowd, there were noisy discussions, and many jealous eyes were fixed on Ye Feng. Wait, I recognize this man. He's Ye Feng. Ye Feng? Wasn't he assassinated by someone from the Dantai family? He still dares to show up after hiding in the Bai Li family. As these voices reached his ears, Ye Feng remained calm. He knew very well that those who attempted to assassinate him were from the Ouyang family. In such a precarious situation, the Dantai family would likely hold off on taking action against him for the time being. Chapter 694. Which divine sword are you interested in? Bai Li Qing looked at Ye Feng's focused expression, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. These third-grade divine swords were all quite good, but they seemed no different from the third-grade artifacts Ye Feng had seen before. Just as Ye Feng was about to point to the Xianyuan sword, he suddenly frowned, sensing someone approaching from behind. He turned to see that the person was Dan Tai Ru, whose gaze was fixed on the sword pavilion, seemingly with ill intentions. That sword seems quite good. Ye Feng pointed to a completely red divine sword next to the Xianyuan sword, which emanated a rich and intense heat. This young master has a good eye. This is a third-grade divine sword called the Sword of the Blazing Sun, valued at 5,000 world divine stones. A staff member who had been guarding the sword pavilion immediately introduced it enthusiastically upon seeing someone interested in the divine swords. This one, then? Ye Feng nodded, seemingly having made a decision. All right, this young master, I will fetch it for you right away. The staff member's attitude became even friendlier upon Ye Feng's prompt response. Wait. At this moment, Dantai Ru suddenly spoke up, stopping the actions of the Ice Fire Pavilion staff. Chapter 695. Dantai Ru is indeed wealthy, repeatedly spending high prices to buy third-grade divine swords. Ye Feng couldn't help but laugh, realizing that after his repeated provocations, Dantai Ru must have become aware of it. Ye Feng, are you playing me? Dantai Ru's face darkened instantly upon hearing the unabashed laughter. Why not tease a dog when it comes to you? Especially when this dog came to me voluntarily. Ye Feng chuckled lightly, his eyes full of mockery. Upon hearing this, Dantai Ru's eyes darkened, nearly fainting. Ye Feng had known his intentions all along and had acted in front of him, tricking him into buying 5 third-grade divine swords at a high price. Their argument also drew the attention of some people inside the Ice Fire Pavilion. This seems a bit lively. What happened? Just then, a curious voice came from nearby as a handsome young man with a tall figure approached. Ouyang Qi. Bai Li Qing's beautiful eyes flickered upon seeing the newcomer. This man was a core figure of the Ouyang family, Ouyang Qi, who held a position comparable to hers in the Bai Li family. However, after learning that Ye Feng had been targeted for assassination by the Ouyang family, she felt some vigilance towards the members of the Ouyang family. Chapter 696. After putting the Xianyuan sword into his storage ring, Ye Feng and Bai Li Qing strolled around the Ice Fire Pavilion again, but did not find the blood lotus Ye Feng wanted. The two then went to the 3rd floor of the Ice Fire Pavilion to buy a suitable divine bow for the city lord of Baiyun City before returning to the Bai Li family. As soon as Ye Feng returned to the Bai Li family, he took out the Xianyuan sword and examined it again. Although the Xianyuan sword was no longer at its peak power, it was sufficient for him now. Otherwise, the appraiser from the Ice Fire Pavilion wouldn't have placed the Xianyuan sword on the 2nd floor. Xianyuan girl, do you have any powerful divine techniques to teach me? Ye Feng asked while waving the Xianyuan sword. Currently, the only divine technique he could showcase in the divine court was the demon dragon art taught to him by Bai Li Qing. So he was particularly eager for powerful divine techniques. Since you have fortuitously found the Xianyuan sword, I will teach you the Xianyuan sword technique. Xianyuan Nishang said after some hesitation, having made her decision. This Xianyuan sword technique was the ultimate divine technique of her Xianyuan divine clan, and only the most core members of the Xianyuan divine clan could practice it. However, since she was the only one left in the Xianyuan divine clan, these rules had lost all meaning. Chapter 697. Baiyun City, City Lord's Mansion. At this moment, the City Lord's mansion was extremely lively, as today was the birthday of the City Lord. In Baiyun City, regardless of how powerful your family was, you had to show great respect to the City Lord. This was not only because the City Lord was the strongest in Baiyun City, but also because Baiyun City was governed by the Sky-Soaring Marquis. To be conferred a title in the White Tiger Divine Nation, one must be a strong figure in the Divine Marquis realm, and not just any Divine Marquis. At least, they must have slain several Divine Marquis to have established great achievements for the White Tiger Divine Nation and be qualified to be conferred a title, managing some territories under the White Tiger Empress. The Dantai family has arrived. At this moment, a voice rang out from outside the City Lord's mansion. The crowd turned to see Dantai Kuei, the head of the Dantai family, leading the members of the Dantai family in an orderly manner. Many people instinctively made way, as although the Dantai family had recently been ridiculed by many in Baiyun City, no one dared to underestimate their immense power. In Baiyun City, the Dantai family is not something just anyone can offend. Dantai Kuei, your Dantai family arrived quite early. On the other side of the street, Bai Li Bin appeared with the members of the Bai Li family, with Ye Feng and Bai Li Qing at the forefront of the group. Chapter 698. The City Lord has arrived. Just as the two were making some small movements at their seats, a bright voice came from outside the hall. Soon after, a gentle-looking man in white walked in. His steps were slow, yet he carried an undeniable presence. The newcomer was none other than Baiyun City Lord, Bai Xiaotao. City Lord, City Lord. The powerful figures from various families in the hall stood up to greet Bai Xiaotao upon seeing him appear. Even Bai Li Qing and Ye Feng stopped their playful banter and stood up to greet. Bai Xiaotao smiled and nodded to the powerful figures from various families. then walked through the seats on both sides to take his place in the designated seat for the city lord. Lord City Lord, today is your birthday, and I have specially prepared 1,000-year divine ginseng, said Dan Tai Kuei, who was the first to step out from his seat, holding a divine ginseng that exuded a rich life force, and presented it in front of Bai Xiaodao. The powerful figures from various families in the hall saw this, and silently cursed Dan Tai Kuei for being so quick to act. The first person to present a gift to the city lord might leave the best impression. Moreover, this 1,000-year divine ginseng was an invaluable treasure, greatly beneficial even to those of the divine realm. Chapter 699. Yes, head of the family. Feng Sheng received the order and fixed his gaze on Ye Feng, his eyes filled with killing intent. If he could complete Dan Tai Kuei's task, he would surely gain greater favor afterward. Ye Feng, you have offended the Dan Tai family. Today, you will undoubtedly die. Feng Sheng sneered, and a third-grade divine sword, the sword of the blazing sun, appeared in his hand. This sword was given to him by Dan Tai Ru, and he found it very handy. Today, he would use this sword to slay Ye Feng. You want to kill me? You aren't qualified yet. Ye Feng mocked, and upon seeing the sword of the blazing sun in Feng Sheng's hand, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He then took out the Xianyuan sword, pointing its tip directly at Feng Sheng, and said, Today, I will use your blood to reforge this sword's edge. Ha! A broken sword thinks it can kill me? Ridiculous. Feng Sheng wielded the sword of the blazing sun, unleashing 4 dazzling sword lights towards Ye Feng. Bang! Ye Feng stepped forward, unleashing the aura of a third-level divine martial realm, while the rusty Xianyuan sword glimmered with golden light. He performed the Xianyuan sword technique, easily neutralizing Feng Sheng's attack and counterattacking. Third-level divine martial realm? Feng Sheng was taken aback, shocked by Ye Feng's cultivation speed. He quickly reacted, swinging the sword of the blazing sun to create a sea of flames, engaging in fierce battle with Ye Feng. Chapter 700. That's best. This lord has come to announce something. Bei Mingzheng looked at the lively crowd in the hall, nodding in satisfaction, not expecting Bai Xiaodao to be quite capable. The powerful figures from the major families in Baiyin City looked at Bei Mingzheng's attire, their pupils constricting slightly. This strong figure from the Divine Marquis realm was from the Qingtian Guard. This lord has come to announce on behalf of Lord Qingtian that in 3 months, a recruitment ceremony for the Qingtian Guard will be held in Qingtian City. Anyone from the cities under Lord Qingtian who meets the minimum standards for the Qingtian Guard assessment may participate. As soon as Bei Mingzheng's words fell, the powerful figures from various families erupted in excitement. Great! The Qingtian Guard is finally recruiting again. I must ensure my useless son passes the assessment and becomes a member of the Qingtian Guard. Becoming a member of the Qingtian Guard is not that easy. Only those with outstanding talent and who reach the Earth God realm can qualify for the assessment. Just this requirement will eliminate a large number of people. Those who can pass the assessment are all among the best of the best. After hearing this news, the powerful figures from various families in Baiyin City were all filled with excitement, discussing fervently. Chapter 701. Qing, am I impressive? Ye Feng returned to the crowd of the Bai Li family, wrapping his arm around Bai Liqing's waist and smiling. You are impressive, but you're still not my opponent. Bai Liqing replied with a smile, her delicate waist slightly twisting, bringing a soft and elastic touch to Ye Feng. Don't worry, I will surpass you soon. And then we'll see how you, this enchanting one, will resist. Ye Feng felt a surge of pleasure in his heart. This woman's figure was truly amazing. Then I'll wait for you to surpass me, and I won't resist then. Bai Liqing's eyes sparkled, her gaze conveying affection, and her voice carried a hint of alluring temptation. Hearing this, Ye Feng nearly burst with excitement. This woman, when she got flirtatious, was truly incomparable. However, with Bai Liqing currently at the 6th level of the Earth God realm, he needed to work harder to surpass her. Soon, under the discussions of the powerful figures from various families, Bai Xiaodao returned alone to the main hall. All right, I believe everyone has heard the news about the Qingtian Guard's recruitment. 3 months is neither long nor short. Everyone should go back and prepare well. Chapter 702. All right, Brother Bai Li, I can agree to your request. Ye Feng responded directly to Bai Li's request upon hearing Xianyuan Nishan's confirmation. Although he couldn't guarantee that the force that killed Bai Li's father was the Ouyang family, it was likely related. Okay, Ye Feng, I believe you. But I can't give you this mysterious pearl right now. I've been feeling like someone is secretly watching me during this time back in the Divine Court, Bai Li said, expressing his current concerns. The mysterious force that year had not obtained the Xianyuan sword pearl, and now they were likely suspicious of him again. Once the news of the Xianyuan sword pearl being in his possession leaked, his life would be threatened again. Brother Bai, if I'm not mistaken, the one watching you should be from the Ouyang family. The people who ambushed you back then were very likely from the Ouyang family as well. Ye Feng revealed some information about the assassination to let Bai Li be cautious of the Ouyang family. The Ouyang family? Bai Li's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he suppressed his inner anger, saying, Ye Feng, I will be careful. Chapter 703 He. Then I'll be waiting for you. Ye Feng coldly smiled and no longer paid attention to the Dantai family. Since he was here, he would not be afraid. He was just a bit curious about what the rules of this assessment were. As Ye Feng and the Bai Li family waited, two powerful men with imposing auras appeared in front of everyone. One of them was Bei Mingzheng, whom Ye Feng and some members of the Bai Li family had seen before. He was the Divine Marquis realm expert who had come to Baiyun City to announce the news. The other man walked alongside Bei Mingzheng and was likely another expert from the Divine Marquis realm. Their appearance made the Qingtian Guard, who were maintaining order, show respect. This lord, Bei Mingzheng, I believe everyone should know me by now. This is Nan Gongjue, who is with me and is also an inspector for this Qingtian Guard assessment. Bei Mingzheng's voice sounded solemn as he continued. Let me introduce the rules of this assessment. First, you will undergo tests to check if your cultivation, age, and talent meet the assessment standards. Once you pass the tests, each of you will receive a token. With this token, you will enter a small world where the assessment will formally begin. Chapter 704 After Bai Liqing, Bai Lisin, and Bai Mu, among others, successively entered the assessment area. Ye Feng, be careful once you go in. Bai Li Bin saw that Ye Feng was the last to stay and reminded him. After Ye Feng nodded, he handed the token that Bai Mingzheng had given him to a Qingtian guard at the entrance of the small world passage. The Qingtian guard took it and, seeing it, showed a look of surprise. This was the token of Lord Bai Mingzheng. Just as he was about to inquire, the voice of Bai Mingzheng came from not far away. Let him in. Yes, Lord Bai Ming. Upon hearing this, the Qingtian guard returned the token and handed Ye Feng a test token. After Ye Feng took it, he entered the testing area, his figure disappearing from the Qingtian training ground. This situation also attracted the attention of many. It seemed this person had taken a backdoor route and avoided inspection. Brother Bai Ming, what is your relationship with this person? Nan Gongju asked, his eyes flashing with curiosity at this scene. Just a talented junior. It would be a pity if he didn't join our Qingtian guards, Bai Mingzheng replied lightly, unwilling to elaborate further. Hearing such a high evaluation, Nan Gongju instantly became very interested in Ye Feng. Chapter 705. Kid, you dare to sneak attack us? You're looking for death. The two level 4 Earth God realm members of the Wang family were instantly furious. One of them immediately struck out with a domineering palm print, crashing towards Ye Feng. Ye Feng, surrounded by demonic energy, unleashed the 4th grade divine skill, the demonic dragon technique. Rolling demonic energy surged forth, transforming into a demonic dragon that looked down upon the world. Roar! The dark demonic dragon roared, its sound waves carrying supreme power, instantly shattering the attacks of the two Wang family members. The two members of the Wang family felt as if struck by lightning, immediately sustaining injuries and looking at Ye Feng in terror. They had just attacked in anger without holding back, yet they couldn't withstand even one move from Ye Feng. I already held back against you. Hand over the test token. Resistance will bring no benefit, Ye Feng said coldly, his tone filled with an undeniable authority. The two from the Wang family were unwilling but had no choice. After all, they were no match for Ye Feng. Only by handing over the test token could they preserve their lives. You little brat, how dare you play me? At this moment, an angry roar came from within the canyon stone wall, and with countless stones flying out, Wang Lei's figure appeared in Ye Feng's sight. Chapter 706. Within the testing area, Ye Feng led Wang Lei and the others as they continued traversing forward. Along the way, they encountered a few robbery attempts. But thanks to the strong abilities of the four, they managed to turn danger into safety each time. Ye Feng thus acquired 9 more test tokens, adding the 5 he had taken from Wang Lei and the others, along with the one he originally had. He now possessed a total of 15 test tokens. They were very close to meeting the testing criteria for the Qingtian guards. One day, as Ye Feng and the others passed through a dense forest, they suddenly heard a dispute ahead on the necessary path to the destination. Let us hide our presence and approach quietly, Ye Feng whispered to Wang Lei and the others. He guessed that the two factions ahead were likely arguing over test tokens, and they might be able to wait until both sides were injured before revealing themselves. Wang Lei and the others had no objections. They had witnessed Ye Feng's terrifying strength during their journey, able to fight against two level 5 Earth God Realm opponents and defeat them, earning their admiration. Soon, Ye Feng's group concealed themselves within the dense forest, observing the situation ahead. Chapter 707. Damn it. Let us go together and steal their test tokens. Bailey Xan was seething with anger. Seeing Ye Feng able to contend with Feng Lin, he immediately charged towards the other three from the Feng family. Bailey Mu, seeing this, no longer hesitated. Since the fight had already started, he would go all in. He had to pass the Qing Tian Guard's test. As the three from the Bailey family attacked the three from the Feng family, the battle in the forest instantly intensified, with countless plants being affected by the shock waves of the fight. Brother Lei, what should we do? Asked the two Wang family members behind Wang Lei, seeking his opinion. They truly hadn't expected Ye Feng to dare challenge Feng Lin, a level 6 Earth God Realm powerhouse, and at that moment, there was no sign of him being at a disadvantage. What to do? If we want to join the Qing Tian Guards, then we should help. Wang Lei's expression turned fierce. Feng Lin had previously intimidated their three Wang family members, clearly looking down on them, which had long made him unhappy. It was better to go all out with Ye Feng. He knew that helping when it was needed was far better than just adding flourishes to success. This was the perfect time for Ye Feng to need assistance. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Lei instantly joined the battle between the Bailey and Feng families, and the other two Wang family members followed suit. Chapter 708. Let us go, we'll set off together. Ye Feng saw that Wang Lei and the others had received the test tokens and took the lead in guiding them. Their team now had a total of 7 members, which was quite a decent size. Following Ye Feng's lead, they continued towards their destination. Over the next 3 days, Ye Feng and his group encountered numerous teams along the way, including those led by level 6 Earth God Realm powerhouses. Fortunately, Ye Feng was able to maneuver against them. Bailey Mu, Bailey Xen, Wang Lei, and the others also had good strength, and after some exchanges, the two teams could only call for a truce, not wanting to suffer mutual destruction. Additionally, during these 3 days, Ye Feng encountered a peak level 4 Earth God Realm member from the Bailey family, who he recruited into their team. Furthermore, the number of test tokens in his possession had reached 20, and Bailey Mu, Bailey Xen, and others also had their token counts increase. One day, Ye Feng led the team to the entrance of a valley, where he could clearly feel an extremely high temperature filling the valley, which was undoubtedly a fire valley. On the stone wall at the entrance of the fire valley were 3 glaring characters carved. No fighting zone. Chapter 709. Chinda looked at the varied expressions of the crowd, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. How could he not see through their little thoughts? After all, he had gone through the same experience back in the day. The purpose of the Qing Tian Guards setting up tests here was to ensure that this group of people had the ability to fight together, rather than being a disorganized mob fighting separately. All right, if there are no issues, let us enter the depths of the valley. There are tests waiting for you there. Chienda urged the crowd to enter the valley's depths, having activated the energy formation. What they would face were sentient divine fires, gathered into fire monsters. Only by breaking through these fire monsters could they pass the test and leave the fire valley. Upon hearing Chienda's orders, the crowd reluctantly made their way deeper into the valley. Along the way, Ye Feng noticed that there were caves appearing sporadically on both sides of the valley, a strange glint flashing in his eyes. Soon, the group reached the depths of the fire valley and stopped, for before them appeared fire monsters equal in number to them. Moreover, the cultivation levels emanating from these flame monsters were exactly the same as theirs, with the 2 strongest among them surprisingly at the 7th level of the Earth God Realm. Chapter 710. Boom. Under the combined attack of Ye Feng and the 8 others, the flame barrier at the entrance of the cave shattered completely. Ha, we did it! Wang Lei laughed loudly, feeling increasingly impressed by Ye Feng's strong background, especially since it could help them cheat in the assessment. You all guard the entrance and don't let anyone else in. After leaving this remark, Ye Feng stepped into the cave. What greeted his eyes was a cave filled with the power of flames. In the center of the cave, there was a deep red flame, which was the divine fire providing a continuous source of energy for the flame valley. Miss Xinyuan, is there a divine eagle eye in this cave? Ye Feng scanned the surroundings, but found nothing unusual. though he still felt as if he were being watched. "There is a divine eagle eye inside the stone wall ahead of you." Xianyuan Nishang's answer made the corners of Ye Feng's mouth curve up slightly. Suddenly, Ye Feng took action and punched the stone wall from a distance. Boom! This powerful punch pierced through the void, striking the stone wall and creating a huge dent, causing a glowing eagle eye to dim completely. Done. Now no one will know what happened inside the cave. Chapter 7:11. You bastard. What are you trying to do again? Chinda came out of the cave and saw Ye Feng standing at another cave entrance, clearly intending to use the same trick again. Hee, Lord Qian, it's nothing. Just that it's cooler here. Ye Feng smiled, but upon seeing the murderous look in Qianda's eyes, he decided not to touch any other divine fire, as offending the sky supporting guard would not be good. Just then, Dantai, Ru, and Feng Ting, through their combined efforts, had eliminated all the flame monsters blocking the exit of the valley. Lord Qian, we have passed the assessment. Dantai Ru proudly announced this news, stating that they could still pass the assessment without the help of Ye Feng and his group of useless people. Get lost if you've passed. Qianda waved his hand impatiently, indicating that Dantai, Ru, and the others could leave. He knew very well that without Ye Feng's help, this group would never have passed so smoothly. Hearing the dismissive tone, Dantai Ru's face stiffened, feeling somewhat displeased but due to Qianda's status. He dared not explode in anger. In the end, he could only glare fiercely at Ye Feng before leading the Dantai family members towards the valley exit. Chapter 7:12. Feng Ting, who was watching the show from a distance, looked completely stunned, unable to tell whether Ye Feng was too strong or Dantai Ru was too useless. Dantai Ru's fearful gaze held a hint of confusion. Wasn't Ti Feng Lin saying that Ye Feng's strength was nothing special? It seemed he was going to be ruined by this fool Feng Lin. Die, Dantai Ru. Ye Feng's mouth curled into a cold arc as he drew the Xianyuan sword and slashed down. The fierce sword light erupted in the void, enveloping Dantai Ru's body. Heavenly Wall. Dantai Ru felt the terrifying power of this sword, and a hint of paleness appeared on his distorted features. He opened the folding fan in his hand, and with the enhancement of 3 types of law powers, a giant fan shadow appeared in front of him, resembling a solid barrier. At the same time, the other members of the Dantai family also joined in, working together to resist Ye Feng's attack. They knew very well that if Dantai Ru died, they too would not escape the fate of being killed by Ye Feng. Boom! The fierce sword light struck the giant fan shadow, and the terrifying killing power instantly shattered the fan shadow. Then the sword light penetrated Dantai Ru's body, making his eyes widen in disbelief. Chapter 7:13. Bailey Qing. If you're willing to be my woman, I will return your assessment token to you. Otherwise, you can forget about the position in the sky supporting guard. Nan Gongming stood with his hands behind his back, his expression arrogant. He happened to encounter Bailey Qing, a woman who made his heart race, just as he was nearing the finish line. When he approached to strike up a conversation, however, the woman was quite cold towards him, which instantly displeased him. After all, he was a future powerhouse with great potential to achieve the divine Marquis realm. What was she trying to act high and mighty for in front of him? If it weren't for the many divine eagle eyes watching, he would have already used force. In your dreams, I will never become your woman. Bailey Qing looked at Nan Gongming's face, feeling utterly disgusted. It was bad enough that he had stolen her assessment token and injured her, blocking the essential path to the final destination, and now he wanted to use disgusting means to make her submit. Since that's the case, you can just stay here. You won't have the chance to pass. Nan Gongming smirked coldly. In this assessment area, he couldn't be too excessive with Bailey Qing, but once outside, she wouldn't escape his grasp. Chapter 7:14. Boom. With the explosion of 4 types of law powers from Nan Gongming, everyone present understood that he was serious. Demon Dragon in the sky. Nan Gongming roared, his majestic figure transforming into a dark demon dragon, spewing endless demonic light as it flew through the void. Roaring towards Ye Feng. You hurt my woman. I won't spare you. Ye Feng's fingertip brushed against the tip of the Xianyuan sword, gathering the powers of the Thunder Law, Fire Law, Wind Law, Mysterious Law, and Wilderness Law onto the Xianyuan sword. Then he unleashed the first move of the Xianyuan sword technique. Xianyuan breaks the heavens. The golden sword light tore through the void, colliding with the clawing dark demon dragon. Boom! The sword energy rampaged through the void, and the demonic energy surged, ultimately shredding the dark demon dragon into scattered black smoke. Not good. Nan Gongming watched as his strongest move was defeated, his face changing drastically. This person had actually comprehended 5 types of law powers. Immediately, a sharp sword light flashed in his eyes, knocking him away with a single strike, rolling through the air for several circles before crashing heavily to the ground. Seeing this, Ye Feng closed in, gathering an immensely powerful palm in his hand and striking hard at Nan Gongming's abdomen. Chapter 7:15. Alright, the assessment for the Sky Supporting Guard is now over. Those who have become members of the Sky Supporting Guard, please remain in the training ground. The rest can leave. Bai Ming's loud voice rang out, dismissing those unrelated personnel. Ye Feng, we will leave first. I'll leave Qing'er in your care. Bailey Bin smiled and made this statement. Don't worry, head of the family. I will take good care of Qing'er. Ye Feng patted his chest and assured him. Good, Qing'er. You should be more proactive. After leaving a meaningful glance, Bailey Bin led the elders of the Bailey family and some who had failed the assessment away. Bailey Qing's face flushed slightly. How could she not understand the meaning of her father's gaze? However, perhaps there is no need for her to take the initiative, as Ye Feng will find an opportunity to pounce on her and devour her fiercely. Under Bai Mingjing's reminder, the powerful members of various families in the Qing Tian training ground left one after another, leaving only over 400 new members of the Qing Tian Guard. Among these new members, there was someone Ye Feng recognized, who was Ouyang Qi from the Ouyang family. Ouyang Qi had reached the peak of the 6th level of the Earth God realm and had passed the Qing Tian Guard's assessment without any danger. In addition to Ouyang Qi, 2 other members from the Ouyang family also became Qing Tian Guards, although they were not as good as the Bailey family. They were much better than the Dantai family. Chapter 7:16. 3 hours later, a great battle calmed down in the barracks. Stinky man, now that I've been eaten by you, are you satisfied? Bailey Qing flicked her fragrant, sweaty hair and looked at the man beside her, a hint of tenderness flashing in her beautiful eyes. Hee, Qing, aren't you the one who's satisfied? I'm just taking good care of you as you asked, Ye Feng said with a shameless grin. Stinky man, taking advantage and acting innocent. Next time I won't let you touch me. Bailey Qing huffed playfully, struggling to push Ye Feng off her, but he pressed her down even harder, rendering her immobile. Qing'er, my strength is now greater than yours, so you have no say in this. Ye Feng looked at the disheveled Bailey Qing beneath him with a playful smile, his voice carrying a hint of dominance. The woman's current struggle of wanting to refuse, yet also inviting him, made him even more excited. You're just bullying me now. Bailey Qing's autumn-like eyes filled with mist, her voice revealing a hint of coquettishness. Looking at her charming demeanor, Ye Feng felt a surge of affection rise in his heart. Stinky man, what are you trying to do? Bailey Qing exhaled gently, a look of confusion flashing in her enchanting eyes. Chapter 7:17. Nangongju. Ye Feng watched the departing figure of He Jinyin and murmured. He never expected that just half a month after becoming a Qing Tian Guard, Nangongju would begin targeting him. It is important to know that investigating the Scorpion cult stronghold is extremely dangerous. A careless mistake could lead to being killed by the Scorpion cult members. Nangongju, although this mission is dangerous, you underestimate me too much. Ye Feng snorted coldly, as he possessed the Xianyuan cauldron, giving him the ability to protect himself even against Heavenly God Realm or even Divine Marquis Realm experts. Man, what are you doing standing at the barracks door? At this moment, Bailey Qing walked out of the barracks, exuding the aura of the 7th level of the Earth God Realm, clearly having just made a breakthrough and coming out upon seeing Ye Feng was not there. It's nothing. I just received a mission and will be leaving here to carry it out tomorrow. Ye Feng informed Bailey Qing of the news he just received. This time, he would need to spend quite a bit of time on his mission to Bailian City. For you to go to Bailian City to deal with the Scorpion cult, that's too dangerous. Upon learning this, Bailey Qing's expression revealed worry. Having lived in Baiyun City for many years, she naturally knew the dangers posed by the Scorpion cult, which was a wicked force known for its many crimes and merciless killings. Chapter 7:18. Only 2 came? Are you joking? Nan Gaoxian was somewhat suspicious that these 2 were making fun of him. After all, they were dealing with the Scorpion cult and only sent 2 Qing Tian guards, which wouldn't be of much help. However, looking at the serious expressions on Ye Feng and Wang Lei's faces, the last bit of hope in his heart shattered. Fine, please come in, and I'll tell you about the current situation of the Scorpion cult. Nan Gaoxian sighed helplessly and invited Ye Feng and Wang Lei into the city lord's mansion. At this moment, he couldn't help but suspect that these two had offended some high-ranking officials of the Qing Tian Guards and were sent here to die. Following Nangao Xian's lead, Ye Feng and Wang Lei entered the main hall of the city lord's mansion and took their seats. Along the way, Nangao Xian also learned the names of Ye Feng and Wang Lei. Gentlemen, the Scorpion cult has been extremely rampant in Bailian City recently, especially 3 days ago when they attacked the prison where serious offenders were held at night and released many fugitives. If I hadn't received the news and arrived with my men in time, the serious offenders in the entire prison would have been released. Nangao Xian began to recount the recent actions of the Scorpion cult in the city. Chapter 719. City Lord Nan, we will take our leave now. If there are any matters, you can find us at the Wang family. Ye Feng stood up and cupped his hands in farewell. All right, Nangao Xian replied perfunctorily, no longer holding any expectations for Ye Feng and Wang Lei. Ye Feng didn't mind this and left the city lord's mansion with Wang Lei. Brother, are we really not going to take care of the Scorpion cult's matters? Wang Lei quietly asked as they walked. Of course we will, but not now. When the time comes, you will do as I instruct. Ye Feng instructed Wang Lei softly. The two then hurried towards the Wang family, as Ye Feng knew that the current priority was to focus on training and improving his strength. Soon, under Wang Lei's guidance, they arrived at the Wang family and were received by the head of the Wang family. After chatting with the head of the Wang family for a while, Ye Feng was arranged to stay in a quiet place within the Wang family. Brother, how is this place? Wang Lei warmly hosted, fearing that Ye Feng would be dissatisfied. It's pretty good. I'm planning to train now, so remember what I told you, and don't forget it. Ye Feng nodded, reminding Wang Lei before starting his training. Brother, rest assured, I will handle what you instructed me to do well. Chapter 720. The sword light flashed before Bei Hongbao's eyes, and even though he reacted quickly, he was still slower than Ye Feng's sword strike. Swish! As Ye Feng's sword slashed down, Bei Hongbao's right arm was severed, and blood spurted out like a pillar. Bei Hongbao's features twisted violently, and painful moans escaped his mouth. Boom! Seizing the opportunity, Ye Feng launched another palm strike, directly severely injuring Bei Hongbao and rendering him incapable of resistance. Who are you? Bei Hongbao lay on the ground, looking at Wang Lei in front of him with eyes full of fear and confusion. He knew that he was likely to perish here today. You don't need to know. Ye Feng lowered his gaze, stepping in front of Bei Hongbao and knocked him out with one strike. He then began to search his soul, extracting information about the Scorpion cult strongholds in Bailian City from Bei Hongbao's memories. An hour later, a flicker of ghostly light shone in Ye Feng's dark eyes. He had already learned about several strongholds of the Scorpion cult in Bailian City. However, the members of the Scorpion cult were extremely cautious. He learned from Bei Hongbao's memories that there were many strongholds of the Scorpion cult in the city, but each person only knew a limited number of strongholds. Fearing being sold out and having their roots pulled up, these guys are indeed quite cautious. Chapter 721. In the basement of an inn by Lian City, more than 10 figures gathered here. These individuals are all high-ranking members of the Scorpion sect in the Forged City, and this place is also the latest stronghold of the Scorpion sect. Deputy Hall Master, according to the information from our subordinates, the reason for the loss of so many strongholds over the past 6 months is due to that celestial guardian, Ye Feng, who came to Forged City. A celestial realm powerhouse of the Scorpion sect reported the news he had just received. Ye Feng, the celestial guardian? Yan Yingjie narrowed his eyes, a strong, killing intent evident in his voice. This time, the Scorpion sect has suffered heavy losses, with a total of 7 celestial realm powerhouses fallen, and over 100 members at the Earth and Mystic realm brutally killed. Their original strongholds in Forged City have all been dismantled, and they have temporarily changed many strongholds to avoid being wiped out if someone betrays them. That's right, this person may not be particularly strong, but I suspect he has some special ability in mental power that can confuse people and make them speak the truth, speculated the Scorpion sect powerhouse. It is known that even if our people are captured, they almost never reveal information about the strongholds. The exposure of over 20 strongholds in succession over the past 3 days is quite abnormal. Chapter 722. Ye Feng. I heard that you and City Lord Nan have recently eliminated many strongholds of the Scorpion sect, performing quite well. Feng Jingyun stepped forward, his voice carrying a light praise. Then shifted the conversation, saying, however, from now on, your actions must follow my command. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng frowned, neither agreeing nor opposing. He was somewhat displeased with Feng Jingyun bringing by leeching here. He even felt it was a deliberate act, but now that it had come to this, he could only keep by leeching by his side. Seeing Ye Feng's silence, Feng Jingyun's lips curled into a slight smile as he walked up to Nan Gaoxian and said, "City Lord Nan, you will need to cooperate with us from now on." Captain Feng, that is natural, but recently, the members of the Scorpion sect have hidden away, making it difficult to locate their hidden strongholds. Nan Gaoxian explained the current situation. "You don't need to worry about that. I have my methods. Right now, you just need to arrange a place for us to stay in the City Lord's mansion." Feng Jingyun responded lightly. "All right, I will have someone arrange that immediately." Nan Gaoxian nodded in agreement. And then several stewards from the City Lord's mansion took the more than 10 celestial guardians who came with Feng Jingyun to settle in, leaving only by leeching behind, clearly waiting for Ye Feng. Chapter 723. Late at night, on a small road outside Forge City, a team of nearly 50 people was traveling, with Feng Jingyun leading the way. Behind him followed more than 10 celestial guardians, each with an aura at the Earth realm or above, including Ye Feng and by leeching. Among them were 2 second-tier celestial guardians who had a good relationship with Feng Jingyun and had come voluntarily to help eliminate the Scorpion sect. "Captain Feng, how much longer until we reach the Scorpion sect stronghold?" A leader from the City Lord's mansion asked, having reached the peak of the second-tier celestial realm, followed by 30 guards from the mansion, whose cultivation ranged from Earth realm to first-tier celestial realm. "Soon, it's just ahead," Feng Jingyun replied lightly, his eyes flashing with a deep light. The City Lord's leader said nothing further and maintained his speed, following behind Feng Jingyun. "Qing'er, no matter what happens, you must not leave my side," Ye Feng said as he held Bai Liqing's jade hand, quietly instructing her. For some reason, he felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Bai Liqing nodded obediently. However, their team was currently strong, with 6 celestial realm powerhouses, so there shouldn't be too much danger. Chapter 724. Watching the attacks from the 2 celestial realm powerhouses, Ye Feng held Bai Liqing with one arm and took out the Xianyuan cauldron with the other. A surge of divine power erupted from his body, activating the Xianyuan cauldron, and a spatial fluctuation followed, causing the 2 to disappear from the area, leaving only a voice echoing in the night. "Feng Jingyun, you and your family dare to collaborate with the Scorpion sect? Wait for the punishment from the Celestial Guardians." Boom! The 2 attacks struck in the vast void, but did not cause any casualties. A spatial artifact? Let Ye Feng escape? Feng Jingyun and Yin Ingjia's expressions changed drastically. This was a deadly trap aimed at Ye Feng, yet he managed to escape, which they found unacceptable. Damn it! Feng Jingyun's face turned extremely ugly. If Ye Feng went to report that his family was colluding with the Scorpion sect, it would be disastrous. Don't panic. You are the squad leader of the Celestial Guardians. Without evidence, your word and Ye Feng's are equally credible. It depends on who returns to the Celestial Guardians first. Besides, didn't you say that Nangong Ju would deal with Ye Feng? You just need to take this opportunity to frame Ye Feng as a traitor to the Celestial Guardians, colluding with the Scorpion sect and designed to kill the Celestial Guardians and the City Lord's Mansion people. Nangong Ju might immediately solidify Ye Feng's guilt. Chapter 725. Yin Ingjia. Why are you here? What about Jingyun? In a lavishly decorated room of the Feng family, Feng Xiaotian looked at the man before him, his brows suddenly furrowing. The plan for this operation failed. Ye Feng escaped. Yin Ingjia spoke with anger and helplessness. What did you say? Ye Feng escaped? What are you doing? Are you trying to ruin my Feng family? Feng Xiaotian's voice suddenly rose several decibels, even carrying a hint of fear. It is important to note that if the collusion with the Scorpion sect were to be exposed, there would be no place for the Feng family to reside. Not just in Forge City, but throughout the entire White Tiger Divine Kingdom. The Scorpion sect is a force that the White Tiger Empress has ordered to be completely eradicated. If it weren't for his brother Feng Jingyun's involvement with the Scorpion sect, the Feng family would have no choice but to associate with them. Otherwise, he wouldn't want any connection with the Scorpion sect, even if it cost him his life. Ye Feng possesses a spatial artifact. Otherwise, he couldn't have escaped. But don't worry, Feng Jingyun has already gone to Celestial City. As long as he frames Ye Feng as a traitor of the Celestial Guardians, colluding with the Scorpion sect, your Feng family should be fine. Yin Ingjia consoled him with words. You bastard, you will eventually ruin my Feng family. Chapter 726. Buzz. The Xianyuan sword was unsheathed, and Ye Feng wasted no time, directly wielding the sword to attack, with terrifying sword intent spreading through the void, weaving into a gigantic net of swords. Feng Jingyun looked at the aura emanating from Ye Feng, his expression suddenly darkening. He clearly remembered that Ye Feng had only recently reached the 10th level of the divine martial realm. Yet now he had suddenly surged to the 3rd level of the mystic realm. However, there was no time for him to think further as he moved. The power of the storm surged within him, resembling a storm pulse that charged towards Ye Feng. Boom! A loud explosion reverberated in the sky, and the clash between the two generated a powerful energy shockwave, causing them to retreat. This scene surprised many. Ye Feng truly had the qualifications to confront Feng Jingyun. Even Nan Gongju and Bei Ming showed a hint of surprise on their faces, acknowledging Ye Feng's rapid progress. Wind was shocked. You betrayed the Skyward Guard and are willing to be a dog for the Scorpion sect. Today I will kill you. Ye Feng swept out with his sword, and the golden sword energy intertwined on the sword body like a swimming dragon, causing the Xianyuan sword to emit a dragon-like roar. Ye Feng, don't slander me. You are the traitor of the Skyward Guard. Chapter 727 Ye Feng. Wind was once a member of the Skyward Guard. If you kill him without permission, isn't that disrespecting Lord Skyward? Nan Gongju's gaze dropped as he asked sternly. If Wind were truly a member of the Skyward Guard, I certainly wouldn't kill him. But he is a traitor of the Skyward Guard, and his death is well-deserved. Ye Feng's words were forceful, showing no weakness in his momentum. Do you have evidence? Otherwise, I will take you down for killing a colleague. Nan Gongju's aura surged, the presence of a divine lord spreading out. Then please watch closely, Lord Nangong. Ye Feng smiled coldly and took out the Shadow Stone. As he infused his spiritual power, an image reflected in the void. Soon, the scene of Feng Xiaotian and Yan Yingjie conspiring to frame Ye Feng appeared, their plan clearly reaching the ears of everyone present. You, how could you? Feng Xiaotian looked pale as he watched this scene, knowing that the Feng family was finished. But this was clearly something that happened on the night Ye Feng was attacked. Instead of going to Skyward City, Ye Feng came to the Feng family and recorded their collusion with the Scorpion sect. Everyone was also surprised that the Feng family was so bold as to collude with the Scorpion sect and even kill members of the Skyward Guard to frame Ye Feng. Chapter 728. After a night of passion with Bai Liqing, Ye Feng left the tent, and the two arrived at Bai Lisin's residence. Since they were going back to Baiyan City, they might as well ask Bai Lisin if he wanted to return. Brother Bai Li, Qing'er and I plan to return to Baiyan City. Are you going back? Ye Feng asked casually, but noticed Bai Lisin's unusual expression. Ye Feng, I. Bai Lisin glanced at Bai Liqing, hesitating to speak. Ye Feng instantly understood. What could make Bai Lisin stutter in front of Bai Liqing was likely related to the Xianyuan sword pearl. Qing'er, why don't you step out for a moment? I have something to discuss with Brother Bai. Ye Feng had to send Bai Liqing away. He didn't mind her knowing about the Xianyuan sword pearl. But Bai Lisin probably had his reasons for not wanting the Bai family to know, perhaps some grievances or burdens. All right, you two big men are being all mysterious. Is there something you don't want me to know? Bai Liqing glared and swayed her slender waist as she left. Brother Bai, I've sent Qing'er away. Now you can speak, right? A hint of helplessness flashed across Ye Feng's brow. It seemed he would have to appease this woman later. Ye Feng, I've noticed that Ouyang Qi has been trying to get close to me lately and wants to invite me out. I suspect the Ouyang family wants to take action against me. Chapter 729 Ye Feng. This road doesn't seem to lead to Baiyan City the fastest. On a road outside Skyward City, Ouyang Qi looked at the three people in front, puzzled. Bai Lisin needs to retrieve something, and we're just following along. Ye Feng replied casually, causing Ouyang Qi's eyes to flicker slightly. Could it be that the treasure that his Ouyang family couldn't obtain back then is in Bai Lisin's hands? This made him feel excited inside. Ye Feng slowed his pace, slightly turned his gaze to observe Ouyang Qi's slightly excited reaction, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This fool probably still doesn't know that he has been regarded as a hostage. Following Ye Feng and the others, guided by Bai Lisin, they eventually arrived at a dense forest. This should be the place. Bai Lisin looked around. He hadn't been here in many years. Back then, he had sealed the Xianyuan sword pearl in a treasure box and buried it underground. Brother Bai, where did you hide that thing? Ye Feng looked at the dense woods around. Did they really have to turn this place upside down? Let me think. This place has changed a bit since back then. Chapter 730 Boom. The three divine elders of the Ouyang family unleashed their full power and charged towards Ye Feng and his two companions, who were surrounded in the center. Since Ye Feng dared to kill Ouyang Qi, he must pay a heavy price. Today, let these three old men see the power of the Xianyuan sword. Facing the siege of three third-level divine realm experts, Ye Feng was not the least bit flustered. He directly embedded the Xianyuan sword pearl into the Xianyuan sword. In an instant, a terrifying divine weapon's might emanated from the Xianyuan sword, and a dazzling light enveloped the entire surrounding area. Ye Feng twirled the sword, and a force that reversed the surrounding time radiated out, directly affecting the three elders of the Ouyang family. Huh? What's going on? Why has our power disappeared? The three elders of the Ouyang family were startled and sensed something was wrong. They suddenly realized that it wasn't their power that had vanished, but rather time seemed to have reversed for a moment, returning to just before their power was gathered. Ye Feng unleashed his power without reservation, swinging the Xianyuan sword and unleashing three sharp sword lights directed at the three elders of the Ouyang family. Chapter 731 Family Master. No matter what, this matter cannot be separated from the Dantai family, and I happen to want to settle a score with the Dantai family. Ye Feng's words contained a sharp edge. Ye Feng, you don't intend to actively seek trouble with the Dantai family, do you? Bai Li was shocked. He didn't expect Ye Feng to be so bold. That's right. The Dantai family sent someone to assassinate me back then, and they must give me an explanation today. Ye Feng sneered, even though he knew it was the Ouyang family who had sent someone to assassinate him. He would use this as an excuse to find trouble with the Dantai family today. All right, the Dantai family indeed bullies people too much. They must be made to give an explanation. Bai Li saw Ye Feng's determination and decided to support him. The Bai family was not to be bullied either. Subsequently, under the unanimous decision of the Bai family, half of their divine realm elders were dispatched, led by Bai Li, to visit the Dantai family. The Bai family dispatched so many strong experts. What are they going to do? The Bai family wouldn't have found a backer against them, right? Wait. The direction the Bai family is heading seems to be the Dantai family, with the movements of Bai Li, Ye Feng, and the elders of the Bai family. Some family forces in the city immediately stirred up discussions. Chapter 732, just as the two were debating, Ouyang Ming arrived with some elders from the Ouyang family upon hearing the news. He saw Ye Feng still alive, and a clear look of surprise and suspicion flashed in his eyes. It should be noted that his son Ouyang Qi had sent word a few days ago, saying he would return to Baiyun City with Ye Feng and Bai Lisin. He had even intentionally left a few elders of the Ouyang family in Skyward City to cooperate with Ouyang Qi's actions. But now Ye Feng has returned. Where are his son Ouyang Qi and the elder of the Ouyang family? Ye Feng's gaze caught Ouyang Ming in the crowd, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. This old fellow really came. Ye Feng, you came back alone? At this moment, Ouyang Ming couldn't help but ask. Of course not, Ouyang family head. I came back with your son Ouyang Qi, but unfortunately, we encountered three little thieves on the way, and your son was accidentally killed by them. I'm truly sorry. Ye Feng's nonchalant lies almost made Ouyang Ming explode on the spot. His son was killed by an elder of the Ouyang family. Ye Feng must be joking. Yet, he couldn't help but suspect that Ye Feng knew something. Ouyang family head, why does your face look a bit grim? I know it's very sorrowful that your son has died. Chapter 733. The crowd watched the intense battle and instinctively stepped back to avoid being caught in it. However, the power Ye Feng displayed astonished them. The 10 powers of the laws, fighting against a peak-level 4-stage heavenly god realm expert. What kind of monster is this? If this kid is not eliminated today, he will become a great threat. Dan Tai Kuei's eyes narrowed, filled with caution. He was also just a peak-level 4-stage heavenly god realm expert, and it didn't seem easy to take down Ye Feng. Yet, he did not act immediately because Bailey Bin was keeping a close watch on him. However, to put Ye Feng in a situation of certain death, he turned his attention to Ouyang Ming. Ouyang Ming, your son Ouyang Qi, is also a member of the Qingtian Guard, and he was killed by Ye Feng just like that. Are you going to remain indifferent? Dan Tai Kuei shouted harshly, trying to provoke Ouyang Ming into action. Ye Feng, you killed my son. Today, I will take revenge for him. After taking a deep breath, Ouyang Ming made up his mind. Since Ye Feng had sensed something, there was no point in hiding the Ouyang family anymore. He would take this opportunity to eliminate Ye Feng. He took out a golden bell, and as the bell trembled continuously, waves of sound wave power swept toward Ye Feng. Chapter 734. No. Ouyang Ming let out a desperate roar as his body was pierced directly by sword energy. At the moment of Ouyang Ming's death, Yanning Jie and Dan Tai Kuei both felt a violent tremor in their hearts. Neither had any fighting spirit left and only wanted to escape. But Bailey Bin was tightly entangled with Dan Tai Kuei, not allowing him to leave the battlefield. Yanning Jie was even chased down by the Lord of Baiyin City, Bai Xiaodao, who was a 5th-level heavenly god realm expert, leaving Yanning Jie in despair. Dan Tai Kuei, I said back then, expelling me from the Dan Tai family would be the beginning of your family's decline. Today, prepare to die. After killing Ouyang Ming, Ye Feng charged at Dan Tai Kuei with his sword. Bailey Bin, get out of my way. Dan Tai Kuei shouted angrily as he sensed the threat from behind. Bailey Bin smiled coldly and intensified his assault. At that moment, a brilliant sword light exploded in the void, spreading toward Dan Tai Kuei, coming from Ye Feng's attack. Dan Tai Kuei gritted his teeth and, risking being injured by Bailey Bin, tried to dodge this deadly sword. However, his movement was still a beat too late, and the sword light swept across his body, sending a bloodied arm flying. Chapter 735. 3 days later, in the Qingtian Guard's central camp, a sharp-eyed, imposing man was resting with his eyes closed in the camp. This man was the Duke of Qingtian, a powerful figure overseeing 23 cities in the White Tiger Divine Kingdom. Suddenly, the Duke of Qingtian opened his eyes, and a sharp light burst forth from them. My lord, Ye Feng has been brought in. At this moment, a voice came from outside the camp, prompting the Duke of Qingtian to stand up and calmly say, Come in. As the voice echoed, 2 figures entered. One after the other, they were Bai Mingzheng and Ye Feng. Duke. Ye Feng and Bai Mingzheng slightly bowed to the imposing man before them, showing respect. You must be Ye Feng, right? You indeed have an extraordinary aura. The Duke of Qingtian looked Ye Feng up and down with admiration. Facing this Duke-level powerhouse, Ye Feng showed no signs of weakness, instead exuding a contained sharpness. Thank you for your praise, my lord, Ye Feng humbly replied. I've heard that your combat power is unmatched, and challenging opponents beyond your level is as easy as pie for you. Which strong opponents do you feel confident you can fight now? The Duke of Qingtian asked curiously. It was known that the White Tiger Empress had invited all the divine dukes to a banquet, which was certainly not just a simple gathering. He had heard some news that the nearby Shura Divine Kingdom seemed to be stirring. Chapter 736. Zhuke Duke. The Duke of Qingtian showed rare respect upon seeing the newcomer. It was known that although Zhuke Duke was a woman, her strength surpassed his. She was a true example of a woman not yielding to men. Duke of Qingtian, you arrived quite early. Zhuke Duke Wuxin lightly tapped the ground with her toes to greet the Duke of Qingtian. It's just that Qingtian City is a bit closer to the White Tiger Holy City, the Duke of Qingtian replied with a slight smile. While the two were exchanging pleasantries, Ye Feng's gaze was on the graceful Zhuke Duke. Her figure was indeed stunning and complemented her breathtaking beauty, making her an absolute enchantress. Duke of Qingtian, I wonder if any of the Qingtian guards you brought this time are capable fighters. At this moment, a provocative voice came from not far away. Ye Feng looked over and saw a man in golden attire accompanied by dozens of men approaching. He recognized that this was another Duke-level powerhouse. Moreover, this Duke seemed to have some issues with the Duke of Qingtian. Wushuang Duke, if there are any capable fighters in my Qingtian guard, why don't you try and see? I just fear that your Wushuang guards are all useless. The Duke of Qingtian responded strongly to the provocation. Chapter 737. This time, Ye Feng did not dodge. The previous 2 dodges were merely to give the opponent some face. He extended a finger again, powerful energy surging at his fingertip as he pointed into the air. Boom! A dull sound reverberated in the void, shocking countless onlookers. Ye Feng single-handedly received the violent power emanating from the Black War Spear, not retreating a step, leaving Lu Ming frozen in place. This was his full power strike. The strength is still lacking, needs more practice. Ye Feng lifted his gaze and spoke, and then a remarkable force surged at his fingertip, lightly pointing at the Black War Spear. What? Lu Ming's expression suddenly changed as he sensed the terrifying power transmitted from the Black War Spear, which directly sent him flying, crashing to the ground. At that moment, the Wushuang guards, who initially thought victory was in their hands, were left speechless, their mouths agape in shock. Wushuang Duke and Zhuke Duke were equally stunned, left in a daze for a long time. Is Ye Feng a freak? Haha, good job. Ye Feng, well done. Qingtian Ho laughed heartily in praise. And Ye Feng's simple action this time not only helped him regain lost face, but also allowed him to truly shine. Chapter 738. It's this woman. Ye Feng's face showed a hint of confusion upon hearing this. Could it be that this woman was still unwilling to give up on recruiting him? However, she should have no ill intentions towards him. Thinking of this, he casually walked towards a secluded alley, wanting to see what this woman was up to. Come out. After entering the alley, Ye Feng stopped and spoke in a faint voice. Ye Feng, I didn't expect you to be so perceptive and discover my tracking. A surprised voice echoed in the alley, followed by the alluring figure of Hua Xinya, her eyes filled with curiosity. It should be known that she was a level 10 expert in the Divine Marquis realm, and even ordinary Divine Marquis could not detect her presence. Yet she was discovered by Ye Feng, which truly surprised her. Lord Zhuke-ho, why are you following me? Ye Feng asked directly. First, tell me how you discovered my presence. Hua Xinya gracefully stepped in front of Ye Feng, curious to get an answer. Yes. Ye Feng did not want to answer, maintaining his air of mystery. Did you smell the fragrance on me? Hua Xinya blinked and said something that made Ye Feng feel a bit embarrassed. This woman was quite narcissistic. Chapter 739. Lord Zhuke-ho, Miss Shir is beautiful, but compared to you, she still falls a bit short. Ye Feng evaluated honestly. Hua Xinya chuckled, very pleased with Ye Feng's response. She turned to the courtesan and said, Today, you will serve this young master Ye Feng and showcase your best talents. Yes, my lord, I will dance for young master Ye Feng. After the courtesan Shir nodded in agreement, she moved to the center of the room, her sleeves fluttering as she began to dance, her movements graceful and captivating. However, Ye Feng did not have much interest in appreciating the performance. Instead, he drank alone, wanting to know more about the Blood Lotus. Ye Feng, isn't Miss Shir's dance beautiful? Hua Xinya, who had been observing Ye Feng's demeanor, saw that he seemed somewhat interested and suggested, How about this lord performs a dance for you to liven things up? Ye Feng felt a slight interest at her words. Just Hua Xinya's appearance and figure were already the most beautiful scenery. If this woman were to dance, he couldn't imagine how enchanting it would be. Plus, with her status as a Divine Marquis expert, there probably wasn't a man in the White Tiger Divine Kingdom who could enjoy such a privilege. Chapter 740. Ye Feng answered without a hint of hesitation. If it weren't for Hua Xinya bringing him to the moon full building, he wouldn't have offended the son of the champion Marquis. Now that he had already offended him, he might as well take advantage of it. Hee. Hua Xinya laughed upon hearing this answer. After throwing a captivating glance at Ye Feng, she rose on her toes, her jade feet lightly rotating, her figure dancing. The colorful short skirt fluttering with the wind, resembling a phoenix soaring in the sky, stunning and noble, showcasing the most beautiful dance. Even Ye Feng, who had seen various stunning women, was momentarily mesmerized. This woman was not just a renowned Divine Marquis expert, but an unparalleled dancer capable of captivating countless lives. Her dance was as graceful as a startled swan and as fluid as a swimming dragon. Every movement seemed to possess immense magic, drawing people in, revealing unmatched charm in every smile and frown. Hua Xinya danced like a colorful butterfly, and Ye Feng's rapt expression was entirely captured by her, making her beautiful eyes sparkle with even more joy. Suddenly, 2 ribbons shot out from the sleeves of her dance attire, flying towards Ye Feng and wrapping around his waist. As the ribbons pulled back, Ye Feng was instantly drawn to the center. Chapter 741. Ye Feng was also attracted by a voice, and he looked over to see a tall man with tiger-like eyes and a majestic demeanor, exuding an invisible sense of pressure. This person was the champion Marquis. Ye Feng thought to himself, indeed, a Divine King realm expert was extraordinary. Behind the champion Marquis, he also spotted Hua Qixing, with whom he had a conflict last night at the Moon Full building. The two locked eyes, and after a moment of contact, both withdrew their gazes. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the champion Marquis slowly walked into the hall and took a seat at the first position on the left, directly opposite Hua Xinya. One was a Divine King realm expert, and the other was a level 10 expert in the Divine Marquis realm. Both had remarkable achievements and high positions, thus deserving to sit closest to the White Tiger Empress. Zhuke-ho, my son was a bit reckless yesterday. After sitting down, the champion Marquis spoke lightly, puzzled as to why the Zhuke-ho had gone to a brothel with a man. It's nothing. Young Master Hua has such a father. A bit of arrogance is only natural, Hua Xinya replied lightly, not caring. Their conversation left many Divine Marquis experts present puzzled. as it seemed something had happened yesterday that they were unaware of. Chapter 742. Bai Yuan's gaze fell on Ye Feng, sizing him up from head to toe, and asked. Facing Hua Qixing's provocation, Ye Feng frowned slightly. It seemed yesterday's events had left the champion Marquis' son displeased with him. However, since they had already bullied him to his face, he was not one to shy away from trouble. Your Majesty, since someone from the champion guard wants to spar with me, I shall accept the challenge. However, my cultivation is relatively weak. It wouldn't be appropriate for the champion guard to bully the weak. Ye Feng spoke calmly, drawing an astonished look from Bai Yuan. Weak cultivation? Ye Feng, our champion guard will not bully you. We will only send a level 4 celestial realm expert to spar with you. Hua Qixing curled his lips into a cold smile and then signaled to someone beside him in the champion guard. The champion guard member instantly understood. It seemed this person had offended the young master, and he wanted to find an opportunity to teach him a lesson. The news of Ye Feng wanting to spar with the champion guard also attracted the attention of many divine marquis experts, especially Zhu Keiho. She still remembered how easily Ye Feng had defeated LV Ming yesterday, and wondered if he could win against the level 4 celestial realm expert of the champion guard today. Level 4 celestial realm? Then come on. Chapter 743. Alright, since you are my first disciple, this white tiger breaking the heaven spear is a gift from your master to you. Come and take it. A white long spear engraved with white tiger patterns appeared in Bai Yuan's hand with a flash of light. Hiss, the white tiger breaking the heaven spear. This is a 5-star artifact. Many divine marquis experts present gasped in amazement. Even with their divine marquis realm cultivation, the artifacts they used were only 5-star at best. Moreover, they might not even be better than this white tiger breaking the heaven spear, which had once been the weapon of the white tiger empress, holding significant meaning. Thank you, Master. Ye Feng stepped forward to take the white tiger breaking the heaven spear from Bai Yuan's hands. Remembering Xianyuan Nishang's warning to avoid using the Xianyuan sword in front of divine king realm experts, the white tiger breaks the sky spear can now become a handy weapon. No need for formalities. This spear was my master's weapon from years ago, and I hope it can once again shine with past glory in your hands. Bai Yuan smiled slightly, placing great expectations on Ye Feng. Master, I will, Ye Feng replied respectfully, stepping back to the center of the main hall. After a few spins in place, the spear tip suddenly pointed at Hua Qixing. Chapter 744 Buzz. The white tiger's light waves engulfed 5 great swords of loss. The intense brightness reflected in Hua Qixing's pupils. As the light dissipated, Hua Qixing fell to the ground. Even the 5 elements divine sword in his hand dropped aside. At that moment, many powerful figures at the God General realm were left speechless in shock. Ye Feng was too strong. He had overwhelmingly defeated Hua Qixing, who was at the 5th level of the divine God realm. A remarkable figure was about to emerge from the white tiger divine kingdom in the near future. You lost. Ye Feng stood tall with the spear in hand, resembling an undefeated war god. Hua Qixing heard those unfamiliar 3 words and still found it hard to accept the reality before him. He lost. He actually lost. And he was the son of the champion marquis. How could he accept losing to someone from the lower realms at the Xian God realm? But the intense pain in his body and the need for support to stand made him accept this harsh truth. Qixing, pull yourself together, the champion marquis said lightly, noticing that his son's proud heart had suffered a significant blow. Yet, he had to admit that his son's defeat was not unjust. Ye Feng was simply too monstrous, wielding powers from 10 laws that neither he nor the White Tiger Empress had ever mastered. Chapter 745, White Tiger Empress. If you have any other conditions, please feel free to mention them. The Azura Marquis frowned slightly, offering 30 cities in exchange for the Azura Kingdom's prince, which was enough to prove their sincerity. Yet this woman was still unwilling to trade, seemingly wanting to demand more. Conditions? If I were to ask the Azura King to exchange his own head, would he be willing? Bai Yuan sneered, a mocking curve at the corner of her mouth. The Azura Marquis's expression shifted slightly as he suppressed his inner anger and said, White Tiger Empress, is there really no room for negotiation? Asking for the Emperor of the Azura Kingdom's head in exchange was absurd. I've already proposed my conditions. It seems your Azura Kingdom lacks sincerity. Bai Yuan stood up, waved her jade hand, and said, send him off. 40 cities for the exchange of my Azura Kingdom's prince is already our greatest concession. The Azura Marquis gritted his teeth and stated his final bottom line. 40 cities? This empress has no interest in that. If necessary, I will come and take it myself. Bai Yuan waved her hand lightly. A pressure from the God King realm radiating out, causing the Azura Marquis and the two behind him to involuntarily step back. Chapter 746. You are slandering me. Ye Feng's face darkened. How could this woman speak such nonsense? Ruining his image before Bai Yuan completely? Don't you have any thoughts about me? Hua Xinya played with her hair, teasingly. No. Ye Feng immediately denied it. If he admitted it, this woman would likely twist his image into something unrecognizable before Bai Yuan. Oh, I see. Then it seems you have thoughts about your master. Such behavior could be considered quite rebellious. Hua Xinya looked at Ye Feng with a half-smile. Ye Feng's face darkened further. He truly wanted to shut this woman's mouth. Although he indeed had a slight thought. Was that something to be said aloud? So, have you thought over? If you join my Vermilion Burgard, I will pretend not to know about this. Otherwise, I will tell your master that you want to pursue her, which would be quite the rebellious act. Hua Xinya lightly tapped her fingers, looking as if she had Ye Feng under her control. That detestable woman. Ye Feng inwardly cursed, feeling a strong urge to teach her a lesson. Chapter 747. How about I go study it? Perhaps I can understand. Ye Feng felt a spark of interest. Studying formations was much easier than fighting in battle. And if he succeeded, it would be a great accomplishment. You? Hua Xinya looked at Ye Feng suspiciously, her eyes filled with disbelief. After all, Master Wang was a genuine God General Realm expert. Although not the strongest among them, such formations were not something Ye Feng could understand. What? Don't believe me? How about we make a bet? Ye Feng raised his eyebrows, appearing very confident. A bet? What do you want to bet on? Hua Xinya's beautiful eyes sparkled with interest. If I can maintain this golden crow cannon and ensure it operates normally in the future, you will be my dance girl for a year. You will come to my room whenever I ask, wearing whatever I want you to wear, and you cannot refuse. Ye Feng proposed his terms. This woman had previously threatened him with something non-existent. He couldn't let that slide and needed to take revenge on Hua Xinya. Chapter 748. You want me to be your dance girl for a year? Always on call? You sure have some guts. Hua Xinya left the control center of the Golden Crow Cannon after giving instructions to the guards of the Vermilion Burgard. With the Azura Kingdom's army approaching, she still had many things to do. Ye Feng focused his attention, slowly understanding the formation structure within the control center. Whenever he thought of Hua Xinya, the dignified Vermilion Bird Marquis, dressed in revealing clothes, posing before him, he felt a subtle anticipation. With the help of Xianyuan Nishang, Ye Feng's understanding of the internal formation structure of the Golden Crow Cannon deepened. That day, hundreds of thousands of troops from the Azura Kingdom arrived at the foot of Vermilion Bird City, led by none other than the Azura Marquis. On the city walls of Vermilion Bird City, Hua Xinya led the Vermilion Bird Guards and a large number of defending troops, already on high alert. Azura Marquis, you are leading the Azura Kingdom's army to threaten Vermilion Bird City. Do you intend to invade my White Tiger Kingdom? Hua Xinya, clad in a vermilion robe, spoke with a solemn tone. Hua Xinya, if your White Tiger Kingdom knows its place, release my Azura Kingdom's prince. Otherwise, today I will lead my Azura Kingdom's army to flatten your Vermilion Bird City. The Azura Marquis stood in the air, his cold gaze fixed on Hua Xinya. Chapter 749. You must be the Azura Marquis. I apologize. You know our Golden Crow Cannon had a little issue and accidentally misfired. You can only blame it on bad luck for standing under the cannon. Hopefully, you will be more careful in your next life and not be so reckless. Ye Feng feigned regret, yet his expression showed no hint of sorrow. Who are you, and what right do you have to speak to me? The Azura Marquis' face darkened, and his gaze towards Ye Feng was very displeased. I, a newcomer of the Vermilion Burgard, level 6 of the Profound God Realm, Ye Feng, want to experience the strength of the Azura Guard today. Ye Feng flew out from the top of Vermilion Bird City, stepping into the void, and declared war against the Azura Guard. Since the Vermilion Bird Guard strength was insufficient, it was up to him to boost morale. Otherwise, if the Azura God Kingdom's army attacked the city, the situation would likely become unfavorable. Profound God Realm? Haha, Vermilion Bird Marquis. You still have such trash in your Vermilion Bird Guard. The Azura Marquis couldn't help but sneer. He knew that among the White Tiger God Kingdom, the White Tiger Guard was the strongest, followed by the Champion Guard, with the Vermilion Bird Guard ranked third. No team would have a minimum standard below level 5 of the Earth God Realm. If I am trash, then your Azura Guard is even worse. If you have the ability, send someone over to fight. Chapter 750. The Rakshasa? This Azura Marquis actually sent out his son. It seems he is truly desperate. Fire Xinya's beautiful eyes sparkled with light, her gaze fixed tightly on the Azura Marquis. If the Azura Marquis' son were to die, this old man might act rashly. Kill me? You aren't even qualified for that. Ye Feng spun his spear in the air, drawing a brilliant arc, with the blood-stained tip pointing directly at the Rakshasa. Under the sunlight, it shone with a chilling cold light. Arrogant! The Rakshasa shouted fiercely, unleashing the Azura blade's power, tearing through the void and creating a black blade light. The blade light was wildly powerful, like a hellish Azura demon crawling out from the underworld, exuding a terrifying aura. Ye Feng's gaze was calm as he thrust his spear forward, a point of white spear light bursting forth, easily piercing through the blade light. He then charged towards the Rakshasa, continuously thrusting his white tiger-breaking heaven spear, with streaks of white spear light enveloping the Rakshasa like meteors. Azura Inferno Strike. The Rakshasa grinned menacingly, with the violent power of the Azura spreading from his arms, a blade shadow capable of tearing apart the void across the heavens, neutralizing all of Ye Feng's attacks with just this one strike. Chapter 751, Fire Xinya looked at Ye Feng's actions, a rare shyness appearing on her face. She never expected that this guy would be so bold as to take advantage of her. However, at this moment, she had no time to think about Ye Feng and instead focused her gaze on the Azura Marquis. Azura Marquis, as a powerful god Marquis. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at for attacking a junior in the profound god realm? Fire Xinya smiled coldly, sarcasm lacing her voice. Fire Xinya, there's no point in talking too much. Today, this Marquis is determined to make Ye Feng die. The Azura Marquis' violent aura surged forth. The powerful presence of a level 10 god Marquis enveloping the sky, with the Azura blade radiating a chilling aura. A blade shadow spanning 100 feet crossed the sky, then struck down with force. If this blow went unopposed, the entire Vermilion Bird City would cease to exist. However, Fire Xinya would not allow this to happen. Flames surged around her, and a giant vermilion bird soared behind her. The vermilion bird rose against the void, creating a terrifying fiery storm, facing the 100-foot blade shadow head-on. Boom! As the two forces collided, the heavens trembled, and a terrifying wave of energy spread out, causing alarm. Chapter 752. This god Marquis of the Azura God Kingdom. A level 8 strongman, is known as the 10 Directions Marquis, holding a title among the god Marquises in the Azura God Kingdom. A god Marquis title signifies that he has made great military contributions to the Azura God Kingdom, with the blood of countless from the White Tiger God Kingdom on his hands. At this moment, the 10 Directions Marquis was engaged in battle with 2 level 7 leaders of the Vermilion Bird Guard, relying on his realm advantage. He completely crushed the 2 leaders of the Vermilion Bird Guard. Boom! With a powerful strike from the 10 Directions Marquis, the 2 Vermilion Bird Guard leaders were sent flying dozens of feet, spitting out blood, their expressions heavy as they looked ahead. This 10 Directions Marquis truly deserved his title as a powerful god Marquis. He was too strong, and they were no match for him. You two trash, die. The 10 Directions Marquis laughed sinisterly, the surging power of the god Marquis erupting from him, intending to annihilate the 2 leaders of the Vermilion Bird Guard. Just then, an inexplicable sense of crisis enveloped his heart, causing his eyelids to twitch uncontrollably. The next moment, the Golden Crow cannon roared, emitting the ancient cries of the Golden Crow. A golden flame shot forth like lightning, reflected in the 10 Directions Marquis' pupils. No! Looking at the rapidly approaching Golden Crow cannon, the 10 Directions Marquis' body shook uncontrollably, letting out a desperate wail. Chapter 753. Ye Feng looked at Fire Xinya, wiping sweat for him, his eyes slightly stunned. This service seemed quite nice. At the same time, he caught a faint fragrance from the handkerchief, recalling the alluring scent from Fire Xinya's body when he had held her waist earlier, making him reminisce. What are you looking at? I'm asking you a question. Fire Xinya glared fiercely at Ye Feng, clearly recalling how he had taken advantage of her earlier. He guess. Ye Feng's lips curled into a mischievous smile, deliberately keeping her in suspense. Speak quickly, or else. Fire Xinya suddenly remembered that there were still people at the door, then lowered her voice and leaned close to Ye Feng's ear to threaten, otherwise. I'll make you pay for taking advantage of me earlier. Cough. I was just acting on impulse in a moment of desperation. It wasn't intentional. Ye Feng's expression turned slightly awkward. He thought his acting was good, but didn't he expect to be found out? However, He quickly remembered that he had repaired the Golden Crow cannon and killed so many god marquises, which was a significant contribution. Moreover, according to their previous bet, Fire Xinya had lost and now had to become his dancer for a year. Chapter 754. Ye Feng looked at the usually dignified Vermilion Burr Marquis, being so submissive, feeling a secret delight in his heart. But he also didn't dare to go too far, as he had no intention of telling the truth. Can I say it now? Fire Xinya's delicate lips pressed together, her voice laced with a hint of gritted teeth. Of course, this 10 Directions Marquis. Ye Feng leaned close to her crystal-clear, pink earlobe, whispering, was killed by me with the Golden Crow Divine Stone in a single shot. Ye Feng's words carried a warm breath that reached Fire Xinya's ear, causing her delicate body to shiver slightly. Are you playing me? After hearing what amounted to nonsense, an angry expression arose in Fire Xinya's heart. She pushed Ye Feng away, glaring at this scoundrel. No, I just transferred the energy of the Golden Crow Divine Stone into the formation's core and then shot the 10 Directions Marquis dead. After being pushed away, Ye Feng blinked innocently. You bastard, do you think I don't know that? Fire Xinya exclaimed angrily, scolding him. What she wanted to know was how the Golden Crow Divine Stone stored enough power in the Golden Crow cannon for such a powerful shot. Instead, Ye Feng was playing word games with her. Chapter 755. In the basement of the central array of the Golden Crow cannon, Xinya's red dress, dancing with the wind, stopped swaying, signaling the end of her stunning performance. How was that dance? Xinya lightly tapped the ground with her jade foot, striking an elegant pose. Smiling as she looked at Ye Feng, she noticed that Ye Feng was mesmerized, and it remained to be seen whether she would conquer him or he would fall under her charm. Very satisfying. Ye Feng smiled, feeling quite pleased as he watched the Zhuke Marquis dance for him. And I can go back tonight, right? A hint of fragrant sweat appeared on Xinya's beautiful face, clearly indicating that performing for a long time had taken a toll on her stamina. Are you speaking to me as a dancer, or as the Zhuke Marquis? Ye Feng raised an eyebrow. He wasn't done enjoying the view yet. Of course, it's as a dancer. Xinya put on a pitiful expression while secretly cursing Ye Feng for putting on airs. Then keep dancing for me. By the way, I'm tired of this outfit. Go change into something else and come back. Ye Feng lowered his gaze, looking at her glistening jade feet and long jade legs, and said with a sly smile, Go put on a pair of black stockings. You can only go back after I've had my fill tonight. Chapter 756. One must know that the ultimate goal of the Shura Divine Kingdom in waging war against the White Tiger Divine Kingdom is for the Prince of the Shura Divine Kingdom. To get the White Tiger Empress to release the captive, sufficient leverage is needed, and the Zhuke Marquis is one of those valuable pieces. As long as they capture the Zhuke Marquis, with her connection to the White Tiger Empress, the Prince of the Shura Divine Kingdom will surely be freed. All right, let's do as you say. The Shura Marquis's eyes flickered slightly, considering this plan feasible. When the Zhuke city is without the Zhuke Marquis guarding it, they will have a great opportunity to breach the city, achieving 2 goals at once. I will find a chance to act quickly. The figure in the black robe left these words before slowly disappearing from everyone's sight. Ye Feng, without the protection of the Zhuke Marquis, just wait to die. The Shura Marquis smirked, having already included Ye Feng on his kill list. The Zhuke Pavilion, where the Zhuke Marquis resides in Zhuke City, was beautifully decorated, with vivid Zhuke patterns visible everywhere. At this moment, Xinya, dressed in a sexy dancer's outfit, had just finished her dance for Ye Feng and returned to her residence, a hint of fragrant sweat still lingering on her beautiful face. Chapter 757. On the city wall of Zhuke City, some Zhuke guards also noticed the situation, but they were already in pursuit, clearly too late. Soon, as the news spread, some of the White Tiger Divine Kingdom's army began to feel anxious. Without the Zhuke Marquis guarding Zhuke City, they had lost their backbone. Listen to my orders. All troops retreat. Evacuate Zhuke City immediately. At this time, Ye Feng arrived at the city wall and issued the command. He knew that the army of the Shura Divine Kingdom would soon be at the gates. And without Xinya, they had no one to withstand the Shura Marquis. It would be better to retreat immediately to preserve their strength. After all, there would be opportunities to reclaim Zhuke City eventually. Lord Ye Feng this. The members of the White Tiger Divine Kingdom showed hesitation upon hearing the order to retreat immediately. If it weren't for Ye Feng's strong reputation recently, someone would have already stood up to oppose it. I will bear all consequences. Now follow my orders. All troops retreat. Under Ye Feng's firm command, the army of the White Tiger Divine Kingdom began to retreat in an orderly manner, but he himself did not leave. He knew that the army of the Shura Divine Kingdom would soon be at the gates, and he wanted to blow up the Golden Crow Cannon to give the Shura Divine Kingdom's army one last drink. Chapter 758. The Prince of the Shura Divine Kingdom has returned? Ye Feng murmured, sensing an opportunity to find Huaxinya's location where she was imprisoned. Just as he was thinking of meeting this prince of the Shura Divine Kingdom, a loud laugh echoed into the Shura mansion. Ha ha! This prince has finally returned. The voice of Shura Hao, the prince of the Shura Divine Kingdom, rang out. A tall man with black hair and red eyes strode into the Shura mansion. Following Shura Hao was the left-hand man of the Shura Marquis, Pingyang Marquis. Welcome back, Your Highness. The Shura guards and servants in the Shura mansion all congratulated him. Seeing this, Ye Feng could only feign congratulations. All right, everyone gets a reward. A wicked smile spread across Shura Hao's face, clearly in a very good mood. He had been captured in the White Tiger Divine Kingdom years ago and imprisoned for nearly 30 years. Now that he had broken free, no one could restrain him anymore. Thank you, Your Highness. The people in the Shura mansion expressed their gratitude. By the way, Pingyang Marquis, I heard that you captured the Zhuke Marquis of the White Tiger Divine Kingdom. Shura Hao turned to ask Pingyang Marquis behind him. Yes, Your Highness. The Zhuke Marquis is being held in the underground secret chamber of the Shura mansion. Chapter 759. Untie her rope for me. This prince wants to feed her something good. A wicked smile appeared on Shura Hao's face as he took out an aphrodisiac from his storage ring. He could hardly wait to see Huaxinya. Under the influence of the aphrodisiac, lusting after him and begging for his affection, just thinking about it made his blood boil. Your Highness, perhaps you should personally untie this rope. Luing smiled and gave Shura Hao a suggestive look. Shura Hao, if you dare to touch me, I will never let you go, even in death. Huaxinya trembled slightly, tears welling in her eyes, but she was utterly powerless to resist. Fine. This prince will personally untie the rope. Huaxinya, a beauty like you, this prince will only make you wish for death. Shura Hao licked his lips, chuckling as he stepped toward Huaxinya with the aphrodisiac in hand, unwilling to let this woman die. Instead, he wanted to tame her as his personal plaything, serving only him. Just at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Ye Feng suddenly sprang into action, striking Shura Hao from behind with a palm. Chapter 760. Shura Hao's body trembled, a painful groan escaping his lips as Ye Feng had severed his manhood. Ye Feng, what are you doing? Pingyang Marquis at the door of the secret chamber instantly flew into a rage upon witnessing this, completely stunned that Ye Feng had rendered Shura Hao incapable of having children. Just as he intended to rush in to save Shura Hao, he saw Ye Feng's hand tremble, releasing an endless flame that enveloped the entire secret chamber. Then, Ye Feng retracted the Xianyuan sword, took out the Xianyuan cauldron, and with his divine power, he and Huaxinya vanished from the secret chamber. When the flames that obscured their view dissipated, Pingyang Marquis looked at the vanished Ye Feng and Huaxinya in disbelief. They ran away. Ye Feng and Huaxinya actually ran away in front of him, and before leaving, she even severed the root of Xiao Luo Hao's life with a sword. At that moment, he felt as if the sky had collapsed. How could he face Xiao Luo Ho and Xiao Luo Wang now? Oh, Ye Feng, don't let me catch you. The impotent rage of Pingyang Ho filled the entire secret chamber. In a thicket outside Xiao Luo City, with a wave of spatial fluctuation, two figures appeared. It was Ye Feng and Huaxinya, who had just escaped from the Xiao Luo mansion. Chapter 761. No. I want to return to Xiao Luo City and kill the traitor Luing. The killing intent flickered in Huaxinya's eyes. If she didn't eliminate the traitor, she wouldn't have the face to return to the White Tiger Divine Kingdom. The loss of Zhuke City this time was entirely her fault for misusing people. You want to return to Xiao Luo City? But you can't exert any strength right now. Ye Feng was a bit surprised by Huaxinya's decision. But after thinking about it, if he were Zhuke Ho and was backstabbed and caught in the Xiao Luo Divine Kingdom, he wouldn't have the face to go back without eliminating the traitor. But you still have me, Lord Ye Feng. I believe you will definitely have a way to help me quickly regain my strength. Huaxinya smiled brightly, looking at Ye Feng with a hint of expectation in her eyes. But I'm very angry right now, my little canary. Ye Feng pinched Huaxinya's proud chin, a mischievous smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, full of suggestion. Huaxinya understood what Ye Feng meant, but as the dignified Zhu Ke-ho. Even though she had fallen for Ye Feng, she had never thought of serving a man like this. Lord Ye Feng, do you really have the heart to treat me this way? Hua Xinya revealed a pitiful expression. Ye Feng pinched her smooth and jade-like chin, applying a little pressure, and smiled. You just like me to be so domineering towards you. Besides, you have no room for resistance right now. Chapter 762. My lord, the prince is inside. Ping Yang-ho reminded softly. Ye Feng nodded, exchanging a glance with Hua Xinya beside him, then pushed open the big door. As the door opened, the scene in the room came into view. Xiao Luo Hao was lying on the bed, nursing his injuries, while Lu Ying was half kneeling at the bedside, allowing Xiao Luo Hao to scold and hit her. Xiao Luo Hao, hurry up and send someone to kill Ye Feng. When Xiao Luo Hao saw Xiao Luo Hao return, he unceremoniously ordered. Suddenly, his gaze fell on the bound Hua Xinya, and hatred erupted in his eyes. When Lu Ying turned to look, her body inexplicably trembled, feeling a strong, killing intent enveloping her. Lu Ying, I have said that I will personally kill you, the traitor. The moment Hua Xinya saw Lu Ying, the aura of a 10th-level divine marquis burst forth from her body, directly breaking free from the ropes binding her. She slapped towards Ping Yang-ho beside her, shocking him greatly. Boom! The powerful palm force struck Ping Yang-ho, causing him to spit blood and fly out, directly suffering severe injuries. Even some of the Xiao Luo guards nearby were sent flying by the aftershock of this palm, their lives uncertain. Chapter 763. Inside Zhu Ke City. Xiao Luo Ho stood atop the city wall. Having just received the news that Hua Xinya had been rescued by Ye Feng and that Xiao Luo Hao's root of life had been severed by a sword, which made him extremely furious. He never expected that Ye Feng would infiltrate the Xiao Luo divine kingdom and commit such a major act. How could he face Xiao Luo Wang now? Report, my lord. News from within Xiao Luo City says that Ye Feng and Zhu Ke-ho have infiltrated Xiao Luo Mansion again, killing Lord Ping Yang and Lu Ying, and have also captured the prince again. Your Xiao Luo Mansion has turned into a pile of ruins. At this moment, a Xiao Luo guard came to the city wall, reporting this shocking news with trepidation. What did you say? The enraged Xiao Luo Ho suddenly turned around, glaring at the Xiao Luo guard with an extremely frightening gaze. My lord, news from within Xiao Luo City says that Ye Feng and Zhu Ke-ho. The Xiao Luo guard lowered his head, only able to repeat the news again. Ah, Ye Feng, you're really courting death. Xiao Luo Ho kicked the Xiao Luo guard away in anger, his violent aura erupting without reservation, sending a chill down the spines of the Xiao Luo guards on the city wall. It was their first time seeing Xiao Luo Ho so furious and losing his rationality. Chapter 764. 10 days later, Ye Feng and Hua Xinya returned to Zhu Ke City with the army of the White Tiger Divine Kingdom. The news that Hua Xinya was rescued by Ye Feng alone from the Xiao Luo Divine Kingdom quickly spread throughout the White Tiger Divine Kingdom, shocking countless strong figures. Even the Wu Shuang Ho station in Wu Shuang City was somewhat incredulous. It is known that Ye Feng has monstrous talent, but he lacked the strength to rival a divine marquis. Yet he managed to infiltrate the Xiao Luo Divine Kingdom alone, rescue Zhu Ke-ho, and even capture the prince of the Xiao Luo Divine Kingdom. Returning to Zhu Ke City, it was truly beyond belief. After returning to Zhu Ke City, Hua Xinya reorganized the army of the White Tiger Divine Kingdom for defense, while Ye Feng wondered if he could repair the Jinwu artillery again. After all, he had enjoyed using the Jinwu artillery back then, but unfortunately, all the more than 10 Jinwu artillery on the city wall of Zhu Ke City had exploded, not even leaving a shadow, and it was likely that they had been completely dismantled by Xiao Luo Ho. Is it impossible to reproduce the Jinwu artillery on the city wall of Zhu Ke City? After Hua Xinya finished organizing the army, she came to Ye Feng's side on the city wall and asked softly, "It's not that it can't be reproduced, it's just that everything has to start over. At least it will take a year and a half." Ye Feng shook his head helplessly, looking somewhat regretful. Chapter 765. The expression of Xiao Luo Wang changed slightly. This by Yue Yin was indeed a madwoman, directly charging towards a Xiao Luo Divine Kingdom army. However, at this moment, he had already issued harsh words, so he could only step forward to confront her. Boom! The battle between two Divine King-level experts unleashed terrifying energy fluctuations that swept out in all directions. The people from both Divine Kingdoms watched this scene with rapt attention. The outcome of this battle would determine the direction of the battlefield. Xiu Luo Wang, wait for me. Ye Feng stood atop Zhu Ke City, watching the battle between his master and Xiu Luo Wang. Give him some time, and he would definitely destroy the Xiu Luo Divine Kingdom. It's just a pity that the Jin Wu artillery was gone. Otherwise, he would have made the Xiu Luo Divine Kingdom army drink up now. Rumble. As the battle between Bai Yueyin and Xiu Luo Wang intensified, the surrounding space showed signs of breaking, but the two still had determined a victor. At this moment, a remarkably poised man in black suddenly appeared in the void. The appearance of this black-clothed man instantly attracted the attention of all the strong figures from the two divine kingdoms, including Bai Yueyin and Xiu Luo Wang. This was because the aura emitted by this person was that of a divine king and even stronger than that of Bai Yueyin and Xiu Luo Wang. Chapter 766, Bestow a Marquis. Bai Yueyin's beautiful eyes flickered slightly. After hesitating for a moment, she said, "All right, Ye Feng's military achievements this time are enough to bestow him a marquis title, but this title." Bai Yueyin fell into hesitation regarding the title to bestow upon Ye Feng. To know that this title represents the face of a strong person, it must be suitable and imposing enough. Otherwise, it will only become a laughingstock. Your Majesty, how about calling this title the White Tiger Marquis? Hua Xinya smiled gently, as if she had thought of it long ago. Ye Feng's expression turned slightly strange upon hearing this. What did this woman mean? He thought it would be the Golden Crow Marquis, but this White Tiger Marquis made him feel as if it implied he should submit to the White Tiger. Disciple, how about I title you as the White Tiger Marquis? Bai Yueyin also thought Hua Xinya's suggestion was good. She was the White Tiger Empress, and her disciple being the White Tiger Marquis was quite fitting. Let the master decide. Ye Feng nodded in agreement, having no objections, as he didn't care much about this title. All right, send orders to the three armies. Ye Feng has distinguished himself in the battle against the Shura Divine Kingdom, slaying hundreds of divine marquises, rescuing the Vermilion Bird Marquis, and reclaiming Vermilion Bird City, thus being titled the White Tiger Marquis. The solemn and imposing voice of Bai Yueyin echoed throughout the vast Vermilion Bird City, causing many powerful figures in the White Tiger Divine Kingdom to feel a sense of shock. Chapter 767. An hour later, Ye Feng finally calmed down. Lord White Tiger Marquis, have you sensed my sincerity? Hua Xinya pouted her red lips, her tone carrying a hint of resentment and expectation. She had long desired a man to completely conquer her body and mind. Very good. Your previous performance satisfied me. Ye Feng looked down at this unusually docile woman today, and from her eyes, he saw a desire to be conquered. Thinking of this, Ye Feng no longer hesitated. This was already a signal Hua Xinya had sent him. He wrapped his arms around Hua Xinya. Just as he was about to domineeringly kiss her beautiful red lips, she blocked him with a jade finger. Don't be anxious. Tonight, I am yours. But first let me dance a peacock dance for you. Hua Xinya withdrew her jade finger, gently kissed Ye Feng's lips, then tiptoed and began to dance gracefully around him. The luxurious peacock golden silk dress swayed with her delicate figure, resembling a noble peacock spreading its most beautiful wings. Ye Feng's gaze was completely captivated by Hua Xinya's dance. This woman was truly too alluring. Every movement, every smile seemed to tickle his heart. Chapter 768. The heavenly Xian Sacred Land is located to the north of the Divine Court, commanding dozens of divine kingdoms and many divine royal families. On this day, the heavenly Xian Sacred Land was extremely lively because the Talented One's battlefield was about to open, and many divine kingdoms and families were gathering their forces in the heavenly Xian Sacred Land. Led by Bai Yueyin, the group from the White Tiger Divine Kingdom also arrived outside the heavenly Xian Sacred Land. After revealing their identities, Bai Yueyin and Ye Feng entered the heavenly Xian Sacred Land and arrived at a square that could accommodate hundreds of thousands of people. Ye Feng. As soon as they stepped into the square, Ye Feng heard someone calling his name. He looked towards a voice and was surprised to find it was Shura Hao, the prince of the Shura Divine Kingdom. Shura Hao stared at Ye Feng with blood-red eyes, filled with the desire to kill him at any moment. Beside Shura Hao were the Shura King and other powerful figures from the Shura Divine Kingdom. I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's the first cowardly man of the Shura Divine Kingdom. Ye Feng chuckled lightly, his voice clear for everyone in the square to hear. Instantly, the noisy square fell silent, and everyone's gaze turned towards Shura Hao. Chapter 769. Ye Feng frowned, not answering. This old man seemed a bit off. Seeing Ye Feng's silence, Blood Fiend King became somewhat irritated, and just as he was about to explode, Bai Yuan stepped forward, shielding Ye Feng behind her. Blood Fiend King, if you want, I can come to learn your strength. A fighting spirit sparkled in Bai Yuan's eyes. Good, once we leave the heavenly Xian sacred land. I have every intention of doing so. Blood Fiend King licked his lips, excitement written all over his face. This young man seemed to have some connection with the White Tiger Empress, but he didn't care about that. Just as the two were at a standoff, suddenly, hundreds of figures appeared in the sky above the square in the heavenly Xian sacred land, and the leader among them was a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was named Zhao Zhuolong, an elder of the heavenly Xian sacred land, with the cultivation of a divine king. Behind Zhao Zhuolong were hundreds of people who were to be sent to the Talented One's battlefield. Have all major forces arrived? Zhao Zhuolong looked down and asked casually, and without waiting for anyone to answer, he continued, in a moment, we will use the teleportation array to head to the site of the Talented One's battlefield. Before that, I need to give you a few instructions. Chapter 770. Where is this? Inside the Talented One's battlefield. Ye Feng looked around in confusion, finding himself in a desolate desert, with endless yellow sand swirling around him. Gradually, more people began to arrive around him, all of them surveying the environment like he was. It's that woman. Ye Feng's gaze was suddenly drawn to a graceful figure ahead. The woman was Mo Wanru, the enchanting sorceress from the Moon Demon clan whom he had seen outside the Talented One's battlefield. Mo Wanru noticed Ye Feng's gaze and responded with a charming smile, while her dark magical eyes sparkled with light, seemingly pulling Ye Feng into a dark abyss. Ye Feng turned his gaze away, no longer making eye contact with Mo Wanru. It seemed she was trying to use her magical powers to make him submit. Mo Wanru was slightly surprised to see this. This man seemed to have decent mental strength, able to break free from her charm of the heavenly demon. However, she did not think much of it. She hadn't fully unleashed her charm of the heavenly demon, only punishing him for staring at her. Otherwise, in the Talented One's battlefield, it was likely no one could withstand her full power charm of the heavenly demon. Haha, Ye Feng, it's you. I didn't expect to run into you just after entering the Talented One's battlefield. Chapter 771. This Xianyuan sword pearl can indeed reverse the flow of yellow sand. Ye Feng's eyes lit up, then he calmed down, closing his eyes to feel the reversing yellow sand, hoping to glean a hint of domain power from it. At the same time, Xianyuan Nizhang's soul merged with Ye Feng, imparting her insights into the domain without reservation. Just as Ye Feng found a glimmer of hope, others were not so lucky. The reversing yellow sand slowly rolled, causing everyone's bodies to sink deeper. Damn it, what kind of place is this? This prince doesn't want to die here. Shura Hao roared angrily, while endless fear surged within him. If this continued in a few days, they would be completely swallowed by the yellow sand. Mo Wanru was also at a loss at this moment. She had used her magical eyes to peer into the reversing yellow sand and found the power within incomprehensible, and they seemed to have no choice but to wait slowly for death. Just as everyone was in panic, the reversing yellow sand suddenly stopped, causing many to breathe a sigh of relief. Seeing this, Mo Wanru did not act rashly. This place was too eerie, and she looked towards the others, observing their movements. Chapter 772. After Ye Feng dealt with the two from the Azura Divine Kingdom, he was about to leave when a captivating voice caught his attention. Ye Feng, I am the witch of the Moon Demon clan. If you can save me, there will be great rewards afterward. Seeing Ye Feng about to leave, Mo Wanru had to temporarily set aside her proud demeanor and actively ask for help. If Ye Feng left, she feared she wouldn't survive for long. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng's gaze landed on her breathtakingly beautiful face. After pondering for a moment, he slowly walked towards Mo Wanru. Great rewards? I'm curious to hear what you can offer me if I save you. Ye Feng lowered his eyes, looking down at the proud witch. He would not save someone for no reason. If you can save me, you will earn a favor from the Moon Demon clan. Brother Ye Feng, you wouldn't want to see me die here, would you? The moment Mo Wanru met Ye Feng's gaze, her magical eyes burst with a pitch-black light as she exerted her full charm, attempting to enchant Ye Feng into submission. As a witch of the Moon Demon clan, she was born proud and despised being looked down upon by Ye Feng. Under the influence of her charm, Ye Feng's pupils seemed to lose their luster, gradually sinking into endless darkness. Chapter 773. Mo Wanru's delicate body trembled slightly, offering no resistance, knowing that physical contact was inevitable if she wanted to be saved. Her magical eyes also curiously observed the power flowing from Ye Feng, with the domain power emanating from Ye Feng resonating with the force of the reverse-flowing yellow sand. Mo Wanru was surprised to find that the power binding her had vanished without a trace. In the next moment, under Ye Feng's strong arms, Mo Wanru was pulled up. Mo Wanru gently exhaled a sweet fragrance, her crystalline feet lightly touching the yellow sand, as her original shoes had long been consumed by the reverse-flowing sand. At this moment, she cared little for that, feeling only a sense of relief after surviving a calamity. Let's go. We need to leave here quickly. Ye Feng gazed into the distance, wondering how much time it would take to escape this endless reverse-flow desert. They could only stay in the Celestial Heroes battlefield for 5 years. If they were trapped here, it would be a tremendous waste of the opportunity presented by the battlefield's opening. Just as he took a few steps, he felt his clothes being tugged from behind, clearly by Mo Wanru. What's wrong? Chapter 774. As Ye Feng and Mo Wanru approached, the crowd around the pyramid noticed their arrival, especially when they saw Mo Wanru, whose pupils slightly contracted. It's that person from the White Tiger Divine Kingdom. It seems he has become the witch's servant. Blood Book June from the Blood Slaughter Divine Kingdom recognized Ye Feng's identity. During the incident at the Tianxian Holy Land Square, Blood Slaughter King had paid some attention to Ye Feng, leaving them with an impression of him. Your Highness the Witch, you have also arrived. At this moment, among the crowd, Mo Xian from the Shadow Demon Clan respectfully greeted Mo Wanru as she approached. As a demon, he understood better than humans and beast clans the terror of Mo Wanru. Is this a place of inheritance for the Shadow Demon Clan? Mo Wanru asked, her tone carrying an innate pride as she glanced sideways. The Shadow Demon Clan had a God King level powerhouse stationed, and although they were relatively strong among God King forces, they were insignificant compared to the Moon Demon Clan. Yes, Your Highness the Witch, this inheritance should be inside the pyramid, but we currently cannot enter. It seems someone must defeat the sand statue to gain access. Mo Xian patiently explained. Mo Wanru looked toward the base of the pyramid, where a 4th-level God Marquis was engaged in a fierce battle with the sand statue. Chapter 775. Hearing Ye Feng's command, Mo Wanru stepped forward with her crystalline feet, walking on the soft yellow sand, entering the challenge area of the sand statue. The witch has made her move. If even the witch can't handle it, we should seek other opportunities. Indeed, although the inheritance inside the pyramid is likely powerful, we cannot even meet the entry threshold. The murmurs among the crowd rose and fell. All eyes focused on Mo Wanru, hoping she could defeat the sand statue so they would have a chance to enter the pyramid. Mo Wanru gazed at the sand statue across from her, the magical light flickering in her pitch-black pupils as she raised her jade hand. Powerful demonic energy swirling in her palm. She speculated that the pyramid likely held a legacy left by a god sovereign. Otherwise, the trial wouldn't be so difficult. However, as the Witch of the Moon Demon Clan, only a god sovereign's legacy would catch her attention. Boom! Just as Mo Wanru was lost in thought, a domineering demonic palm imprint shot out, carrying astonishing destructive power towards the sand statue. Chapter 776. Numerous skeptical gazes were cast toward Ye Feng. Previously, whether it was the Tiger Clans Hu Tianfeng, the Moon Demon Clans, Mo Wanru, or other powerful figures, they had all fought fiercely against the sand statue for a long time. In contrast, Ye Feng's passage seemed too easy, leading them to doubt. Only Mo Wanru's eyes flashed with a strange light. Within Ye Feng's palm strike, there was a force she could not see through. Ha 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 ha! My Sand Sovereign's legacy has finally found someone to inherit it. At this moment, a hearty laugh echoed in the ears of the crowd, surprised that the one inheriting his legacy was such a monstrous figure, while others could not discern the power within Ye Feng's strike as a god sovereign. How could he not see that it contained a hint of domain power? A youth at the Xian god level could actually wield a trace of domain power. Even if he spoke of it, few would believe him. As the laughter faded, the crowd looked at Ye Feng with a mix of envy, jealousy, and ill intent. This was a god sovereign's legacy. Even god king-level powerhouses would be tempted. How could they not have their own thoughts? Kid, go in and inherit my legacy. Chapter 777. Ye Feng, are you seeking death? Can hundreds of us not deal with a single one of you? Blood Book June sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. Among these hundreds of people, there were many 4th and 5th level God Marquis. Surrounded by them, no one will be able to help Ye Feng in this celestial hero's battlefield. Roar! Why waste words with him? Let's kill him first. Hu Tianfeng let out a fierce tiger roar, having grown impatient as he lunged at Ye Feng, his sharp tiger claw reflecting a chilling light that instilled a sense of dread. If that claw hit, it would mean either death or serious injury. At that moment, a graceful figure glided forth, terrifying demonic power erupting from Mo Wanru's palm. Mo Wanru struck out with one hand, colliding with Hu Tianfeng's swinging tiger claw. And under the might of her powerful palm, Hu Tianfeng was forced back several steps, glaring angrily ahead. Mo Wanru, what do you mean? Hu Tianfeng questioned angrily. Normally, he wouldn't speak like this, but at this moment, his temper flared, and he couldn't care less. Ye Feng is my person. You cannot touch him. Whoever touches him is opposing my Moon Demon Clan and me, Mo Wanru. Chapter 778. Mo Wanru looked at the battlefield where Ye Feng was. Her beautiful eyes filled with intense shock. No wonder this guy dared to come out. It turns out he had such confidence. Hu Tianfeng, since you want to die, then become my servant. Mo Wanru's magic eyes shone brightly as she fully activated her Charm Heaven Demon technique without any worries. Damn, this woman is indeed difficult to deal with. Hu Tianfeng cursed inwardly, not daring to look directly in Mo Wanru's eyes. Even so, the shadow of Mo Wanru still appeared in his mind, gradually pulling him into despair. On the other side, the battle remained fierce. Even with more than half the numbers lost, the remaining strong warriors continued to pounce towards Ye Feng. Ye Feng raised the Sand Emperor's scepter, expressionless as he controlled the sand statue to fight against everyone. At that moment, he suddenly sensed a danger coming from the side. Turning his head, he saw a shadowy blade stabbing toward him, launched by Mo Xian of the Shadow Demon Clan. Mo Xian looked at Ye Feng's surprised expression, feeling a bit smug inside. The Shadow Demon Clan is best at stealth assassination, capable of appearing silently and delivering a fatal blow to their prey. This Sand Emperor's scepter is mine now. Chapter 779. Not good. This idiot has been controlled by Mo Wanru. Bloodbook Jun looked at Hu Tianfeng's dim pupils and instantly realized something. With no other choice, he was forced to engage in battle with Hu Tianfeng. Are you okay? At this time, Mo Wanru came to Ye Feng's side, asking about the situation. Your bodyguard is too incompetent. Ye Feng looked sideways, speaking lightly. If it weren't for him being able to transform the yellow sand into a statue, he would probably have fallen here today. Do you think my bodyguard is omnipotent? How could I possibly block hundreds of God Marquis realm strongmen? Hearing a hint of blame in his tone, Mo Wanru displayed a pitiful posture that made people want to protect her. Has Hu Tianfeng been controlled by you? Ye Feng changed the subject upon seeing this. Mo Wanru's arrival was quite timely. Otherwise, Bloodbook Jun would have been very tricky. Of course, there are probably few who can withstand my Charm Heaven Demon technique. Mo Wanru's lips curled into a charming arc previously. Her Charm Heaven Demon technique was ineffective against Ye Feng, which made her doubt her life. Fortunately, this time Hu Tianfeng submitted to her, making her realize that it was just Ye Feng being abnormal. Then why are you still standing there? Hurry up and take action to subdue them all. Chapter 780. Duanyu, you guys from the Azure Divine Kingdom should not go too far. Hua Qixing's eyes darkened as he glared at Duanyu, the leader of the Azure Guards from the Azure Divine Kingdom. Upon entering the Celestial Hero's battlefield, he encountered a God King realm strongman's inheritance and, relying on his talent, barely passed the test to obtain the inheritance. He was pleasantly surprised that this God King realm inheritance was somewhat special. Not only did it contain martial arts inheritance, but it also held a trace of power inheritance, allowing him to directly break through to the 3rd level of the God Marquis realm. However, even with the 3rd level of God Marquis realm cultivation, he still had to be cautious in the Celestial Hero's battlefield. Fortunately, he was lucky enough to meet several powerful champion guards under his father's command, and they all came to Mo Bay City together. It was in Mo Bay City that they encountered Baiming Zheng and several people from the White Tiger Divine Kingdom, forming a new team. However, the group led by Baiming Zheng had a major conflict with the group from the Azure Divine Kingdom, and now they were being confronted. Hua Qixing, don't think that just because you obtain the God King realm inheritance, you can challenge us. Today, if you don't hand over Baiming Zheng and the others, you might not be able to protect yourself. Duanyu sneered. Although the number of people from the White Tiger Divine Kingdom was comparable to theirs and their strength was similar, their team had a monstrous figure from the heavenly Xian sacred land, Murong Tian. Chapter 781. Are you ordering me? Do you know I am from the heavenly Xian sacred land? Murong Tian's eyes flashed with a dangerous gleam. The people from the White Tiger Divine Kingdom actually dared to be so arrogant in front of him. It should be noted that even if Duan Yu was a dog under him, one should still consider the master's face when beating a dog. If you think that way, you can. Ye Feng's voice was indifferent. He was also aware that the other party was from the heavenly Xian sacred land. And precisely because the other party was from the heavenly Xian sacred land, he didn't want to cause trouble and thus gave the other party a chance to leave. Otherwise, he would have wasted so many words. Haha, what an arrogant tone. If I don't leave, what will you do to me? Murong Tian's lips curled into a slight arc. He was at the 5th level of the God Marquis realm, and in this celestial hero's battlefield, there were not many people who could make him fearful, but this person from the White Tiger Divine Kingdom clearly wasn't he among them. If you don't want to leave, then I can only keep you here. Mo Wanru, who was following Ye Feng, chuckled lightly and stepped forward, her magic eyes flashing with light. A demoness? What is your relationship with him? Murong Tian's expression suddenly changed. How could he not recognize the demoness of the Moon Demon clan? Chapter 782. Are you guys interested in teaming up with me? I need helpers who can follow my orders. Ye Feng smiled slightly and extended an invitation. Lord White Tiger, we are willing. Biming Zheng and the other members of the White Tiger Divine Kingdom gritted their teeth and agreed. Ye Feng had just saved their lives, and they were willing to serve him. Good. Rest assured, I won't treat you unfairly. Here are 5 inheritance crystal stones from God King Realm Strongmen. Each of you gets one. Ye Feng took out the inheritance crystal stones from his storage ring and distributed one to each of the 5 people, including Biming Zheng. What? Inheritance crystal stones from God King Realm Strongmen? Biming Zheng's eyes widened in shock as he looked at the items being handed over by Ye Feng, completely astonished. He even doubted whether he had heard correctly. The other 4 members of the White Tiger Divine Kingdom also opened their mouths, expressing disbelief. This was the inheritance crystal stone from God King Realm Strongmen. They came to the Celestial Hero's battlefield specifically for this item, and now it appeared right before their eyes. One for each person, making them feel as if they were dreaming. Hiss, that hurts. This is real. A 4th-level God Marquis Realm Strongman from the White Tiger Divine Kingdom pinched himself, realizing this was not a dream. Chapter 783. However, some people's eyes flickered, harboring ulterior motives, but due to Mo Wanru's powerful strength, they temporarily dared not act rashly. At this time, among the crowd, a man exuding demonic energy quietly left the group and arrived at a station within Mo Bay City. This station contained more than 10 figures, all emanating demonic energy. Clearly strong men from the demon clan, among whom a man in black-red armor was particularly conspicuous. Boss, I saw the Moon Demon Clan's witch, Mo Wanru, in the city, giving a human a shoulder massage. This powerful demon is named Mo Qin, a member of the Sound Demon Clan. Just like the Shadow Demon Clan that Ye Feng encountered earlier, both are demon forces at the Divine King level. Mo Qin looked respectfully at the demon man in black and red armor in front of him, reporting news. The man in front of him is the talented one from the Flame Demon Clan, Mo Yin, whose reputation among the demon elites is not inferior to that of Mo Wanru. Moreover, both the Flame Demon Clan and the Moon Demon Clan are powerful demon forces at the Divine Sovereign level. Huh? What did you say? Upon hearing this, Mo Yin shifted his gaze, and a cold light flickered in his demon eyes, seemingly showing signs of anger. Mo Qin lowered his head and could only tremble as he repeated what he had just said. He knew that Mo Yin had been pursuing Mo Wanru all along. Chapter 784. Do you know him? Ye Feng squinted his eyes and asked Mo Wanru. This group of people exuded demonic energy, clearly being demons, and it seemed they were here to cause trouble. He is Mo Yin from the Flame Demon Clan, a very tricky character. Mo Wanru's jade-like hand, which was massaging Ye Feng's shoulder, paused slightly. Then she suddenly smiled and said, "He is my fervent admirer. You might be in trouble." I see. Ye Feng nodded upon hearing this. He had thought that this group of demons was eyeing the divine, king-level inheritance crystal in his hand, wanting to snatch it. It turned out that the trouble was brought by this troublemaker, which beside him. However, since he dared to take out the divine, king-level inheritance crystal, he wasn't afraid of others causing trouble. You're Ye Feng? At this moment, Mo Yin walked through the crowd and stopped about 10 meters in front of Ye Feng, questioning him. Seeing Mo Wanru giving Ye Feng a massage, his dark and fierce eyes flashed with anger. "It's me. What do you want to be my bodyguard to?" Ye Feng asked calmly, not putting Mo Yin and the more than 10 powerful demons behind him in his eyes at all. As soon as Ye Feng's words came out, the surrounding crowd was astonished. This guy really had no filter, even wanting to take Mo Yin from the Flame Demon Clan as his bodyguard. Chapter 785. As soon as Ye Feng's words fell, Bing Shuer was the first to act, but of course, she wasn't attacking Ye Feng. She was attacking the Demon Alliance members. Boom! The power of ice and snow erupted in the void, and the splendid ice crystals formed suddenly cooled down the street, which was originally filled with a scorching breath. The strong from various factions saw Bing Shuer take action, and hesitation flashed in their eyes. More than 10 people gritted their teeth and rushed towards the Demon Alliance members. They believed that Ye Feng could obtain so many divine, king-level inheritance crystals. He was definitely not a fool. "Ye Feng, hand over the inheritance crystal in your hand, or don't blame us for being rude." At this moment, a young man with a proud gaze and bright eagle-like eyes in the crowd spoke up to threaten him. This young man exuded demonic energy. He was a genius from the golden-winged Great Peng clan, Peng Haoyun, with a cultivation level of level 5 in the Divine Marquis realm. At this moment, seeing that only Mo Wanru was left beside Ye Feng, he felt greedy. "That's right, hand over the inheritance crystal in your hand. It shouldn't belong to you alone." The Demon Clan geniuses chimed in, clearly feeling a strong rejection about being bodyguards for humans, thinking it would be quicker to just snatch it. Looking for death. Chapter 786. Roar. Just then, a tiger's roar entered Peng Haoyun's ears, sending a chill down his spine. It was Hu Tianfeng who had arrived. Hu Tianfeng soared into the sky, his tiger eyes flashing with fierce light, and his heavenly tiger claws tore through the air, striking towards Peng Haoyun's back. "This is bad." Peng Haoyun thought it was not good, quickly flapping his golden wings to dodge the attack, but due to being entangled by the sand arrows, he was still a beat too slow. Rip! The heavenly tiger claws struck and tore one of Peng Haoyun's golden wings, instantly spraying blood into the air, staining the ground below red. Intense pain erupted from Peng Haoyun's throat, and losing his balance, he was kicked down from the sky by Hu Tianfeng, crashing into the ground of the city and creating a huge pit. How did the Demon Alliance members get away? Ye Feng looked at the returning Mo Wanru and asked. Mo Wanru rolled her eyes at Ye Feng and said softly. Mo Yin saw that the situation was not right and ran away. "Do you really think he is so easy to kill? Besides, Mo Yan's status in the Flame Demon Clan is extraordinary. If he dies in the battlefield of geniuses, the Flame Demon Clan would definitely investigate the murderer. Do you really want me to take the blame for that?" Chapter 787. Mo Wanru's beautiful eyes widened. A bit dazed, this bastard directly kissed her domineeringly, catching her completely off guard. As she quickly reacted, she began to struggle violently. But the power she had was not enough to break free from Ye Feng's domineering embrace. With Ye Feng's skilled technique, Mo Wanru felt as if an invisible hand was scratching her heart, sending a tingling sensation through her. At the same time, her inner demons began to take effect, as if a voice was telling her to submit under Ye Feng. He was her master. Gradually, Mo Wanru's struggles became less intense, and her soft body slumped in Ye Feng's arms. "Master!" A soft murmur escaped Mo Wanru's lips, and she began to eagerly respond to Ye Feng. Hiss! Faced with Mo Wanru's enthusiastic response, Ye Feng took a sharp breath. This woman was truly enchanting, and that call of master left him stunned. Could it be that this woman had a tendency to want to be treated dominantly? Seeing this, Ye Feng excitedly patted her curvy figure. But it was this single pat that completely awakened Mo Wanru. Chapter 788. Bloodbook Jun's figure kept dodging, and when he had avoided all attacks, Peng Haoyun had already approached him. He saw Peng Haoyun's golden wings closing together, transforming into a golden sword, and slashing down. "Get away from me!" Bloodbook Jun frowned and slapped out a blood-colored palm print to engage in battle with Peng Haoyun. However, he had no intention of engaging in a fierce battle with Peng Haoyun. Once Ye Feng's team caught up, he would be doomed. Yet, Peng Haoyun was like a pesky parasite, making it impossible for him to shake off. At this moment, screams echoed in the void. As the four who had been captured by Bloodbook June from the White Tiger Divine Kingdom were surrounded and beaten to death by Ye Feng's bodyguards. Bloodbook June, can you escape? Ye Feng sneered, leading numerous bodyguards to chase after Bloodbook June and surround him. Ye Feng, we could talk this out. The last incident was a misunderstanding. This time I'm also doing things for young Master Morong from the heavenly mysterious sacred land. Bloodbook June sensed that he was surrounded by dozens of powerful figures, and his heart sank to the bottom. Now he could only hope that young Master Morong's name would be effective enough to make Ye Feng not dare to act against him. Oh, you said Morong Tian? Hearing this name, Ye Feng recalled the genius of the heavenly profound sacred land who had been frightened away by Mo Wanru in the city of Mabe. Chapter 789. That was Long Tianxing of the Golden Dragon clan, the strongest among them in terms of bloodline. That was Jian Wuchen of the Sword Pavilion, who possessed the 10,000 sword divine body and whose swordsmanship was terrifyingly profound. Few could withstand a single strike from him. The three-eyed person was Mo Sansi of the Three-Eyed Demon clan, whose mental power was extremely strong, not inferior to mine, and like me, he was best at mental attacks. With Mo Wanru's introduction, Ye Feng memorized the names of the famous geniuses present. As time passed, more and more people gathered here. But without a powerful team as a backing, coming here would only lead to ruthless hunting, becoming nourishment to unlock the Relic Palace. Finally, after an unknown number of strong people were hunted down, the door to the Relic Palace was finally opened. In an instant, countless strong people surged in, eager to be the first to enter the Relic of the Strong. Roar, all of you get out of my way. Long Tianxing of the Golden Dragon clan let out a thunderous dragon roar, domineeringly driving back the nearby crowd. He was determined to obtain the inheritance within the relic. Immediately, he led some strong members of the Golden Dragon clan and other followers into the palace first. Chapter 790. Ye Feng, save me. At that moment, Ye Feng, who was leading a group towards the deepest part of the palace, heard a voice beside him. He looked over and found that the person asking for help was actually Hua Qixing, the son of the champion marquis. At this moment, Hua Qixing and several champion guards beside him were being attacked by a group of stone statues, and the situation was dire. Ye Feng merely cast a cold glance and passed by without any intention of rescuing them. Hua Qixing had abandoned Bei Mingzheng and others back then. How could he save such a heartless person? Seeing Ye Feng watching coldly, Hua Qixing's face immediately darkened. And then he gritted his teeth and recklessly led the stone statues towards Ye Feng's group. Ye Feng, if you don't save us, you won't have it easy either. Under Hua Qixing's deliberate guidance, the stone statues launched indiscriminate attacks, directly splitting Ye Feng's group into two. This bastard, Bei Mingzheng cursed after repelling a stone statue. They could have passed through here smoothly, but because of Hua Qixing, not only were they targeted by the stone statues, but their group was also scattered. Hua Qixing, considering we're all from the White Tiger Divine Kingdom, I don't want to kill you, but do you want to seek death now? Chapter 791. Kid, I told you to hand it over. So hand it over. Or, do you want to die? Zhou Rui looked impatiently at Ye Feng and his companion. This person from the White Tiger Divine Kingdom actually dared to defy his orders. I said no. Ye Feng's tone grew heavier, and a hint of coldness seeped into his voice. Hey, you two brats, take them down. Zhou Rui's inner anger surged, ordering the four people beside him. Under Zhou Rui's command, the four strong men from the heavenly profound sacred land immediately attacked Ye Feng and Bei Mingzheng. Among these four, three were at the 5th level of the Divine Marquis realm, and one was at the 4th level. Two of the 5th level Divine Marquis surrounded Ye Feng, while the other two attacked Bei Mingzheng. Seeking death, Ye Feng shouted lowly, killing intent rising in his eyes. The Xianyuan sword suddenly appeared in his hand, and he slashed towards the heavenly profound sacred land with a fierce sword light. Cloud-dispelling palm, sky-covering hand. The two 5th level Divine Marquis from the heavenly profound sacred land saw that Ye Feng's cultivation was so weak and still dared to resist, and they immediately sneered, unleashing their powerful divine techniques to suppress Ye Feng. Boom! Two astonishing palm prints, carrying incredible might, fell upon the golden sword light, rushing towards them. Chapter 792. Thud! Zhou Rui's grotesque head fell onto the lawn, staining the earth red. Run! The two heavenly profound sacred land geniuses turned pale with fear and turned to flee. This person from the White Tiger Divine Kingdom had just killed 3 of their heavenly profound sacred land geniuses. How could they not be afraid? Stay here. Ye Feng shot out like lightning, chasing after the two. If this were to be known by the heavenly, profound, sacred land, the White Tiger Divine Kingdom would be in trouble. He would not leave any survivors to create more problems. Bei Mingzheng also understood the severity of the situation and chased after the two as they tried to escape, entangling them and waiting for Ye Feng's arrival. Boom! Ye Feng crossed the void and forcefully landed in front of the two from the heavenly, profound, sacred land, and with a single sword strike, cold light burst forth. The fourth-level divine marquis from the heavenly, profound, sacred land let out a scream and was directly slain by a single sword. Spare me. I swear I won't say anything. The last person from the heavenly, profound, sacred land was so frightened that he urinated himself, pleading for mercy from Ye Feng. Humph. Only the dead can keep secrets. As Ye Feng coldly snorted, he showed no hesitation and slashed at that person. Chapter 793. Blood Lotus? Ye Feng heard Xianyuan Nishang's excited voice and looked around, finally spotting a small herb garden at the center of the standoff between Murong Tian and Wolf Yiqing's factions. This small herb garden was wrapped in a protective energy shield, and in one corner, a 5-leaf blood lotus emitting a rich aura of blood energy caught Ye Feng's eye. This was the blood lotus. Upon seeing this small herb garden, Ye Feng instantly understood why Murong Tian and Wolf Yiqing were at a standoff here. Just this one blood lotus was enough to drive countless people mad with desire, not to mention that besides the blood lotus, there were other rare herbs in this small garden that even Divine King and Divine Sovereign level strong people would find tempting. Ye Feng, are you going to butt in? Wolf Yiqing noticed Ye Feng's gaze and frowned slightly. He was determined to have the blood lotus. Whether this item could truly bring someone back to life, as rumored, he did not know, but for the demon clan, the blood lotus was akin to a rebirth. Consuming the blood lotus would allow them to undergo a significant transformation in their bloodline, and, at that time, he would even dare to challenge Long Tianxing of the Golden Dragon clan, confident that he could trample him underfoot. Chapter 794. Dead? Hu Tianfeng's pupils constricted violently, his body frozen in place as he tried to ambush Ye Feng. Peng Haoyun had just fought Ye Feng for a few exchanges before being killed, sending an inexplicable chill down his spine. The next moment, a gaze like that of the grim Reaper locked onto Hu Tianfeng. You beast, it's time for you to go. Ye Feng's lips curled into a sinister arc as he charged towards Hu Tianfeng. Clang, clang, clang. Faced with Ye Feng's continuous sword strikes, Hu Tianfeng wielded his heavenly tiger claws to defend, but an inexplicable fear lingered in his heart. Gradually, he discovered that Ye Feng's strength seemed to have weakened compared to before and could no longer threaten him, which rekindled some of his fighting spirit. Of course, this was intentional on Ye Feng's part. After all, although the battle between Murong Tian and Wolf Yiqing was fierce, it had not yet reached a point of mutual destruction. If he were to kill Hu Tianfeng so quickly, it would not be a good thing. Murong Tian, let's go, this little medicinal garden is yours. Wolf Yiqing looked at Peng Haoyun being killed and felt a sense of retreat arising within him. If this continued, they would truly perish here. Wolf Yiqing, you can't leave today. Leave no one behind. Chapter 795. Swish. A flash of sword light flickered in the void, and a bloody head fell to the ground. This scene made Murong Tian and the other two strong figures tremble. Such a fast sword had instantly killed their companion. Quick, kill him. Murong Tian shouted sharply, his aura surging as he unleashed a palm attack towards Ye Feng, surrounded by the sun, moon, and stars. At the same time, the other two strong figures from the heavenly Xian Holy Land attacked, flanking Ye Feng on both sides. Looking at the three-person siege, Ye Feng curled his lips in disdain. All three were injured and still wanted to kill him. He activated the Xianyuan Sword Pearl, directly neutralizing their attacks, then swung out a sword with his other hand, forcing Murong Tian back. In the next moment, a golden sword light reappeared. Puff, puff. Two more bloody heads fell, causing Murong Tian to tremble all over. What kind of sword is this? Murong Tian's throat emitted a hint of fear. He could clearly feel the strangeness of this sword. You don't need to know. You just need to understand that you're going to die. As soon as the words fell, Ye Feng struck down with his sword, the sword's might shocking the heavens. Boom! The sound of the sword echoed in the void, and Murong Tian was forced back by a single sword strike, a sword scar appearing in his palm, clearly injured by Ye Feng's sword. Chapter 796. An hour later, Ye Feng and Bei Mingzheng had completely looted the alchemy pavilion and continued to scour the medicine goddess residence. During their search, several strong figures arrived. and some even saw Ye Feng and Bai Mingzheng appearing weak, wanting to rob them. However, Ye Feng's current strength was formidable. He remained unfazed even when surrounded by more than 10 fifth-level divine, marquee realm experts. Those who attempted to rob them were, without exception, killed by Ye Feng, serving as a deterrent to others. After a day's search, Ye Feng and Bai Mingzheng had almost turned the medicine god's residence upside down, finding some decent alchemy recipes, alchemy furnaces, and other treasures, but they still had not found the inheritance of the medicine god. Strange, did the medicine god not leave behind any inheritance? Ye Feng and Bai Mingzheng stood in the medicine god's palace, which recorded some of the medicine god's past, but only had a map left. The map recorded that the entire Lei Di relic was divided into 5 large areas, namely the palaces of Medicine Sovereign, Sword Sovereign, Demon Sovereign, and Monster Sovereign, located in the 4 corners of the relic. In the very center of this relic, there was an imperial palace. Let us go. Let us check out the imperial palace. Ye Feng put away the map, having made a decision. The inheritance of the Thunder Emperor was the most tempting, and as for the Medicine Sovereign's inheritance, if it was gone, it was gone. Chapter 797. Look, Long Tianxing is going to challenge the Thunderpool again. Jian Wuchen has also gone. It seems they Haven T given up on the inheritance of the Thunder Emperor. At this moment, the crowd standing outside the Thunderpool erupted in commotion, attracting the attention of Ye Feng and Mo Wanru. They saw a man wearing a golden dragon robe stepping into the thunder pool, enduring the violent power of thunder as he slowly advanced through the pool, and everyone could see the serious and cautious expression on Long Tianxing's face. Behind Long Tianxing, a man carrying an ancient sword was resisting the lightning power with sword energy, advancing in the thunder pool, with these two leading the way. Several powerful young talents also stepped into the thunder pool to give it a try. The inheritance of the Thunder Emperor was right in front of them. If they didn't even dare to try, how could they talk about climbing the peak of martial arts? Ye Feng, there must be a great secret beneath this thunder pool. At this moment, Xianyuan Nishang spoke softly, clearly sensing the extraordinary nature of the thunder pool. Great secret? Ye Feng murmured to himself, his eyes flashing with brilliance. Indeed, this thunder pool continuously generates violent thunder power. I suspect there may be a divine seed of lightning below. Xianyuan Nishang's words startled Ye Feng. The divine seed of lightning was the source of all thunder power in the world, just like the divine seed of fire in his body, which was the source of all flames in the world. Chapter 798. That bastard is dead? Mo Wanru's gaze fixed on the spot where Ye Feng had disappeared, and her heart ached slightly. But suddenly, she remembered Ye Feng's instructions before leaving her with a glimmer of hope. In the thunder pool, Ye Feng's body continued to sink. Falling into this thunder pool was intentional on his part. Looking at the vast ocean filled with thunder power before him, Ye Feng felt the terrifying thunder power surrounding him, but under the effect of the reverse domain. They canceled each other out, unable to harm him. Ye Feng, take out the Xianyuan sword. The thunder power here might help the Xianyuan sword regain its edge. At this moment, Xianyuan Nishang's voice rang out again, and Ye Feng immediately followed her advice. When he first obtained a Xianyuan sword, it was a rusty divine sword, not particularly powerful. If it weren't for the enhancement of the Xianyuan sword pearl, he wouldn't have used it frequently. As the Xianyuan sword appeared, the violent thunder power attached itself to the sword, emitting sizzling sounds. How deep is this thunder pool? Curiosity flashed through Ye Feng's mind as he continued to sink with the Xianyuan sword in hand. During his descent, the Xianyuan sword was constantly struck by thunder, which was both destruction and rebirth. Chapter 799. At the deepest part below the thunder pool, Ye Feng stood up, exuding a powerful aura at the 2nd level of the celestial god realm. Over the past 2 years, he had followed the method of the divine thunder body refining technique to temper his body with lightning, and then fused with the divine seed of lightning. His strength surged dramatically. Moreover, he had also subdued the thunder hammer. Now he was terrifyingly strong, able to contend with strong experts at the divine king realm. The thunder power here had weakened significantly. Someone would definitely find their way here soon, so it seemed he had to leave quickly. Ye Feng whispered to himself. Everyone's attention should be drawn to the Thunder Emperor Palace now, but when they realized that there was no Thunder Emperor inheritance in the palace, they might suspect something was off with the thunder pool below and come to investigate. Moreover, he couldn't reveal his true face now. After a simple disguise, Ye Feng ascended, but before long, he sensed an aura approaching, causing his brows to furrow. Just as he was about to kill to silence, he discovered that the incoming person was actually Mo Wanru. What is this woman doing here? Ye Feng was puzzled, then thought that she might have mistakenly believed he was dead. Ye Feng? Mo Wanru looked at the unfamiliar face of the man and called out uncertainly. Chapter 800. Do you really think I'm afraid of the two of you? Today, I will step on you both and establish my name as Mo Yin. As Mo Yin spoke, he spread his palms, where dark flames were burning, as if two destructive lotuses were gestating in his palms. Arrogant guy. Long Tianxing unleashed a dragon roar that pierced through the void, transforming his palm into a gigantic dragon claw, carrying overwhelming heavenly might as it struck towards Mo Yin. At the same time, Jian Wuchen's ancient sword unsheathed behind him, an astonishing sword aura blooming around him. He slashed into the air, and a giant sword fell from the sky, seemingly wanting to tear apart the heavens and earth. This Mo Yin is too arrogant. Actually wanting to fight Long Tianxing and Jian Wuchen alone. He must be crazy. The surrounding crowd showed expressions of shock as Mo Yin directly took action. Facing two opponents alone, it should be noted that both of these men were 6th-level strongmen of the Divine Marquis realm, and were renowned prodigies from the Golden Dragon Clan and the Sky Sword Pavilion. Boom! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the destructive lotus collided with the attacks of Long Tianxing and Jian Wuchen, producing a tremendous sound. After a stalemate for several breaths, the black lotus of destruction emitted an even more terrifying power, directly burning through the dragon claw and giant sword. Poof! Long Tianxing and Jian Wuchen were heavily injured. Looking at Mo Yin in shock, realizing that their combined strength was not enough to match Mo Yin alone. Chapter 801. Ye Feng shrugged helplessly. It seemed this woman recognized him after all. Fortunately, there were no other people around, otherwise it would easily raise suspicions. Let us leave here first. After breaking free from Mo Wanru's embrace, Ye Feng turned around and picked her up by the waist, heading towards an uninhabited area. Mo Wanru did not struggle at all, being as docile as a little cat, quietly held by Ye Feng, her gaze never leaving him for a moment, as if wanting to drown in his presence. Soon, the two arrived at a secluded place, and Ye Feng finally stopped. Have you looked at me enough on the way? Ye Feng looked at the beauty in his arms with a half-smile. This woman didn't rush to seize the Thunder Emperor's inheritance, but instead cared for his safety, which slightly moved his heart. I'm thinking about how to bite you to death. Mo Wanru suddenly wrapped her arms around Ye Feng's neck and then lowered her head to bite his shoulder. Hiss! Woman, you're ungrateful. I saved you, and you bite me instead. Ye Feng felt a slight pain and really wanted to pin this woman down and teach her a lesson. I'll bite you. What can you do? Mo Wanru raised her eyes to meet Ye Feng's gaze, her face full of pride, and huffed, saying, Your face is so ugly right now. Hurry up and take off your disguise. Chapter 802. Outside the Prodigy Battlefield, the strongmen from the Golden Dragon Clan, Moon Demon Clan, Flame Demon Clan, and the Heavenly Xian Holy Land, along with other major forces, looked at the open passage, each waiting for the prodigies from their respective clans to emerge. As figures appeared one by one, the strongmen from various clans rushed forward to inquire about the situation. Soon, the major forces received news that a relic of the Thunder Emperor had appeared in this prodigy battlefield, and the inheritance of the Thunder Emperor had been divided into 4 parts. 3 parts were obtained by Long Tianxing from the Golden Dragon Clan, Jian Wuchen from the Sky Sword Pavilion, and Mo Wanru from the Moon Demon Clan, while the whereabouts of the 4th inheritance remained unknown, causing an uproar. Wanru, you obtained a part of the Thunder Emperor's inheritance. Haha, great. Among the team of the Moon Demon Clan, an elder of the Moon Demon Clan appeared extremely excited upon hearing this news. No, it's just an inheritance from a divine, sovereign realm expert. Mo Wanru spoke softly, casting a meaningful glance at Ye Feng, who was following her. Yesterday, she fused the inheritance of the demon sovereign that Ye Feng gave her in the prodigy battlefield, and she also guessed that Ye Feng obtained the Thunder Emperor's inheritance, gaining his acknowledgement. I understand. The elder of the Moon Demon Clan showed a look of realization. After all, who would publicize it widely after obtaining the Thunder Emperor's inheritance? Chapter 803. One day, in the sky above the White Tiger Sacred City, a group of figures flew through the air. They only descended when they approached the city gate of the White Tiger Sacred City. Not flying in the air within the White Tiger Sacred City was a sign of respect for the White Tiger Empress. And this group was none other than Ye Feng and the others returning from the prodigy battlefield. Let us go. We're entering the city to see my master. Ye Feng looked at the long-absent city gate with a hint of emotion before leading Bai Mingzheng and the others into the city. Yes, Lord White Tiger Marquis. The people following Ye Feng all showed respectful expressions. Ye Feng's strength had long surpassed theirs. Under Ye Feng's lead, the group passed through the bustling streets and arrived at the main hall in the palace of the White Tiger Sacred City. In this hall, Bai Yueyin and Hua Xinya had been waiting for a long time. They had already received news when Ye Feng and the others entered the city. Man, I missed you so much. As soon as Ye Feng entered the hall, he saw Hua Xinya in a red dress, barefoot, rushing towards him and leaping into his arms. Feeling the softness against his chest, Ye Feng was momentarily dazed, and then Hua Xinya's red lips actively kissed him, filled with intense heat and longing, as if she wanted to merge her body with Ye Feng. Chapter 804. Man, feed me this 9-turn golden pill. Hua Xinya shook Ye Feng's arm, acting cute, as she had definitely heard of the 9-turn golden pill. Such a rare elixir, and Ye Feng was willing to let her take it, filling her heart with sweetness. All right, I'll feed you. Ye Feng smiled mischievously, swallowed a 9-turn golden pill, and then kissed Hua Xinya's soft, fragrant lips. Hua Xinya let out a moan, feeling the 9-turn golden pill being brought to her mouth before swallowing it down. In an instant, the effects of a 9-turn golden pill erupted within Hua Xinya's body, making her feel an unprecedented clarity and comfort. How is it? Is it delicious? When I have time, I'll feed you something even better. Ye Feng looked at Hua Xinya, who had a look of enjoyment, and said with a wicked smile, as long as it's you feeding me, I dare to eat anything. Hua Xinya parted her red lips, revealing her tender tongue, and said coyly, how could she not see through Ye Feng's mischievous intentions? But as long as this annoying man was happy, she was willing to do anything. Ye Feng smiled, then walked over to Bai Yueyin with the remaining 9-turn golden pills in his hand and said, Master, this is a gift from your disciple. Chapter 805. In the void above the White Tiger Sacred Palace, Bai Yueyin's expression was cold, her white robe fluttering as she glared at the group of uninvited guests. Killing the commander of the White Tiger Guards in the White Tiger Sacred City was undoubtedly a provocation to her authority. Beside Bai Yueyin, Ye Feng stood with his hands behind his back, narrowing his eyes as he looked at the group before him, which included 2 second-level God King realm experts and more than 10 ninth-level or above Divine Marquis realm experts. He even spotted a familiar figure among them, Shura Marquis. Ha! Bai Yueyin, you really have a big mouth. If you want to keep me here, I'm afraid you don't have that capability. The Azura King revealed a cold smile, with murderous intent in his eyes locked onto Ye Feng. He said, Ye Feng, today you dare to show yourself, and that is your death date. Even Bai Yueyin cannot save you. Hee, old man, you're overly confident, just like your useless son, who tried to kill me in the Celestial Heroes battlefield, but ended up being easily killed by me. Ye Feng chuckled, his eyes calmly meeting the Azura King's gaze. He was no longer afraid of the Azura King. Ye Feng, did you kill my son? The Azura King's brows furrowed, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. His son did not make it out of the Celestial Heroes battlefield. It turned out he was killed by Ye Feng. Chapter 806. Looking at the blood claws continuously attacking from all directions, Ye Feng's eyes were calm as he unleashed the Xianyuan sword technique. The golden sword light shone in the void, like dawn swords, shattering the surrounding blood claws. He immediately counterattacked, the shining sword tip emitting a cold aura, stabbing directly at the Blood Fiend King. Damn it, this guy is really hard to deal with. Seeing Ye Feng neutralize all his attacks, a hint of darkness flashed in the Blood Fiend King's eyes. At this moment, facing Ye Feng's attacks, he dared not receive them with his hands. He could clearly feel the extraordinary nature of this sword. Boom! With the collision of their bodies. A thunderous sound spread through the void as the two engaged in a fierce battle, both wanting to put the other to death. However, as time passed, Ye Feng's strength gradually revealed itself. With the Xianyuan sword in hand, he could break all evil spirits, making the Blood Fiend King feel uncomfortable. Meanwhile, the battle between Bai Yueyin and the Azura King was equally fierce. The once confident Azura King now wore an extremely solemn expression. This woman's strength had reached such a level that he alone could not defeat her. Blood Fiend King, what are you doing? It takes you so long to kill Ye Feng? Chapter 807. Saint Envoy, is there a mistake? Ye Feng has no grievances with the people of the Tianxian Holy Land. How could he kill someone from the Tianxian Holy Land? Bai Yuan argued as she approached Ye Feng. It should be noted that the Zhao Zhuolong before them was already a third-level God King, not someone they could deal with, let alone the presence of God Emperors in the Tianxian Holy Land. White Tiger Empress, what? Do you want to protect Ye Feng? Zhao Zhuolong's voice was icy cold. After safely escorting the people from the Celestial Heroes battlefield back to the Tianxian Holy Land, he had brought Hui Qixing and 2 third-level God Kings to the White Tiger Divine Kingdom. When the elder of the Tianxian Holy Land, who was also Murong Tian's father, learned of this, he became furious, insisting that Ye Feng must be captured. I haven't killed a single person from the Tianxian Holy Land. Ye Feng replied calmly. At this moment, he would not admit to killing anyone from the Tianxian Holy Land. He was confident that no one had seen him. Ye Feng, you're talking nonsense. I saw you ambush and kill young Master Murong Tian for a God Emperor inheritance. Hui Qixing stepped forward, casually fabricating a charge against Ye Feng. This time, he wanted to see how Ye Feng could survive. Perhaps he could use the hands of the Tianxian Holy Land's experts to capture the White Tiger Empress and the Vermilion Bird Marquis, making him the new emperor of the White Tiger Divine Kingdom. Chapter 808. The Azura King and Bai Yuan were stunned. The thunder hammer in Ye Feng's hand was simply terrifying, smashing the champion Marquis with a single blow, as if it had become the only one in the world. What is this? Zhao Zhuolong's eyelids twitched, fear and excitement intertwining within him. As a God King, he had seen some 7th-grade artifacts, but even those he had seen could not compare to the heart-pounding pressure emanating from Ye Feng's thunder hammer. It seemed to be an extreme imperial weapon. Old man, your Tianxian Holy Land people are just as foolish as you. Today, you will die here. Ye Feng swung the thunder hammer, stirring up a terrifying thunderstorm. He had not wanted to use an extreme imperial weapon, but as a third-level God King, Zhao Zhuolong was too difficult to kill without using the thunder hammer to unleash the Thunder Emperor's ultimate skill, God Thunder Annihilation Hammer. Boom! Thunder rumbled in the void, causing the space above the White Tiger Holy City to become turbulent. Ye Feng, you are so bold. Zhao Zhuolong shouted angrily. Ye Feng still wanted to kill him, which was simply audacious. Chapter 809. God Thunder Annihilation. Ye Feng raised the thunder hammer high, a fierce look in his eyes. He frantically urged the lightning divine seed within him, unleashing the God Thunder Annihilation Hammer, even incorporating a hint of the power of the reversal domain he had comprehended. This could be said to be his strongest attack, using all his strength. Block it for me. Zhao Zhuolong's expression changed drastically as he gathered all his strength, channeling the sun, moon, and stars surrounding him to block this attack. Boom! The thunder exploded in the void, and the violent power poured down before Zhao Zhuolong. The sun and moon withered, and the stars exploded. Zhao Zhuolong's body was smashed away by a single blow, spraying blood everywhere. Die for me. Taking advantage of Zhao Zhuolong's severe injuries, Ye Feng pursued him directly. Bang! 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 The thunder hammer struck Zhao Zhuolong repeatedly, shattering the defenses of this third-level God King. Wah wah wah! Zhao Zhuolong spat out blood, his chest caved in, and the immense pain made him cry out. With Ye Feng's final strike, Zhao Zhuolong's bones shattered, his body pierced through, and he died on the spot. The Saint Envoy is also dead? The Azura King was dumbfounded. He had thought that with the arrival of the experts from the Tianxian Holy Land, he would survive, but the result was that everyone who came was dead. Chapter 810. Ye Feng looked at Bai Yuan, who was still struggling, feeling quite helpless. After applying the healing powder, he took out several different types of healing pills and put them in his mouth. Rebellious disciple, shut up, I don't need your help. Before Bai Yuan could finish, Ye Feng lifted her up and domineeringly blocked her lips. In an instant, a man's aura surged into her heart, leaving her in a state of confusion. Ye Feng didn't care about that. He forcefully fed her the pills and commanded, Master, these are healing pills. Swallow them. Hearing such a domineering voice, Bai Yuan instinctively felt a sense of rebellion and returned all the pills Ye Feng had given her. Ye Feng was taken aback. His master was so disobedient. Helpless. He tried to feed her the pills again, but Bai Yuan seemed to be deliberately sulking, refusing to swallow the pills. Back and forth, the two ended up in a tussle, until the pills completely dissolved in their mouths, and their bodies seemed to freeze. Ye Feng held Bai Yuan still, with no intention of letting go. For him, it was about feeding her pills, while Bai Yuan was resisting, unwilling to take his pills. The two appear to be fighting. It was also a form of flirtation. Chapter 8:11. On a back mountain of the Tianqian Holy Land, a man looked at the tombstone before him, his eyes revealing intense, killing intent. The person before them was none other than the Grand Elder of the heavenly Xian Holy Land, Murong Hai. Has Zhao Zhuolong not returned yet? Murong Hai's voice was icy, filled with hatred for Ye Feng, who had killed his son. Not yet, Grand Elder. A trembling strong man from the heavenly Xian Holy Land answered from behind Murong Hai. Once Zhao Zhuolong returns, have him bring Ye Feng before me immediately. Then, I want him to kill Ye Feng's family one by one. I want that scum to kneel before my son's grave and repent. Murong Hai snorted coldly, clearly dissatisfied with Zhao Zhuolong's efficiency. Yes, Grand Elder. Just as the strong man from the heavenly Xian Holy Land responded, a roaring sound wave echoed throughout the Holy Land. Heavenly Xian Holy Land, come out and die. This powerful voice caused many strongmen within the heavenly Xian Holy Land to erupt in chaos, thrown into an uproar. They knew that their heavenly Xian Holy Land was a force at the level of divine sovereigns. Who would dare to be so arrogant toward them? What audacity! Let's go see who dares to be so arrogant. Chapter 8:12. Inside the White Tiger Sacred Hall, a woman in white robes sat on the throne. This woman was Bai Yueyin. It had been more than 10 days since Ye Feng left the White Tiger Divine Kingdom, and Bai Yueyin's injuries had almost healed, except for a faint scar remaining on the towering peaks beneath her jade neck. Seeing the scar, Bai Yueyin couldn't help but recall the moment Ye Feng had treated her wound, which she felt was a humiliation. This rebellious disciple. Whenever she thought about the outrageous things Ye Feng had done to her, she couldn't help but curse. This rebellious disciple actually had the audacity to harbor such rebellious thoughts toward her, his master. Yet, despite her anger, she couldn't help but worry about Ye Feng, especially after their intimate encounter. He was the only man who had touched her soft heart and had generously given her treasures like the 9 turns golden pill and the White Tiger Divine Sovereign's legacy. Suddenly, Bai Yueyin's gaze froze as she saw a man in black standing at the palace entrance. It was none other than Ye Feng, the one she had been concerned about. You rebellious disciple, didn't I tell you to get lost? Why are you back? Once Bai Yueyin reacted, she immediately stood up and walked toward Ye Feng, wanting to chase this rebellious disciple away. After all, more than 10 days had passed, and the strong men from the heavenly Xian Holy Land could come at any moment. Ye Feng's return was akin to walking into a trap. Chapter 8:13. An hour later. Cough. Rebellious disciple, I've already been won over by you. Why don't you hurry and leave? Bai Yueyin looked up at her troublesome disciple, never having imagined she would one day do such a thing for him. Master, the people from the heavenly Xian Holy Land may not come so soon. We still have time, Ye Feng said, pinching Bai Yueyin's proud chin with a mischievous smile. He realized that this tactic was quite effective in threatening his master. No matter what excessive demands he made, Bai Yueyin would half-heartedly comply. However, this also made Ye Feng aware that his master likely had very intense feelings for him, though she kept them suppressed. Rebellious disciple, hurry and leave. As long as you can live and not be caught by the heavenly Xian Holy Land, I will fulfill any request you have in the future. Bai Yueyin bit her red lips, her face showing embarrassment and anger, but she advised him helplessly. She had already realized that her rebellious disciple was using the imminent arrival of the heavenly Xian Holy Land to control her. Yet she still didn't want Ye Feng to die. Really, master? Ye Feng's eyes lit up. He wondered what expression his master would have if she knew the heavenly Xian Holy Land had been annihilated. Chapter 8:14. In the following month, Ye Feng continued to act rebelliously, teasing his master and enjoying himself immensely. During this time, Bai Yueyin announced that Ye Feng was her man as the White Tiger Empress, causing a huge stir in the White Tiger Divine Kingdom. Those who had witnessed Ye Feng kill the Shura King, annihilate the Blood Fiend King, and slay the strong men of the heavenly Xian Holy Land were not surprised, only envying Ye Feng for having 2 beauties and living a life of joy. Meanwhile, Ye Feng ordered Bai Mingzheng to deliver the 9 turns golden pill and the legacy crystal of the Divine King realm to the Bailey family. After Bailey Bin received these treasures, he was directly stunned, and the threshold of the Bailey family was trampled as countless family heads and Divine Marquis realm strongmen personally visited to curry favor with the Bailey family. It was known that with Ye Feng as a backing, who would dare to provoke them, especially since even a lofty White Tiger Empress had been conquered. One day, Within the White Tiger Sacred Palace, a woman dressed in a juke dance skirt danced gracefully in the hall, her crystal-like jade feet moving rhythmically, captivating the audience. The only spectators were a man and a woman. The man's gaze was fixed on the enchanting dancer, while the woman looked up at the man's face. After an unknown amount of time, Ye Feng seemed to sense something and caught sight of Bai Yueyin glaring at him with a resentful look. Chapter 8:15. Hearing Ye Feng's teasing words, Xianyuan Nishang shot him an annoyed glare. This guy was trying to turn his attention toward her. If you can help me eliminate the undying divine clan, what is the harm in pledging myself to you? Xianyuan Nishang said decisively. Having lived with Ye Feng for so many years, she had developed feelings for him. However, she had to avenge the destruction of her Xianyuan clan. All right, Miss Xianyuan, wait for me to cultivate for a few more years, and see if I don't trample that so-called undying divine clan underfoot. Ye Feng spoke firmly, aware that the undying divine clan had a divine emperor realm powerhouse guarding it, being the strongest force among the human race, with almost no one daring to provoke them. But Ye Feng was determined to become the master of the divine court. In the days that followed, Ye Feng began to diligently cultivate. While Xianyuan Nishang also used the abundant resources Ye Feng provided to start regaining her strength. Once a powerhouse at the divine sovereign realm, she only needed sufficient resources to return to her peak. This time, she gained a new lease on life at Ye Feng's hands. And during the process of reconstructing her body, she unexpectedly acquired a powerful Thunderfire divine body. This Thunderfire divine body was a unique constitution in the world, only slightly inferior to Ye Feng's pure Yang divine body. Chapter 8:16. 10 days later, in the Demon Realm. The Demon Realm is located to the south of the Divine Court, where many demon clans gather, such as the Moon Demon Clan, Flame Demon Clan, Three-Eyed Demon Clan, and so on. One day, a man and a woman arrived at the outskirts of the Moon Demon Clan's territory. The man was dressed in black, handsome, and sharp-eyed, while the woman had golden hair and golden eyes, with a veil covering her face, exuding a noble aura. They were none other than Ye Feng and Xianyuan Nishang, who had departed from the White Tiger Divine Kingdom. Are you here to find your little lover in the Moon Demon Clan? Xianyuan Nishang said, her golden hair cascading over her shoulders, her voice carrying a hint of coldness. Shanger, you're not jealous, are you? I specifically brought you out this time to enjoy our world together, Ye Feng said, turning his gaze to her enchanting golden eyes, jokingly. Who will be jealous of you? Xianyuan Nishang's jade hand slightly clenched. Clearly, it was this guy who needed her protection, yet he spoke so shamelessly. Ye Feng smiled upon seeing this, reached out to hold Xianyuan Nishang's jade hand. Xianyuan Nishang struggled slightly before allowing Ye Feng to lead her. The two walked together towards the territory of the Moon Demon Clan. Stop! When Ye Feng and Xianyuan Nishang arrived at the entrance of the Moon Demon Clan's territory, they were stopped by the Demon King Guards of the clan. Chapter 8:17. All right, very well. Mo Wanru, you will regret this. By then, your Moon Demon Clan will face great disaster, and don't come to us, the Corpse Demon Clan, for help. Mo Feng angrily left, insisting that the woman he marries must be pure. However, Mo Wanru had already been with another man and was unworthy of being his legitimate wife. At most, she could only be a plaything. Mo Chanqing, your Moon Demon Clan will pay the price for today's foolish actions. The elder of the Corpse Demon Clan looked at the leader of the Moon Demon Clan, sneering before leaving. The fact that the Corpse Demon Clan was willing to propose a marriage alliance with the Moon Demon Clan was already a great favor, but unexpectedly, the Moon Demon Clan did not appreciate it, and the Corpse Demon Clan also had its pride. It should be noted that although Mo Wanru had received the Thunder Emperor's inheritance, it only gave her a slim chance of becoming a God Emperor in the future, while the Corpse Demon Clan had real God Emperor level powerhouses. Watching the two from the Corpse Demon Clan leave, Mo Chanqing felt a sense of helplessness. The current situation of the Moon Demon Clan was not good. The Flame Demon Clan blamed the death of Mo Yin on them, and the Three-Eyed Demon Clan, along with some other God-level demon forces, were also envious and jealous of the Moon Demon Clan's acquisition of the Thunder Emperor's inheritance. Chapter 8:18. Bang! A finger shining with thunder emitted a sound like thunder, piercing through the void and reaching Emoshi's face. Emoshi's pupils constricted as he struck out with his palm. But it was of no use and was directly blasted away by a single finger, his body crashing hard against a wall. At this moment, the Moon Demon Clan was silent. Emoshi was so easily defeated in front of Ye Feng. Could it be that Ye Feng truly has the Thunder Emperor's inheritance? Mo Changqing muttered to himself, his eyes flickering with brilliance, especially at the divine aura emanating from Ye Feng, which shocked him immensely. He began to understand why Mo Wanru was attracted to Ye Feng. This young man was definitely more outstanding than the Mo Feng of the Corpse Demon Clan and had a great chance of becoming a God Emperor in the future. Mo Shi, my man doesn't need to stand behind me. It is my honor to serve him. You should be flattering him, not driving him away, Mo Wanru remarked. Looking at Mo Shi's miserable state. As a member of the Moon Demon Clan, she didn't want to create too much conflict with her kin. But if her clan members were too short-sighted, she wouldn't hesitate to turn against them. She then took the initiative to link her arm with Ye Feng's, showing an admiring gaze as she smiled. Come on, let's go to my room. Chapter 819. One day later, Mo Wanru lay contentedly in Ye Feng's arms, enjoying the tender moments. Meanwhile, a shocking message spread throughout the demon realm. The Chaos Demon Lord on Wanma Island invited powerful figures from various Demon Emperor and Demon Sovereign realms to bring their talented descendants for a banquet on Wanma Island. This news caused a stir among the various demon clans. It should be noted that Wanma Island is located in the central area of the demon realm, home to many powerful demon emperors, and is the most revered and sacred place in the demon realm. The Chaos Demon Lord is undoubtedly the strongest among the demon clans, with a peak cultivation level of level 10 in the God Emperor realm, and very few can match him in the vast divine court. Many demon powerhouses speculated about the Chaos Demon Lord's intentions, wondering if he was looking for an heir. After all, the Chaos Demon Lord had fought throughout his life, with no children or family, always alone. Once this speculation spread, the various demon factions became excited. Whoever could gain the Chaos Demon Lord's approval could practically walk sideways in the demon realm, and even the divine court, with great opportunities to command countless demon clans in the future. The Moon Demon Clan naturally received this news, and Mo Changqing immediately planned to personally lead people to Wanma Island in 3 days. Chapter 820. I couldn't care less about your Moon Demon Clan's affairs. But how do you plan to account for the fact that someone from your clan killed Mo Yen? Mo Yiming's voice was cold as he looked at Mo Wanru, his eyes filled with jealousy and anger. The mysterious man who killed Mo Yen on the battlefield of the heroes must have some connection with Mo Wanru and even the Moon Demon Clan. Otherwise, how could he have easily given the Thunder Emperor's inheritance? Only a waste would die on the battlefield of heroes. As Mo Changqing disdainfully snorted, he cast a meaningful glance at Ye Feng. This slight action caught Mo Yiming's attention. His gaze turned to Ye Feng, and when he saw Ye Feng and Mo Wanru holding hands, his brows furrowed deeply. This person was so close to Mo Wanru that it was hard not to think too much. Kid, did you kill Mo Yen? Mo Yiming coldly questioned. Facing Mo Yiming's inquiry, Ye Feng replied casually, You're being a bit noisy. Don't bite at everyone you see. Mo Yiming's blood surged with anger. As the dignified leader of the Flame Demon Clan, he was humiliated by a junior like this. Let's go. Don't bother with this mad dog. Mo Changqing didn't want to entangle with the people from the Flame Demon Clan too much and directly led Ye Feng and the others deeper into Chaos Island, leaving the Flame Demon Clan glaring at their backs. Chapter 821. Mo Yiming brought the powerful figures of the Flame Demon Clan to the outside of the Demon Emperor Palace and happened to see this scene, causing his expression to darken slightly. In his view, Mo Wanru's ability to leave 6 marks on the Chaos Dao Steel was absolutely due to the Thunder Emperor's inheritance. This honor should have belonged to Mo Yen of the Flame Demon Clan, but now it was snatched away by Mo Wanru. 5 marks? That's pretty strong, huh? Mo Wanru smiled slightly, looking at Mo Feng with a mocking expression, seemingly ridiculing his incompetence. So what? This is just your achievement, not that kid's achievement, Mo Feng said, his face slightly pale, trying to sound tough. Mo Wanru's talent shocked him, but it also made him covetous. Even though this woman was no longer pure, she still qualified to be his maid to serve him. Not bad. Looking at Mo Wanru returning to his side, Ye Feng casually complimented her, instantly making her smile brightly. Filled with joy. Shang'er, you should give it a try. Ye Feng was curious about how terrifying Xianyuan Nishang's talent would be after being revived. Xianyuan Nishang did not respond, but went to stand before the Chaos Dao Steel. Her current cultivation was only at level 10 of the God King realm, and to follow Ye Feng into the Demon Emperor Palace, she had to abide by the rules here. Chapter 822. In contrast, these demon emperors paid no attention to the arrival of the Moon Demon clan group. There were not many things that could capture their attention. In this regard, Ye Feng and the others were not concerned at all, as they wanted to keep a low profile. They then sat down in an empty spot inside the palace, quietly waiting. Shortly after, Unyielding entered the palace where the banquet was held with the people from the Flame Demon clan and took a seat. The Corpse Demon clan's Magic Wind also entered, sitting beside a powerful man who was surprisingly the grandfather of Magic Wind, the strongest of the Corpse Demon clan. The Corpse Demon Emperor. Magic Wind whispered a few words in the Corpse Demon Emperor's ear, and then the Corpse Demon Emperor suddenly shifted his gaze, locking onto Ye Feng. Huh? Ye Feng frowned, sensing a sharp gaze upon him. He looked in the direction of the gaze and met the eyes of the Corpse Demon Emperor. The Corpse Demon Emperor. Out of the corner of his eye, Ye Feng noticed Magic Wind beside the Corpse Demon Emperor, immediately realizing the other's identity. However, he was not worried at all that the Corpse Demon Emperor would take action against him. After all, this was a banquet set by the Chaos Demon Lord, and anyone who dared to cause trouble would be slapping the Chaos Demon Lord's face, which was no different from seeking death. Chapter 823. After pondering for a moment, the Chaos Demon Lord made a decision in his heart to let someone test Ye Feng. This Demon Lord is somewhat curious about your strength. Is there anyone present who is willing to spar with him? The Chaos Demon Lord scanned the crowd, his tone revealing no hint of emotion. As soon as he finished speaking, Unyielding was the first to stand up, saying, "My Lord Demon, our Flame Demon clan is willing to spar with Ye Feng." This was too good an opportunity to curry favor with the Demon Lord, and Unyielding certainly wouldn't miss it, especially since he suspected that it might have been Ye Feng who killed Unyielding. The other Demon clan powerhouses saw Unyielding's quick reaction and secretly thought it was a pity. Ye Feng, this Demon Lord has no malice towards you, but there are certain factions within the human race that I detest greatly. The words of the Chaos Demon Lord contain a meaning that others did not understand. Years ago, he, along with the first strongest of the human race, the Undying Sovereign, and the first strongest of the demon race, the Sovereign of all demons, explored an ancient true God's relic. Within that relic, he almost fell victim to the Undying Sovereign's treachery, but fortunately, he obtained 2 Tao tablets, one of which was the Chaos Tao tablet, helping him escape from danger. However, what displeased him was that the Undying Sovereign also obtained 2 Tao tablets. And over the years, they have been exploring the mysteries of the Tao tablets, seeking a breakthrough to the true God level. Chapter 824. In the dim gray mist, Ye Feng walked forward, emitting pure yang energy that dispersed all the incoming yin energy. Huh? What's going on? Magic Wind sensed something was wrong. He was extremely sensitive to yin energy, but the yin energy he had just released suddenly disappeared. Just as he was puzzled, a strong light radiated from the gray mist, dispelling all the gloom and revealing Ye Feng's figure. Your methods are ineffective against me. Ye Feng spoke indifferently as his figure shot out, the rich pure yang divine power surging towards Magic Wind like a rushing tide. This is pure yang power. How despicable. Magic Wind's expression slightly changed, and he quickly retreated. This pure yang force was precisely his nemesis. Boom! Ye Feng struck out with a palm. The palm wind fierce, the pure yang divine power incredibly domineering, landing right before Magic Wind. Kill! The magic light in Magic Wind's eyes flickered as he transformed the corpse god power into demonic power, colliding with Ye Feng. Even without using his clan's strongest technique, the corpse god technique, he was confident in defeating Ye Feng. Boom! As the two continued to clash, the pure yang divine power surged endlessly, while the rolling demonic energy churned in the void. The two exchanged over a dozen blows, choosing to face each other's sharpness head-on and refusing to back down. Chapter 825. Get down here right now. The swallowing heaven demon emperor's voice shook the soul, penetrating the clouds and reaching the void. In this divine court, regardless of who it was, facing their demon lord, they should show respect and courtesy. Yet, the group of powerful beings from the Undying Divine clan stood atop the 10,000 Demon Island, looking down on them, which was a great disrespect to the Chaos Demon Lord and a contempt for all the major demon clans. Swallowing Heaven Demon Emperor, you still have that bad temper. But times have changed, and the structure of the Divine Court needs to change. The strongest of the Undying Divine clan, Nailin Shun, revealed a cold smile and spoke arrogantly. You think you can give me face? The swallowing heaven demon emperor's temper flared up, his aura at the 10th level of the divine emperor realm soaring into the sky. Even when facing more than 10 powerful beings from the undying divine clan at the divine emperor realm, he showed no fear. The demonic energy rolled in the void, a sign of the swallowing heaven demon emperor's rapid movement, as the terrifying demonic power accumulated within him, transforming into a huge black hand that enveloped the figures of the undying divine clan's powerhouses. Undying divine fist, shatter for me. Nalan Chen's body radiated an undying aura as he punched with one hand, the fist light exploding with an astonishing momentum. Boom! Chapter 826, In the Void. After Nalan Chen and the Chaos Demon Lord exchanged a blow, they tacitly stopped fighting. Chaos Demon Lord, you have 1 year to consider. After 1 year, whoever does not submit shall die. The rolling sound waves echoed over 10,000 Demon Island. This was Nalan Chen's final warning. Once the undying sovereign solidified the true God realm, the entire divine court would be crawling at the feet of their undying divine clan. Afterward, Nalan Chen looked down on the beings below with disdain and left with the strong of the undying divine clan. Only a year left, huh? The Chaos Demon Lord muttered to himself, not stopping Nalan Chen and his group from leaving. At this moment, he was already certain that the undying sovereign had very likely broken through to the true God realm. Relying on the Tao tablets they obtained from the ancient true gods relic years ago. My Lord Demon, what should we do? The swallowing heaven demon emperor, carrying his injured body, came before the Chaos Demon Lord to inquire if the undying sovereign truly broke through to the true God realm. No one in the divine court would be his opponent. The undying divine clan is just making show. If the undying sovereign truly broke through to the true God realm, would he not come to 10,000 Demon Island today? The Chaos Demon Lord feigned calmness, soothing the many demon clan powerhouses, not wanting them to fall into panic and unrest. Chapter 827. Caught off guard, Xinyuan Nishang's delicate lips were suddenly blocked, causing her to freeze in place. She didn't expect Ye Feng to rush over suddenly, hug her, and kiss her. As the man's breath entered her heart through their lips, she felt somewhat at a loss. When Ye Feng kissed Xinyuan Nishang, he also realized that he had gotten a bit too excited and had directly forced a kiss on her. However, gradually, he noticed that Xinyuan Nishang did not struggle or resist, seemingly acquiescing to his actions, which made him bolder. It was worth noting that the woman before him was the most graceful woman in the divine court, making all other women pale in comparison. Ye Feng greedily savored Xinyuan Nishang's maiden fragrance and began to act without restraint. Meanwhile, Xinyuan Nishang started to struggle slightly, initially wanting to push Ye Feng away. She suddenly thought of something, and her jade hand that was meant to push against Ye Feng's chest fell weakly. Forget it. Let's give this guy a little sweetness. Xinyuan Nishang softly murmured, slowly closing her eyes, just as the two were kissing inside the Demon Emperor Palace. The Chaos Demon Lord received a report from his guards outside and entered the palace alone. Chapter 828. With the fall of the Lord of all demons and hundreds of demon emperors from various demon clans, the major demon clans fell into complete chaos. Only the immortal Lord alone could suppress all the top powerhouses of the demon clans. Many demon clans began to head to the immortal divine clan to surrender in order to save their lives. In less than half a year, over 90 of the forces of the demon clans had submitted to the immortal divine clan. The major demon clans in the demon realm were also filled with fear and anxiety. After all, the Lord of all demons had died at the hands of the immortal Lord, and their Chaos Demon Lord would face the same fate if he resisted. Some demon clans even considered leaving the demon realm to surrender to the immortal divine clan, but they held back their thoughts as the Chaos Demon Lord was still present. Just as the situation in the divine court was extremely turbulent, in a dark secret chamber on Chaos Island, a man sat quietly, surrounded by a chilling aura of chaos. Boom! With a surge of energy rising to the heavens, the Chaos Demon Lord opened his dark eyes, revealing an expression of immense excitement. After merging with the legacy left by the Chaos True God, he successfully stepped into the coveted True God realm. Such a powerful aura startled many demon powerhouses on Chaos Island, including Ye Feng, who was deciphering the pure Yang Daobi in the Demon Emperor Palace. Chapter 829. At this moment, both the Immortal Lord and the Chaos Demon Lord were injured, their gazes locked onto each other, with indomitable fighting spirit flickering in their eyes. I underestimated you. The Immortal Lord's voice was slightly cold. This Chaos Demon Lord was truly insane, fighting him at the cost of his own life, completely disregarding his injuries. Haha, your strength is nothing much. As long as this Demon Lord is here, don't even think about unifying the Divine Court. The Chaos Demon Lord laughed. But due to his injuries, his smile was particularly grim. We'll see about that. You can't stop me from unifying the Divine Court. The Immortal Lord coldly snorted in displeasure. He was severely injured and urgently needed to recover slowly. Continuing to fight the Chaos Demon Lord would only result in both of them being severely wounded. As soon as he finished speaking, he tore open a spatial rift with his bare hands and disappeared above Chaos Island. The Demon Lord won? The demon powerhouses on Chaos Island, seeing the Immortal Lord retreat, showed excited expressions one by one. This outcome completely exceeded their expectations. Listening to the cheers of the major demon clans below, the Chaos Demon Lord showed no joy on his face. Only he knew how severe his injuries were, to the point of being irreparable. Chapter 830 with me, Ye Feng. In the Immortal Divine Clan, you can forget about unifying the Divine Court. Looking at the departing figure of Xianyuan Nishong, Ye Feng's eyes became resolute. He had to stop all of this. He then sat down and took out a legacy crystal left by the pure Yang True God. In an instant, a vast aura of pure Yang spread from the legacy crystal, slowly merging with Ye Feng. Just as Ye Feng was merging with the legacy of the pure Yang True God, news spread throughout the Divine Court that the Immortal Lord had appeared on Chaos Island and was battling the Chaos Demon Lord. My heavens! The Chaos Demon Lord has also broken through to the True God realm and has repelled the Immortal Lord. The Demon Lord is so strong. It seems we no longer need to fear the Immortal Divine Clan. In the Divine Court, countless forces were shocked by this news. In their era, two true god powerhouses had emerged in succession. However, before the major demon clans could celebrate for a few days, a piece of news that caused countless demon powerhouses to wail came. The Chaos Demon Lord, injured, tore through the void and personally descended upon the Immortal Divine Clan, shattering the ancestral land of the Immortal Divine Clan with a single palm. In a fit of rage, the Immortal Lord fought the Chaos Demon Lord, and this battle was even more brutal than the last. This time, the Chaos Demon Lord, with a mindset of certain death, fearlessly faced any consequences, only wanting to perish together with the Immortal Lord. Chapter 831. The Demon Wind extended a hand, its moves fierce, eyes flashing with lust. As it approached Demon Wanru, it clashed against her with a palm. Boom! The powerful palm strike contained overwhelming force, sending Demon Wanru's figure flying back. Hee, surrender willingly. The Demon Wind let out a wicked laugh, lunging forward once more to capture the nearly defenseless Demon Wanru and savor the taste of this woman. Facing the Demon Wind's attack, Demon Wanru's face showed determination. She was about to take her own life. But the sudden appearance of a figure in her line of sight made her freeze, then reveal a charming smile. This smile made the Demon Wind even more restless, quickening its movements towards Demon Wanru's throat. But as a shadow flashed by, the Demon Wind's attack missed, and Demon Wanru's figure disappeared from the spot. Who dares to ruin this young master's good deed? Seeing Demon Wanru being rescued, the Demon Wind felt furious, and then a familiar figure appeared in its vision, causing its body to tremble inexplicably. Ye Feng, it's you. Upon seeing the person ahead, the Demon Wind's eyes revealed a glare of hatred. Rower, are you all right? Ye Feng ignored the presence of the Demon Wind, his gaze soft as he looked at the Demon Wanru in his arms. Chapter 832. Boom! Ye Feng unleashed a punch, shattering the void. The terrifying fist light shone like a scorching sun in the eyes of Mo Yinming. Block it for me. Mo Yinming once again ignited dark flames around him, and a dark energy ball formed in his hand, smashing towards the incoming fist light. Bang! The two forces collided. Divine power overflowing, and rolling waves of energy surged out. Mo Yinming, I tell you, it was me who killed Mo Yin. As Ye Feng spoke, he unleashed an overwhelming barrage of punches, like a meteor shower, densely covering the void. Ye Feng, you bastard, it was indeed you. Hearing Ye Feng admit to killing Mo Yin, Mo Yinming's anger surged within him. But facing Ye Feng's relentless assault, he forcefully repressed his fury. Now, Ye Feng's displayed strength could completely suppress him. Not to mention avenging Mo Yin, he felt he might not even be able to save himself. Pure young heavenly Tao fist. At this moment, Ye Feng shouted loudly, and a punch formed from countless pure young divine powers descended upon Mo Yinming with lightning speed. This pure young heavenly Tao fist was one of the ultimate techniques of the ancient strongest true god, the pure young true god. Capable of shattering all laws with a single punch, its power was exceedingly terrifying. Chapter 833 Rumble. The terrifying sound of thunder exploded in everyone's ears, striking at their very souls. Extreme Tao Emperor weapon. The corpse demon emperor looked at the war hammer in Ye Feng's hand, which flickered with the power of thunder, and his face turned slightly dark. How does this bastard possess an extreme Tao Emperor weapon? And this thunder war hammer seems even stronger than his Insha gourd. Annihilation divine hammer. Ye Feng shouted loudly, directly using the Thunder Emperor's ultimate technique, and with a single hammer strike, he smashed down, breaking the void under the enhancement of the nine heavens thunder, with countless bolts of lightning exploding in the void. As these thunder powers continued to spread, the dense corpse aura was continuously purified by the thunder, ultimately being completely cleansed. Damn it! The corpse demon emperor saw his attack being neutralized once again and nearly broke his defense on the spot. As a dignified demon emperor, using a supreme imperial weapon, yet failing to kill a mere human at the level of a divine marquis was simply a disgrace. Take another hammer. Ye Feng stepped through the air, swinging the Thunder War Hammer, continuously striking at the corpse demon emperor. The corpse demon emperor's expression changed, and he constantly released the dense death energy from the Insha gourd to engage in close combat with Ye Feng. However, with each exchange, he discovered that every time Ye Feng swung a hammer, the power of the next swing would increase slightly, and even the force of thunder was clearly growing stronger. Chapter 834. In the White Tiger's sacred palace of the White Tiger Divine Kingdom, three breathtakingly beautiful women gathered together. Miss Xianyuan, thanks to your help these days, Bai Yuan said, looking at Xianyuan Nishang's figure, her voice laced with gratitude. Since the fall of the Chaos Demon Lord from the demon race, the major human forces had become even more chaotic. Her White Tiger Divine Kingdom had also faced several crises from other forces, but fortunately, they were all resolved by Xianyuan Nishang. No need to be polite, Xianyuan Nishang replied lightly. With her strength, it was no problem to temporarily protect the White Tiger Divine Kingdom, but over time, they would definitely attract the attention of the undying divine race. She could only hope that Ye Feng would grow stronger quickly. Just as the two women were conversing, a powerful aura surged from the horizon. Xianyuan Nishang sensed it, and her beautiful eyes slightly darkened, but then her brows relaxed. This aura was unmistakably Ye Feng. Moments later, Ye Feng entered the White Tiger's sacred palace, holding the delicate body of Mo Wanru. When he saw that Xianyuan Nishang, Bai Yuan, and Hua Xinya were all safe, he felt a slight sense of relief. Man, they are all your women. Mo Wanru in his arms gazed at Ye Feng with a hint of resentment. Whether it was Bai Yuan or Hua Xinya, their looks and figures were not inferior to hers, and each had their own unique charm. Chapter 835. Sir. Ahead is the royal city of the White Tiger Divine Kingdom. A few days later, survivors from the Shura Divine Kingdom, accompanied by the powerful undying divine race expert Nailan Zhe, arrived outside the royal city of the White Tiger Divine Kingdom. Nailan Zhe nodded proudly, and then a massive voice erupted from his mouth. I am a member of the undying divine race. The Empress of the White Tiger Divine Kingdom should come out to greet me. With this voice, a huge commotion arose within the royal city of the White Tiger Divine Kingdom. The current situation in the Divine Court was known to the people within the royal city. The Undying Lord had broken through to the true God realm and had even killed the Chaos Demon Lord, becoming the supreme ruler in the Divine Court. Now that a powerful member of the Undying Divine race had come to their White Tiger Divine Kingdom, they couldn't help but feel puzzled. Before long, a figure in white flew out from the palace, standing against the powerful member of the Undying Divine race from a distance. This woman was none other than Bai Yuan. I'm the Empress of the White Tiger. My White Tiger Divine Kingdom is willing to submit to the Undying Divine race. Bai Yuan spoke softly, fully aware that Ye Feng's current strength was insufficient to contend with the Undying Divine race. She had no choice but to feign submission temporarily to buy Ye Feng some time to break through. Suddenly, her gaze fixed on a man beside Nailan Zhe, recognizing his identity as a remnant of the Shura Divine Kingdom's royal family, causing a hint of bad premonition to arise in her heart. Chapter 836. have the people of the undying divine race been dealt with? In the White Tiger's sacred palace, Ye Feng, who was stabilizing his realm, asked with concern upon seeing Xianyuan Nishang return. The person from the undying divine race has already been killed by me, but this matter is probably not over yet. The son of the undying divine race, Nalan Lin, is extremely lustful, under the temptation of the words from the remnants of the Shura divine kingdom. He has already set his sights on your master. When Xianyuan Nishang mentioned Nalan Lin, her voice was filled with endless killing intent and coldness. He was the person she most wanted to kill. Nalan Lin? Is he the scoundrel who, upon not getting you, ordered the annihilation of the Xianyuan divine clan? Ye Feng's eyes narrowed, and he had some impression of this person. Xianyuan Nishang nodded and said softly, the woman Nalan Lin has set his sights on. He will definitely try every means to obtain, regardless of the methods used. What is his current strength? Ye Feng frowned, feeling a sense of urgency arise within him. Years ago, he was already at the God sovereign level, and with the powerful, undying divine body now, so much time has passed. He must have stepped into the God Emperor realm, definitely stronger than the recently arrived God Emperor at level 3. Xianyuan Nishang clenched her jade hand, her voice filled with endless hatred and a hint of powerlessness. Chapter 837. I am the Empress of the White Tiger. Xianyuan Nishang's words stirred waves in Nalan Lin's heart, and even his voice sounded similar. Very well, I am the son of the undying divine race, Nalan Lin, bearer of the undying divine body. My father is the undying Lord. Are you willing to serve by my side? Nalan Lin stood with his hands behind his back, an arrogant expression on his face. His current status was sufficient to make countless women in the divine court willingly submit to him. Son of the undying divine race. Let me think about it. Xianyuan Nishang's voice carried a hint of disdain, while her gaze looked back at the White Tiger's sacred palace, her eyes flashing with a trace of anxiety. It seems you want to refuse me. That's fine. Let me train you a bit so you know how to serve me in the future. Nalan Lin's eyes revealed a hint of excitement at being rejected. This woman's temperament was so similar to Xianyuan Nishang's, igniting a strong desire for conquest within him. As soon as he finished speaking, a pressure from the 6th level of the God Emperor realm enveloped Xianyuan Nishang. Woman, keep that temperament. I like it very much. But you will ultimately not escape my grasp. Let me see your true face beneath that veil. Chapter 838. Watching Nalan Lin's arrogant demeanor, Ye Feng's expression became somewhat strange. He had only used half of his strength, just now, merely to test Nalan Lin's defenses. After all, he had promised Xianyuan Nishang that she would personally kill Nalan Lin. If he were to kill this guy with a single punch, he wouldn't be able to explain it to Xianyuan Nishang. It seems your defense is quite good, but in front of me, you are still lacking. A cold light flashed in Ye Feng's eyes, and then he unleashed a powerful punch. This punch was one of the ultimate techniques of the pure Yang true God, the pure Yang heavenly Tao fist. Move trash. Do you think you can break my undying golden body? Nalan Lin scoffed disdainfully. With the undying divine body, when he activated the undying golden body, his defense would be even stronger than that of other members of the undying divine race. Boom! As the pure Yang heavenly Tao fist struck Nalan Lin, his expression slightly changed, and his figure was directly blasted away. Oh, it seems I have somewhat overestimated your defense. Ye Feng shook his head helplessly upon seeing this. You. Nalan Lin steadied himself, and at this moment, the look in his eyes when he looked at Ye Feng was filled with shock. Although he had blocked that punch, he had clearly heard the faint sound of his golden body cracking. This meant his undying golden body had developed cracks. Chapter 839. Upon hearing this, Xianyuan Nishang's cheeks flushed slightly, and then she gently nodded. This was also what she was most looking forward to. Her and Ye Feng's child would be the continuation of the Xianyuan divine clan's legacy. Gazing at the charming beauty before him, who shyly agreed, Ye Feng felt an overwhelming impulse surging within him, but he managed to restrain himself. From Nalan Lin's memories, he learned that the Eternal Lord had been healing since being severely injured by the Chaos Demon Lord, and was also merging the legacy left by the Elemental True God. Like the Chaos Demon Lord, the Eternal Lord had obtained 2 true Godstone tablets in the ancient True God ruins, the Tablet of Eternity and the Tablet of Elements. In addition, the Tablet of Destruction and the Tablet of Life, which the Lord of all demons acquired in the ancient True God ruins, also fell into the hands of the Eternal Lord. Knowing all this, Ye Feng was acutely aware of the urgency of time, and he had already developed the idea of infiltrating the Eternal Divine Clan. I've already agreed to you. Why are you still acting like a wooden block? When Xianyuan Nishang saw Ye Feng indifferent, she lightly punched his chest with her delicate fist, fully aware of how much this annoying man desired her body. However, when she agreed, he didn't pounce on her like a wolf as she had expected. Did he want her to take the initiative? Chapter 840. Time passed. A year had gone by. Under the immense pressure of the Eternal Lord's true God realm, all forces in the Divine Court had surrendered to the Eternal Divine Clan. One day, in a secret chamber of the Eternal Divine Clan, with the joint efforts of Ye Feng and Xianyuan Nishang, the Tablet of Life and the Tablet of Destruction were both broken open by the two. At that moment, two true God legacies floated before them. Shanger, I will merge with the legacy of the Destruction true God, and you will merge with the legacy of the Life true God. Ye Feng reached out to take the legacy crystal exuding the aura of destruction and handed the legacy of the Life true God to Xianyuan Nishang. After hesitating for a moment, she accepted it. The two exchanged a glance before beginning to merge the true God legacies. Before long, Ye Feng and Xianyuan Nishang opened their eyes simultaneously, both showing a hint of strangeness on their faces. From the legacy crystal, they learned that the Destruction True God and the Life True God were a pair of celestial lovers during the ancient True God era. To merge this legacy, they must first become a pair of celestial lovers. Otherwise, the merger would be impossible. Shanga, you should understand now, to merge this legacy. Ye Feng stood up, his gaze fixed on Xianyuan Nishang's curvaceous figure. Chapter 841. Boom. The thunder hammer appeared before Nalan Shun like a bolt of lightning, causing his expression to change dramatically. Wow. Nalan Shun was struck by the hammer, spitting blood and severely injured on the spot. At that moment, all the powerful beings within the Eternal Divine Clan had their pupils explode as if they had seen a ghost. This was their second strongest member. Even in the entire Divine Court, who else could match Nalan Shun besides the Eternal Lord? Who are you? Nalan Shun looked at Ye Feng with a shocked expression, feeling incredibly small before this person, who was at the peak of the 10th level of the Divine Emperor realm. My name is Ye Feng. She is my woman. Xianyuan Nishang. We have come to take revenge for the Xianyuan Divine Clan. Eternal Lord, come out. The booming sound waves swept across millions of miles, shaking the major forces of the human race. Ye Feng, a name few had heard, was challenging the might of the Eternal Lord. Ye Feng, you are too presumptuous. At that moment, a voice of a true God reached the ears of everyone present, followed by an incredibly terrifying aura emerging from the depths of the Eternal Divine Clan. A towering figure, radiating a suffocating true God might, appeared. Just a glance made people unable to resist, kneeling in worship. Chapter 842. The two fought from the human domain to the demon domain, ultimately stirring all the powerful beings within the Divine Court. Countless people witnessed Ye Feng's prowess. They couldn't believe that someone could fight the Eternal Lord to such an extent. This was undoubtedly a battle of the ages. Numerous powerful beings from the demon and monster races shouted and cheered for Ye Feng. Ye Feng, die, just die. In the void above Chaos Island, the Eternal Lord, with a twisted expression, launched an attack. He and Ye Feng had been in a bloody battle for 10 days and nights, both bearing varying degrees of injuries. Today, you will die. Watch this move. Ye Feng shouted, his voice echoing through the heavens. Endless light converged from all directions into his body. Brilliant light to the heavens. Your curtain call is here. With a thunderous punch that erupted into the world, the Eternal Lord's indestructible golden body shattered, and the immense light engulfed him entirely. At that moment, the entire 10,000 demon island fell into silence. After a full 10 breaths of silence, it erupted into a frenzy. Ye Feng has won. The Eternal Lord has fallen. The Eternal Lord is dead. The Divine Court acknowledges me, Ye Feng, as the ruler. A vast divine voice spread from 10,000 Demon Island, reaching the entire demon domain, and then extending to the monster and human domains. On that day, the entire Divine Court came to know Ye Feng's name. He was the new king of the Divine Court. A month later, in the White Tiger Divine Kingdom, countless powerful beings gathered, including those from the demon, monster, and human races, all coming to pay their respects to Ye Feng. Your Majesty, we are from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. This is a gift for you. The Good Fortune Pill, wishing you and Lord Ye Feng a swift arrival of a noble child. Outside the White Tiger's sacred city, a man carrying a long sword respectfully handed over a vial of pills. Ever since Ye Feng killed the Eternal Lord, Powerful beings have been arriving in the White Tiger Divine Kingdom. In just a month, the White Tiger Divine Kingdom became the most prosperous place in the Divine Court. However, Ye Feng had no time to meet them. He was busy with Xianyuan Nishang in the bedroom. Naturally, this task fell to Bai Yueyin, as it was her jurisdiction. You are thoughtful. I have accepted your gift on behalf of my apprentice. Bai Yueyin reluctantly accepted it. She initially didn't intend to accept it, but if she didn't, these forces wouldn't leave, so she had to accept it reluctantly. Moreover, the good fortune pill was exactly what she wanted. Your Majesty, we are from the Tianhu clan. Your Majesty, we are from the Shadow Demon clan. Seeing this, the other forces sent gifts one after another, and Bai Yueyin accepted them one by one. Ultimately, there were too many forces, and she could only ask Xinya for help while she took the good fortune pill back to the White Tiger Sacred Palace. At this moment, inside the White Tiger Sacred Palace, Xianyuan Nishang had just received Ye Feng's affection and was happily leaning on his shoulder. Shanger, do you feel like you're pregnant? Ye Feng looked at Xianyuan Nishang with anticipation. I am. Are you satisfied now? After checking her pulse, Xianyuan Nishang happily stroked her belly. Really? Ye Feng's eyes lit up as he checked her pulse all over again, confirming that Xianyuan Nishang was indeed pregnant. Meanwhile, Bai Yueyin entered the palace and happened to hear this news, feeling a hint of anticipation in her heart. She proactively took off her white tiger battle robe, revealing her alluring white tiger form, showing no modesty about Xianyuan Nishang's presence, and sat down in Ye Feng's lap. Apprentice, I also want to have a child with you. Bai Yueyin's beautiful eyes sparkled with Qi Gai de Gama. Ye Feng naturally agreed upon hearing this, and thoroughly satisfied by Yueyin's request. Master, let's have a baby right now. The end of the book.